Catherine Moroni was only 13 when she fell for Michael Moroni, a 21-year-old man. Michael had traveled from Ireland, seeking a brighter future in America. Despite their age gap, Catherine and Michael's hearts were deeply connected, and they chose to marry in 1923. They began their life together in a charming little apartment above a busy grocery store at 52100 Wentworth Avenue in Chicago, Illinois. Michael earned a reputation for his dedication and hard work in creating a better life for his family. When Catherine turned 17 on May 9, 1928, she became a mother of a beautiful baby girl with captivating light blue eyes whom she named Mary Agnes Moroni. The following year, in 1929, another bundle of joy arrived, and they named her Anastasia Moroni. Just a year later, in 1930, Catherine found herself expecting yet again, eagerly awaiting for her third child to join the family. The Moroni family with Irish roots faced tough financial times during that period, making life quite challenging for them. It was during the Great Economic Depression, which began in the United States and affected the whole world. Many families and businesses faced financial difficulties, and the Moroni family was no different. Michael, the father, lost his job and earned only $15 a week by distributing handbills, which wasn't enough to take care of his family of four. In a desperate attempt to find a better job and get some help, Michael placed an advertisement in the Chicago Daily Tribune. He hoped that someone would offer him a job or assistance to support his family during those tough times. During that period, newspapers had special sections where people and families could reach out for assistance from generous individuals, philanthropist groups, or organizations. The Moroni families placed the plea for help in the newspaper, hoping for a response. Unfortunately, 3 long weeks passed and they hadn't received any help yet. But then, on Wednesday, May 13, 1930, just after little Mary Agnes' second birthday, a kind man named Edgar Gilpin, who worked as a male nurse and philanthropist, noticed their advertisement and responded to it. He was willing to offer his assistance to the struggling Moroni family. He offered Michael some help by giving him a suit and a pair of shoes to assist him in finding a better job. The Moroni family was overjoyed and grateful for this small but meaningful support. They accepted the offer through the agency, which meant their address was shared publicly with other families in need. Unfortunately, the Moroni family's address got into the hands of a mysterious woman, leading to some unforeseen consequences. On May 14, 1930, Catherine was at home with her daughters, Mary Agnes and Anastasia, getting ready to clean the house. While scrubbing the floor, suddenly she heard a knock at the door and she opened it. She was surprised to see a young and elegantly dressed woman with beautiful blonde hair standing there. The woman wore a fancy gray suit with blue trimmings, and her hat was adorned with gray lace. Catherine couldn't help but notice the stunning pearly necklace and jewel set watch the woman had on. It was the first time Catherine saw this woman. The woman told her that she was sent by a social worker named Mrs. Henderson to help the family with their situation. Catherine had never heard of Mrs. Henderson before, but she thought that maybe they were responding to the advertisement they had placed in the newspaper for help. Catherine genuinely believed that the woman was there to offer assistance, so she warmly welcomed her inside to have a conversation. The woman brought a lot of groceries, including fresh vegetables for the Moroni family that she had bought from the grocery store down the street from Moroni's house. She admired Catherine's cleaning skills and complimented her for being ambitious. Catherine invited her to sit and they had a long conversation. Catherine shared all about the family's struggles with the woman, who listened to her carefully and seemed friendly and eager to help. Catherine felt a sense of relief and comfort knowing that finally, someone was there to lend a hand to her family. The woman was kind and spoke in a gentle and sweet manner. She seemed smart and well-educated. While they were talking, the woman noticed little Mary Agnes playing on the floor, and her face immediately brightened with joy. It was clear that she found Mary Agnes to be an adorable and charming child. Even though both of Catherine's daughters, Mary Agnes and Anastasia, were at home, the woman's attention was focused solely on Mary Agnes. As they talked, the woman shared that she had sadly lost her own daughter last year. Catherine's heart went out to her, but then the conversation took a strange turn. The woman made an unusual request. She asked if she could take little Mary Agnes with her to California for a short time. She reassured Catherine, saying that Mary Agnes would come back looking quite different, as chubby as a little butterball. Catherine felt unsure because the woman was someone she didn't know at all, and California was quite a distant place. So, Catherine decided not to let her little daughter go with this stranger. But then the woman gave Catherine a $2 note and promised to come back the next day. Even though Catherine was still confused, she found the woman's behavior and presence compelling. So, she eventually agreed to let Mary Agnes go with her. Before the woman left, Catherine asked for her name, and after a short pause, the woman answered, "My name is Julia Otis." When Michael came back home from work, Catherine excitedly shared with him about the visit from Julia Otis. However, Michael quickly realized that Mary Agnes wasn't at home. He asked Catherine where their little daughter was, and Catherine told him that she allowed Mary Agnes to go with Julia Otis to California. Michael became worried for their daughter, but they decided to wait and hope for Mary Agnes's return the next day. That night, the Moroni family had a good meal, something they hadn't enjoyed in a while. The next day, on May 15th, 1930, Julia Otis returned with Mary Agnes, and as soon as Mary Agnes saw her mother, she rushed into her arms and hugged her tightly. Julia brought not only more groceries for the Moroni family, but also some exciting news. She revealed that she had managed to secure a better job for Michael. Adding to the joy, she carried a bag full of clothes for the upcoming baby. Catherine was elated. It felt like they were finally receiving the help they needed. Julia's kindness made Catherine trust her more, who seemed to genuinely care for their family's well-being. At that moment, Julia made another request. She asked Catherine if she could take Mary Agnes shopping nearby, as the little girl's clothes were looking worn and her shoes were in bad shape. Catherine, feeling grateful for all of Julia's assistance, agreed to the idea, thinking it was a thoughtful gesture. However, Mary Agnes seemed to resist going with Julia. She started crying and clung to her mother, not wanting to leave her side. Despite this, Catherine handed her daughter over to Julia, trusting that everything would be fine. They left for the shop, which was just a short distance away. Catherine believed they would be back soon. Unfortunately, after they left, neither Julia nor Mary Agnes were ever seen again. As the hours went by, Catherine became increasingly concerned about why they were taking so long. At first, she thought that maybe Julia had taken Mary Agnes out for lunch, but it shouldn't have taken such a long time. As more time passed, Catherine began to feel that something wasn't right. She started regretting her decision to let her 2-year-old daughter go with Julia. Later, when Michael returned home from work, Catherine explained the entire situation to him. They searched everywhere for Mary Agnes and Julia, but there was no trace of them. Feeling helpless, they made the decision to contact the Chicago Police Department and informed them that their daughter was missing. The police wanted a detailed description of Julia, but Catherine could only provide a few details. She mentioned that the woman appeared to be in her 20s, around 5 feet 2 inches tall, and weighed about 125 pounds. The most distinctive feature that Catherine remembered was that the woman had prominent teeth. The next day, on May 16, 1930, around 8:30 p.m., the Moroni family received a letter. This letter was written on a special paper and had a mark on it that showed it was sent out at 4:30 p.m. It was sent using a special delivery service, and inside the envelope there was a $5 bill. The letter read, "Please don't be alarmed. I've taken your little girl to California with me. I have hired a special nurse to care for her. We'll be back in 2 months. By that time, you will be on your feet again and will be able to care for her." She didn't even cry a bit. She is outfitted like a princess. In the meantime, I'll help all I can to get you on your feet, and don't worry about anything else. When you get this letter, we'll be on our way to California. Catherine hurriedly told the police about the letter, desperately wishing they could locate Mary Agnes. The police scoured every corner of Chicago's railway stations, hoping for a sign of Mary Agnes getting on a train with the woman Catherine had described. But it felt like they had disappeared like a puff of smoke. The police got wind of a young girl with blonde hair, possibly Mary Agnes, had been seen on a train bound for Kansas, accompanied by a woman and a nurse. Yet, when the train pulled into Kansas, it seemed like all three had become invisible. The police weren't able to find any of them. As more people heard about the letter, witnesses came forward with their stories about a woman who seemed to match Julia Otis' description. A staff member at Goblet's department store located around 8 miles from the Moroni's home on Ashland and Chicago Avenue came forward. She mentioned that a woman like Julia had bought a bunch of baby clothes using a new $50 bill from the store. Interestingly, these were the very same clothes Julia had given Catherine for her upcoming baby. Another woman stepped forward and informed the police that on May 15, 1930, she witnessed an unusual incident in a store in downtown Chicago. She noticed a lady with a young girl, and it seemed like the lady was anxious while dictating a letter to an older woman. This was striking, as writing the letter was a task she could have done on her own. The police weren't able to determine the identity of the older woman. It's unclear whether Julia used the older woman to write the letter, possibly to disguise her handwriting, or if the older woman had some connection to Julia. On May 19, 1930, the Moroni family received another letter, this time from a woman named Mrs. Alice Henderson. She claimed to be the cousin of Julia Otis. In the letter, Alice explained that Julia had experienced a lot of loss recently. Her husband and child had both passed away in the previous year. Alice mentioned that Julia was feeling very lonely and was struggling emotionally, even on the verge of a breakdown. Her doctor recommended a trip to California to help her mental state. Julia had decided to take Mary Agnes with her because she saw her lost child in her. Alice thought this would provide Catherine some relief from childcare, allowing her to focus on a new baby. She assured that she would bring Mary Agnes back safe and sound once Julia felt better. Alice also mentioned that she would continue to provide assistance to the Moroni family. Catherine shared this letter with the authorities and also recounted an incident that happened on the day Mary Agnes was kidnapped. After Julia left, an elderly man who said he was a social worker paid a visit. Catherine thought he might have clues about Julia, but when she mentioned calling the police and asked him to wait, he quickly dashed away and vanished. It was a puzzling encounter that Catherine had forgotten about amid all the worries about Mary Agnes. The investigators found this sudden revelation intriguing, wondering why Catherine hadn't mentioned it before. She explained that in all the stress, she overlooked this peculiar encounter with the mysterious man. The police also found something unusual. 2 letters that looked like they were written by the same person were sent by 2 different women on separate days. This made the police curious. They began to suspect the Moroni family might be hiding something more serious. They thought the family could be making up stories to cover up a darker truth. They even considered the possibility that Mary Agnes might have been hurt or even killed by her parents, maybe by an accident. On May 20th, 1930, the police took Catherine and Michael into custody and asked them about Mary Agnes' possible murder. However, the couple consistently stuck to their story about their daughter's kidnapping. After an hour of questioning, they were allowed to go back home. The police's search for Mary Agnes didn't yield any results, and as time went on, the progress in the case became slow with no new leads. But just when people in the community might have started to forget about Mary Agnes, something significant happened a year later in 1931 in Rockford, Illinois. This discovery brought a fresh perspective to the case. On Thursday, July 23, 1931, about 14 months after the kidnapping, people reported seeing a girl who seemed a lot like Mary Agnes in Rockford, Illinois. A Native American lady named Martha Thompson, who was quite old, was spotted pushing a cart. Inside the cart, there was a 3-year-old white girl, and they were both going towards the west. The police decided to question Martha about this. She explained that she was planning to join a circus. The little girl looked chubby and happy, and she didn't seem to be bothered by all the attention. She had a tan complexion, blonde hair, and blue eyes, just like Mary Agnes. Martha said that the little girl's mother, a woman named Florence Fuller, had abandoned her. Martha wanted to take care of the girl, but the authorities wouldn't allow it until they could confirm the girl's true identity. The authorities got in touch with the Moroni family to confirm if the baby was their missing Mary Agnes. Filled with hope, Michael and Catherine journeyed along 89 miles to Rockford to meet the little girl, hoping she might be their beloved daughter. But when they saw the little girl, Catherine began to have doubts. She closely studied the girl, examining her teeth and body, and something just didn't add up. She felt like something was missing. After careful consideration, Catherine concluded that this girl was not their daughter. One distinguishing factor was that Mary Agnes had a red mark on her arm, but the girl they met in Rockford didn't have that mark. This difference made it clear that she wasn't their daughter. This news broke Michael and Catherine's hearts all over again. Despite a lot of searching, the police couldn't find Mary Agnes. Over the years, various newspapers ran stories about the case, hoping to uncover new leads. But sadly, as time went on without any new information, the investigation came to a standstill and the case became cold. 22 years had passed since Mary Agnes vanished. During this time, Michael and Catherine had become parents to a big family with 5 boys bearing the names Michael Jr., Patrick, George, Harold, and William. They also had 2 daughters named Anastasia and Catherine. The media would occasionally share stories about Mary Agnes, especially when other children went missing, to keep her name in the public's attention. In 1952, a reporter named Edna Wright from the Chicago Daily News was working on a regular story about missing people in the city. While doing her research, she came across the case file of Mary Agnes' disappearance. After reading the file, Edna decided to meet with the Moroni family to get a recent picture of their children. When she looked at the photos, she noticed something important. All the family members resembled each other. This similarity caught her attention. Edna then sent copies of the family photos to a newspaper in California, hoping to find a woman who resembled the Moroni children. This woman would now be around 24 years old. Edna believed that this woman might actually be the missing Mary Agnes. The Oakland Tribune in California ran the story on February 24, 1952. In San Pablo, California, a young auto mechanic named Everett McClelland read the story and something caught his attention. Among the pictures of the 7 children, he couldn't help but be focused on Anastasia. He began to wonder how much she resembled his own wife, Mary Beck McClelland. Curiously, Mary Beck was also 24 years old and had grown up in Martinez, California. At the age of 16, after she got married, Mary Beck McClelland got a surprising revelation from a family friend that she had been adopted. Unfortunately, her father had already passed away by then. She went to her mother Nora Beck to ask her about it, but her mother denied it. In their quest for answers, they looked through courthouse records and uncovered Mary Beck's adoption papers. These papers showed that she was adopted in the 1930s, around the same time Mary Agnes had disappeared. This discovery led Everett to think that maybe his wife could actually be the missing Mary Agnes. Excited by the possibility, he reached out to the Oakland Tribune in California to share his thoughts about how much his wife resembled the Moroni family and how she might be the long-lost Mary Agnes. Back then, they didn't have the technology to do DNA testing like we do now, so they had to use other methods that were mostly based on theories. They collected blood samples from Michael, Catherine, and Mary Beck, and they did more than 124 tests on these samples. They also looked at their facial features and compared them. They even made models of the Moroni family's teeth and Mary Beck's teeth to compare them. They looked closely at their dental impressions. Experts in fingerprints also compared Mary Beck's fingerprints and palm prints to those of the Moroni family. All these tests and examinations showed that Mary Beck shared many family traits with the Moroni family, making it likely that she was indeed Mary Agnes. On September 4, 1952, Mary Beck traveled to Chicago to meet the family she had been separated from for a long time. Catherine, who was now 40 years old and had been hoping for her oldest daughter, Mary Agnes, to come back home. When Mary Beth and Catherine saw each other, tears filled their eyes, and the picture was taken as they hugged tightly. It seemed like the mystery was finally solved after waiting for 22 years. However, Nora, Mary Beck's adoptive mother, strongly believed that Mary Beck wasn't kidnapped, but rather adopted. Nora explained that she had been a foster mother and knew Mary Beck well before they officially adopted her. Another person Dr. E.W. Mary through, a doctor in California, claimed that he had delivered Mary Beck on November 17, 1927, and she spent her early 2 years in an orphanage before being adopted. Furthermore, an important detail that was missing came to light. Mary Agnes had a scar from a hernia operation on her belly button. This scar was not present on Mary Beck. Despite all the confusion and uncertainty, the Moroni family still embraced Mary Beck as a part of their family. Mary Beck and Anastasia quickly became close friends because they looked very similar to each other. They even dressed in similar clothes and had the same shoe size. Despite Catherine's positive opinion of Mary Beck, doubts lingered in her mind about whether Mary Beck was truly her lost daughter, Mary Agnes. In a newspaper interview, Catherine emphatically stated that Mary Beck was not the daughter she had been longing for. In 1957, Michael, who was 58 years old, passed away, carrying a heavy heart burdened by the loss of his cherished daughter, as he could never accept Mary Beck as Mary Agnes. Catherine too battled a haunting depression that lingered for years. Tragically, she left this world in 1962 at the young age of 49, marking the end of a journey filled with sorrow and uncertainty. As time passed, Mary Beck continued to stay connected with the Moroni family. She spent her life with them and eventually passed away in 2005, reaching the age of 77. However, throughout her life, she couldn't be certain if she truly was Mary Agnes. Then, 3 years after passing, her family decided to do a DNA test to finally settle the question of their connection to the Moroni family. The test results showed that Mary Beck's DNA didn't match the DNA of Catherine and Michael. This made it clear that Mary Beck McClellan was not Mary Agnes. Despite all this, the case remained open for the next 14 years. Finally, on June 10, 2023, a detective named Jose Rodriguez from the Cook County Sheriff's Office was given the task of investigating the Mary Agnes case. This was all part of a project led by Sheriff Tom Dart focused on finding missing persons. Dart and Rodriguez sat down to tackle the century-old mystery together. It was the oldest missing person case in the history of Chicago. To begin their investigation, they looked for the original police reports. They decided to create a family tree and trace down as many members of the Moroni family as possible. Rodriguez shared that he started searching for family members of Mary Agnes who were not on the family tree. They also took their search online, and eventually, he stumbled upon an online forum where someone had identified themselves as a Moroni and reached out for contact. The detective uncovered an interesting lead. Some Moroni family members had accounts with DNA testing companies like Ancestry, so they decided to ask these family members to send in their DNA samples. Surprisingly, the family agreed and willingly submitted the DNA for testing. In the test results, Detective Rodriguez was on the lookout for any unfamiliar names that could be connected to the Moroni family. Interestingly, he discovered Lori Hart, who turned out to be a third cousin of the Moroni family. When he got in touch with Lori, she revealed that out of her grandmother's 3 children, Terry Arnold was the only one who had survived. When Detective Rodriguez met Terry, he showed her the DNA results and all the evidence he had gathered, proving her connection to the Moroni family. Terry couldn't believe it. All along, she had been convinced that her grandmother's family came from Poland. She was quite sure the detective must be mistaken. However, after some consideration, she agreed to take a DNA test to find out the truth. When the DNA results arrived, Terry was truly surprised. They indicated that she was mostly Irish, which was unexpected for her. Even more intriguing, the results showed significant genetic links between Terry and many of the Moroni cousins identified by Rodriguez. This strongly suggested that Terry was indeed a cousin to the Moroni family. When Detective Rodriguez inquired about her mother's name, who could potentially be the real Mary Agnes, Terry disclosed that her mother's name was Jeanette Burchard. Born on April 14, 1928, Jeanette Burchard's life took some unexpected turns. Raised by her mother, Jeanette Sailrick Darris Anderson, and stepfather Frank Darris, she was brought up with strong Catholic values. Jeanette grew up well-educated and later spent more than 5 decades working as a dedicated nurse. Jeanette first married Edward Jennings in the 1940s, and together they had 3 children. Decades later, after experiencing life's ups and downs, she found love once more and married Earl Bouchard. Both of her husbands have since passed away. Alongside her daughter Terry Arnold, Jeanette was a mother to Barbara Joan Jennings and Edward Clifton Jennings Jr. Sadly, both of whom tragically passed away, adding another tragic touch to her story. Jeanette always felt a unique connection to Chicago as she occasionally visited the city, the place where her life's puzzle was partially hidden. In an intriguing twist, Jeanette's stepfather Frank Darris once hinted that the woman who raised her wasn't her biological mother, leaving a lingering question that was never fully answered. This mysterious comment perplexed Jeanette throughout her life. Sadly, she left this world in 2003 at the age of 73, never having a chance to reconnect with the family she had lost. Finally, after 93 years of waiting, the cold case unit announced that the oldest case of Mary Agnes Moroni closed. After some time, Arnold, the daughter of Mary Agnes, and the Moroni family had multiple conversations. They expressed mutual delight in getting to know each other. Arnold even shared pictures of her mother with her newfound cousins. She strongly believes her mother would have embraced the idea of being part of this extended family, relishing in the sense of belonging. Arnold is convinced that if her mother were alive today, she would have eagerly connected with the Moronis to share in the newfound connection and the joy it brings. On June 5, 1986, the Gutierrez family from Lexington County, South Carolina, spent their day working in the yard. After dinner, which included bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwiches, Deborah Gutierrez painted her 4-year-old daughter Jessica's nails. Jessica, who was called Jessie, asked her mother if she could sleep in her bed that night. Deborah had to refuse, as Jessie had already slept in her bed the previous night, and with Jessie's older brother dealing with an ear infection, Deborah wanted to keep an eye on him by letting him sleep in her room instead. Jessie, therefore, slept in the double bed she shared with her older sister, 6-year-old Becky, that night. She went in to go to sleep around midnight on June 6th. When her mother woke up for the day a few hours later, she found her children's room in disarray. Their school papers were scattered across the floor, and the curtains had been pulled from one window. In addition, the front door was open. Deborah realized that Jessie was not in the room with Becky. When she asked Becky where her little sister was, Becky replied, "She's gone. The man with the magic hat and the beard took her last night." In a panic, Deborah tore through the room, looking for Jessie under the bed and in the covers. She tore through the house, looking in every closet and room before going outside to look for her daughter there. She was screaming Jessie's name the entire time. When she came back inside, she asked Becky why she hadn't screamed when the man in the magic hat took Jessie away. The little girl had no answer for her, but she would later say that she had been too afraid to do anything, including go back to sleep, once the man in the magic hat came in her room. The authorities were notified that the little girl was missing, and the search for her quickly began. Suspects were quickly identified but could not be tied to Jessie's abduction. Jessie's mother had kicked her boyfriend out of the home just a few days before Jessie went missing because of his possessive behavior and abuse of alcohol. Deborah was sure he was involved in Jessie's disappearance, but no evidence supporting that theory could be found. Jessie's father was also investigated, but he was living in California at the time and was able to prove that he was still in that state when Jessie went missing. One major piece of evidence was collected at the crime scene. A fingerprint on the window authorities believed the kidnapper used digging entry into the home. It was submitted to the FBI, but no match to the fingerprint was found in any database at the time. Jessie's mother, Deborah, was certain this fingerprint belonged to the man who took her daughter because she cleaned the home's storm door and the windows in her children's room every night with Windex, meaning any prints on those surfaces would have gotten there after she went to bed the night before. A new potential suspect emerged several weeks after Jessie vanished. An acquaintance of her family who was living in the area stole a van and drove it to North Carolina where he raped a woman. He was subsequently charged with and convicted of this crime. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. At some point during this man's incarceration for this crime, his cellmate claims that he told him that he had abducted and killed a little girl in Lexington County, South Carolina, while wearing a cowboy hat. He allegedly said that he buried the little girl's body in a landfill. The cellmate reported these claims to the authorities, who followed up on the possibility that Jessie could have been the little girl the inmate had been discussing. They spent weeks searching a landfill near Jessie's home, but found nothing. The inmate was questioned and offered to talk in exchange for immunity, but authorities refused to make such a deal. Investigators evaluated the evidence they had against him, but ultimately determined they did not have enough evidence to prosecute this individual. A detective told Jessie's mother, Deborah, 2 weeks after the disappearance that statistics showed that Jessie was almost certainly dead. While over the years, Deborah came to intellectually understand that her daughter was most likely no longer alive. She could never fully give up hope while there was still uncertainty over her fate. While she had to live with not knowing if Jessie was alive or dead, she did know that she would not give up on finding answers. "My baby's lost somewhere in the dark, and I'm not going to stop until I find her," she said in 2017. Jessie's case was reviewed in 2008 and in 2015 when it was transferred to the South Carolina Attorney General's office. In 2021, on the 35th anniversary of Jessie's abduction, a new age progressed image of her was released to the public. In September of that year, a team from the FBI came to Lexington County to work on the case alongside the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division at the request of Lexington County Sheriff Jay Kuhn. The renewed effort paid off. Just before 8 a.m. on January 6, 2022, 61-year-old Thomas Eric McDowell was taken into custody at his home in Wake Forest, North Carolina. He is being charged with murder, kidnapping, and first-degree burglary in connection with Jessie's case. A district judge in North Carolina ruled he would be held without bond while awaiting extradition to South Carolina. Bond has so far been denied in South Carolina as well now that he has been extradited, although he has so far only had one brief court appearance in that state. While McDowell is being charged with Jessie's murder, authorities have not located her body. Given the ongoing court proceedings against McDowell, authorities have formally only released a limited amount of information about the circumstances that led to his arrest. According to the arrest warrant, McDowell was being charged based on his fingerprint being a match to the one found on Jessie's window, a witness identifying him in a photo lineup, and his own admissions to the crime made to others. It is unclear based on the information in the warrant when the fingerprint was matched to McDowell, who made the identification, or when the identification occurred. Former Lexington County Sheriff James "Jimmy" Metz has confirmed to the State, a newspaper in Columbia, that McDowell is the previously publicly unidentified inmate alleged to have confessed to Jessie's murder. McDowell is a registered sex offender as a result of a March 1987 conviction for an offense which occurred in North Carolina. He also became an acquaintance of the Gutierrez family after his uncle married one of Deborah Gutierrez's cousins. McDowell had provided various alibis to investigators after his cellmate reported his confession, all of which were investigated and disproven. According to Jimmy Metz, he could never secure an arrest warrant for McDowell because prosecutors believed defense attorneys would be able to convince a jury that the fingerprint on the window had an alternative explanation. McDowell had previously done work at the property. Jessie's mother's claim that the window was cleaned daily does seem to be supported by the fact that McDowell's fingerprint appears to be the only fingerprint found on the window. The fingerprint was included as evidence supporting McDowell's arrest in the 2022 warrant. While Mr. Metz is overjoyed that McDowell has finally been arrested, he is also upset and embarrassed by the media coverage and statements from the current investigators that have not disclosed that McDowell had been identified as the prime suspect so soon after Jessie's disappearance. "It made us look like we hadn't done our job. We had investigated assiduously," he told the State. According to South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson, without this newly discovered information, our office would not be able to prosecute this case. It is currently unclear what new information allowed for authorities to finally arrest McDowell, and will most likely remain so until further progress is made in the court case against McDowell. Jessie's mother, Deborah, has described McDowell's arrest and the fact that he is being charged with her missing daughter's murder as bittersweet. "I'm glad God brought me to see it," she said after the arrest. "I prayed he would bring me through it, and we waited for this a long time." Deborah spoke at McDowell's first court appearance in South Carolina, asserting how important it was for him to remain in custody due to the threat he poses to the safety of the community. She and Jessie's sister, Becky, are also using the media attention the arrest has brought to Jessie's case to try to bring awareness to other cases and other families who have suffered as they have. While speaking in court and to the media afterwards, Deborah wore a face mask featuring a photo of Shelton Sanders, who disappeared in 2001. In addition to speaking about Jessie and her case, Deborah and Becky also spoke to the media about how important it is for cold cases, particularly those involving individuals of color, to receive attention from the media and involving individuals of color, to receive attention from the media and effort from authorities. While McDowell's arrest is a major development in Jessie's case, Her mother still has further answers to find, which will hopefully be revealed as the court case progresses. I intend to be revealed as the court case progresses. I intend to find my daughter, and I hope to do just that, she said after McDowell's first court appearance. On November 17, 1978, an individual was out looking for firewood near Lake of the Woods in the Wainema National Forest in southern Oregon. While they were doing so, they came across a gruesome scene approximately half a mile off of Dead Indian Road near Oregon, Route 140. They discovered the badly decomposed body of a young man. Members of the Klamath County Sheriff's Office quickly responded to scene. The following day, as they continued searching for clues as part of their investigation into the young man's death, they discovered the body of a young woman. Her body had also undergone extensive decomposition. The remains of a small dog were also found. The man and the woman had been haphazardly buried in separate shallow graves. Based on the callous way the bodies had been disposed of, authorities were able to immediately tell that whoever had placed the bodies there had absolutely no respect for the individuals. The male victim's wallet was found amongst his clothes, allowing authorities to quickly identify him as 19-year-old Kirk Leonard Weiss Weissman. The female victim was soon identified as his girlfriend, 17-year-old Cynthia Lynn Freyer. Their autopsy showed that they had both been shot in the head multiple times with a .22 firearm and that Cynthia had been raped. The couple lived in Sepulveda, California, a neighborhood in Los Angeles that has since been renamed North Hills. They had been missing since September. The couple had been in Everett, Washington visiting family along with their brown and white terrier, who traveled with them in a carrier. They left Everett on September 23, 1978 to slowly make their way back to California and took a flight from Seattle to Eugene, Oregon. Kirk and Cynthia were known to hitchhike regularly, and witnesses were found to support the theory that they had been hitchhiking around southern Oregon prior to their murders. After arriving in Eugene on 23rd, they hitchhiked to Roseburg and spent the night in a motel there. A witness came forward, reporting that they had then picked the couple up hitchhiking and dropped them off at a restaurant in Grants Pass. The couple had plans to visit Crater Lake at some point during their travels before they returned to California because it was somewhere Cynthia had always wanted to visit. She had traveled in the area with her family the year before, but bad weather had forced them to cancel their plans to visit Crater Lake and made Cynthia even more determined to see it. One of the few items that was discovered along with the victims' bodies was a sign that read K Falls. The couple may have used the sign while hitchhiking, looking for a ride to Klamath Falls. Investigators came to believe that the couple had been killed by someone who picked them up hitchhiking either while they were traveling from Ashland to Klamath Falls or while they were traveling back to Ashland after visiting Klamath Falls. They were never able to find evidence confirming that the couple had made it to Klamath Falls. Carl Burkhart was a detective with the Klamath County Sheriff's Office in 1978 and one of the first investigators to respond to the scene when Kirk's body was first discovered. He eventually went on to become the sheriff of Klamath County. He maintained his interest in the case until he retired in 2001. Several other investigators would work on the case for the next 2 decades. With the collective technology to isolate and process DNA evidence became more commonly used by law enforcement decades later, the evidence was still available for forensic examination. Investigators began looking at the case and exploring the possibility of DNA evidence being found on some of the preserved items in 2011. However, it would not be until 2019 that the crime lab was able to identify DNA on any of the pieces of evidence. DNA from an unknown male was located on pieces of Cynthia's clothing that had been submitted for examination. The items were sent to another lab to confirm the findings of the crime lab. The second lab produced the same results. The DNA profile was run through criminal databases, but no match was found. Authorities then turned to genetic genealogy and worked with Marshall University to prepare a sample to submit to Parabon Nanolabs in Virginia. Parabon used this sample to attempt to identify a suspect based on the amount of DNA the sample had in common with individuals who had submitted their DNA to a genealogy database. They ultimately were able to identify a potential suspect in a report they generated during the summer of 2021. Authorities learned that the potential suspect had died in Texas in 1996, making it more difficult for them to confirm it was his DNA found on Cynthia's clothes. They then turned to the man's ex-wife and children. While they were upset by the idea that he was a murderer, they agreed to cooperate with the investigation, prioritizing Kirk and Cynthia's family's need for answers over their own discomfort. They provided samples of their DNA, which helped confirm that it was the suspect's DNA found on the evidence. They also provided additional information important to the investigation during interviews. They confirmed that the suspect had lived in the Klamath Falls area from 1976 and Cynthia's bodies were found, stating that they had gone camping with the suspect in that area regularly and had routinely driven through the area on the way to visit family friends as well. At a press conference on January 6, 2022, authorities announced that the suspect whose DNA had been found on Cynthia's clothing was Ray Mason Whitson Jr. He did not have a criminal record. According to Klamath County District Attorney Eve Costello, the DNA evidence was strong enough for Whitson to be prosecuted based off of it, had he not died before it was discovered. Detective Dan Towery met with Kirk and Cynthia's loved ones prior to the press conference. Both families requested that he publicly express their gratitude to Whitson's family for their willingness to cooperate with the investigation and bring them answers and some measure of closure, despite the emotional toll doing so took on them. While Whitson cannot be prosecuted or found guilty in a court of law, the investigation is formally being suspended as prosecutors and investigators believe they have identified the only individual responsible for Kirk and Cynthia's murders. With the case formally closed, several personal items that belong to the victims that had been held as evidence for more than 4 decades can now be returned to their families. These items include postcards, jewelry, and an unmailed letter addressed to Cynthia's parents, written shortly before Cynthia was killed and found with her body. The letter described how much fun she and Kirk had in Washington State and detailed some of their hopes and plans for the future. The letter will finally be delivered to Cynthia's mother, more than 43 years after Cynthia wrote it. In 1985, 63-year-old Helen Brooks lived in a 2-bedroom apartment at the Apple Valley Garden Apartments in Apple Valley, California with her small dog. She had gotten a divorce from her husband Bill a few years earlier and was the mother of 2 adult daughters. Helen was a hard worker who had been employed at San Bernardino Valley College in the food services department for 20 years. In 1985, she was working 2 jobs, one as a bookkeeper at the bowling alley across the street from her apartment complex and another as a saleswoman at a fashion boutique called Lolo's inside the nearby Apple Valley Inn. According to the manager of the inn, Helen looked more like 40 rather than 63. This was in part because Helen lived such an active lifestyle and swam in her apartment complex's pool every night. Helen had a very sophisticated and stylish air about her that helped Lolo's. She was regularly a model in the annual fashion show the boutique hosted. According to both her neighbors and her co-workers, she was very easy to get along with. She was very well-mannered and never raised her voice at anyone. She lived a quiet life, exercising and sewing in her spare time. On Friday, July 5, 1985, Helen was scheduled to open Lolo's. She did not arrive at work, which was highly unusual. Her boss Dolores was also concerned because she had tried to call Helen all throughout the previous day but never received an answer or a return call. She tried calling a friend of Helen's, and ultimately, the sheriff's department was notified. When deputies arrived at Helen's apartment, they found her front door unlocked. Inside, they discovered Helen's body. No one who knew Helen could think of any possible motive for someone to want to kill her. Furthermore, Helen was a very cautious person, especially because she lived alone. She would always lock her door, even if she was just stepping away to speak to a neighbor for a moment. She also regularly reminded her neighbors of how important it was to keep their doors locked. Authorities did not immediately release Helen's cause of death, but 2 months later, they did disclose that she had been strangled with a nylon stocking. DNA evidence was recovered from Helen's body, but the exact nature of that evidence has not been disclosed. In the following years, numerous interviews were conducted and several polygraph examinations were administered in connection to Helen's case, but her killer remained unidentified. Cold case detectives looked into the case again in 2009 and submitted evidence for forensic examination in hopes that DNA would be found on it. The effort paid off and a male DNA profile was identified. It was run through CODIS, the Combined DNA Index System, but no match was found. In 2021, Cold case investigators with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department's Homicide Detail partnered with the FBI's Riverside office and reopened the case. They requested additional analysis of the DNA evidence through what they described as additional investigation and advancements in DNA technology. They identified the individual whose DNA was left at Helen's crime scene. On January 24, 2022, almost 37 years after Helen was killed, it was announced that the suspect in Helen's murder was Robert Eugene Wortman. Wortman could not be prosecuted, however, because he had died in prison in 1995. At the time of his death, he was serving a 22-year sentence for a rape he committed in 1990. On Halloween of that year, he met a 49-year-old woman at a bar in Apple Valley. He drove her out to the landfill on Ukaloma Road, where he forced her to undress. He then raped her and forced her to perform oral copulation. He was convicted for this crime in 19. Wortman was also convicted of rape in Sonoma County in 1978 and had a false imprisonment conviction in San Bernardino County. In August of 1985, just a month after Helen was murdered, he was arrested on suspicion of attempted rape in Victorville, California. Wortman was interviewed in connection to Helen's murder early on in the investigation. He had met her a few days before she was killed. He denied ever being to her apartment or having any part in her murder. While authorities were suspicious of him at the time, they did not have access to the technology that would one day connect him to the crime. While the resolution of Helen's case did not lead to a conviction, it did provide an answer to the decades-old mystery. On the evening of May 26, 1995, 22-year-old Tracy Brazel went out with two friends for a night of fun at Kodiak Ron's pub in Everett, Washington. After her friends left following some drinks, Tracy decided to stay at the arcade to complete her game. That was the last time anyone heard from her. Despite extensive efforts by her family to locate her, no trace of Tracy was ever found. 2 months later, 26-year-old Patricia Patty Berry went missing under similar circumstances and in the same area. 8 days later, her lifeless body was found in the woods, leaving her family devastated. What could have happened to Tracy Brazel and Patricia Berry? Were both events connected? Hi, and welcome back to Mysterious Hook Friends. Today, we are looking at the disturbing case of Patty Berry and Tracy Brazel. Everett is the largest city in Snohomish County, Washington, with a population of over 110,000 people. It is a place known for saltwater beaches, rolling hills, and river deltas, making it a beautiful spot to unwind in nature. Unfortunately for two young women and their families, this lovely town was the backdrop to tragedy and years of grief. Tracy Brazel was born on January 29, 1973 to Bill and Peggy Brazel in Glenridge, New Jersey. Tracy had an older sister, Lisa, whom she loved and emulated a lot as a child. Tracy had a contagious smile, enjoyed reading books, and was eager to learn from a very early age. In 1986, when Tracy was 13 years old, her parents Bill and Peggy started having issues that led to their divorce. Peggy got custody of the girls and decided to move closer to her family in Snohomish County, Washington. They relocated when Tracy and Lisa were 16-19 years old, respectively. Bill loved his children and kept in touch with them at Snohomish, despite being separated from his wife and living in New Jersey. Tracy and Lisa continued their education in Snohomish County. Tracy wanted to go to cosmetology school, and even though she was still in her junior year, she worked hard to earn credits. At cosmetology school, Tracy's bright personality made her popular with her classmates, but her best friend was Alana, popularly called Lonnie. Once school was over, Tracy got a job at Great Cliff's hair salon at Mill Creek. At the time, she was already in her early 20s and living independently at Keeler's Corner Apartments in Linwood. Even though Tracy had moved out, she kept in touch with her mother and sister. She would call her mother every day and also called her sister frequently. She maintained her close relationship with Alana, often going out to lunch together. In May 1995, Tracy sent a letter to her family, revealing that she wanted to change certain things about her life. She also enclosed a picture of herself wearing a business suit. Soon after Lisa and Peggy got Tracy's letter, her father Bill visited from New Jersey to check on her. Bill observed that Tracy had chosen to dye her hair platinum blonde. He also learned she was encountering difficulties with a coworker at a workplace. Tracy was going increasingly discontent with the very place she once envisioned as her dream job, and these sudden changes in his daughter's behavior left Bill feeling unsettled. Peggy did not notice anything unusual at the time. She was busy preparing for an overseas vacation with her mother on May 25, 1995, before going to the airport for their trip. Tracy's mother and grandmother stopped by her workplace to see her. A day later, on May 26, 1995, Tracy quit her job unexpectedly. Although the reasons were unclear, Tracy seemed happy about quitting her job and decided to celebrate at night with some friends. Her best friend Alana was out of the country at the time, but Tracy had made plans to meet her when she returned. She went out for drinks with her friends, Dina and David Conlon, who were siblings. They ended the night at Kodiak Ron's pub along Highway 99, where Tracy immersed herself in arcade games. As the clock inched past 1 a.m., Tracy told David and Dina not to wait for her as she wanted to finish her game. Her friends said their goodbyes and left shortly. It wasn't until 1:45 a.m. that Tracy finally left the pub alone. On May 30th, 1995, Alana got back from her trip and started calling Tracy to meet up for their plant lunch, but all her calls went unanswered. She left messages but could not get through to Tracy. Feeling anxious, Alana decided to go to Tracy's apartment to check on her. The front door was locked, and despite repeated knocking, Alana got no response. She eventually gave up and was about to leave when she noticed something that got her more bothered. It was Tracy's car, a white Ford Probe parked peculiarly on the side of the street instead of its usual spot inside of the apartment complex. Alana moved closer to the car only to make another disturbing discovery. The passenger side window was broken, but there was no glass pieces or shards inside the car. Immediately, Alana called Tracy's mother, Peggy, but her line was not reachable when she was vacationing overseas. Alana called another family member about her worries, and together they visited the apartment and checked out Tracy's car. But without any sign of foul play, they assumed Tracy would be back soon and would get in touch when she saw Alana's messages. No one reported Tracy missing because her mother, who normally spoke to her every day, was out of the country and unreachable. And her co-workers at the hair salon were not expecting her since she quit her job. On June 4th, 1995, Peggy's cruise ship docked in Montreal, and her phone was working again. When she called home, Peggy got the devastating news that her youngest daughter was missing. She dashed home in a panic and with Lisa's help filed a missing persons report. By then, 8 days had already passed since Tracy was last seen at the pub. The Snohomish Police Department swung into action looking for Tracy. They went to Linwood to examine her apartment and her parked Ford. The police checked for fingerprints inside the car, but found nothing, not even Tracy's prints. It seemed as if someone had wiped the car clean. Not even the shattered glass from the window was found, except for a few tiny fragments on the back seat. The investigators could not get any useful leads, and the police department at the time also lacked funding to do anything significant with the bits of evidence collected from the car. The investigation was at a dead end, but Peggy could not sit back and wait for the police department to be funded. She contacted her friend, Andy, a former police officer. He worked with the police officers in charge of the case and helped them analyze some of the evidence. Eventually, one solid piece of evidence emerged: a single drop of blood found on Tracy's car window. Unfortunately, there was no technology advanced enough to test the blood at the time. Once again, they had hit a dead end. And while the search for Tracy was going on, another young woman in the city went missing. Patricia Berry, popularly known as Patty, was born on February 10, 1969. Although no details about her childhood are known, Patty was a single mother working to support her 2-year-old daughter Jessica when she disappeared. In 1995, Patty took up work at a dancer at Honey's nightclub located along Highway 99. She didn't really like her job because she didn't think it was decent enough, but the pay was good, and she needed money to complete her education and provide for Jessica. Patty told her mother, Nancy Strensrue, that once she was done with school, she would get a proper job she could be proud of. With her job as a nighttime dancer, Patty would leave her toddler with a babysitter in the evening and fetch her after she got off work in the morning. But on July 31st, 1995, Patty did not show up at the babysitter's house. The babysitter called Nancy, Patty's mother, who immediately felt worried. Everyone knew how important Jessica was to Patty, and it was unthinkable that Patty had simply forgotten to pick up her daughter. They contacted every hospital in the area and the county morgue to see if anyone matching Patty's description had been brought in. Nancy finally called the police and reported Patty as missing. Instead of waiting for the police to take action, the whole family went out in search of Patty. The police sensed the urgency and immediately put out an all-points bulletin without waiting for 48 hours to pass. The investigators found that Patty had gotten off work around 1:30 a.m. on July 31st, 1995. The bouncer on the shift that night at Honey's told investigators that he had walked Patty to her car and noticed she had a flat tire. Someone procured a fix of flat inflator, but it only got the faulty tire half inflated. Still, it was enough to carry her to the nearest gas station where she could fix the tire. With that information, the investigators traced the route they thought Patty would have taken and found a gas station. But a note taped on the air machine at the gas station said the machine was inoperable. This meant that Patty would have been unable to fill her tire there. While the investigators were out interviewing the people at the nightclub, Patty's family was also searching for her, and they would be the ones to stumble on the next important lead. They found Patty's missing car close to a car wash behind a convenience store in South Everett, parked away from sight. They did not touch the car for fear of ruining evidence, but upon peeking inside, they saw a disturbing sight and immediately called the police. The car's interiors were covered in a massive amount of blood. This was no longer a missing persons case, but something much worse. When the police examined the scene, they concluded that someone wanted to conceal Patty's car from sight. They also noticed that the car wash offered air filling facilities, so Patty might have stopped there to fix the tire the night she disappeared. There were drops of blood on the exterior of the car, indicating that Patty was probably attacked when she was trying to fix her flat tire. The massive amount of blood in the interior meant that the attack had continued inside the car. The police searched the surrounding area and found items that belonged to Patty. With a sinking feeling, investigators understood that something bad had happened to Patty. On August 8, 1995, 8 days after Patty had gone missing, 2 kids playing in the wooded area just south of Everett Mall saw something so gruesome, they went shrieking and running to the adults. Police arrived to find the lifeless body of Patty Berry, nude from the waist down and bearing 18 stab wounds. Although Patty's family feared she was attacked, the news of her death confirmed their worst fear. According to the autopsy, Patty's killer possibly intended to molest her, and due to the location where her body was found, investigators believed that the killer was someone familiar with the area. The investigators went back to Honey's to retrieve surveillance footage from the night Patty left the club. Unfortunately, the footage was blank from beginning to end, which made the club owners look suspicious. It seemed the club owners were trying to hide something, but as much as the investigators wanted to handcuff them, there was no evidence tying them to the crime scene. Soon after, investigators got a call from a patron, Leslie James, who claimed he had information on Patty. James said he was at Honey's from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. and had spent about 20 minutes chatting with Patty. After leaving Honey's, he drove to a casino 20 miles away, and on his way back later that night, he claimed he saw Patty trying to inflate her tire at a gas station. This was the same gas station with the malfunctioning pump. The police believed James' story at first because they assumed that Patty had indeed visited the gas station. But James kept changing his story every time the police talked to him, making confusing and suspicious statements. The police put him on top of the suspect list and interrogated him thoroughly. However, there was no evidence to link James to the murder, so the police let him go. As the investigation stalled and police struggled to find a way forward, Nancy forged her own path. She contacted Scott North, a reporter for the Daily Herald, to keep Patty's story alive in the press. Scott published touching articles about Patty that eventually generated a good lead. A new witness connected the police about something he had seen the night Patty disappeared. The witness recounted seeing a man washing off bloodstains at the car wash where Patty's car had been found. He said he remembered the date vividly. It was his sister's birthday, but he never reported the incident, assuming it was animal blood on the car. The witness was asked to describe the man he saw at the car wash, and a composite sketch of the suspect was created. The police released the sketch to the public with hopes for a breakthrough, but no one came forward to identify the man. The case soon went cold after this, much to the disappointment of Patty's family. Months turned into years, and almost a decade later, in February 2005, the case was reopened by Snohomish County cold case detectives Jim Scharf and David Heitzman. By that time, forensic technology had advanced enough to make something out of the evidence gathered in Patty's car. Investigators believe that the suspect attacked Patty at the car wash. They decided to focus on the steering wheel and sent it to the Washington State Crime Lab for analysis. Most of the DNA on the wheel was Patty's, but one ray of hope shone through. Also present on the steering wheel was the DNA of an unidentified male. The newly extracted DNA profile was submitted to the Combined DNA Index System, and in 2008 it provided the long-awaited answer. Investigators zeroed in on a match with a known offender who was already in custody, serving time. A repeat offender named Danny Giles. 40-year-old Danny Giles had a long list of offenses on police record, but his DNA was only recently submitted to Otis after a conviction for indecent exposure. He was a registered molester who was convicted of attempted abuse. His entire adult life had been spent going in and out of prison, starting with an abuse conviction in 1987. Throughout Giles' time in jail, he refused to be managed by psychologists and never participated in any treatment. He was described as psychopathic and posed a threat to women. According to Giles' ex-fiancée, he derived pleasure in threatening her with a knife. One of Giles' cellmates revealed that Giles admired the serial killer Gary Ridgway, popularly known by the moniker Green River Killer, for the number of lives he had claimed. But even the DNA evidence in Giles' criminal history were insufficient to charge him for Patty's murder. The DNA evidence only confirmed that Giles had been present in Patty's car, not that he had taken her life. The investigators started to piece the puzzle together and build a case against Giles. They compared the composite sketch of the suspect to Giles' picture and were astonished by the stark resemblance. They dug through records and discovered that Giles lived in the area where Patty's body had been dumped and was working for a local landscaping company at the time she was killed. But even with all this, they needed Giles to either confess to the crime or deny he was in Patty's car. Detective Jim Scharf researched Giles before meeting with him at the prison. He approached him as if seeking his help on Patty Barry's case, since Giles had lived and worked in the area. Giles said he had heard about Patty's death on TV, but didn't know anything else. He also denied ever being inside Patty's car and said he was unfamiliar with the area where the body was found. It was clear that Giles was telling lies. Detective Scharf knew that Giles would routinely visit the woods near Everett Mall to dump grass clippings from his landscaping workplace, the same woods where Patty's body had been found. To make Giles confess, Scharf showed him the DNA evidence that proved he was present in Patty's car. Despite being concerned, Giles staunchly refused to confess to the murder. But the detectives now had enough evidence to charge Giles with Patty's murder, so they did not waste time trying to get a confession. Since reopening Patty's cold case, the investigators had suspected that Tracy's disappearance and Patty's murder were linked. Both were young women who disappeared just months apart along Highway 99 late at night. In both cases, their car had been found abandoned with clear signs that someone had attempted to clean away all traces and fingerprints. While Tracy's body was never found, investigators were certain she too had lost her life to Giles. The investigators again took advantage of advanced forensic technology to crack Tracy's case. They sent a single drop of blood found on Tracy's car window for analysis and were able to extract DNA from it. This DNA also matched Giles' blood, proving that he had been present in Tracy's car as well. However, just as in Patty's case, Giles refused to confess or share any details about what happened to Tracy, but the detectives went ahead and charged him for Tracy's murder. On November 14, 2012, Giles was charged with the murder of Patty Barry and put to trial in Snohomish County Superior Court. After years of pain and loss, Patty's family could finally hope to get justice. Giles was also charged with Tracy's murder, but the prosecutors faced the problem of convicting him without having found Tracy's body. Because of that, Tracy's case was dropped and Patty's case was pursued. After days of hearing, Snohomish County Superior Court, Judge Bruce Weiss found Giles guilty of first-degree murder and sends him to 47.5 years in prison. The sentencing brought great relief to Patty's family, especially her daughter, Jessica, who was then in her 20s. She said Giles was the reason she did not get to know her mother and demanded that he be taken away. Tracy's family tried to persuade Giles to divulge the location of Tracy's body, assuring him they had no interest in having him serve more time in jail. They only wanted to give their daughter a befitting burial. However, Giles remained silent all these years. Detective Sharp worked with a psychic in Tracy's case, who said Tracy was dead and her body was dumped in a shaft somewhere. Detective Sharp believed her body was somewhere near the area where her car was found, but the exact location continued to evade the police. The sentencing of Danny Giles brought relief to Patty's family, and also gave hope to Tracy's family that maybe one day they would have the opportunity to give Tracy a befitting burial. The story of Danny Giles only shows how certain offenders should not be carelessly released into society. Giles murdered Tracy and Patty during an 8-month period when he was on the run from authorities for second-degree theft. What do you think should be done to offenders like Giles? How best do you think they should be handled so they do not pose a threat to society? Share your thoughts in the comment section. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Althea Oakley was raised in Arroyo Hondo, close to Taos, New Mexico. After graduating from Taos High School in 1984, she was named Taos Fiesta Princess in 1985. She then pursued her studies at the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque. On June 22, 1988, 21-year-old Althea went to visit her boyfriend at his fraternity house near campus. Following an argument, Althea left the house by herself. Police believe she went to a nearby duck pond to thank after the disagreement. She had driven to the frat house, but apparently decided to leave her car there and walk back to the home she was sharing with her brother, Russell. At 8:42 p.m., at least 3 witnesses in the 1300 block of Buena Vista Southeast, 6 blocks away from Althea's home, heard a scream. When one of them looked outside, they saw Althea, who said, "I've been stabbed," before she fell to the ground. Althea had sustained several stab wounds to her torso. She was rushed to the University of New Mexico Hospital, but she died during surgery. Her funeral services were held at Our Lady of Sorrows Church in Arroyo Hondo. Police were able to get a description of Althea's killer from one of the witnesses from the scene. They described the perpetrator as a Hispanic male, approximately 20 to 24 years old, who stood 5 feet 7 to 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighed about 140 pounds. He had a medium build and short dark brown hair. He had been wearing a white t-shirt, faded blue jeans, and white tennis shoes with a black stripe down the sides. A sketch of him was created and distributed, but Althea's killer remained unidentified. On August 16, 2021, Albuquerque police were finally able to visit Althea's parents and inform them that they believed they had their daughter's killer in custody. The man who got to deliver the news was Albuquerque Police Chief Harold Medina, a native of Taos who had connections to Althea and her family. When Althea was running for Taos Fiesta Queen, she needed the help of a seamstress to construct and fit her elaborate traditional outfit. The seamstress was Chief Medina's mother. He remembered how Althea would always be sure to smile and say hello to him when she was at his home to see his mother. "I always remembered her. Just the way she introduced herself to me and Mom was just like somebody who's confident and full of joy," Medina said in an interview with the Albuquerque Journal. "I mean, I saw this happen for my entire life. When Fiesta candidates come in, I saw different personalities over the years. Without a doubt, I can say hers was the most bubbly, positive personality. I think my mom would say that too." In addition, when he graduated from Taos High School in 1990, Harold Medina was the first recipient of the scholarship the Oakley family had established in Althea's name. As he advanced through the ranks once he entered law enforcement, he used the connections he made to keep tabs on Althea's case. Following his promotions in 2012 and 2018, he asked the investigators assigned to Althea's case if new technology had produced any new leads, but they never identified anything strong enough to move the case forward. 3 days after Chief Medina's meeting with the Oakleys on August 19, 2021, 53-year-old Paul Raymond Apodaca was formally charged with Althea's murder. That day should have been Althea's 55th birthday. Apodaca made his first appearance in court the following day. When he was charged, Apodaca was already in police custody. He had an extensive criminal record and was custody in the summer of 2021 for a probation violation. His most notorious crime was the 1995 rape of one of his young family members. Apodaca told a judge he had committed that crime because his younger brother Mark had just been convicted of murder, and he wanted to go to prison with him. Paul was sentenced to 20 years in prison, which he was not allowed to serve at the same institution where his brother was incarcerated. In March of 2021, Apodaca pleaded guilty to a charge of assault with a deadly weapon and was sentenced to 3 years of supervised probation. On July 16th, he told his probation officer that he would be staying at the Westside homeless shelter until he could get into an inpatient program or a halfway house, as he did not have anywhere to stay at the time. 3 days later, however, his probation officer received word that Apodaca had failed to report to the shelter, and his electronic monitoring device showed that he was instead sleeping behind a local Walgreens. He was arrested on July 20th for violating his probation. Following his arrest, Apodaca began confessing to crimes that had been committed years earlier. One of those crimes was the murder of a female student back in 1988. In 1988, Apodaca had been working as a security guard at the Technical Vocational Institute, which today is Central New Mexico Community College. The school is less than a mile away from where Althea was killed. One night in June, he saw a young woman walking alone and wanted to talk to her, but she walked away before he did. He then began following her in his vehicle for several blocks. He then decided he wanted to hold her at knife point and then rape her. He drove ahead of her, parked his vehicle, got out of it, and waited for her. When she reached him, she smiled at him and said hi as she walked past him. "That's the worst part. I heard someone that smiles at you," Apodaca said during his confession. Instead of abducting and assaulting her, Apodaca stabbed her several times. He ran away when a witness saw him. When asked why he had wanted to attack the woman, Apodaca told investigators, "When I thought about it, what made me do it, what made me attack her, was all the hatred I had women. Because growing up, I seen men treating women bad and they go for the bad guys. And I try to be nice and good and they just don't want that." Authorities were skeptical of this unsolicited confession. A detective did ask Apodaca if there was any circumstance that inspired him to finally confess. In the eventual criminal complaint filed against Apodaca, that detective wrote, he said no. It was a shame that it took him so long to get to this point. Paul also said he realized what he had done was evil and dark. He said the word of God has helped him overcome the struggle. Apodaca did know some details of the crime that had not been released to the media and remembered the exact outfit Althea Oakley had been wearing when she was killed. A long denim skirt, a red and white striped shirt, and red flats. They were not going to risk the possibility that he had somehow heard these details from some other source, however, and they began investigating the crime again. They interviewed the witnesses from the crime scene and looked into Apodaca's employment history. They were able to confirm that he had been hired at the Technical Vocational Institute in March of 1988 and was still working there in June, based on payroll records. They also had an unusual piece of physical evidence that did tie Apodaca to the scene. Apodaca claimed he had been wearing a distinctive watch his aunt had given him, with a moving moon and sun on it on the day of the murder. He said he had taken it off while waiting for Althea to walk past him because he had assumed there would be struggle when he attacked her. Such a watch had been found in a nearby storm drain near a trail of blood. Following their own investigation and the discovery of the information supporting Apodaca's confession, authorities charged him with Althea's murder. Apodaca has also confessed to other murders and rapes, but authorities have so far not released details on those crimes or any investigations that may be underway in them. Althea's parents have not spoken publicly since Apodaca was charged with their daughter's murder. According to Chief Medina, his meeting with them was emotional and bittersweet, but the news did seem to give them some sense of closure. Chief Medina is now focused on preparing the case against Apodaca and securing his conviction, the final step in getting justice for Althea. In 1985, 28-year-old Denise Stafford was living in Sarasota, Florida with her husband Frank. Frank worked as a bartender at an establishment called the Playground Lounge, and the couple had a 1-year-old daughter. It was Frank who discovered his wife's body in their home in the 300 block of Tarpon Avenue just after 3 a.m. on October 13th when he returned home from work. The couple's daughter was found in her crib in another room, thankfully unharmed. Denise's time of death was estimated to be between 11 p.m. on October 12th and 3:10 a.m. on October 13th when her body was found. There were no signs of forced entry into the home. According to police, there was evidence that Denise had been attacked while she was standing up. However, Denise's body had been found on her bed. She was lying on her back with her head at the foot of the bed, leading police to believe that her killer had placed her on the bed after she was killed. Hundreds of pages of information were compiled in Denise's case file, but despite the best efforts of police, the case went cold. In November of 2020, Sarasota police made a new appeal to the public for information and announced that they hoped that new advancements in DNA technology could help in their investigation. The decades that had passed since Denise's murder did not diminish her family's desire for justice to be done in her case. According to Sarasota Police Department civilian investigator Jeff Birdwell, when Frank Stafford was asked what should happen to the person responsible for his wife's murder, his immediate response was, "We still have the death penalty, don't we?" It would be the department's efforts to re-examine evidence in the case for DNA that would ultimately lead to them identifying the person they believe committed the murder. When the clothes Denise was found wearing were re-examined, DNA was found on areas on the bottom portion of her pants, near the back of her ankles and behind her knees. Police believe the DNA was transferred there when her killer picked up Denise's body to place it on her bed. Further testing showed that the DNA belonged to Joseph Magaletti Jr. 64-year-old Magaletti had died while serving life in prison in 2015. He had been convicted of the 1995 murder of Kathleen Leonard, one of his former neighbors. She had been strangled, and her killer had emptied out her purse and apparently taken the cash from it. Magaletti was not charged with the murder until 1999 when he was tied to the crime through mitochondrial DNA found in a hair discovered when authorities examined the bindings and ligature used on Kathleen. He was also later tied to the scene through fingerprints, when his fingerprints were found to be a match to prints found on the inside of Kathleen Leonard's apartment door, just below its knob. Magaletti is also considered a suspect in the 1987 abduction and murder of 19-year-old Elizabeth Zia. At the time, he worked delivering water to the video store where Elizabeth was employed. Magaletti worked as a bouncer at the Playground Lounge. This meant he knew Frank Stafford's work schedule and therefore when Denise would be home alone with her daughter. He had also previously visited the Staffords at their home. Since she knew him, Denise may have willingly let him inside the house, explaining the lack of forced entry into the home. The detectives initially assigned to the case in 1985 had come across Magaletti as a person of interest, but they did not have enough evidence at the time to conclusively tie him to Denise's murder. In terms of motive, police believe Magaletti's drug habit may have played a role in the murder. He was known to steal items to resell and commit robberies in order to get cash to use to purchase cocaine. He may have believed that there was something value in this Stafford home he could steal in order to sell for drug money. While Magaletti cannot be tried for Denise's murder or serve time for it, his identification and the fact that he is no longer alive is a comfort for Denise's mother, Dora Nipper. He's not going to harm anyone else. That has been my cry from the beginning. I didn't want to see any other mother go through what our family has, she said following the announcement of the victims, and serve as a warning to perpetrators of cold cases. Victims and serve as a warning to perpetrators of cool cases. It's important for every suspect out there who hasn't been arrested to understand you haven't gotten away with it. Sarasota Police Department civilian investigator Jeff Birdwell, the lead detective on Denise's case, said after Magaletti's identification, "We're still coming. You still need to look over your shoulder. With some effort on our part and with technology, your day is coming." Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. At approximately 3 a.m. on March 17, 1983, a Montgomery County Sheriff's Office deputy, was on patrol in the 4000 block of Interstate 45 near League Line Road in Conroe, Texas, when he came across a roadside fire. When he got out of his vehicle to investigate, he found that the fire was in fact the burning body of a nude woman. A cap from an oil accelerant used to set her body on fire. A souvenir pen from a 76 truck stop was found not far away. Subsequent examination of her body would show that the woman had been raped, beaten, and strangled before her body was set on fire. None of these clues or this information helped authorities find the woman's identity, however. Before they found her name, authorities thought they found her killer when Henry Lee Lucas claimed responsibility for her death. Lucas' notoriously Dallas Times Herald article would later refer to Lucas' uncorroborated, frequently debunked, and ultimately recanted confessions as the largest hoax in law enforcement annals. Hundreds of cases were closed based on his confessions, even in cases where evidence showed that Lucas was across the country from where the crime was committed at the time it occurred. Based solely on his confession, in 1986, Lucas was convicted of killing the initially unidentified woman found in Conroe, Texas. That same year, the FBI was finally able to identify the woman as Laura Marie Purchase based on her fingerprints. The last known sighting of Laura occurred in Houston, Texas on March 5, 1983, 12 days before her body was found. At the time she went missing, Laura was believed to have been living with a man named Howard or Howie who played in a local band called Malibu. They may have been living in a motel on the North Freeway. Howard or Howie never reported Laura missing, and police were never able to find him to interview him. Semen had been found on Laura's body, and in 2007, the Cold Case Squad at the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office submitted it for DNA testing. In 2008, the results of that testing showed that the DNA found on Laura's body did not belong to Henry Lee Lucas, nor did it belong to his frequent criminal cohort, Otis Toole. Laura's case is one of more than 20 in which DNA has excluded Lucas from a murder which he previously claimed to have committed. The contributor of the DNA would not be identified until 2021. In November of 2019, the DNA from Laura's body was submitted for genealogical testing, and an initial report was issued the following April. Further 38 years to the day after Laura's body was found, Montgomery County investigators arrived at the Kansas City, Kansas home of that suspect to collect a DNA sample directly from him. On April 30th, test results confirmed that his DNA was a match to that found on Laura Purchase's body. A warrant was then issued for his arrest. On May 11th, 2021, 75-year-old Thomas Elvin Darnell was arrested at his home in Kansas City. He was subsequently extradited to Montgomery County on May 20th and charged with capital murder. Darnell never stood trial for Laura's murder, however, as he died in the Montgomery County Jail on July 26, 2021. A preliminary investigation determined that Darnell apparently died of natural causes related to his medical history, although his exact cause of death is still pending based on the results of his autopsy. According to a press release from the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office, Darnell suffered from numerous medical conditions and had been in declining health. He had been under hospice care at the time of his death. Donna Sue Black Hyatt was born on August 28, 1948, in Carlsbad, Eddy County, New Mexico, to Roger and Sybil Black. She had a vibrant spirit that made a significant impact on those around her. As she matured, her personality continued to shine even brighter. Donna attended New Mexico State University in Carlsbad. With strong faith guiding her, she became an active member of the First Baptist Church, drawing comfort and strength from its community. She was also involved with the Christians Women's Club, where she formed lasting connections and brought joy to everyone she met. She became a devoted mother to two beautiful girls, Michelle Perry and Angela Hulsey. She was beautiful inside and out, loved by her family and cherished by the community. Her story of love and faith sadly ended in brutality when her life was abruptly taken away, leaving her family scared. On the fateful night of July 8, 1987, one of Donna's daughters came home late. As the moon cast its pale glow on Elm Street and the clock inched closer to 11:40 p.m., the girl went around the house looking for Donna. To her shock, she found her mother lying lifeless in a large pool of blood. Donna Sue Hyatt had been assaulted and killed in her own home. She was 38 years old. The daughter made a frantic call to the police that same night, and with it, the wheels of the investigation began to turn. The police searched the crime scene for any clues that could unveil the murderer, but whoever killed Donna was no amateur and had carefully covered all tracks. The detectives could only find traces of DNA that they hoped would lead to a potential suspect. With no breakthroughs at the crime scene, investigators attempted to retrace Donna's last moments, looking for any shred of information. Witnesses came forward saying they had seen Donna leaving a nearby store with a tall Caucasian man around 9:15 p.m., the same night she died. Questions gripped the detectives. Was he a predator lurking in the shadows, biding his time until the opportune moment presented itself? Or did Donna's path intersect with another individual that night? A chance encounter that took a fateful turn. The haunting hours between 9:15 p.m. and 11:40 p.m. held the key to unraveling Donna's fate. However, there were too many possibilities and not enough leads. There was no way of knowing if she had invited the killer inside, if the killer had followed her home and forcibly entered, or if the killer simply had a key. These theories meant everyone was a suspect in the eyes of justice. The autopsy report revealed that Donna had been stabbed using a sharp blade of some kind. The experts analyzed the DNA, found at the crime scene, and discovered that it did not belong to Donna or any frequent visitors of the house. The DNA of this unidentified person gave some initial hope to figuring out the killer's identity. But unfortunately, the police database showed no matches for their profile. Days turned into weeks, weeks into years, but no tips came in, and the investigative wheels slowly ground to a halt. The man who was seen with Donna that night became an enigmatic figure, a phantom whose identity remained elusive. Each lead was pursued, yet like whispers carried away by the wind, the trail grew cold, fading into the shadows of time. Decades passed, but the memory of that fateful night lingered in the collective consciousness of the Carlsbad Police Department. 36 years later, in 2023, Detective Joey Landgraf and Detective Tim Neese were ready to breathe life back into a long-forgotten case. They began reviewing the cold homicide case to find the elusive killer. Aware of the recent advancements in forensic technology, the detectives took help from genetic genealogy. In the realm of genetic genealogy, DNA, the building blocks of life, are the threads that connect past and present and can unearth criminals by exploring their familial ties. Crime scene evidence from Donna's home on Elm Street, carefully collected and preserved for over 3 decades, found its way into the hands of a meticulous scientist at Botham, a private genetic genealogy company based in Texas. They used forensic-grade genome sequencing, or FGGS, to build a digital DNA profile of the suspect. Otham's team meticulously scoured online genealogy databases to find a match for the profile. Finally, in the labyrinth of ancestral records and hidden bloodlines, a name rose to the surface: Michael Ruff Wigley. Michael Ruff Wigley, from the city of Vegas, Texas, was born on March 6, 1959. At the tender age of 19, he was stationed at or hood as a soldier. But behind the facade of military discipline lurked a hidden malevolence that would shatter many lives. One of his early victims was Sandra Bellman, an innocent 18-year-old newlywed brimming with the dreams of new life. But her journey through blissful matrimony was brutally cut short on July 18, 1980. Found near Copares Cove, Texas, her lifeless body bore the scars of violence. It was revealed that she was beaten to death. Wigley was immediately arrested after the incident, and his indictment took place on October 1, 1980, where he was charged with the murder of Sandra. But the horrors did not end there, as there was an even darker revelation: a charge of assault against a Keelan woman committed on June 30, 1980, just 18 days prior to Sandra's murder. Soon enough, Whitley found himself confined within the cold embrace of the Corio County Jail. Bonds totaling $50,000, he was eventually released from prison and lived the life of a free man. But fate had other plans for him. On October 11, 1989, Wigley was driving along the northbound lane of US Route 60 in his 1978 Ford Mustang. Wigley's mind may have wandered, for he did not slow or stop at the railway intersection despite the warning wails of an oncoming Santa Fe railway train. The fatal collision that followed was so powerful that the train carried the remnants of Wigley's Mustang for 0.6 of a mile. Michael Ruff was 30 years old when he lost his life. He was buried in Milano Cemetery in Amarillo, Texas. Upon compiling new DNA information in relation to the existing case evidence, Detective Landgraf and Detective Neese identified Wigley as the prime suspect through a series of interviews with family members. They were able to prove Wigley had been present in Carlsbad, New Mexico around the time Donna was murdered. Even though he had already died and would not get the punishment he deserved, the investigators were keen to prove his guilt without a doubt and close the cold case. Finally, they obtained a warrant to exhume Wigley's body in Amarillo, Texas. Working with tandem with law enforcement officials in Amarillo, Wigley's once-forgotten grave was unearthed and the remains were quickly sent to Othram for analysis. The stage was set, the pieces were in motion, and the dance with destiny had begun. With the use of kinship testing, the experts at Othram tested Wigley's DNA against the profile created using crime scene evidence. The city of Carlsbad lent its unwavering support in the form of financial assistance. The results were generated on April 11, 2023. Unsurprisingly, his DNA held the undeniable markers that led him to the crime scene and proved his guilt. It was a perfect match. Michael Ruff Wigley, though deceased, was accused of claiming Donna Sue Hyatt's life in 1987. Detective Joey Landgraf and Tim Nice of the Carlsbad Police Department emerged as the unsung heroes who had tirelessly pieced together the fragments of a decades-old puzzle. Their unwavering commitment and foresight proved instrumental in finally bringing closure to a haunting chapter in the city's history. Carlsbad Mayor Dale Janway expressed heartfelt appreciation for the officers and detectives from 1987 who valiantly responded to the haunting scene that fateful night. Their role in preserving the crime scene's integrity and diligently collecting crucial evidence was the pivotal factor that allowed the case to finally be solved 36 years later. It is our sincere hope that the recent efforts and the efforts of those involved in 1987 can bring some small form of peace and closure to the family of Donna Sue Hyatt and the community of Carlsbad, Janaway said. What do you think led to this horrific murder? Do you think it was a planned murder or a crime committed at whim? Let us know your thoughts in the comment section below. Maureen Brubaker was born on July 4, 1954, and her patriotic birthday led many to believe she would be a firecracker, a prediction that proved accurate. Her mother, Mary, and later described her as the wild child of the family. As the eldest of 7 children, Maureen was a devoted and affectionate sister to her 4 brothers and 2 sisters. One of her youngest sister Lisa's earliest memories, who is 13 years younger than Maureen, is of sitting on Maureen's lap in a car while Maureen's husband drove them one night. Maureen was teaching Lisa to sing the Christmas carol Silver Bells as they listened to it on the radio. Maureen would babysit her younger siblings for her parents, who knew that handling so many young children was a challenge, so they offered their younger children 10 cents each if they behaved for their sister while they were gone. Even if the younger children fought with each other or otherwise misbehaved, Maureen would always report to her parents that they had all behaved wonderfully for her when they returned home so that all of her siblings would receive their dime. As close as she was, did not always listen to her parents or do what they thought was best. When she was 16, Maureen asked her parents if she could marry her boyfriend, David Farley. They told her they did not like the idea of her getting married, but Maureen and David married anyway. Maureen's parents could have asked the court to annul the marriage, but Maureen threatened to leave home and never speak to them again if they did, so they did not pursue that option. Shortly after the marriage, Maureen's husband David was arrested. Police have not publicly disclosed what he was charged with, but the Brubakers believe he was arrested for burglary. David was sent to the Anamosa State Penitentiary outside of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, to serve his short sentence. Maureen moved to Cedar Rapids so she could visit her husband while he was incarcerated. Her younger siblings were upset by the move as Cedar Rapids was on the opposite side of the state as their home in Sioux City. Maureen rented a room in Cedar Rapids and found a job nearby as a waitress at Wada's restaurant. She wrote letters and sent photos to her family regularly and called them when she had the money to. On September 17, 1971, Maureen borrowed some money to buy a pack of cigarettes. Her paycheck from the restaurant will be ready later that day, so she would quickly be able to pay back the money. However, She never came to the restaurant that night to collect the paycheck she so desperately needed as she was out of money. She likewise did not arrive at the restaurant for her shift on Monday 20th, which was unusual for the dependable employee. Her co-workers were worried about her, so they went to her rented room to see if she was there. She was not, so they reported Maureen missing to the police. Police in Cedar Rapids contacted their counterparts in Sioux City to have them check if Maureen had simply gone to visit her family. When the police arrived at the Brubaker family home, they asked if Maureen was there and informed the family she was missing when they learned she was not at the house. Maureen's father was unable to get off work, and her mother had to stay to care for her youngest children. But two of Maureen's siblings made the 4-hour drive to Cedar Rapids to help look for her. Maureen would not be found until a week after she was last seen alive. On September 24, 1971, two teenage boys were out hunting in a wooded area approximately 3 miles away from Maureen's rented room. In the bed of an abandoned truck in a wooded ravine near what was then a landfill and is now Tate Cummins Park, they saw a woman lying down with one leg propped up. She was wearing clothes but no shoes. The two boys assumed she was sleeping and continued on their way. When they passed by the area again, however, they noticed that the woman in the truck was in the exact same position she had been in when they saw her earlier. They decided to approach the truck to get a closer look. When they did, they saw that the woman's skin was discolored and realized she was dead. The woman in the truck was Maureen Brubaker Farley. She was just 17 years old at the time of her death. Maureen had been struck in the head, which had resulted in a severe skull fracture. Based on the level of decomposition, authorities believe Maureen had not died until several days after she sustained the injury. She would have been sexually assaulted. Police believe Maureen had been killed elsewhere and then later placed in the truck. When police began investigating the murder, they found no signs of struggle inside of Maureen's rented room, and her car was still parked outside. They conducted interviews but were never able to make an arrest. Maureen's killer would remain unidentified for decades until advances in science and technology provided new uses for evidence preserved in the case. In 2006, cold case investigators submitted a swab taken from Maureen's body to the lab to see if there was any unknown DNA present. A full DNA profile from an unknown male was developed from semen found on the swab, but there was no match to the profile incremental databases. The case was looked at once again in 2017, and investigators began collecting DNA samples from suspects who had been identified in the early days of the inn. Could not collect a DNA sample from one major suspect because he had died in 2013 at the age of 94. The man in question had worked at a liquor store near the restaurant where Maureen had worked and was a regular customer of hers there. He reportedly was friendly to her and offered to help her with her car. Maureen's mother, Mary Agnes, had written to police 6 months after her daughter's murder, telling them that she believed he was the person who had killed Maureen. Police were also suspicious of this man. He had been interviewed extensively but had refused to take a polygraph. He had continued to visit the police station in the months after Maureen's murder, asking about the investigation. Police found the suspicious but had no evidence to show he was responsible for Maureen's murder. That changed in the spring of 2021, when police were able to obtain a search warrant, allowing them to collect a DNA sample from the man's daughter for comparison to the male DNA found on Maureen's body. The sample was collected and sent to the lab. On September 24, 2021, 50 years to the day after Maureen's body was discovered, released the results of the analysis from the lab. Testing confirmed that the DNA found on Maureen's body had come from the father of the woman whose DNA had been submitted, the man the Brubaker family had long suspected, George M. Smith. Maureen's father passed away in 2002. Two of Maureen's brothers also passed away before learning who killed their sister. Maureen's mother and 4 surviving siblings are satisfied with the evidence and the formal closure of the case. While Smith may not have had to face justice in this life, Maureen's mother believes he will still face consequences and is relieved she and her family have some measure of closure. "We just figure he'll suffer in hell for it," Mary and Brubaker told the Sioux City Journal. "What's done is done, and at least we know it was him and we can quit wondering. We can let it go." On Thursday, June 9, 1977, 17-year-old Eric Goldstrand and 16-year-old Liana Edank spent the day fishing and swimming at the Broken Bowl picnic grounds near Fall Creek, Oregon. The high school sweethearts were on summer break from North Eugene High School in Eugene, Oregon, where they each had a close circle of friends. The couple drove east on Highway 58 in Eric's truck, carrying the picnic lunch his mother had prepared for them. They were expected to return home by 10 o'clock that night, but they did not arrive as planned. Earlier in the evening, Eric had called home to inform his father that he was experiencing problems with the truck. He asked him to come looking for him if he and Liana did not arrive home one time. Eric's parents, Ted and Donna, therefore then drove out to the picnic area. There, they located the truck, but not Eric and Liana. Their clothes were inside of the truck, so Ted and Donna knew that wherever their son and his girlfriend were, they were only dressed in their swimsuits. Eric's parents then notified law enforcement, and a Lane County Sheriff's deputy arrived on the scene to help search for the two missing teenagers. The deputy and Ted went out to search while Donna stayed behind with the truck. They located Liana's body in a secluded area within the picnic grounds. She had been raped and then shot. Ted took Donna home for the evening, telling her the search would resume in the morning. He did not tell her that Liana had been found dead and that the picnic area was now a crime scene. The next morning, Eric's parents were notified that Eric's body had also been found several hours after Liana was located. His body was found in a group of bushes and he had also been shot. An extensive investigation was launched to find Liana and Eric's killer. A massive search was held, and roadblocks went up throughout the area in the immediate aftermath of the murders. Numerous interviews were performed and polygraph examinations were administered. Several bullets and suspect firearms were examined. Fingerprints were found at the scene, but at the time, no match could be found to them. Despite ongoing efforts, no arrests were made in the case. Detective Ken West was first assigned to work Liana and Eric's case in 1983. He later retired and began volunteering one day a week with the Lane County Sheriff's Office cold case team, working alongside Chuck Tilley, who had retired after 3 decades with the Eugene Police Department, and Kirk Engdahl, a retired state and federal prosecutor. DNA evidence had been found and preserved at the crime scene, but there was little investigators could do with it in 1977. Decades later, however, this would be the evidence that finally identified the young couple's killer. In July of 2020, the DNA from the scene was run again and Parabon Nanolabs was brought in to analyze the profile. They were able to generate an image of what the killer may have looked like based on his DNA. They also used genetic genealogy to try to identify him based on his relatives. They ultimately determined that the killer was most likely one of 3 members of a family from Oak Ridge, Oregon. Only one of these family members was still local. Investigators were able to surreptitiously collect the butt of a cigarette he had smoked, and the DNA found on it eliminated him as a suspect. This left 2 brothers, who were then living in Mesa, Arizona, as potential suspects. Authorities in Oregon began arranging to collect their DNA and bring the case to a grand jury once they conclusively determined which brother was their suspect. However, on February 24, 2021, the 2 brothers got into an altercation. The younger of the brothers was injured during the fight, and the police were called. Before they arrived on the scene, the older brother took his own life. While he will never know for sure, Kurt West suspects that the older brother may have ended his life rather than come in contact with the police, in part because his involvement in Liana and Eric's murders and the DNA he had left at the scene may have still been at the back of his mind. The surviving brother cooperated with police, answering questions about his older brother. Delays in the final DNA testing went on for months, but on September 23, 2021, more than 44 years after Liana and Eric were killed, the Lane County Sheriff's Office announced that the DNA found at the crime scene belonged to Ronald Albert Troy. Troy had been 23 years old at the time of the murders and had recently been discharged from the military. He was a Lane County resident in 1977 but left Oregon in the early 1980s, eventually moving to Mesa in 2008. It's a relief he's not going to be able to hurt anyone again. But there's a part of us who wanted to see him and know why. And all these things we're never going to know, Liana's cousin, Kathy Kloster, said after Troy's identification. Eric's mother, Donna, does see a silver lining in Troy's suicide as she was terrified of having to go through a trial and what could happen if Troy somehow managed to get acquitted. The DNA testing performed in the case by the Cold Case Unit was funded with donations made to the unit by the public. Liana and Eric's families are grateful to the investigators who never gave up on the case. They hope the resolution of the case will give hope to other families still waiting for answers in cold cases and serve as a reminder to criminals that while they may not have been caught yet, they may still one day have police come knocking on their door. In July of 1991, 17-year-old Patricia Moreno, known to her loved ones as Tricia, was in the care of the Department of Social Services. She had been living in one of their foster homes on Henry Street in Malden, Massachusetts for the past 2 months. Tricia's foster mother did not allow smoking inside the home, so Tricia would often go out onto the third-floor apartment's fire escape to smoke cigarettes. The fire escape is where Tricia would be found at approximately 3 a.m. on July 20th, having been shot in the head. Tricia was rushed to Massachusetts General Hospital, where she died as a result of her injuries 30 years. On September 29, 2021, Middlesex County District Attorney Marion Ryan announced that a grand jury had returned an indictment for first-degree murder and that 48-year-old Rodney Daniels of South Fulton, Georgia, had been charged in connection with Tricia's murder. He had been arrested without incident at his home in Georgia on September 27th and would be extradited back to Massachusetts. Daniels had been dating one of the 2 teenage daughters of Tricia's foster mother and sometimes stayed at their apartment. In 1991, he told police he had been asleep on an armchair in the apartment's living room when he was awoken by 2 gunshots. He went out onto the fire escape where he found Tricia, critically injured. Tricia's foster mother then called 911. Police learned that Daniels had been aggressive and threatening towards shortly before her death to Daniels standing in her bedroom. He had a gun in his hand, which he then pointed at Tricia's head. Tricia's foster mother never reported this to the police or to the Department of Social Services. These same documents detail accounts of Daniels bragging about the police failing to find gunpowder residue on him and telling Tricia's foster mother, "Yes, you can," after she said that a person could not get away with murder. Police were able to confirm that Daniels had been in possession of multiple handguns prior to Tricia's murder. In 2020, Tricia's case was re-examined by the Middlesex District Attorney's Office Cold Case Unit, which had been formed the year before. They returned to the apartment where Tricia had been killed and meticulously recreated the crime scene. They determined, based on the angle of the bullet that killed Tricia, that her killer had fired shot near the door back into the apartment she had been living in. In addition, investigators were able to locate a witness who had just returned to the United States after an extended period of time outside of the country. He had lived in a second-floor apartment in 1991 and had been awoken by the gunshots when Tricia was killed. Because of the location of his bed in his bedroom and the location of his window, when he woke up, he was looking directly out at the crime scene. He was able to provide police with a description of the man out on the fire escape with Tricia, and, more importantly, he reported that he had seen the man go inside of Tricia's apartment after the shooting. There had been no signs of forced entry into the apartment, and no one who had been known to be inside of the apartment had reported seeing anyone else there. Tricia's foster sister, Chantel, who had been dating Daniels at the time of the murder, testified on his behalf at a 1991 grand jury hearing. However, in private, she told her younger sister, Rochelle, that on the night of the murder, Daniels had confessed to her that he had killed Tricia and then hid the gun in a hole in the chair where he slept in the living room. He told her later he had gotten rid of the weapon. Rochelle had begged Chantel to go to the police with his information throughout the years that followed, but Chantel never would. She feared getting into legal trouble for lying to the grand jury to protect Daniels originally. Chantel died of COVID-19 in 2020, and Rochelle told police about what Chantal had told her about the murder and her dishonesty during a 2021 interview with them, since Chantal could no longer face any legal consequences. Daniels was arraigned in Middlesex Superior Court on September 30th. He is being held without bail and is due back in court on October 21st. Kristen Hatfield was born in Oklahoma County to her mother, Shannon Hatfield. Details about her father are scarce. Shannon became a single mother and lived with Kristen's uncles while raising her daughters, Kristen and Faith. In 1997, Kristen was a second grader at Traub Elementary School in Midwest City, Oklahoma. On May 13, 1997, Shannon followed their regular bedtime routine, tucking Kristen and Faith into bed around 11:30 p.m. Little did Shannon know this would be the final moment she would see one of her daughters. She left the bedroom door slightly open and went to bed. Around 3 a.m. in the morning, she heard strange noises coming from the girl's bedroom. Though the thought of Faith talking in her sleep came to Shannon's mind, she still went to investigate. But by the time she reached the room, the noise had stopped. Oddly, she noticed that the door, which she had left slightly ajar, was now closed. Reluctant to disturb her daughters during the night, Shannon went back to sleep, a decision she would forever regret. The next morning on May 14, 1997, around 6 to 6:30 a.m., Shannon went to wake up her girls. Kristen's sister, Faith, was asleep nearby, but Kristen was not in her bed. She was missing. Shannon searched around the house. She asked Faith where Kristen was, but she knew nothing. Kristen's mother immediately called the police to report her disappearance. Except for the faint whining Shannon heard earlier, no one else in the house heard anything suspicious like a scream or signs of a struggle. It's believed that Kristen had already disappeared from her room at that time. Shannon heard the noise. If her mother had looked inside the bedroom when she heard the sounds of Faith whining, she would have seen that Kristen was gone. They could have started searching earlier and perhaps discovered something sooner. But this was not realized until the next day when Kristen's mother noticed something unusual. The bedroom door was closed, which was not normal. The police initially considered the possibility that Kristen had left the house on her own during the night. They speculated that she might have gone to a friend's house, taken a walk around the neighborhood, or visited a nearby park. Although it may have seemed unusual, there were cases where children had left their homes at night and wandered around only to be found later. However, in Kristen's case, the police's assumption turned out to be incorrect and their initial theory was proven wrong. Upon examining Kristen's room, the police noticed that her window was slightly open and found a small blood stain on the windowsill. They searched the house and the yard for clues. Outside, they discovered Kristen's bunched-up underwear against the fence, also stained with blood. It was evident that Kristen hadn't simply wandered off on her own. She had been abducted, putting her in immediate danger. The police understood the urgency of the situation and knew that time was critical. Kristen was last seen at 11:30 p.m. the previous night, and her disappearance was discovered at 6:30 a.m. the next morning, a span of 7 hours where anything could have occurred. The police quickly began searching the neighborhood, questioning neighbors about any sightings of Kristen or any unusual activity during the night. One resident reported hearing dogs barking around 2 to 3 a.m., but didn't find anything suspicious when he investigated. Blood samples from the underwear and windowsill were sent to the lab for analysis. Surprisingly, the results indicated that the blood did not belong to Kristen. It was from an unidentified male. Now Kristen's mother was a single mom. Kristen and Faith lived in their uncle's house with her. Shannon also had a history of drug abuse. Kristen's uncles and their families were not very fond of Shannon. Considering Kristen's family issues, the police didn't exclude any family members as potential suspects or individuals who might have knowledge about her disappearance. They thoroughly investigated everyone and followed up on every lead and tip they received. However, none of these avenues yielded any significant information, leading to a quick stagnation in the case. Over the years, Kristen's name faded from the public conversation, and she became known as the girl occasionally featured on missing person flyers around town. Nonetheless, her family remained determined to find answers, and the police were equally committed to not giving up on the case. 18 years after Kristen's disappearance, in June 2015, a new team joined the investigation into Kristen's disappearance. Taking a fresh approach, they decided to resubmit the DNA samples found on the window and the victim's underwear to the database. With advancements in technology as time passed, they hoped to find a match. DNA analysis was still developing in the late 90s, so someone who wasn't in the system then might be now. Chief Brandon Claves of the Midwest City Police Department had an unwavering determination to solve the case. Detective Miller also felt a strong connection to it. Miller and Brandon agreed to work on the case together. They possessed a complete male DNA profile from the crime scene, matching the bloodstains on the window and the underwear. Their first step was running the DNA samples through Otis, the combined DNA index system. Unfortunately, they did not find a match, but they remained hopeful. They had a list of approximately 100 men to consider since the DNA belonged to a male. They eliminated individuals who were clearly not involved and focused on those who seemed suspicious. They planned to visit them and collect DNA samples for comparison to the DNA found in 1997. One person of interest was a 55-year-old Anthony Palma, the neighbor who recalled hearing dogs barking around 2 to 3 a.m. on the night of the disappearance. Initially, he wasn't deemed suspicious during the questioning in 1997 when he was 38 years old. Palma claimed he was at home when Kristen went missing, going to bed around 2 to 3 a.m. after hearing the dogs barking. In 1997, he was questioned due to his proximity to the Hatfield and his alleged yard work for them, which he oddly denied. He also denied knowing Kristen's mother. In June 2015, investigators decided to revisit Palma. His wife mentioned his emotional reaction to Kristen's disappearance and his familiarity with the family. Palmer recalled seeing a white Chevy truck at the Hatfield home the day Kristen vanished. He agreed to provide a DNA sample via a mouth swab. On July 22, 2015, the Oregon State Bureau of Investigation confirmed that Palma's DNA matched the DNA found at the crime scene. As investigators reviewed the old case file, they discovered discrepancies between the information provided by Palma and the contents of the file. They couldn't find any documentation that his house had been searched in 1997. Detective Miller received the results and he exclaimed, "Anthony Palma was the killer." The DNA from the windowsill and underwear matched Palma's despite his claims of being deeply affected by the case. He had lied to the police. They never searched his home in 1997, raising suspicions about what might have been found then. Initially, Palma denied knowing the family, but Kristen's mother remembered a conversation with him that left her uneasy. However, in her heightened state after her daughter's disappearance, she hadn't considered him a likely suspect and viewed everyone as strange and suspicious. But the friendly neighbor, Palma, already had secrets hidden in his life's history. Anthony Palma was born in 1959. The police found out that Palma had already served a year and a half of a 5-year sentence long before he even lived beside the Hatfields. During his trial, another woman testified that Palma had drugged and assaulted her when she was 17. This revealed a pattern of troubling behavior. Authorities then delved into Palma's past and found disturbing incidents. In 1980, he was suspected of breaking into his girlfriend's sister's bedroom, assaulting her, and escaping before getting caught. The police saw his truck parked nearby but lacked evidence for an arrest. He assaulted and attacked his landlord, leading to a conviction for assault and battery. Shockingly, Palma had been living near the Hatfields' home for 7 years. Christian was just 1 year old at the time he had moved there. Authorities were both thrilled to connect him to the case and stunned that he had been right under their noses all along. The impact on the family could only be imagined. Returning to the case by October 12, 2015, the investigators had gathered enough evidence to interview Palma. They asked him if he remembered anything unusual about the day or even before Kristen's disappearance. Palma responded by denying any involvement with Kristen or her family except for seeing a white truck in front of their yard. He claimed that he typically spent his time working on his yard and fixing neighbors' bikes, but denied calling the kids over to his house. He mentioned having a daughter named Christy who often played with the neighborhood kids. When asked if he had seen Kristen and her mother Shannon around the neighborhood, Palma claimed to have seen Kristen playing with another girl named Crystal, but he couldn't recall the specific time frame. He stated that he was generally cautious around people and didn't pay much attention to who was there. Palma denied having any interactions with Kristen, never recalling helping her with her bike or talking to her. He asserted that he didn't know Kristen or her family and wasn't aware of how long they had lived there. On the night of May 13, 1997, Palma said he didn't leave his house. He mentioned that his dog barked at the back fence, assuming it was due to the presence of other animals or dogs in the area. Palma didn't investigate further and simply called the dog inside before going back to bed. Palma expressed suspicion towards Shannon for leaving the house, believing that she should have stayed in case Kristen returned or received a call. Palma brought up Shannon's drug use and mentioned allowing her brother, who was helping search for Kristen, to stay at his place temporarily. When asked if Shannon's brother confided in him or provided any useful information, Palma denied it. During the interview, the investigators confronted Palma with the DNA evidence. His DNA was found on the windowsill of Kristen's room and on the underwear discovered in the backyard. Despite his earlier claims of never being in the backyard or having any contact with Kristen, Palma's repeated denial and lack of explanation for his DNA being present raised suspicions. Although there could be legitimate reasons for his DNA to be found in someone else's backyard, Palma's previous statements contradict the evidence, leaving him with no credible explanation. After 18 years, on October 12, 2015, the same day after his interrogation, Anthony Palma was arrested and charged with the kidnapping and presumed first-degree murder of 8-year-old Kristen Hatfield. During the trials in 2017, he pleaded not guilty, but on October 13, 2017, he was found guilty. On November 27, 2017, the jury convicted him, and he received a life sentence without parole. Surprisingly, he chose not to appeal his conviction, which is unusual for someone claiming innocence. Despite multiple opportunities, Palma refused to disclose the location of Kristen's remains. Shannon, Kristen's mother, wrote to him in prison 3 times, but he asked her to stop. On January 11, 2019, Palma was strangled to death by a cellmate who was serving a life sentence for a first-degree murder. He was 59 years old. Although Palma likely knew where Kristen's remains were, the family still hoped that someone else might have received that information and will come forward. Shannon displayed compassion by expressing forgiveness and not wanting Palma's life to end in such a manner. The case was considered solved, although the location of Kristen's body remained unknown. Teeth was found. Inside the house, they did find children's teeth, but they belonged to Palma's own daughter as he had kept them after playing the Tooth Fairy. Kristen's family chose to forgive Palma for what he had done, hoping that their forgiveness would lead him to reveal the location of Kristen's body. Unfortunately, he never did. She had already expressed her forgiveness in a letter to Palma, wishing he would find it in his heart to provide the information they sought. The abduction of Kristen Hatfield was a case that made the alliance of forensic science with criminology more substantial. But Kristen's body is still not found. On November 20, 2006, around 3 p.m., 2 women were walking along a path through the marshy area behind the Golden Key Hotel, one of several rundown motels on Black Horse Pike in West Atlantic City, Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey. They noticed a woman's body partially submerged in a drainage ditch behind the motel and promptly called the police. When the authorities arrived, they found the body the women had reported. As they continued searching the area, they also discovered the bodies of 3 additional women in the same drainage ditch. The bodies were all found along the ditch, spaced out no more than 50 yards apart from one another. None of the bodies had purses, wallets, or identification with them. They were all fully clothed, except they were all missing their socks and shoes. They had all been found with their heads pointing east towards Atlantic City. Authorities would soon come to believe that all 4 women had been killed by the same perpetrator. The orientation of the bodies and their proximity to the eastbound lane of the Atlantic City Expressway would lead to their unknown killer being frequently referred to as the Eastbound Strangler, among other monikers. Based on the levels of decomposition present in the 4 bodies, police believed all 4 victims had been killed at different times. The first victim had been killed as early as 6 weeks prior to the discovery of her body. The second victim was killed approximately 2 weeks later. The third died approximately a week after the second victim, and the fourth was killed approximately a week after that, shortly before the bodies were found on November 20th. The body that had brought the police to the scene and the most recent to have been killed belonged to 35-year-old Kim Raffo. Kim had grown up in the Brooklyn neighborhood of Canarsie. Both her young parents had struggled with substance abuse, but despite the issues at home, Kim was a loving and happy child who was always smiling. As Kim entered adulthood, she seemed to be on the right path towards a more stable life. She married her husband, Hugh, in 1989, and the couple moved to Florida to be with Kim's sister and mother, who had divorced Kim's father in 1988. Hugh found a good job working in construction, and the couple purchased a 4-bedroom home in Pembroke Pines. Kim and Hugh welcomed a daughter in 1992 and a son in 1994. In addition to her own children, Kim also helped take care of her sister's 2 children. She was active volunteering with the PTA and Girl Scouts, and her next-door neighbor reported that Kim and her family were ideal neighbors. Kim's idyllic life eventually fell apart. For some reason, something abruptly changed in Kim in 2001, according to her loved ones. I don't know if she just tired of being the one everyone always relied on, her sister Marie said shortly after Kim's death. I don't know if she just got fed up with being supermom or the superwoman of the family. We don't know. I wish I could have had my final words with her. That year, Kim enrolled in a cooking class at the Sheridan Technical Center in Hollywood, Florida. Through the class, she met a habitual drug user named Kenny and began having an affair with him. When Kim's husband, Hugh, learned of the affair, he attacked Kenny with a baseball bat. Kim refused to end the affair with Kenny or give up the cocaine habit she was beginning to develop under his influence. Hugh therefore took the kids and left. He sold the family home and took the children to Ocean City, New Jersey. Kim moved to Atlantic City to be closer to her children, bringing Kenny with her. After Hugh and Kenny got into another altercation, Kim and Hugh's children were placed in foster care. When they first arrived in Atlantic City, Kim and Kenny both found steady employment at a restaurant inside the Taj Mahal casino. However, they quickly fell into the drug scene prevalent throughout Atlantic City. Kim's once social drug habit turned into a full-blown addiction to crack cocaine fueled by her guilt over no longer being with her children. Neither she nor Kenny could hold a job anymore as their drug habit escalated. Kenny began shoplifting, and Kim turned to sex work, selling herself on Pacific Avenue, known locally as the Track, 1 block inland from the boardwalk. On September 9, 2006, Kim's estranged husband, Hugh, arrived in Atlantic City. He had been working construction jobs up and down the East Coast. Kenny was in jail at the time on a shoplifting charge. Hugh told his estranged wife he was there to help her if she wanted to get her life back on track. When Hugh left Atlantic City, Kim went with him and stayed with him for several weeks at a motel in Jericho, New York on Long Island while Hugh was working in the area. The couple did not reconcile, but Hugh still viewed his estranged wife as a friend he wanted to help. After 5 weeks in New York, Kim told Hugh that she had unfinished business she needed to handle back in Atlantic City. She made plans to meet back up with Hugh after a week before leaving for New Jersey, but she never returned. This had not been the first time Hugh had tried to help Kim get her life back on track, but it, unfortunately, would be the last. The last confirmed sightings of Kim alive occurred in the early hours of November 19th, the day before her body was found. She came in to Papa Joe's, a diner on Pacific Avenue, shortly after it opened at 2:30 a.m. According to Joseph Bassino, the owner of the diner who also knew Kim, she ordered her usual breakfast of 2 fried eggs, American cheese and sausage on a Kaiser roll, and a Mountain Dew. After she ate, Kim went outside and got into a black Nissan Maxima. A source who had been a high-ranking member of law enforcement working on the case early on would later tell NJ Advanced Media, speaking under the condition of anonymity, that Kim had been with a client in a room at the Taj Mahal Hotel and Casino. She left the room to go buy drugs around 5 a.m., telling her client that she would come back to the room. She never did. He called her several times, but she never answered. The client, a doctor from North Jersey, was identified using Kim's cell phone records. He was cleared by police because surveillance footage supported his account and showed him at the hotel and in the casino. Post-mortem examination would determine that Kim had died as a result of strangulation with some sort of rope or cord. Because of decomposition, authorities were only able to state more broadly that the second-to-last woman killed had died of asphyxiation, with strangulation being a possibility. She was 23-year-old Tracy Ann Roberts from Bear, Delaware. Tracy had been an active and loving child whose favorite thing to do was spend time with her friends. Her life began to go off track when she was 14, and she began experimenting with drugs and alcohol. She dropped out of high school at 16 and found a job as a telemarketer for a mortgage broker. She began dating one of her coworkers and gave birth to their daughter when she was 18. The baby's father was awarded primary custody of her when she was 5 months old. Tracy began taking steps to improve her life, enrolling in a trade school and training to be a medical assistant. She found a job at a doctor's office, and the Delaware Housing Authority helped her purchase a townhome. Tracy's boyfriend brought their daughter to live with her there. According to Tracy's mother, this was the happiest time of Tracy's life. This happy period soon ended, however, when the doctor's office where Tracy worked moved after she had been there for almost a year, leaving her without a job or any way of making her mortgage payments. Her relationship with her daughter's father ended, and her home went into foreclosure. Tracy began using cocaine with increasing frequency. Tracy spent a few years moving between Delaware, Philadelphia, and South Jersey. She returned to Atlantic City for the last time in August of 2006, trying to escape an abusive relationship. She worked for a time as an exotic dancer until her drug use left her too thin and frail for club owners to want to employ her. She then turned to the streets and to sex work. The once social Tracy became isolated and quiet, according to other sex workers she met during this time. Shortly before her death, Tracy had almost left Atlantic City. On November 8th, a man who had wanted to be her pimp had punched Tracy so forcefully in the neck that she began coughing up blood and had to be taken to a hospital. While she was there, she called her mother, Joyce, to ask her to come pick her up and bring her back to Delaware. Joyce made the 90-minute drive but found when she reached the hospital that she had arrived 5 minutes too late. Tracy had just checked herself out and left with 2 unidentified men. "We are good people who had a daughter who had a disease," Joyce Roberts said during an interview prostitute in Atlantic City. This was somebody's daughter. The cause of death of the other 2 victims could not be determined because of the advanced level of decay in their bodies by the time they were discovered. 42-year-old Barbara Brader, believed to be the second woman and not far from where her body was ultimately found. She was charming and witty and considered to be the smartest of her siblings, who encouraged her to go on the game show Jeopardy because she was always able to quickly shout out the right answers when she watched it because she was knowledgeable about such a broad range of topics. Barbara's life changed dramatically when her father died suddenly. His loss tore her family apart and left Barbara in a deep depression. She studied at a community college before transferring to Penn State but left school after struggling to get through her first year there. She moved to the Jersey Shore for a fresh start and seemed to do well in her new life, holding down a series of steady waitressing jobs. When Barbara's mother opened up the Santa Fe Trading Company, a small chain of stores selling Native American art, jewelry, and clothing, Barbara went to work for her, first working at her shop on the Atlantic City boardwalk and eventually managing the business. However, when Barbara's mother decided to retire and sold the business, Barbara had to go back to waitressing. In 1997, Barbara achieved her lifelong goal of becoming a mother, giving birth to her daughter, Dominique. However, when Dominique was 4, Barbara sent Dominique to live with her sister Valerie in Florida. Dominique's father had Barbara had taken one of his pills to help with severe menstrual cramps. Barbara had taken one of his pills to help with severe menstrual cramps, a small decision which would ultimately have dire and major implications. As the years went on, her own dependency grew, and when the couple was cut off by doctors and could no longer get the prescription medication, they eventually turned to heroin. While it was her escalating drug use that had led to Barbara needing to send her daughter to her sister, her heartbreak at being away from Dominique only encouraged her growing problem. Eventually, Valerie severely limited contact between Dominique and Barbara so as not to upset Dominique, because Barbara would sob uncontrollably at the end of their phone calls and cling to her at the end of their visits. Barbara ultimately agreed to give up custody of her daughter completely because it was what was best for Dominique, and Valerie's adoption of Dominique was finalized within weeks of Barbara's death. Dominique remained in Florida with her aunt, uncle, and 2 cousins. She was put into therapy and became an excellent student with plans to go to college. Barbara's drug use was also a means of self-medicating as she dealt with alleged domestic violence at the hands of Dominique's father. The relationship ended when he was sent to prison on drug possession and burglary charges. Around this time, Barbara started smoking crack and supporting herself through sex work. Barbara was last seen leaving a house she was staying at with a friend in Bettner, New Jersey on October 17th. Her two sisters tried to file a missing persons report on her, but say police gave them the runaround after they discovered Barbara had a previous arrest for solicitation. "My sister didn't deserve to die the way she died, and then to be thrown like a piece of trash in a muddy ditch. I hope they get the SOB that did this," Barbara's sister Francine said after Barbara's body was found. The fourth body, believed to belong to the first woman killed, was so heavily decomposed that authorities had to rely on releasing descriptions of some of the tattoos still visible on it in order to identify the victim. She may have been killed as early as 6 weeks prior to the discovery of her body. Molly Dilts was just 20 years old at the time of her death. She was from the small mining town of Blacklick, Pennsylvania, where she grew up with not a lot of money, but a lot of love from her family. Molly had been a warm and caring child who struggled as she faced hardships as a young adult. She had trouble coping with the deaths of her mother and her brother when she was a teenager. In response to the losses, she developed a rebellious streak, which led to drinking, drug use, and a few minor run-ins with the law. She was enrolled in the special education program at Blairsville High School but frequently missed school and dropped out during her junior year. The courts sent her to rehab, but she did not remain sober after leaving. In June of 2005, Molly gave birth to her son, Jeremiah. She willingly signed over custody of him to her father. Molly spent the year following Jeremiah's birth, traveling between her hometown in western Pennsylvania and Philadelphia. She first arrived in Atlantic City in the summer of 2006. She came back to visit her family in Pennsylvania at the beginning of October and told them that things were starting to turn around. She still occasionally smoked marijuana but had stopped using any kind of harder drug. Her family last heard from her on October 7th when she called collect from a phone booth in Atlantic City. Problems plagued the investigation into the 4 murders from the very beginning. The water in the drainage ditch contaminated the bodies and washed away potential trace evidence. Police believed that the women had been killed elsewhere and their bodies had just been disposed of in the drainage ditch, leaving them without primary crime scenes to investigate. Furthermore, many of the similarities between the 4 victims had alternative explanations calling into question their significance. 3 out of the 4 victims had previous arrests for solicitation. Molly Dilts had no such arrests and her father was not convinced that she had ever turned to sex work, but other women working in the area reported that she had in the weeks before her death. While this may point to the killer being a client who found his victims by picking them up on the streets, the lives of the 4 women overlapped in other ways as well. They were all known to frequent several of the same motels, restaurants, and soup kitchens, providing a wide variety of overlapping locations in their lives where they also could have crossed paths with the person who killed them. Post-mortem examinations showed that the victims had various kinds of substances in their systems at the times of their deaths. Kim and Tracy had large amounts of cocaine, Molly had a large amount of alcohol, and Barbara had a potentially lethal amount of heroin. Each woman was known to abuse the substance found in her system, so it is unclear if they had acquired the drug on their own or if the killer had provided it to them in an effort to incapacitate them. Defensive wounds could not be found on any of the women's bodies. This is most significant in the case of Kim Raffo, whose body was found relatively quickly, so the lack of discernible defense wounds could not be attributed to advanced decomposition. The heads of all 4 victims were found pointed in the same direction, east. This led to speculation that the killer was making a statement about Atlantic City as it was in that direction. Because the woman had been found barefoot and facing the general direction of Mecca, rumors also circulated that a Muslim had been responsible for the murders, as Muslims say their daily prayers, barefoot and facing Mecca. A Muslim man who was a convicted drug dealer and a friend of Kim Raffo was brought in by police for questioning but could never be tied to the murders. In addition, the positions of the heads could also potentially be alternatively explained by the pull of the current in the water in the ditch as it flowed out to the bay rather than by a deliberate choice made by the killer. The circumstance that appears least likely to have an alternative explanation is the fact that all 4 women were found barefoot, which some investigators believe may indicate that the killer had some sort of foot fetish. Several other sex workers have reported having clients with such an interest around the time of the murders. One of them, a woman named Denise, has come forward reporting a particularly concerning incident. A client of hers had been obsessed with her shoes to the point where she had given him a pair of them to keep. He was talking about some crazy stuff, He was talking about really bizarre stuff, like he's killed some people. She later told 48 Hours, who brought in a sketch artist to develop a sketch with Denise's help. The client later sent Denise a Christmas card in which he referred to himself as the Riverman, feared to be a reference to the Green River Killer who murdered sex workers in Washington state. The man was eventually identified and found to be a drifter. No direct links between him and the murders has been discovered. The Atlantic City Prosecutor's Office, Major Crimes Unit, the Egg Harbor Township Police Department, the Atlantic City Police Department, the FBI, and the New Jersey State Police all worked on the investigation. They conducted interviews and questioned potential suspects, but have never identified a formal suspect in the case. A man who had been staying at the Golden Key Motel was reported to police by his ex-girlfriend after he evicted her from his house following an ongoing domestic dispute, and served time in prison after evidence of an unrelated crime was discovered during a search of his home. But the investigation has never led to any arrests for the murders. A potential major development in the case came 4 years after the 4 bodies were found in December of 2010. 4 bodies belonging to women who had been involved in sex work were discovered wrapped in burlap along a remote stretch of Ocean Parkway near Gilgo Beach on Long Island. The similarities between the New York murders and Atlantic City murders led to speculation that they may have been connected. Authorities in Suffolk County, New York were in contact with the investigators working on the 2006 murders in Atlantic City. Several other bodies of individuals believed to have been killed by the same individual who took the lives of the 4 victims found near Gilgo Beach were found in the following year. But no concrete link to the Atlantic City cases was ever identified. In November 2016, near the 10th anniversary of the discovery of the 4 bodies, acting Atlantic County Prosecutor Diane M. Ruberton declined to say if her office believed the Atlantic City cases were connected to those in Long Island. The week before, however, the Suffolk County Police Department stated that they believed the cases on Long Island and the cases in West Atlantic City were not related. The Golden Key Hotel remained a dangerous place rife with illegal activities in the years after the murders. Along with many of its neighboring flophouses, it was severely damaged during Hurricane Sandy in 2012. Egg Harbor Township purchased several of the damaged motels in November of 2013 and demolished them in 2015 with hopes of redeveloping the area. In a statement released in 2018, Atlanta County Prosecutor Damon G. Tyner refused to describe the still unsolved murders as a cold case because the case is being actively investigated by multiple agencies. In the same statement, Egg Harbor Township Police Chief Raymond Davis said, "As an original supervisory member of the investigative team assigned to this case, I can confirm that these victims are not forgotten. All member agencies involved in this investigation, local, county, state, and federal, remain diligent in our pursuit of the person or persons responsible. We urge anyone with information to contact law enforcement." 15 years after Kim Raffo, Molly Dilts, Barbara Brader, and Tracy Roberts were killed, their killer has still not been identified. Samantha Josephson grew up in Robbinsville, New Jersey. After graduating from high school in 2015, she enrolled at the University of South Carolina. Known for her friendliness, kindness, and love of fun, Samantha was well-liked by everyone she met. Her vibrant personality helped her balance her studies, where she excelled, and her part-time job at the Liberty Tap Room. She also made sure to nurture her relationships with friends and family, who were very important to her. By early 2019, 21-year-old Samantha was gearing up to graduate with a degree in political science. Samantha planned to return to the Northeast, closer to her family, after her graduation in May. She had been accepted to law school at both Rutgers in New Jersey and Drexel University in Philadelphia and planned to attend Drexel, where she had been offered a full scholarship. Her goal was to specialize in international law. Samantha spent the evening of March 28, 2019 out with her friends in Columbia's Five Points district. She became separated from her group of friends, who last saw her shortly after 1 a.m. on March 29th at a bar near the 700 block of Hardin Street. Samantha ordered an Uber to drive her home. She never arrived there. Samantha was scheduled to work later in the morning of 29th, and her boss was surprised when she did not arrive on time. He instead was met with a phone call from one of Samantha's friends who was asking if she had arrived at the restaurant. Samantha's friends and roommates spent the morning going to establishments near where she was last seen, showing her picture and asking to see surveillance footage. When they could not locate her despite hours of searching, they reported her missing to the police at approximately 1:30 in the afternoon. Around 3:30 p.m., just as the missing persons investigation was getting underway, turkey hunters in rural Clarendon County discovered a woman's body along a remote dirt road approximately 65 miles away from where Samantha had last been seen. They called the sheriff's department to report what they had found. Based on the description of the body and the clothes found with it, authorities believed it was Samantha Josephson, a suspicion which was later confirmed. The pathologist who examined Samantha's body would later testify that she had sustained approximately 120 stab wounds and that at some point, he had stopped counting them as there were so many wounds that the exact higher number would not add anything to the report. The injuries were throughout her head, arms, chest, leg, foot, and back. Several of the wounds that had penetrated her brain and neck would have been fatal on their own. Several of her injuries indicated that she had fought back against her killer. The pathologist also testified that it was difficult to obtain a blood sample from the body for routine testing as just over a tablespoon of blood was left in it. More than 500 people attended a vigil held in Samantha's memory on March 31st. More than a dozen people who were important to her, including her father and boyfriend, spoke at the vigil. Samantha's body was returned to her family in New Jersey, and her funeral, attended by nearly 1,000 mourners, was held at Congregation Bethlehem in Princeton Junction on April 3rd. Her body was later interred at Perrineville Jewish Cemetery. Samantha was posthumously awarded her degree in political science by the University of South Carolina in May. The investigation into Samantha's murder was greatly helped by digital records and surveillance footage. A check of Samantha's bank records showed that several unsuccessful attempts to use Samantha's debit card to make withdrawals were made at 2 ATMs in Columbia and Sumter, South Carolina, both along Sumter Highway in the hours after her murder. Surveillance videos showed someone making these attempts, which were unsuccessful because they did not have the correct PIN. However, this person covered their face, so it could not be seen in any of the footage. Surveillance footage from the area where Samantha was last seen was more helpful in developing a theory as to what had happened to her once she was separated from her friends and provided a major lead. The footage showed Samantha standing outside and ordering an Uber. Eventually, a black Chevrolet Impala pulled up in a parking spot next to her. Samantha got into the back seat of the Impala just after 2 a.m. Authorities believe Samantha thought the car was the Uber she had ordered to drive her home. It was not. Footage also showed the Impala circling the block where Samantha had been waiting on the curb, prior to it pulling up next to her. This means the driver may have seen her as she was waiting. Samantha had initially approached a different vehicle to see if it was her Uber while the Impala had been behind it. After seeing Samantha realize her mistake and go back onto the curb, the Impala's driver pulled into the parking spot next to her and Samantha got into the car. Police, therefore, began looking for the black Impala. Around 3 a.m. on March 30th, just 25 hours after Samantha was seen getting into the Impala, a Columbia police officer observed a vehicle consistent with the one Samantha had been seen getting into, driving just a few blocks away from the 5 Points district. He pulled the car over and the driver was initially cooperative. However, when the officer mentioned that his vehicle matched the description of a suspect vehicle, the driver fled on foot. After a short foot chase, the driver was apprehended. He was 24-year-old Nathaniel David Rowland. Inside Rowland's vehicle, police found a container of bleach, germicidal wipes, and window cleaner. They also found a large amount of blood in Samantha Josephson's cell phone. The child safety locks on the car were activated, meaning the back doors could only be opened from the outside. This led authorities to theorize that the child locks had been used to prevent Samantha from escaping the car when she realized she was not in her Uber. After the blood was found to belong to Samantha, Rowland was formally charged with her kidnapping and murder. Forensic evidence continued to mount against Rowland as the investigation progressed. Samantha's footprint was found on the rear passenger window of his vehicle. Samantha's DNA was found under Rowland's fingernails. Her DNA was also found in numerous locations throughout his Impala, on the heel of his sock and on a bandana confirmed to be his because his own DNA was also present on it. Samantha's blood was on cleaning supplies later found in Roland's girlfriend's home and on two sections, the serrated blade and the inner handle on a depot-bladed multi-tool found in the trash behind the home. One of Samantha's hairs was also found on the multi-tool. Investigators believed this multi-tool was the murder weapon because it would cause wounds consistent with the parallel wounds found on Samantha's body. Maria Howard, Roland's girlfriend at the time Samantha was killed and the resident of the home where much of the evidence against Roland was found, would later testify she had seen Roland cleaning that multi-tool later in the day of Samantha's murder. Also found in the trash, along with the multi-tool, were bed sheets, towels, cleaning wipes, toilet paper, a jacket, and a pair of pants, all with Samantha's blood on them. When Roland went to trial for Samantha's murder in July of 2021, his now ex-girlfriend, Maria, testified against him. During her extensive time on the stand, she provided important information about Roland's actions and locations both before and after the time Samantha had been killed. On March 28, 2019, the evening when Samantha had begun her time in the Five Points district with her friends, Roland had come over to Maria's home and was going to spend the night there. They went to bed, but Maria woke up in the middle of the night to find that Roland was gone. Roland enjoyed going out to the Five Points district and had previously gone out to do so after Maria had fallen asleep, so she was not necessarily alarmed to find that he was gone when she awoke. However, Maria was upset. He left that night because he was supposed to give her a ride to her job at McDonald's in the morning for her 7 a.m. shift, and she hated being late for work. Furthermore, she'd given Roland her shirt from her uniform to wash and dry, and she had left her hat from her uniform under the rear window of his car the day before, so she could not simply call someone else for a ride to get her to work if he did not return in time. Maria could not recall the exact time Roland returned to her home on the morning of March 29, 2019, only that it was after she was supposed to already be at work. Upset that he had made her late, she went out to talk to him and ask for her work shirt. He did not have it, so he left her home and returned with it 10 minutes later. When he gave her the shirt, it was wet, and when she looked for her hat in his car, it was gone. She asked Roland where it was, and he told her it was in the country. She was confused as to why it was out in the country, and when she asked him why it was there, he told her it was because it had blood on it. She asked him why it had blood on it, and he told her to mind her own business. Maria got into the car so Roland could drive her to work, but he had to stop for gas and to buy some items on the way. It was then that Maria noticed there was blood in the back seat. A sheet had been put down over it, but it had not been placed perfectly, so some of the blood was still visible. Maria asked Roland about the blood, and he again told her to mind her own business. Roland dropped Maria off at McDonald's at 7:45, 45 minutes after her shift was supposed to start. Roland was also supposed to come back to pick up Maria at the end of her shift, which she failed to do, so Maria found another ride home. When she arrived back at her house, she was angry, banging on the door, but Roland's reaction was just one of shock at seeing her. Maria went inside to take a shower, and when she was finished, she saw Roland outside cleaning his car. When she went outside, she could smell bleach. Roland obviously did not thoroughly clean the vehicle, as blood would still be visible inside of it. When he was apprehended by police, and texts sent between Maria and Roland that day show them discussing blood that had gotten on Maria's daughter's shoe after she rode in the vehicle later in the day. Maria and Roland drove to her mother's house that day, with Maria driving Roland's car. During the drive, Roland put on blue surgical gloves and began cleaning his multi-tool with wipes. That evening, 2 of Roland's friends came to Maria's home to meet up with him, and they left to go out to the Five Points district for the evening. Maria asked Roland what he was doing going out to such a popular area when he had blood in his car. He told her to mind her own business. After Roland left, Maria was watching the news when a segment about Samantha Josephson was aired, and the surveillance footage of her getting into a black Impala was shown. Maria recognized the car as Roland's, and the events of the day suddenly made sense to her. She did not immediately act on this realization, however. Maria testified that she did not call the police immediately after seeing the blood in Roland's car or seeing the news segment because she feared for her own life and that of her young daughter should she act out against Roland. He was taken into custody just a few hours after the news segment aired. Roland and Samantha's cell phones were also important pieces of evidence at his trial. GPS data shows Samantha and Roland's cell phones traveling in the same direction until Samantha's phone was turned off and Roland's phone continuing on to the area where Samantha's body was eventually found. Roland was familiar with this area as it was not far from a home owned by his family where he had recently resided. Samantha's cell phone was not turned on again until later in the morning on March 29th, when it was in downtown Columbia and then traveled to Monticello Road. Surveillance footage shows a man dressed in dark clothes coming into a cell phone store on that road. According to the store's owner, the man, whom he identified as Roland, drove up in a black Impala and wanted to sell a phone. The phone was unlocked and the owner saw a picture on it of a young woman he would later say appeared to be Samantha Josephson. The man wanted $300 for the phone, but the store only offered him $125, so the man left the store with the phone, which would later be located by police in Roland's vehicle. A list had been found in Roland's car reading duct tape, taper whole body, gloves, all black, flip phone, gasoline, matches, with the word matches crossed out. A handwriting expert compared the handwriting on the list to a known handwriting sample from Roland and concluded that Roland had written the list. Roland's fingerprints were also found on the paper the list was written on. Roland's defense team did not call any witnesses. A major aspect of their defense was the fact that while Samantha's had been found in locations and on items tied to Roland and on his body, Roland's DNA had not been found on Samantha's body even though she tried to fight off her killer. Roland had been wearing long sleeves the night of the murder and scratches were found on his jacket. Just prior to resting their case, the defense requested that all of the charges against Roland be thrown out, arguing that the prosecution's case was entirely circumstantial and mainly tied Samantha to Roland's vehicle rather than the man himself. Circuit Judge Clifton Newman rejected the request, stating that the prosecution did present more direct evidence, and that the jury should have the opportunity to consider the extensive amount of evidence, both direct and circumstantial, that had been presented. On July 27, 2021, after just an hour of deliberation, a jury found Roland guilty of kidnapping, murder, and possessing a weapon during a violent crime in Samantha's case. After the verdict was read and before the sentencing, Samantha's loved ones were able to address the court about the pain her loss had caused them. Roland's mother also addressed the court, who was interrupted by the judge as she took the opportunity to claim her son was innocent. Judge Newman reminded her that the jury had already found her son guilty and she was not speaking as a witness. If she had any evidence that would have supported her son's innocence, she should have testified to it during a trial. As he stood before Judge Newman for his sentencing, Roland again claimed to be innocent of the crimes he had just been found guilty of. Judge Newman was not as moved by Roland's word as he was by what he described as the avalanche of evidence against him. Roland is currently serving his life sentence at Kirkland Correctional Institution. While the Josephson family was grateful Roland would not have the opportunity to hurt anyone else, his conviction did not remove the pain they had felt since Samantha was murdered. I will always love you, think about you, worry about you, and I will always hear your voice inside my head saying, Dad. Seymour Josephson said at his daughter's funeral, "You have so much more to do. You will not be forgotten. You could never be. We will never forget your name. Samantha Josephson. Samantha Josephson." Samantha's name would continue to live on through the advocacy of her family as well as through legislation passed in response to Samantha's parents, Marcy and Seymour Josephson, established the What's My Name Foundation to honor their daughter's memory by providing education about ride-sharing safety. The name of the foundation comes from one of the major safety tips it advocates: passengers asking the driver of a vehicle to tell them the passenger's name before getting into their vehicle to ensure they are in fact the ride they ordered. The Josephsons hope this simple action will become as instinctual as putting on a seat belt amongst rideshare passengers. The Josephsons have also called for more accountability in the ride-sharing industry and advocated for the widespread use of already available technology to make ride-sharing more safe by having drivers place barcodes on their windows for passengers to scan to confirm they have found their correct ride before getting into a vehicle. Shortly after Samantha's murder, Uber announced a new initiative to use push notifications to remind users to check the make, model, and license plate of a vehicle, as well as the name and photograph of the driver before getting into a vehicle. The initiative was initially rolled out in Columbia, South Carolina, as part of a larger campus safety initiative in partnership with the University of South Carolina. Lyft also announced plans to conduct checks on their drivers daily, in addition to their already mandated annual background check. Several pieces of legislation named in honor was written shortly after Samantha was killed, and it quickly made its way through the state legislature. It was signed by Governor Henry McMaster on May 16, 2019, and went into effect that June, less than 3 months after Samantha's death. The act makes impersonating a ride-share driver a crime and requires ride-share vehicles to prominently display their license plate number on the front of their vehicle so that passengers do not have to walk behind the vehicle to check the plate number. On June 20, 2019, Governor Phil Murphy of Samantha's home state of New Jersey signed Sammy's Law, named in honor of Samantha. The law requires rideshare services to issue illuminated or reflective signs to their drivers, who must display one sign in their windshield and one in their back window. Vehicles must also have scannable QR or barcodes, as well as placards identifying the vehicle's driver. In October of 2019, Congressman Christopher Smith of New Jersey filed a federal version of Sammy's Law. The law would set up a digital system allowing rideshare passengers to verify a vehicle as their ride before entering it. In addition, it would also establish a 17-member board called Sammy's Council, which would report to the Secretary of Transportation to advance safety standards in the rideshare industry. It would also make it illegal to purchase or sell ride-sharing signage and require reports on the incidence of assaults on rideshare drivers and passengers, and on the background checks that drivers undergo to be generated. The law passed in the House of Representatives in February of 2021, as Samantha's Law was refiled in February of 2021. As Samantha's legacy makes an increasing impact on rideshare safety, her family does not want the memory of Samantha herself to be lost amongst all of the work being done in her name. We just want you to know that she is a fabulous young woman. A fabulous young woman, Samantha's mother Marcy said of her in April of 2019. Kind, a best friend to everyone, really determined, a hard worker and a fun young woman. In this case, we head to Las Vegas, Nevada in April 2021. This renowned city, always bustling and lively around the clock, offers an abundance of everything. Among the nearly 500,000 residents is 45-year-old Daniel Hulser. Daniel was previously married to Elizabeth Halgilian, a former Republican member of the Nevada Senate, and they shared 3 children, Dana, Jordan, and Sierra. Daniel of fitness and the outdoors, as well as being creative, earning a bachelor's degree in music and a master's business degree from Corban University in Salem. The family made the move to Nevada when Daniel found work in Las Vegas. And soon after, Elizabeth was elected to the state senate and became the youngest female to be elected to the Nevada legislature as a state senator. 10 years would pass since the couple's wedding in 2001, and the marriage was starting to fall apart. In 2011, Daniel was arrested after Elizabeth alleged that he had tried to force himself on her. Due to Elizabeth's position, the arrest wasn't unknown to the public, and it received a fair amount of media attention. Daniel filed for divorce a month later, amid allegations of Elizabeth having an affair, and he pleaded guilty to misdemeanor counts of coercion and battery and was sentenced to 6 months probation and anger management classes too. After this, almost another decade would go by. Both Daniel and Elizabeth had since remarried. Although Daniel's second marriage would end in divorce as well, he and his second wife would remain close and would continue to use the joint bank account. In 2020, he and Elizabeth would enter into what would become a very contentious and acrimonious battle. With all of this going on in the background, Daniel, as many do, was regularly sharing his life on social media. He showcased a lot of his life to his almost 13,000 Twitter followers, 20,000 Instagram followers, and his many Facebook friends. Sources say that although Daniel was far from perfect, he was working on himself and adored being a father above all else. His family said he was the heart of the Halstead family, and his aunt said his world was all about his children. They were first in his life, always. In June 2020, Daniel's daughter Sierra started dating 18-year-old Aaron Guerrero. They had a fast-moving and intense relationship, and at one point even said they wanted to rob their parents and run away to Los Angeles together. Both sets of parents were immediately disapproving of the relationship anyway, especially after they found out about their runaway plans, and they banned Sierra and Aaron from seeing each other anymore. In the parents' eyes, the young couple's romance had started to fizzle out by December 2020. But Sierra and Aaron were still very much an item and were going to stop at nothing to stay together. They were infuriated at not being able to see each other, and police say this put an unbelievable plot in motion in a bid to remain a couple without interference. In late December 2020, Daniel made a gushing post celebrating Sierra turning 16 years old. After this, several months would go by all accounts with nothing of notes happening. On the April 3rd, Daniel shared another Facebook post of him and Sierra when she younger. 5 days later, everything would change. And in the early morning hours of April 8th, 2021, Aaron ran away from his home and went to meet Sierra in secret. Later that day, Daniel's second ex-wife noticed something concerning. $1,300 had suddenly been withdrawn without warning from their joint accounts. With no word from Daniel as to why this would have happened, she sent him a text, but was met with no response. Christine, Daniel's mother, and his ex-wife Elizabeth were also trying to get hold of him. Neither of them were having any luck. Although Daniel had been out of town for several days, he should have been back by now, and there was no reason for him not to be responding. Christine asked a family friend if they could check on her son too, hoping someone else would have more luck than she was. The family friend called Sierra, and Sierra told them that her dad was just in the shower but had broken his phone, which was why he wasn't answering his calls. She promised she would get him to call them back, but that call never came. The same friend followed this up several more times before Sierra started avoiding the calls completely. A panicked Christine sent a message to her granddaughter. Christine wasn't accepting this as an answer and soon contacted Sierra again, this time demanding to know where her father was. Sierra gave the same excuse. He was in the shower. Christine knew something was deeply wrong and threatened to call the police. Sierra subsequently hung up the phone. Shortly after this, surveillance cameras captured Daniel's blue Nissan Altima leaving the area. Christine asked Peggy Newman, Daniel's friend and landlord, if she could visit the house to check in on him. Peggy said she wouldn't be able to get there for a few hours, but she would be happy to make the trip. Scared to enter the house alone, she waited on the driveway for a friend to join her. While this was going on, Christine made the call that every parent dreads. Peggy and her friend discovered the front door was open, Daniel's car was missing, and the house smelled of smoke with a large scorched patch on the living room floor. They tentatively went through every room upstairs but found nothing. Entering the garage, the smell of lighter fluid was strong and thick in the air. On the ground was a sleeping bag, and inside was the badly burned body of Daniel Helser. Police soon pulled up to the home and began to uncover more things that pointed towards a very disturbing series of events. A chainsaw lay on the floor in the living room, and in the kitchen was a saw covered in blood, as well as another handsaw and 2 knives in the sink. They also found receipts from a Home Depot and an ATM. It was quickly noted that an extensive effort to clean up had been made inside the home. The coroner determined that as well as being burned, Daniel had been stabbed 70 times. 42 of those were in his back. One of the stab wounds cut through a major artery in his neck, and both his lungs had been punctured. He sustained wounds to his shoulders, hands, wrists, and fingers, and at least one wound appeared to have been made through the use of a saw. His body was mutilated before being placed inside the sleeping bag and set on fire. He suffered burns to 40% of his body. His daughter Sierra was missing from the house, as was her boyfriend Aaron, an immediate red flag for the family and police. A quick look into the receipts found in the house led authorities to the all-important CCTV footage. The cameras uncovered Aaron at Home Depot buying saws, gloves, and lighter fluid, and a Winco supermarket camera showed Sierra purchasing 2 gallons of bleach and using Daniel's credit card at an ATM. It didn't take long for officers to put everything together, and a warrant was issued for the pair. On April 13th, officers located the pair, seemingly by chance, almost 400 miles away in another state, Salt Lake City, Utah. They had been stopped when they were asked for proof that they had paid their fare for the train. After running a quick background check, police found that the pair were wanted back in Las Vegas. Authorities soon located Daniel's car, which Sierra and Aaron had stolen and fled in, and a blood-stained blanket was found in the boot. A search of Sierra's phone pulled up a disturbing video that the pair had recorded. They appeared to be lying down in a tent. It is unknown whether this video did actually end up on YouTube or any other platforms, but it still added even more evidence against them. They were extradited to Nevada and booked into the Clark County Detention Center. The teens were faced with 9 felony counts each, which included charges of murder, conspiracy, arson, robbery, and fraudulent use of credit and debit cards. They were held without bail. Chief Deputy District Attorney Christopher Hamner said his office were considering seeking the death penalty in Aaron's case. Although Sierra was charged as an adult as well, Nevada law stipulates she could not face the death penalty because she is under 18, making her automatically exempt. On June 15, 2021, Sierra and Aaron attended an arraignment hearing. They both pleaded not guilty. Family Court Judge Charles Hoskin, who had been involved in the long custody battle between Daniel and Elizabeth, made comments before Daniel was killed and said that he foresaw troubled times ahead. He recalled, "I saw a lot of things with Sierra that caused me concern. It indicates to me that something else is going on with her, and I don't know who at this point is to blame for that, but I'm less concerned about placing blame than I am with regard to this child and the child's relationship with a parent." Daniel's landlord Peggy Newman later said, "I hope he didn't see his daughter hurting him. I know he loved his 3 children very much." The family issued a statement which read in part, "The total lack of remorse on display in the video is both reprehensible and unforgivable. While we are grateful for the work of the detectives and the district attorney, we are waiting for justice to be served with maximum accountability allowed. We love Dan very much and miss him every moment of the day. This is the only statement we will be making." The judge set the trial for Sierra and Aaron for December 2021. Shortly before 3 p.m., 6-year-old Faye Marie Swetlick hopped off the school bus from Springdale Elementary School. She greeted her mother, Selena, and they walked the short distance home, chatting about their days. Faye was known for her bright, funny, and energetic personality. Her mother affectionately called her her magical little fairy, who always wanted to play and have fun. Selena described her daughter as loving everyone and everything, always wishing for others to share in her happiness. Selena said her daughter was always the first one to give a compliment, even randomly to people she's never met before. We couldn't go anywhere without her stopping 3 or 4 different people to compliment them, be it their hair or if a color looked good on them, and she always wanted to make new friends. When they got home, Faye had a small snack before she went out to play in the yard, something she did a lot, with neighbors confirming they often saw her. Selena was regularly checking outside and keeping an eye out, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. A neighbor reported to having seen Faye running towards a shared fence with Napa Auto Parts sometime between 3:30 and 4 p.m. At around 3:45 p.m., Selena checked outside again. Her daughter Faye was gone. After running around to all the neighbors, making several calls and searching the area, she phoned 911 at 5 p.m. Minutes later, the police arrived at the house, and by 5:30, 50 responders would be on scene. Everything was moving at a rapid pace, and at 6 p.m., the Federal Bureau of Investigation got involved as well as the community springing into action. Everyone wanted to help, but police urged citizen volunteers to stand down and let the professionals handle the search. Chad Swetlick, Faye's father, was soon informed that she was missing, and FBI agents would soon be at his house to search it. But Faye wasn't there, and phone records would later confirm that Chad was at home at the time his daughter had gone missing. Officers had already started going door to door and asked neighbors with security cameras to contact them and turn in any footage. The FBI provided a helicopter, and K-9 officers were deployed as well. Despite all of this, Department of Public Safety's Chief Byron Snellgrove said at the time, "There did not appear to be enough evidence to point to this being an abduction, and Faye's disappearance didn't meet the criteria for an Amber Alert." At 7 a.m. the next morning, a hotline was set up, and almost 300 tips would come in. Police would follow up on every lead, but nothing came back. More than 250 officers and investigators from agencies across the country had now joined in the hunt for Faye. Roadblocks were set up around the Churchill Heights area, and every car coming in and out was searched. It had now been almost 24 hours since Selena had made the 911 call. A press conference was held to share some more details. Authorities still didn't know if Faye had simply walked away from her home and become lost or maybe injured, or if she'd been abducted. But by now, it was seeming less and less likely that the 6-year-old had gone off of her own accord. Investigators released footage from the local school bus to show everyone what Faye was wearing that afternoon, hoping to generate some more leads. She was wearing polka-dot rain boots and a black t-shirt with the word peace on it. During their intensive search, authorities interviewed a number of people, including Selena, her live-in boyfriend Carter, and Faye's father Chad. At this point in time, police said they weren't ruling anyone out, and one of the detectives said there were no clear suspects. But members of Faye's family would soon be cleared after searches of homes, analysis of phone records, and alibis ruled everyone out. On February 12th, police released an image of 2 cars seen leaving the area Faye lived in around the time she was last seen. But the drivers of the cars were quickly located and ruled out as well, and the police were back at square one. There was still no sign of Faye and no clues pointing to where she might be. The morning of Thursday, February 13th, was the scheduled day for the bins to be collected and emptied. Officers quickly needed to do one last search before any evidence in anyone's bin was taken away. While they were searching through the bins at the homes around Piccadilly Square, they found something, a number 602, and clearly just in time. They described the evidence as critical but didn't immediately reveal what it was. Whatever they had found, it led them back to the woods. After quickly pulling together and remapping the route and area they needed to focus on, less than half an hour later, the search for Faye Swetlick would come to a devastating end. Byron Snellgrove was looking through the wooded area once more when he found her body in a shallow grave less than 200 feet from her home. It would later be determined that she had died of asphyxiation just hours after she had been abducted, and her body had been moved. A mere matter of minutes after Faye was found, officers were alerted to something else back at Piccadilly Square. A man had been found bleeding and dead on his back porch. He was not identified, and police initially kept quiet about whether or not there was a link between the two. Following the discovery of Faye's body, tributes came pouring in, and the sense of loss was felt by many. The man that had been found on his porch would soon be revealed to be 30-year-old Cody Scott Taylor. But who was he, and what link, if any, did he have to Faye? Those who knew Cody said he was a loner who constantly had a negative outlook on life. They claimed that Cody had described himself as someone that lived without hope, was asexual, and an incel. He lived with the roommates who he worked with, and his roommates said that Cody had expressed feelings of depression as well as suicidal thoughts, and he mostly kept to himself. Cody had enrolled at the University of South Carolina at Columbia and studied mathematics, but there is no record of him graduating, and according to some sources, he dropped out in 2009. Aside from a few traffic violations, he had no history with the police. He had moved between jobs a lot, but was working at a wing stop alongside his roommate at the time. As soon as they found Cody's body, police began to piece everything together and connected the dots over the coming hours, days. Although he seemingly had no link to Faye in any way, the evidence the police described as critical was found in the bin that belonged to his home. Investigators believe that Cody took Faye from her yard, but it remains unconfirmed how he abducted her and whether he used any kind of force or lured her away. It is believed that he asphyxiated her in a matter of hours after abducting her and somehow managed to conceal her body in his apartment for 2 days without investigators finding her when they searched the place twice. On February 12th, while searching the area, police had actually knocked on the door of Cody and his roommate. Cody wasn't home, so officers spoke to his roommate and took a look around. A full laundry bag was in the house, one which his roommate identified as Cody's, and detectives took a DNA sample from it. They also noted the Faye's missing persons poster was lying on a table. After they were done with the search of the property, Coates' roommate, alibi, had checked out. The investigators left. When Coates returned from work that day, his roommate recalled acting in a strange and erratic way. His roommate would also soon realize that since Faye had been missing, the apartment had started to develop a strong and odd smell. He said he initially dismissed the odor as being cheap air freshener that Cody was using to try and conceal the smell of weed, but his roommate did note that Cody never actually used air freshener, and this in itself seemed strange. Later that day, just before 6 p.m., police returned to search the pair's apartment again, this time hoping to get an interview with Cody, which they did. When he was asked about his whereabouts, he was unable to give them a strong enough alibi. He said he was sleeping at home, alone. Officers left again, finding nothing out of place. But they would soon realize that same day, a surveillance camera was collecting footage which would become invaluable. The footage showed officers going through the wooded area in their search for Faye. At around 1 a.m. on what was now February 13th, the same camera picked up something else. It captured a light coming from a spot in the same area of woods. Someone was moving around in the dark and using something to light up the area. Someone police would later confirm was Cody Taylor. 6 hours later, just before 7 a.m., cameras picked up Cody walking through the streets and going to a Walmart on Augusta Road. He wandered around the garden department for about 20 minutes, telling an employee he was working on his garden but didn't know what to buy. According to sources, Cody's roommate was emphatic that Cody had no interest in gardening. He also told investigators that Cody rarely had discretionary money but had just gotten some money from his workplace in the hours before the trip. The employee at Walmart would later tell police Cody grabbed random seeds from a display and appeared to have no plan for his garden. Around 10 minutes later, he paid for several bags of soil and fertilizer, plus a box of Pop-Tarts, and left. Cody then booked a ride through the app Lyft. According to the driver, Cody made him feel very uncomfortable. And when the driver casually asked if he was doing some gardening, he dodged the conversation. While driving, they went past some police and other media who were out looking for Faye. The driver asked him if he knew her, and Cody replied, "I don't know her. I never met her before." About 40 minutes later, at 7:47 a.m., the camera that had picked up Cody moving around in the woods in the dark also captured more in the same spot. Police determined that Cody was carrying one of the bags of soil he had just purchased up into the woods where he would bury Faye. He stays for about a minute before heading back down the hill without the bag. When the police searched the bins of Cody's home, they had found a child's polka dot rain boot and a ladle covered in dirt. Following this huge find, they headed to the woods to conduct another search. CCTV footage showed the moment that KC Public Safety Director Byron Snellgrove discovered Faye's partially buried body next to her other tiny polka dot boot. A white plastic trash bag was wrapped around her neck. Cody Taylor then stood on his back porch and slit his throat with a knife. As well as the CCTV and the evidence found in Cody's bin, they would soon gather more. When Faye's body was examined, she was found to have Cody's DNA under her fingernails. Her DNA was also found on the ladle along with Cody's, and both sets of DNA were found in the black laundry bag. All endings, evidence, and facts point to the exact same conclusion. Cody Taylor abducted and murdered Faye Marie Swetlick and was the sole perpetrator of this horrible case, said Byron Snellgrove. They also believed that Cody acted alone. It was announced that Faye's funeral expenses would be covered by a funeral home, and on February 21st, a public memorial was held for her. Hundreds of people, including first responders and officers, turned out to pay their respects, with many wearing pink and purple, Faye's favorite colors. In Selena's words, the sparklier, the better. Faye loved getting letters and writing notes, so journals were set up and her family wanted everyone to write a few words or draw a picture in colorful pens. It would take a year for the authorities to officially close the case. It's impossible to know exactly what happened that afternoon and why it did. Police confirmed that all the evidence pointed one way, but sadly, there are still so many more questions that can never be answered. No motive has ever been determined for the crime and likely never will be. Cody left no suicide notes or any other information in his home indicating why he had done this. Multiple agencies have tried to access the data from Cody's phone, but have not succeeded, and no evidence was found on his computer. While KC police concluded their part, the FBI investigation is still ongoing, as is a review by the State Law Enforcement Division. In July 2021, the director of KC Department of Public Safety, Byron Snellgrove, who played such a vital role in Faye's case, announced his retirement after more than 35 years in law enforcement. For me, after 65 hours of searching, the memory of finding the small body of Faye Marie Swetlick in a shallow grave on the morning of February 13, 2020, will never ever leave me. This tragic case has taken a toll on officers who were dedicated to finding her. Nearly 1 year later, they haven't forgotten the disappearance and murder of Faye Marie Swetlick immediately became, and always will remain, incredibly personal for each of us. Faye's death evidently had a profound impact on the community in which she lived, one that will continue to be felt for a long time to come. Springdale Elementary School unveiled a buddy bench that had been dedicated in memory of Faye. In Selena's eulogy for her daughter, she asked that people continue to honor Faye's memory through love, something she said was the most important magic. She asked that they try and be a little more like Faye, to be more kind, to compliment a stranger, to dance in the rain, to stop and smell the flowers, to just show a little bit more love to everyone you meet. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. A 28-year-old murder victim became a symbol of a decaying, indifferent America. Her death eclipsed her life, and her name became a representation of a grim reality where people were more likely to ignore someone in distress than to intervene. Her case prompted the creation of the dedicated 911 phone line and spurred many states to implement bystander protection laws. It remains a widely studied case for psychology students globally. However, common beliefs about what happened that night may not have occurred due to rushed, overzealous reporting. The New York Times broke the story 10 days after the murder. The article was quick to point to the societal decay that led to the 38 alleged eyewitnesses turning their backs to a woman screaming for help. Although the author had access to the police report, he failed to represent the series of events accurately. Catherine Susan, also known as Kitty Genovese, was well known in her neighborhood. She drove a zippy red Fiat, and her Italian-American upbringing ensured the world heard her. She was smart, funny, and had a relaxed and fun-loving nature that drew people to her. She'd grown up in Brooklyn and was the eldest of 5 siblings. In her final year of high school, her mother had witnessed a violent crime, and the family decided to move to Connecticut. Kitty decided to stay with her grandparents within the city, despite her mother's feelings that the city was too violent. Kitty was a hard worker, often working double shifts to save money. She had dreams of opening an Italian restaurant of her own one day. Kitty was married in 1954, and while married, she was expected to live a more domestic role. This lifestyle didn't seem to suit Kitty, and the marriage was annulled less than a year later. After her divorce, she moved into an apartment independently and tried her hand at secretarial work, but it wasn't for her. She started working in bars as a barmaid and became very skilled in running the establishments. In 1961, she was arrested for bookmaking. She would take bets from patrons of the bars she worked at and place bets on their behalf on horse racing. One of the most famous images circulated of her is a mugshot. Kitty had been coming to terms with her sexuality. Only those closest to her knew that she was gay, and her roommate was, in fact, her girlfriend, though it wasn't a well-guarded secret. Same-sex relationships were illegal in New York, and it was kept under wraps. Kitty's family had no idea that Kitty was a lesbian. A little after 3 a.m. on March 13, 1964, the 28-year-old was almost home from work. She'd worked a long shift as a bar manager at Eve's 11th Hour Bar. Kitty parked her car near her building in the Kews Garden Long Island Railroad Station parking lot. A man pulled up behind her and also parked nearby. Only 100 feet from her apartment building's door, she saw that a man was following her. Kitty then sprinted for the door, but the man ran after her. The man caught up and stabbed her twice in the back. Kitty screamed for help, yelling and explicitly saying she needed help and that a man had stabbed her. A neighbor opened his window and yelled for the attacker to leave her alone, and the attacker ran off, getting into a white car and driving away. An elevator operator named Joseph Fink was sitting in the building across the street. He witnessed the entire first attack, but instead of intervening, he went to his apartment and went to bed. Meanwhile, Kitty was still able to walk, though better described as a pain stagger, off the main street and into an alleyway, attempting to reach the rear entrance of her building, but she went out of sight of many of the neighbors watching. Kitty had made her way into the vestibule of her building. She was bleeding heavily and no longer able to walk. She collapsed at the base of the staircase. Meanwhile, her attacker came back, and upon realizing no one was coming to help her, he hunted her down. He found her at the foot of the stairs, and when Kitty realized the man wasn't there to help, she screamed. This brought Carl Ross's attention, who looked on from the top of the staircase, but didn't stop the attacker. Ross witnessed Kitty being stabbed several more times. He knew Kitty personally, and yet he did nothing to help her. He did go back to his apartment and called 2 different people. The first told him not to get involved, and the second called a third, and that third person called the police. Police then arrived 2 minutes after the call, but Kitty's attacker was long gone by then. The entire attack lasted about 30 to 40 minutes. The phone chain continued and eventually got Kitty's neighbor and friend, a woman who lived across the hall. She and her husband flew out their apartment, and she was able to sit with Kitty, trying to calm her dying friend. Kitty died after paramedics arrived from the stab wounds to her lung. Police started their investigation by detaining Kitty's girlfriend. They interrogated her for over 6 hours. When they spoke to witnesses, it was concluded that Kitty had been attacked by a man, and they released her. There were allegedly 38 witness statements from Kitty's neighbors. They had all been reported as eyewitnesses by the New York Times, but only a handful had seen anything. Many had only heard the screams, looked at the window, and saw nothing. Some had told police they thought it had been a husband beating his wife. Only one witness, Joseph Fink, had seen the first attack, while Carl Ross had witnessed the second. When asked why they didn't call the police, they said they didn't want to get involved. Several other witnesses said they had called police, and the dispatcher told them that officers were on their way. Police records weren't well kept back then. It was a time in New York where violent crimes were abundant. The year Kitty was murdered, there were 636 murders. While some claimed they had called police right away, there were no logs made of those calls. From the records, it appeared that no one called the police. Today, there is no way to know who is and who isn't telling the truth, but it is more likely that police didn't arrive timely or initially placed it as a low priority until the reports came that a woman was dying. At the time, the New York Times was regarded as the most reliable news outlet in the industry. Today, we can see that the article was grossly exaggerated to paint a narrative that was and is still sensationalized to this day, even with the New York Times revealing that the article was deeply flawed in 2016, stating, while there was no question that the attack occurred and that some neighbors ignored cries for help, the portrayal of 38 witnesses as fully aware and unresponsive was erroneous. The article grossly exaggerated the number of witnesses and what they had perceived. None saw the attack in its entirety. Only a few had glimpsed parts of it or recognized the cries for help. Many thought they heard lovers or drunks quarreling. There were 2 attacks, not 3, and afterward, 2 people did call police. A 7-year-old woman ventured out and cradled the dying woman in her arms until they arrived. Miss Genevieve died on the way to the hospital. 6 days after Katie's murder, a man witnessed his neighbor's home being burglarized. Raul Cleary questioned the man who was loading his vehicle with a television. The man claimed that he worked for a moving company, and Raul called the police. The suspect was driving a white Chevrolet Vert. Police arrested the man, 29-year-old Winston Mosley. He was African American with a soft voice and small build. The officers who arrested him all agreed that he was very calm and didn't seem in the least bit concerned that he was being arrested for theft. One of the officers remembered that the suspect in Kitty Genovese's murder had also been driving a white vehicle, and the officer decided to ask him if he knew anything about that. Officers were shocked when he admitted to not only Kitty's murder, but 2 other murders. 15-year-old Barbara Kralik, who had been stabbed in her home in 1963, and 24-year-old Annie Mae Johnson, a housewife murdered in Queens 2 weeks before Kitty's murder. Detectives described him as calm, icy, and utterly unfazed by anything. His legal team described him as intelligent with an IQ of 135. Mosley said that his initial intent was to murder. He didn't seek out to rape or rob, and the murder was his primary objective. In the murder of Mrs. Johnson and Kitty, he took cash from his victims and expressed guilt only for robbing his victims. Mosley explained that he would drive in his car and search for women to follow. He would look for victims that were on their own. On the night of Kitty's murder, he had been driving around searching for a victim when he saw Kitty stopped at a red light. His confession was emotionalist, told as if he was making a grocery list. In addition to the murders, he also confessed to 40 burglaries. He said that he knew people were watching. It was only because no one came to help that he came back. Had he not confessed, he might have gotten away with it. He was only charged with the murder of Kitty Genovese, and he wasn't charged with the other 2 murders. Police already had confessions for the other murders and didn't want to things. He initially pleaded not guilty during his trial, but his lawyers convinced him to plead not guilty by reason of insanity. The jury deliberated, and after 7 hours, they came back with a guilty verdict. He was initially sentenced to death, with the judge remarking, "I don't believe in capital punishment, but when I see a monster like this, I wouldn't hesitate to pull the switch myself." In 1967, his legal team won an appeal to reduce his sentence to life in prison, and it was granted. This removed Mosley from death row. This should have been the end of his story. But in 1968, Mosley escaped while being transported from the Meyer Memorial Hospital in Buffalo, New York. He had needed to go to the hospital because he required surgery for a self-inflicted injury. He attacked the transporting officer, stole his service weapon, and fled. He broke into a vacant home and stayed in the house undetected for 3 days. He was discovered when the homeowners came to check on the property, and then were held hostage at gunpoint by Mosley. He bound his victims, gagged the husband, and assaulted the wife before stealing their car and fleeing. He went to another home and held a mother and daughter hostage for 2 hours before peacefully surrendering to the police. He had 2 more 15-year sentences tacked on to his life sentence. And this still wasn't the end of Winston Mosley making headlines. In 1971, he participated in the Attica prison riot, where 22,100 inmates took control of the prison and took 42 prison staff as hostage. The inmates demanded better living conditions, political rights, and the end of physical abuse and the warden's removal. The prison was only designated to hold 1,200 prisoners, but at the time of the riot housed 2,243 inmates. Negotiations went on for 4 days before New York State Police, along with any former police officer who wanted to participate, stormed the facility with tear gas and shotguns. 38 people were killed by the police, including 9 of the hostages. The final death toll for the incident was 49. 1 prison officer had been killed at the initial overthrow, and other inmates had killed some of the other inmates. Mosley became eligible for parole in 1984, which was denied. He would continue to appeal for release at every opportunity and was denied every time. At each parole hearing, he rarely expressed remorse for his actions. He'd even attempted to construct an elaborate story that an Italian mob had committed the murder and forced him to go down for it. His appeals often surrounded the theory that he wasn't responsible for the murder of Kitty Genovese, but rarely ever addressed the other crimes he had committed. Many of Mosley's family members weren't even aware of the other 2 women he had murdered, or the woman he had essayed at gunpoint while he had escaped prison. He died in prison in 2016 at 81 years old. He had served 52 years in jail. The lies told will long outlive the truth. The crime had inspired dozens of books, several films, and is cited in nearly every introductory to psychology textbook. While it was tragic, and had Josephine called police when Kitty had initially been attacked, she may have lived. The first 2 wounds hadn't been fatal. The senseless killing of Kitty Genovese is still a story told through rose-colored glasses, with her murder transcending reality. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Born in 1981, Cuban-American Albert Gonzalez grew up in Miami, Florida, with his parents and sister. At 12, he got his first computer, and by 14, he had managed to hack into NASA. He attended South Miami High School, where he was described by classmates as antisocial and quiet, though he maintained a close-knit group of friends who shared his interest in computers. Initially curious about how things worked, Gonzalez's focus shifted in 2002 when he joined an international hacking group called Shadow Crew. Shadow Crew was an early precursor to what we now know as the dark web. It was a forum-based site where illegal goods and services were exchanged and hackers worldwide collaborated. It resembled a mommy blog community for hackers, complete with how-to-OS, tutorials, discussion forums, and occasional petty drama. Members who violated the site's rules were punished by moderators through bans and the reversal of any benefits gained from the site. Gonzalez had joined Shadow Crew's early days, and he was thought to be one of the leaders because the servers were found in his possession. In 2003, Gonzalez was arrested by the U.S. Secret Service along with 19 other members. He was living in New Jersey at the time, and although he was found to be trafficking over 1,500,000 stolen credit cards and ATM cards, Gonzalez was only charged with possessing 15 fake credit and debit cards. Gonzalez avoided prison time by striking a deal with the U.S. Secret Service to help them find and identify other hackers. Part of the deal meant that Gonzalez would continue running with Shadow Crew and provide the government with whatever information he could garner from interactions with other hackers. He was paid by the U.S. Secret Service a salary of $75,000 per year for his work with the department. While providing intel to the authorities, he also headed the hacking to TJX companies in 2005, obtaining over 45 million credit and debit cards over 18 months. Authorities discovered in 2008 that the cyber criminal they were hunting down, known to them as Sedgwick, was actually their salaried informant. While Gonzalez was being detained, he eventually led officers to the $1,100,000 he had stashed at his parents' home in cash in a barrel buried in their backyard. Authorities also seized his Miami condo, a 2006 BMW, a firearm, a money counter, a Tiffany diamond engagement ring given to his fiancée, 3 Rolex watches, and various other gifts given to his family. They discovered that it had been his goal to get $15 million in cash, and then he had plans to disappear and retire. Gonzalez was charged with his connection to hacking the TJX company. Several accomplices were also arrested. Stephen Watt was sentenced to 2 years for providing help to Gonzalez. Hamza Zaman was sentenced to 4 years for laundering money for Gonzalez. The TJX company reported a loss of $171,500,000 in damages. In 2009, Gonzalez was also indicted in connection to the Heartland Payment Systems hack, where 130 million card numbers were stolen and sold. He pled guilty to the charges relating to the TJX hacks, and the other crimes he was charged with were dropped. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison for hacking and stealing information. He is scheduled for release in 2025. According to the Herjavec Group, by the year 2021, cybercrime will come at a $6 trillion expense across the globe. Cyber hacks are the fastest growing crime rate in the US, and with advances in technology and companies slow to keep up, they were getting more and more costly, sophisticated, and deadly. Cybercriminals have targeted large corporate entities, banks, hospitals, and even personal home devices. Sometimes hackers can get access for weeks or months before a breach is detected. Privacy is something that is generally taken for granted, but anything you do digitally. In this case, much of the discussion resembles local gossip. Today, we'll review the evidence, though it would be easier if the police released more information. Despite 13 years of no progress, they still consider the case active. On January 31, 2008, Lindsay Buzayak had a typical Thursday at the office. The 24-year-old realtor was working for Remax Realty at their Oak Bay office. At that time, the real estate market in Victoria was thriving. On that quiet Thursday, Lindsay received a call that any junior real estate agent would find hard to turn down. The potential client called her personal cell phone requesting a quick sale. A husband and wife wanted to purchase a home before the weekend was over, and they had a budget of $1 million. Lindsay agreed to help the couple, but she had reservations about taking them on as clients. Firstly, they had called her personal cell phone, not her office phone number. Her cell phone number wasn't publicly available, and when she asked the clients how they got her number, they had said they were referred to her from previous client. The couple said that they were relocating to Victoria from Vancouver for work. Lindsay noted that they had unique accents that she couldn't quite place. When she discussed her new clients with her friends, she referred to them as the Mexicans. She noted their accent was Spanish-sounding, but something sounded off about it. Despite Lindsay's initial concern about the couple, she did agree to take them on as clients. She gathered several properties for the couple to look at, and they agreed to meet the following Saturday to view a house that met their requirements. In addition to their $1 million budget, they were looking for a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom home with a suite for a living housekeeper with the ability to purchase that weekend. Lindsay had found the perfect home in Sandage Municipality. The home was about 20 minutes from the downtown area and the house was vacant and empty, perfect for a quick possession. She had attempted to contact the client that had apparently referred her, but she wasn't able to reach them. She couldn't shake the oddity that she had been cold called on her cell phone with such a big opportunity. Although it wasn't unheard of, $1 million quick sales weren't often seen in her office. She wasn't sure why they had reached out to her specifically. She had only sold a few properties, mostly condos, and she certainly wasn't well established in the real estate market. Her father told her that she should pass the client on to someone else, but Lindsay reassured him, saying that her boyfriend Jason would attend the showing with her. This immediately settled her father's reservations. Jason and Lindsay had been together for 2 years, and he knew that Jason was very protective of his daughter. And at 6'3", 240 pounds, he felt at ease knowing he was going to be there. The day of the showing arrived, and before the showing, Jason and Lindsay got a late lunch. Jason paid the bill at 4:24 p.m. At this point, the couple separated. Lindsay wanted to go home, get changed, and get to the property before the clients. The showing was scheduled for 5:30 and Jason still had some work to do as well, and he planned to meet her at the home. Lindsay accessed the home's real estate lockbox at 5:29 p.m. A witness watched as a couple walked into the cul-de-sac, greeted Lindsay, and the three went inside. Jason texted Lindsay saying, "I'll come meet you and I'll be 10 to 15 minutes or so." And she responded at 5:30 p.m. saying, "Okay, I'll see you in a bit. I gotta go. The Mexicans are here." At 5:38 p.m., Jason texts again just a couple minutes away, and this message goes unread. He doesn't think much of it as he didn't expect Lindsay to open her phone while she was showing a house. He arrived at the house at 5:45 p.m., and when he pulled into the driveway, he saw the front door open and saw the prospective buyers. He had assumed the showing had just begun and opted to move his car out of the driveway and onto the side street to give Lindsay some space. Jason had a friend with him in the car. He had picked him up on the way, and the two had planned on playing hockey after the showing. The two men waited another 10 minutes before getting out of the vehicle and approaching the house. They went to the front door and found it to be locked. Jason could see Lindsay's shoes through a glass pane in the front door. Jason called 911 at 6:05 p.m. The men walked around the house and looking through windows and calling Lindsay. Jason boosted his friend over the fence into the backyard, and there they saw the patio door slightly open. Jason's friend entered the home through the patio door, walked through the house, and unlocked the door so Jason could get in. Jason sprinted upstairs, and there he found Lindsay in the master bedroom in a pool of blood. There were bloody footprints throughout the upstairs of the home. Jason attempted to perform CPR. Police arrived at 6:11 p.m. and Jason's friend was waving for help from an upstairs window. Lindsay had been waiting for help from an upstairs window. Lindsay had been waiting for help from an upstairs window. Lindsay had been waiting for help from an upstairs window. Lindsay had been waiting for help from an upstairs window. Lindsay had been attacked from behind and she had no defensive wounds on her body. Based on the evidence in the home, police were able to confidently recreate what had happened. They say that she unlocked the home at 5:29, and the witness statement and text messages confirmed that the suspects arrived and entered the home at 5:30. She had shown the entire first floor of the house and went upstairs to show the master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom. She turned her back to open the bathroom door, and police believe that was the point the couple had attacked. Her body was half in the bathroom, half in the bedroom. The attack itself had been quick and overly violent. She suffered multiple stab wounds, though the exact details of the slaying have not been released by police. When paramedics arrived, they determined that Lindsay was already deceased. Jason and his friend were immediately arrested and taken into custody as suspects, though they were released. Police discovered at 5:41, Lindsay's phone had dialed a friend that she hadn't spoken to in years, and the call left a voicemail that sounded like a pocket dial. Police suspected that that was the time of the attack. Due to the impact from her body falling, they believe she pocket dialed someone in her contact list. When Jason had arrived at 5:45 and saw what he believed was the beginning of the showing, he had likely interrupted the couple attempting to flee. Instead, the couple escaped from the rear of the home. There was no way to have seen the backyard from where Jason and his friend were waiting, and no other neighbors saw the couple escape. The attack seemed to be targeted, which baffled police. They were able to rule out sexual assault and robbery, with the entire attack only spanning less than 10 minutes. No one could figure out why someone had gone out of their way to get a young real estate agent alone and brutally murder her. Jason and his friends were released. They both had solid alibis. There was CCTV footage of Jason picking up his friend at an auto body shop at 5:30. The police instead decided to focus their efforts on identifying the couple that Lindsay had been in contact with. The couple was described as a tall Caucasian man that was well-dressed, medium build, 6 feet tall with dark hair, and the woman was in her mid-30s to 40s with short blonde hair and was wearing a distinctly patterned dress. The phone that Lindsay had been communicating with the couple was determined to have been a burner phone. It had been purchased several months prior to the murder, but only activated a few days before the first contact was made with Lindsay and registered under a fake name. The police had connected cell towers close to Vancouver, placing the phone on the mainland and traveling over to Vancouver Island 24 hours prior to the attack. The phone was only used to communicate with Lindsay, and then the phone was never used again. Due to lack of evidence found at the crime scene, the efficiency, the planning, and the careful execution of the murder, police explored the idea that the couple had been paid specifically to target and murder Lindsay. Police just had no idea as to why. There was nothing in Lindsay's life that suggested that she was caught up with anything criminal or was experiencing domestic abuse. There was just nothing. 6 weeks prior to the murder, Lindsay had gone to Calgary, Alberta, to see her father. While she was there, she expressed to her father that she wasn't happy in her relationship with Jason and was planning on leaving him. She revealed that the two had several business deals currently underway, and she wanted to wrap those up before telling Jason. She allegedly said that she didn't like how possessive and jealous Jason had become, but at no point did she express any fear of Jason. Police's best theory is that a few days after Lindsay left Calgary, there was a massive drug bust. Police arrested and charged 12 people from Calgary and 2 from BC, as well as seizing over $2,000 worth of cocaine and $200,000 in cash in a massive drug trafficking operation. It had been a year-long operation that had relied on a tip-off from someone from inside. Police believed that those with ties to the drug bust may have mistakenly identified Lindsay as an informant. Though there is no evidence to directly link Lindsay to any criminal activity, it does appear that she was friends with people who could be directly linked. The investigation is still open and police haven't been forthcoming about what may or may not have been the reason for Lindsay's murder. They have acknowledged that there may be a connection, but at this point in time, there have been no arrests. Both Jason and Lindsay had friend connections to people involved in that drug bust. And in 2006, Lindsay had mentioned to her father that she saw something she shouldn't have, but never elaborated on what she saw. On that trip to Calgary, while there, she had reached out to a friend from high school twice. It stood out because it wasn't someone she regularly kept up with, and the person also lived in Victoria. So it was odd that she was reaching out to them while she was in another province. This person ended up being a relative of one of the people arrested in that drug bust. Victoria is a smaller city, one where everyone kind of knows everyone, especially people in there at the time, early 20s. It wasn't exactly clear how close Lindsay was to those involved with the drug bust, but both she and Jason can be socially connected. And in Vancouver, police have been able to link the housing industry as a haven for money laundering for illegal activities. It might not be a stretch to broaden the scope and say that may have a similar connection to the housing market on Vancouver Island. Though they're still working to find a suspect, police have gone on the record to say that they don't believe evidence will close this case. They feel that someone in the community knows something about Lindsay's murder, and it will likely take someone coming forward with information that will lead to the closure of this case. I personally think it's odd that Jason had promised to be there for Lindsay for the showing, but was late, deciding to pick up a friend instead of being there for Lindsay when she expressed concern about meeting these people alone. But it's not a crime to be late, and it could just be a coincidence. What we do know is that Lindsay was specifically targeted and that someone close to her was involved. Someone would have had to have passed on her cell phone number and had gone to great lengths to cover their tracks. Lindsay's father continues to keep her story in the media, and in February of 2021, police announced that they would be working with the FBI and re-examining the evidence collected at the crime scene to see if any advances in technology can pull up new leads. They even said they're looking into reverse family genealogy to source a potential new suspect. On December 8, 1985, Samuel Basil and Patricia Joseph welcomed a baby girl into the world. December 8th is also the day of the Roman Catholic feast of the Immaculate Conception, so the baby was named Immaculate Mary Basil, though she was commonly known as Mackie. Mackie was one of 7 siblings, with 3 brothers and 3 sisters, and belonged to the Tlasden Nation in British Columbia, based in Tachi, south of the Kuski River. The village of Tachi, home to about 400 people, has only 1 road in and 1 road out. Patricia Joseph had attended a church-run, government-mandated residential school. Children in these schools were stripped of their cultures, traditions, and taken away from their families. The last residential school closed in Canada in 1996, and the effects of them are still being felt by many to this day. In her earliest years, Mackie's life was stable. This changed when her father had an affair with another woman and left the family. Peter, Mackie's brother, explained that following their father's departure, their mother turned to alcohol and, in his words, kind of just left us behind. Peter began to care for his younger siblings, but before long the children would be placed in foster care. The 3 youngest girls, 4-year-old Crystal, 5-year-old Mackie, and 6-year-old Ida, bounced around group homes and different foster homes with mostly non-Indigenous carers. When they were first taken into care, Mackie, Ida, and Crystal were initially kept together. Crystal talked about their experiences, saying that the foster parents would just treat us wrong, being in it for the money. If the children got wet from playing outside, then the foster parents would strip them down in public. At some point, Mackie was placed in a separate home, but they would still see each other at school. Due to her thick carrier accent and the outdated outfits the foster carers insisted on putting the children in, they were often targeted by bullies. Mackie and Ida would endure appalling physical, verbal, and sexual abuse. They would bear the brunt of it to protect their younger sister, Crystal. Crystal said all that time, they were getting sexually abused by our foster parents to save me. Ida said that Mackie got the most of it. As they got older, they were placed in group homes together, staying in hotel rooms for weeks at a time when a place couldn't be found for them. They would save their allowances and use the money to buy bus tickets or would hitchhike back to the reserve to see Peter, who at that point was too old to be in the foster care system. Because we didn't get to grow up in an Indigenous home, Mackie always said she wanted to go back home and get to know our family and get to know the community, Ida said. Ida would later say that their shared experience of the foster care system strengthened their bond, and they would make time to call each other regularly at 10 a.m. In the early 2000s, Mackie aged out of the foster care system and graduated from high school. She also remained faithful to her dream of reconnecting with her roots, her heritage, and her people. Mackie settled in Fort St. James and was working 2 jobs, part-time as a secretary and also as a teaching assistant. In 2006, tragedy would strike when Patricia Joseph was struck by a vehicle in Prince George. She would later die as a result of her injuries. One of the most important aspects of Mackie's life was being a mother to her little boy, Jameson. Her world revolved around him, and she was a dedicated and devoted parent. Mackie adored children and became a foster parent to some on the reserve. She was determined that children who went into the foster care system would not have the same experiences that she had had, and that the children she cared for would be treated with the dignity and respect that she had been so cruelly denied. Mackie was shy and introverted and highly selective about who she chose to spend her time with. While she struggled, she rarely showed it, determined to overcome her past and not let it define her. She didn't drink or do drugs and rarely went to parties or anything of the sort. She preferred to spend her time at home. Any events that came up, Mackie would channel her creative energy and decorate the whole room. Mackie had recently split from her longtime partner, who was the father of her little boy. It is not public knowledge how long they had been together, and the cause of the breakup is also not known. What we do know is that news of their separation had come as a surprise to Mackie's family. In the week leading up to Father's Day, Mackie was with her brother Peter at his home in Tachi. Following the split with her partner, she would stay there on and off and would keep a bag of clothes in the closet. She seemed troubled, but he didn't think much of it. Whilst they were making coffee, Mackie twice said to him, Promise me you'll take care of my baby." He responded, "Should I be worried? Are you coming back?" "I'll be back," Mackie promised. A few days later, Mackie, Peter, and Peter's wife, Vivian, went to purchase a cake for Father's Day. As Mackie had lost her ID, Peter purchased 2 bottles of vodka for a party that she would be attending later that night. Before she headed out, she grabbed her iPod and headphones. Mackie never went anywhere without her music and promised she would be back the next day as she had plans to take her nephew and son to the park. She returned a few hours later as Peter watched her walk away, he noticed a man waiting for her further up the trail. Peter later explained in an interview with the Walrus, he had asked himself why Mackie would say goodbye in that way if she knew she would be coming home. On June 13th, 2013 at 5 p.m., she attended the funeral of her aunt. Later on, she went to the house party on the Tachi Reserve about 20 minutes away from where she lived. It is not public knowledge how many people were at the party or who exactly was there, but Vanessa Joseph, Mackie's cousin, believes that it was mostly Mackie's cousins who were attending the party. At around midnight, she was seen by her brother Peter while she was picking up alcohol and told him she was with her younger cousin Keith and a man named Victor, who was known to Vanessa. Victor was around 48 years old at the time and was known to police and had appeared in the Deaslake court for his crimes. His convictions included violent crime and at least 1 sexual assault. Unusually for her, she didn't have an extra change of clothes or makeup as she normally would for an overnight trip. She also did not own a mobile phone. It was reported that she was wearing a black hoodie with a maple leaf on the front, gray yoga bottoms, and white shoes. She also had her dark blue iPod shuffle with her and her white headphones. It is then alleged that Mackie left the party to get some red tint from a hunter's cabin near Koosh. The truck that she was traveling in allegedly got into an accident as they were coming away from the cabin on Leo Creek Forest Service Road near a place called 16 Kilometer. It has been alleged that following the accident, she had attempted to hitchhike herself, but this claim has not been substantiated nor corroborated. Vanessa would later say that an accident was apparent as parts of the truck were found near a tree that had been broken in half. She also explained that she had learned that an attempt had been made to get another truck from the hunter's cabin and used that to pull the truck that had crashed. Large portions of the timeline surrounding Mackie's last known movements have not been made public knowledge. We do know that she was alone for much of the night after midnight. From there, no one knows what happened, said Ida. It is also worth noting that around this time, Mackie was not driving a vehicle. As 10 a.m. rolled around, Mackie was due to have her daily call with her sisters Crystal and Ida, but she failed to answer the phone. Her sisters thought that maybe she was at her brother Nick's house, but there wasn't a phone at his property, and they lived too far from him to go and have a look around. Also at 10 a.m., Victor was spotted walking down a street in Tachi. Noticeably, his clothes were wet up to his chest. He was seen by Vanessa and others. Although at the time they thought it was strange, they weren't aware that Mackie hadn't been seen, so did not investigate further. After learning that the truck Victor had been driving had been involved in an accident the night before, Vanessa said she thought it was odd that Victor would be on foot in town so soon after it allegedly happened. The truck from the cabin had not been driven back to Tachi, but was instead left on Leo Creek Forest Service Road. No report of the crash was ever filed. When Mackie failed to come home, Ida and Crystal decided to call around those who knew her to see if anyone had seen or heard from her. As time continued to tick by, the next day they discovered she wasn't at her brother Nick's. Mackie had no history of running away, and this behavior was completely out of character for her. According to a report in the Walrus, Victor and Keith told Vivian that Mackie had caught a ride with somebody else. Immaculate Basil had seemingly vanished. She went missing from Highway 16. Part of that protracted highway, 724 kilometers of it, is more commonly known as the Highway of Tears Corridor. Countless women, mostly indigenous, have vanished from the Highway of Tears or been murdered near it. This was also not the first tragedy of a missing person to strike the family. Mackie's cousin Bonnie Joseph went missing from the Highway of Tears in 2007. She was last seen by her cousin Joan hitchhiking from Vanderhoof to Prince George. The numbers of missing and murdered Indigenous women in Canada is an area of confusion. A 2014 report by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, known as Mounties, said that 1,017 indigenous women had been murdered between 1980 and 2012, and another 164 were considered missing. However, advocacy groups, including the Native Women's Association of Canada, say that the figure is much higher. In 2014, on the question of a public inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women, the then Prime Minister of Canada, Stephen Harper, said, "It isn't really high on our radar, to be honest." After still no sign of her, on June 17th, a missing persons report was filed with the Mounties. The following day, they met with Crystal for the first time regarding her sister, and they began to interview people that had been at the party with Maki to try and ascertain a timeline and start theorizing as to what could have happened to her. The community set up a search camp near the bridge where Maki had last been seen. Around 300 people, including those from neighboring reserves, mobilized and joined the hunt to find her. The Mounties received a tip that Maki had been sighted on the morning of June 14th, with the report saying that she had been attempting to hitchhike. The Mounties did investigate these claims, but ultimately determined that the report was false. One problem in coordinating was caused by her being a resident of one reserve and going missing on another. While they both lay within the Tlaztlan Nation, they are different jurisdictions. According to the Mounties report, Victor and Keith stated that they had been traveling in a white truck with Maki after they had left the party. Keith and Victor both told the Mounties that following the accident, Maki had separated from them, and press releases from the Mounties also indicated that she had split from the pair shortly after the truck had crashed and become stuck. As part of the investigation, both Victor and Keith were given polygraph tests. The Mounties reported to Maki's family that both men had cooperated. Keith and Victor were also interviewed by a forensic psychologist, and in their report to the family, they noted that they had found nothing suspicious after conducting their interviews. It wasn't until after the police interviews on June 18th had been concluded that the family learned from the investigating Mounties that Maki had left the party with Victor and Keith. Maki's relatives have stated that in the first year after her going missing, they didn't hear much from the Mounties regarding her disappearance and case. For around a week after June 18th, 2013, the Mounties launched a search effort to try and find her. A hailstorm and rain on the weekend of 22nd caused problems for the search teams. Various search and rescue organizations, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Air Services, search dogs, and the friends and family of Maki were all out looking for her. The search area was approximately 20 kilometers surrounding Tachi and Kuski. On the June 25th, it was reported by Ralph Pierre, chief of the Tlaztlan First Nation, that the search area would be extended, and they would also begin a search of the Tachi River. Four-wheelers and ground crews continued to search up to half a kilometer into the bush. You know the emotions are running high in the community. A lot of people are tired, but yet their adrenaline kicks in, and everybody just keeps going and going and going, Pierre said. Following Maki going missing, numerous billboards were erected to bring attention to her case. Posters were put up, and newspapers ran articles to try and generate any new leads. The official search for Immaculate Basil was called off in October. Despite this, her friends and family continued to scour the area and conduct their own searches. Rumors began to circulate about who could be responsible for Maki's disappearance. And during a search, Peter and Vivian woke up to find a hole had been slashed in their tent. Locals in town told the family that the truck she had a ride in that night had been found washed out with bleach. But the Mounties said that the police had taken possession of the vehicle and had found no such evidence to back up the claim. They also spoke to her ex-partner and said that he had an alibi, but it was also alleged that he had ducked out of town. When being interviewed by Annie Hilton for the War Room, the RCMP said they had thoroughly investigated every lead. But as there is no crime scene, nobody can technically be considered a suspect. On October 10, 2013, Vanessa Joseph held a walk for her cousin to bring more attention to her case. Before leaving for the walk, Vanessa and others gathered in the Spirit Square with singing and drumming. Children from the Eugene Joseph Elementary School also attended and held signs bringing an awareness to violence against women and also for Maki. On the third year of Maki's disappearance, the Tlaztlan Nation offered a reward of $20,000 for any information that could lead to them finding Maki after her older brother Paul made the request. Despite this, there have still been no major breaks in the case. Her sister Ida said that 3 years after Maki disappeared, all she heard was rumors, despite the initial response of the police and them sending out a search and rescue team right away for her. Despite the rumor mill, Ida stated she wanted to know that the police were investigating any possible leads. She also said she was no longer hearing from the police regarding her sister's case, and that she hadn't been contacted by them since the year she went missing. There are several theories about what could have happened to Immaculate Basil. As she had a young son and was close to her family, it is considered she unlikely would have upped and left or ran away. RCMP Corporal Dave Timon spoke to the Canadian news website, My Prince George Now, about the investigation into Mackie's disappearance. He noted her dedication to her little boy. It would be totally out of character for her to do something like that. Corporal Timon also stated, We would be remiss if we didn't think about foul play, so that's being considered. Was she attacked by a wild animal? Was it a part of the terrain? Did she step off a cliff? Other explanations for her disappearance have been considered, including her being involved in an accident. However, had she been involved in an accident, it would be reasonable to presume that she would have been on foot, meaning that had she died by misadventure, it would have been well within the search radius. But no trace of her was found. None of the items that Mackie had with her that night, such as her clothes or iPod, have ever been found. Another theory was that she had been attacked by an animal. Animals in the area include wolves, cougars, grizzly and black bears, and coyotes. This theory is called into question when one considers that no such evidence of an attack was found by those searching on foot and from the air. No blood or remains have ever been found that are confirmed to be hers. The likelihood of it being a stranger abduction could be considered small due to the remote location of the area and the timing. However, the FBI have stated that abductions committed by a stranger most likely involve a firearm and are motivated by sexual assault. Mackie's family is still looking for her and have never stopped. They regularly watch crime shows on Investigation Discovery is for the people who did it to come forward and give her back to us, Peter said. The only thing I would like to honor my sister is for the people who did it to come forward and give her back to us, Peter said. It's tearing my family apart. Right now, it feels like you're a lost soul yourself, just wandering this world. And deep down in your heart, sometimes you do get to the breaking point, where sometimes you just want to take things into your own hands and deal with it your own way, but you can't. You just gotta keep on trying to find answers. If you have any information relating to the disappearance or whereabouts of Immaculate Basil, please contact the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. On October 24, 1998, Kathy Kucka listened to a voicemail from her younger sister, Christine. In the message, Christine mentioned she would be helping Rudy clean his new apartment and promised to call Kathy later. Kathy was worried by the message, as Christine's last communication had been concerning. Christine had a tumultuous relationship with Rudy, though they had recently started getting along better. The couple had met when Christine took a chemistry course at her college, where Rudy, whose real name was Darshanan Prasad, was her professor. Rudy had claimed he was single and recently out of a relationship, leading to their casual dating once the semester ended. At the time, Christine was a full-time student, the founder of the Philosophy Club at her school, and worked full-time. Rudy taught and was working towards a degree in dentistry in New Jersey. The two saw each other when they had time, but it didn't seem to be often. She had been drawn to Rudy's shyness. His quiet, conserved nature was opposite to her. She was as liberal as they came and wasn't afraid to voice her opinions. Her Midwestern background was abandoned when she moved to New York, and she finally felt that she had found a place where she fit in. The 28-year-old was majoring in philosophy and had plans to go to law school. Christine was very smart. She had received a full scholarship for her undergraduate degree, though her plans took a bit of a turn when Christine discovered she was pregnant. Though completely unexpected and unplanned, she was overjoyed with the news. She welcomed motherhood, even if she had to go it alone. Was a furious denial. He tried to say it was impossible for him to be a father, and it must have been someone else, but when she adamantly insisted she hadn't been with anyone else, he switched direction. He went from angry to upset, and tearfully told Christine he was married. He had gotten married when he told her he went on a business trip, and it would bring a great shame upon his family if he had an illegitimate child. He went on to say he shared a house with new wife and his parents were paying for his dental school classes, and he said his parents would cut him off. Rudy was an immigrant from Guyana, He said his father was a Hindu priest and would disown him. His family were deeply religious. Following a very strict Brahmin discipline in Hinduism, their religion placed a high value on those with good and virtuous characteristics. Social class within their religion was based on emulating the values taught. An affair risked not only Rudy's standing within his church, but also the standing of his entire family. Christine was shocked when Rudy continually insisted that she terminate the pregnancy. Christine decided to terminate the relationship instead. She made it clear to Rudy that she had no intentions of ruining his life, but she was keeping the baby and she expected nothing of him. However, she did plan on naming him on the birth certificate in the following months. Christine and Rudy spoke several times about the baby. As time grew on, Rudy became more forceful about the termination. Christine began to tell friends that she felt unsafe around Rudy and feared he would do something to harm her to try and cause her to miscarriage. Friends noticed that the once strong and independent woman was increasingly jumpy and anxious. Christine wanted Rudy to sign an acknowledgement of paternity for the birth certificate. This would give her legal options for both child support and custody for the child if she needed it. After another heated argument about signing the paperwork, Christine had paged his beeper several times. When a call was finally returned, Christine had prepared to let Rudy have it, but was shocked when it was a woman on the other end. A little aside for those who didn't grow up with pagers like myself, pagers were popular before cell phones. They were a device that could only receive messages. You would typically call a pager with your phone and would type in a number that you wanted the person to call you back on. The receiving pager would beep the display number, which is why you may hear it called a beeper. The woman was Rudy's wife, and he had forgotten his pager at home, and she demanded to know who was paging his beeper so much. At first, Christine lied and said that she needed to speak to Rudy because she was one of his students, but after a while she admitted to why she needed to talk to him. The two women exchanged several more calls. Christine reassured her that she had no intention of involving herself with their marriage, but she wanted Rudy to have a part of the child's life. The women seemed to bond over Rudy being an asshole, with the two of them lamenting that Rudy had ruined both of their lives. Eventually the call stopped and didn't hear from Rudy for weeks. Then, out of nowhere, he showed up at Christine's house. Christine shared a house with 5 other roommates. He told her this long-winded story about his wife, how she had told his parents and they had kicked him out, and he was living on his cousin's couch. At this point, Christine was 5 months and was closing in on her second trimester. She had confirmed a birthing center, a midwife, and seemed quite prepared for her upcoming birth. Christine told friends that she had reservations about his story, but she let him back into her life nonetheless. He began to take a keen interest in the baby, which surprised Christine, but she didn't want to rock the boat because she wanted to have a civil relationship with her baby's father. Those who saw the two said they were affectionate, but not intimate. With Christine constantly pushing Rudy to reconcile with his wife, she was clear that she didn't want to be with him romantically, but wanted him to be involved in the baby's life. Though she had been concerned about him harming her earlier in the pregnancy, since she was too far along for any more conversations about terminating, I think she felt more comfortable around him. She eventually started to spend more time with him privately, as opposed to only in public places. The night before her disappearance, Rudy had called to let her know he had gotten an apartment. He wanted to show it to her and asked if he could help him clean it. She agreed, and he said he would pick her up in the morning. Rudy arrived at noon to pick her up, but Christine had slept in, and he needed to come up to the apartment while she finished getting ready. 2 of her roommates saw Rudy, and they both described him as agitated and said that he paced the living room while Christine was getting ready. Right before Christine left the house, she left a quick message for her sister, and then she left. Kathy had been expecting a call from her sister that evening, and grew increasingly concerned as the hours ticked on. The following morning, Kathy got a call from one of Christine's roommates, who informed her that Christine hadn't come home. Kathy and her husband packed up their 2-year-old son and drove into the city straight to the 70th precinct. They wanted to immediately place a missing persons report, but police said that because she was an adult, there was no reason to believe she was missing yet. Finally, 3 days after Christine had gone off with Rudy, police finally allowed her sister to report her missing, and after 7 days they started investigating. Kathy, her husband, and several of Christine's friends dispatched immediately. Most of them had a history in political activism, and the group banded together with a military precision and began papering the neighborhood with flyers. Kathy spoke to several news outlets and put together a candlelit vigil outside Christine's college. On November 2nd, Rudy sat down with police with his lawyer, where he was said to have cooperated, but had no alibi. His story was that he took Christine to the mall, he sat in the car while she went shopping, and then he dropped her off at a health food store near her house around 4. This seemed to contradict what Christine had said about seeing an apartment. There was also no witnesses that could verify his story, and he couldn't even say what mall he took her to or what stores she went to. Without any evidence to point to foul play, police were unwilling to do anything more. The NYPD stated it wasn't illegal to be the last person someone was with, and it also wasn't illegal to knock up your girlfriend when you were married, but once again, Rudy and his family had everything to lose. Their status and social standing within their temple were of the utmost importance. The Kupka family had hired a private investigator to try and find any evidence, but nothing came up. They continued to try and keep her story in the media in hopes of drumming new leads. In 2010, when a cousin of Rudy vacated a plumbing store in Queens, the NYPD sought permission to dig up the basement floor. The new owner agreed, and although a cadaver dog indicated the presence of human remains, they found nothing. Rudy Persaud is now a dentist in Florida. He and his wife live there with their children. He has refused to address any of the accusations, both with police and media. He and his wife have maintained that they don't know what happened to Christine or his unborn child, nor do they care. Kathy has devoted her life to finding justice for Christine. She firmly believes that her sister was murdered that night, maintaining that she had everything to live, for she had numerous plans for both the immediate and distant future. She was excited for the birth of her child, for her future career, and to do it all on her own. On October 3, 2008, 33-year-old Gil Tatro was driving according to some cryptic and mysterious directions that eventually led him to a garage in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Having recently arrived from DC and now separated, he had been using the popular dating site Plenty of Fish in hopes of meeting someone. He had recently started conversing with a woman named Sheena, who used the profile name Spiderwebs, and they had immediately hit it off. Gil noted that Sheena seemed eager and almost insistent about making plans. Despite the odd and confusing directions, he assumed Sheena simply didn't want to give out her physical address for some reason and proceeded to drive out to pick her up for dinner and a movie. Sheena said she would leave the garage door open for him to drive into. He reached the location just after 7 p.m. He couldn't see anyone, and the garage door was only partially raised, so he parked up and entered on foot. Gil remembered feeling uneasy about everything, but shook the feelings off and carried on anyway. He stood in the dark room for a second when suddenly he felt someone grab him from behind and start prodding him with a stun gun. He turned around and came face to face with a man towering over him, wearing a hockey mask. The masked man took out a gun, pointed it at Gillis, and ordered him to get on the ground. Once he was on the floor, he forced duct tape over his eyes. Adrenaline raced through him, and Gillis said he made a decision that if he was going to die, it would not be on the masked man's terms. He ripped the tape off his eyes and grabbed the gun out of the man's hands. In this moment, he realized the gun was plastic and fake. The pair struggled for a few minutes before Gillis rolled under the garage door and made it outside. He crawled into the alley behind the garage before the masked man started grabbing his legs and tried to pull him back in. The effects of the stun gun had left his legs like jelly, and he was trying to move as quickly as he possibly could. With one last push and with everything he had, he fought his way out of the man's grasp. Outside of the alley, he saw a couple out for a walk. Gil begged them for help, but the couple were scared that this was part of a potential plan to mug them. The man chased him out and assured the couple there was nothing to worry about, and his friend was just messing around. They quickly left the scene, but the couple had clearly startled the man in the hockey mask and he retreated back towards the garage. Gillis finally made it to his truck and managed to escape. He never spoke of this incident to the police, embarrassed that he was duped by the fake profile and terrified that the man would find him and kill him. He convinced himself that it was not as serious as he'd thought, and he said no more about it. Little did anyone know the same thing was about to happen to someone else, and the outcome would be far worse. 38-year-old John Brian Altinger, known to his friends as Johnny, worked as an oilfield equipment manufacturer. Described as honest and hardworking, he was quiet, but once someone got to know him, he had a great sense of humor. He, like Gil, was also using dating sites to meet people. He had just started chatting to a lady named Jen on Plenty of Fish. After building a good connection, Johnny told his friends he was going to meet up with her in person. His brother said he was looking for love and thought he finally might have found it. He sent his friends an email telling them of his plans and also sent them the directions of the location that he and Jen would be meeting at too. Days would pass and friends would not hear a word from Johnny. Never out of touch for this long, everyone knew something was off. They all became even more concerned after they received some strange emails. In these emails, Johnny claimed that Jen had taken him on a surprise trip to Costa Rica and would be there until mid-December. His brother Gary said it was the weirdest message he had ever received. Shortly after this, Johnny's employers received an email informing them of his resignation, which came as a total shock. They emailed back but got no response from him when they requested a forwarding address to send his final paycheck to. Johnny's friends eventually broke into his condo to start their own investigation. Despite his emails saying he was traveling, to their concern, they found his passport and an empty suitcase with no indication that he had packed for a holiday. Nor had he left the apartment in a good place for someone that was leaving for 2 months. Following this, the Edmonton Police Service now agreed there was reason to be concerned and subsequently launched a homicide investigation. Fortunately for the police, they followed the directions that Johnny had sent to his friends and were unknowingly led to the same garage that Gillis had been lured into. The garage was being rented by a man named Mark Twitchell. But who was he? And why would Johnny and Jill have ended up at his garage? Mark Andrew Twitchell was born in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada in 1979. He had dreams of making big Hollywood blockbusters and studied at the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology in the Radio and Television Arts program. He had a passion for making costumes and props, which soon moved into writing and directing his own films. In 2001, he met his first wife, Megan. She said he was charming and funny, and they got on straight away. She recalled that Mark had such a fascination with films that once he found something he liked, he would become fixated on it, trying to emulate it in every way. She soon noticed that Mark was spending a lot of time online, often making bizarre and random profiles to talk to people on various sites and forums. He would have disturbing conversations with her about his desire to feel what it was like to kill someone and how he would choose the right person to murder. Already on a downward spiral, the relationship started to crumble even more when found out that Mark was being unfaithful and lying to her constantly. After just 4 years together, the pair would divorce. Mark then met his second wife, Jess, and the pair would go on to have a daughter. He bought his new family a lovely home. But little did Jess know, it had been purchased using fraudulent documents that he had used to get the mortgage. He would soon quit his job, but regularly would drive into town pretending as if he was still working while living off investors' money. He threw himself into his script writing and directing even more. And in 2007, he directed a full-length fan film prequel called Star Wars: Secrets of the Rebellion, which even included a cameo by Jeremy Bulloch, a British actor known for his role as Boba Fett in Star Wars. Mark spent a lot of time recreating costumes and making props for the film. Although it garnered a decent amount of buzz and attention online, the film would never see a release. Mark then went on to shoot an 8-minute-long horror film called House of Cards. The storyline was about a man who goes to meet a woman he met online, only to realize he had been lured there by someone using a fake profile. Once inside, the man was attacked and bound to a table, where he was murdered by a man in a hockey mask. On September 1st, 2008, he started renting a garage to film in. Mark had handed out leaflets to neighbors saying that he would be shooting a lot and if they heard any screams coming from the garage over the coming weeks, not to be alarmed. He also had a strong fixation with the TV show Dexter, a crime drama about a forensic technician, Dexter Morgan, who doubled as a vigilante serial killer. He became so he spent almost an hour talking to Detective Mike Tabla and was very keen to talk about his love of films and his latest scripts and projects. Tabla quickly got back to the questions at hand and wanted to know who had access to his makeshift studio garage. He then told Tabla he remembered seeing the padlock to the garage looked like it had been tampered with, and this could have been to the garage and the missing Johnny. Mark told Detective Tabla he had no idea who Johnny Altinger was, and he had never heard of anyone called Jen either. For the most part, detectives were satisfied that his answers seemed plausible. He appeared honest and forthcoming, and he was not deemed a suspect. The police needed to look elsewhere, and they took to the public to try and get more information about Johnny. 2 witnesses came forward reporting to have seen who they now believe to be him. It was the couple that had actually seen Gillis running away from the garage that day, not Johnny. Because of the times and dates they told police they saw this happen, authorities now knew this was no isolated incident, and there was a potential second victim out there. They thought that if they could find this mystery man, they could find Johnny too. Police received word that Johnny had a red Mazda. After his first interview with Detective Tabla, Mark sent an email over to him with some more info that might be useful. In this email, he said he had recently bought a car worth $20,000 from a complete stranger in the street for just $40. It was all too coincidental, and his story now seemed totally improbable. Mark then sent a second email to his production team requesting that they stop talking to the police. He was immediately called in for another interview. With the interview now at a standstill, Mark was free to walk out. Authorities got warrants to conduct a thorough search of the garage and Mark's home and confiscated some bits and pieces, including his laptop. The garage was small, cold, and fairly empty. A table, some cabinets, and various random props and boxes were scattered around and the windows were covered over. Police used luminol in the hopes of detecting any blood. The garage was covered and showed an extremely grisly scene had taken place. While looking through his laptop, they found some extremely disturbing documents. They discovered a dark and violent 42-page document that Mark had deleted. It was called SK Confessions, later understood to be serial killer confessions. It began, "This story is based on true events. The names and events were altered slightly to protect the guilty." It spoke of his descent into becoming a serial killer and how he would lure victims using online profiles, detailing the horrific things he wanted to do to them. In the document, Mark wrote in detail about the murder of a man named Jim. Jim, police could only assume, was Johnny Altinger. He talked of stabbing him and watching him bleed out on the floor as the victim gave him a pure Hollywood reaction. "I grabbed his jaw with my gloved hand and moved it while making a funny voice to make it look like it was talking, and chuckled to myself at the total silliness of it all." Part of the story read, before he detailed how he dismembered the body like a pumpkin for Halloween. Throughout the writing, he talked to finding a garage to use as a location, as well as sourcing his hockey mask, props, and knives. He referred to this garage as his kill room. Police impounded Mark's car as well, and a search found Johnny's blood inside, as well as a post-it note reminding him to clean up his kill room and then cheat on his wife. From all of this pieced together, police concluded that on the day Johnny had gone to meet with the person he thought was Jen, he had actually been met with Mark Twitchell. Mark bludgeoned him with a pipe before stabbing him to death and dismembering him. He tried and failed to burn Johnny's body and eventually put his remains in a sewer. In another document he wrote called Profile of a Psychopath, he admitted to being a pathological liar that cheated constantly and was unable to hold down jobs as he despised working for anyone but himself. Mark Twitchell was arrested on the October 31st, 2008 and was charged with first-degree murder the same day. He and his second wife, Jess, were divorced shortly after his arrest. Mark then spent the day driving around in the back of the police car with detectives pleading with him to tell them where Johnny's body was. Mark stayed silent the whole journey. Gil Tatro, who had now heard the details about Johnny's case, would walk into the police station and tell them everything that had happened to him, making the detectives' already strong case Mark even stronger. Mark's once deleted document SK Confessions describes something so similar happening to Gillis that Mark could no longer justify the writing as being just a gruesome piece of fiction. Authorities searched for Johnny's remains for nearly 2 years, with Mark refusing to tell them what he had done to him. Eventually, Mark asked to talk to the police from his cell. He silently slid a piece of paper across the table, which was a map and a series of directions. This led to a sewer. Johnny's remains were finally found just half a block away from where the search for his body had stopped. In March 2011, Mark Twitchell's trial began. He first offered to plead guilty to interfering with human remains, but the Crown rejected this and pushed on for a first-degree murder conviction. The case sparked a lot of media attention, and Mark was frequently referred to as the Dexter Killer, given his fascination with the drama. He took to the stand in his own defense and would make some baffling claims. In a shock line of defense, he confessed to killing Johnny, but claimed he had done so as an act of self-defense. He claimed he had hatched a plan after he made his short film House of Cards. The mini-movie gave him an idea to try and create a buzz around what he hoped might turn into a franchise. He said he lured Johnny and Gil to the garage, but alleged he was going to tell them it was all a big hoax in the hope they would write about it online and get people talking. He said he bought everything he needed to stage the garage as a kill room. And although bizarre, he said it was something that had got out of control in a way he didn't plan for. Mark said that Johnny had become angry, and he told the jurors that in a blind panic, he cut up Johnny's body and tried to burn it. When this failed, he cut it up some more and dumped it down a sewer. He then said he later broke into Johnny's home and wrote emails under his name to his friends and workplace before stealing his printer and laptop. And the document entitled SK Confessions? It was all just fiction and random pieces of research on serial killers, he said. After a 3-week trial and just 4 hours of deliberations, Mark Twitchell was found guilty and handled a life sentence with no chance of parole for 25 years. He then faced an attempted murder charge for luring and attacking Jill, but this charge would later be dropped as he had already secured the maximum sentence possible. Mark appealed his conviction on the basis that he felt the media was so focused on the case and the reporting was so sensationalized that it affected the jury and created a bias. He soon dropped his appeal. The TV show Dexter had also been a huge focus before, during, and after the trial. But the writer of Dexter weighed in and said, "Reading Dexter will not make you a serial killer. If you are not already capable of killing another human being in a cold, cruel, deliberate way, no book ever written will make you capable of doing so. There is no magic words that will turn you into a psychopath." In May 2013, it was reported that Mark had purchased a TV for his prison cell, so he could catch up on every Dexter episode that he had missed since he was arrested. He also set up a dating page on a site for inmates. He said he had made some terrible, regrettable choices and is looking for an interesting, intelligent, open-minded, delightfully imperfect woman to relate to and share amusing observations with. After his traumatic ordeal with Mark, Gillis Tetra met with Johnny Artinger's mother. He said that she had held his hand and said she was so happy he was still here. He went on to write a book about his experience. It is unknown how far Mark Twitchell would have taken his crimes had he not been caught. He was obsessed with blurring fantasy and reality, and confused fame with infamy in the most disturbing way imaginable. Jill continues to rebuild his life and move past the traumatic events of that day in October 2008. And Johnny's family and friends continue to remember his fun, loving, and kind personality. They determined that his life will not be defined by the appalling crime committed against him. He will instead be remembered for the joy and laughter that he brought to so many people. Judy Zellner worked as the sexton at Trinity Evangelical Lutheran Church, a small church in Springfield Township, Pennsylvania. She had keys to the church to allow her to clean the building twice a week. Located in a relatively rural area of Upper Bucks County, the church's doors were always kept locked when not in use for security reasons. Therefore, Judy was alarmed when she found the door unlocked around 12:30 p.m. on January 23, 2008, as she put her key into the lock. Although the light in the church office was on, she did not see anyone at the desk through the window in the office door as she entered. Normally, no one else was at the church when Judy came to do her cleaning. She dropped off her things at the narthex and went up to the pastor's office to see if he was there. He was not. It occurred to Judy that the new church secretary, a woman named Megan she had not yet met, may have been in the building. She went back to the church office, this time going inside. When she did, she found a woman lying behind the desk, surrounded by blood, which appeared to be coming from a large wound to her head. She did not appear to be breathing. Judy feared that whoever had hurt the woman may still be inside the building, so she grabbed the church's cordless phone and ran outside to call 911. She was understandably hysterical, so she had difficulty getting the operator to understand that she had found a woman she believed had been murdered inside her church. Paramedics quickly arrived at the scene. They found that the woman inside the church office was still alive. They also noticed that her head wound appeared to have been caused by a bullet, and that they were at a crime scene which they would have to disturb in their efforts to save the woman's life. While one paramedic brought in a backboard to bring the woman out to the ambulance, the other grabbed a marker off of the desk to outline the woman's body so the police would know how they had found her. He also caught sight of a shiny piece of metal that looked like it could be a bullet fragment and placed his ball cap over it so that it would not get knocked away when he and his partner moved the woman out of the room. Judy had told the 911 operator that she believed the injured woman to be the new church secretary, a woman named Megan. She still believed this to be the case as the paramedics picked up the woman to carry her out to the ambulance. When Judy finally got a good look at the woman's face, however, she realized she was not the new secretary, but Judy's good friend, Rhonda Smith. At 42, Rhonda was nearly 2 decades younger than Judy, but the age difference did not stop the two women from becoming fast friends when Rhonda and her mother, Dorothy, joined the church 2 years earlier. They sang in the church choir together, got together outside of church a few times a month, and Judy was always available to talk to Rhonda on the phone when she was going through something difficult. Rhonda had experienced numerous hardships in her life right from its very beginning. 2 months before Rhonda was due to be born, her mother, Dorothy, had begun hemorrhaging. When the Smiths arrived at St. Luke's Hospital in Fountain Hill, Pennsylvania, they were told that their baby's umbilical cord had become wrapped around its neck, and Dorothy would need to undergo an emergency cesarean section in order to save the baby's life. Rhonda was born weighing 4.9 pounds but still had obstacles to overcome. Doctors told her parents she required surgeries on her heart and her bowel, and they would need to transfer her to St. Christopher's Hospital for Children in Philadelphia to undergo them. Dorothy was experiencing complications from her C-section, so she could not travel with her daughter. Rhonda's father, Jim, therefore rode alone with the paramedics who were transporting his newborn daughter the 50 miles to Philadelphia. He spent the ride staring at Rhonda's chest, making sure she was still breathing inside of her incubator. Jim claims he saw an angel hovering at the top of the ambulance during the trip, and the sight of it convinced him that his daughter would be all right in spite of everything. When they arrived at the hospital, further testing proved him right. Rhonda no longer had her heart murmur and her bowel problems had resolved, meaning she no longer required either of the surgeries. Jim Smith knew that his new daughter was a fighter. Jim and Dorothy would be rushing to the same hospital, again worried for their child's life. 42 years 6 days later, after a social worker from St. Luke's called to inform them that Rhonda had been seriously injured at the church and was unlikely to survive. Doctors determined that Rhonda was brain dead, and the Smith family made the painful decision to remove her from life support. Rhonda had been shot twice in the head and no gun had been found at the scene. However, authorities were not immediately sure that they were dealing with a homicide and began investigating the possibility that Rhonda had taken her own life. Rhonda would rely on the fighting spirit she displayed right after her birth throughout the rest of her life. She was a courageous child who was never frightened of new things like other children her age, and instead of getting upset when her older brothers teased her, she teased them right back. At the age of 6, Rhonda decided she wanted to be a teacher and spent years working towards that goal. She graduated from Saucon Valley High School in 1984 and spent the next 2 years working numerous jobs to save up money for her higher education. In 1986, she enrolled at Northampton Community College, becoming the first person in her family to go to college. Rhonda graduated with an associate's degree in secretarial science in 1988 and enrolled at Bloomsburg University to complete her bachelor's degree and earn her teaching certification. She continued working while going to school and made all of her student loan payments on her own without help from her family. She was set to graduate from Bloomsburg on December 15, 1991. Things started to fall apart for Rhonda just before she achieved this major goal, however. She lost her appetite and would go days without eating and would go days without sleeping due to terrible bouts of insomnia. Rhonda's behavior became more erratic and she became very paranoid, imagining people trying to break into her apartment and hidden cameras throughout the residence. She had to be hospitalized and eventually placed into isolation because she became aggressive when she believed the woman she initially shared a room with was a devil. During this first hospitalization, Rhonda was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, a condition she would struggle with for the rest of her life. Rhonda did graduate from Bloomsburg less than a month after she received her diagnosis, but only with a degree in business administration and not with the teaching certification she had been working towards for so long. She would take the final exam needed to earn her certification 3 times after her graduation, but she never passed it as her condition was not yet well managed. Rhonda at first had difficulty accepting her diagnosis but ultimately found ways to cope with it. In later letters, she would attribute the strides she made largely to her parents and their ongoing support and encouragement. The medication she took for her bipolar disorder prevented her from experiencing the severe episodes that had initially led to her diagnosis, but she did require hospitalization several times in the following years. Even as Rhonda learned how to best manage her bipolar disorder, it greatly impacted her life. Unable would eventually experience one of the severe depressive episodes associated with bipolar disorder, and she would have to leave the position. This cycle continued for many years. Despite her financial instability, Rhonda insisted on living on her own and paying her own rent, something she took great pride in. Given her mental health history and the fact that Rhonda had previously discussed ending her life, authorities were not quick to rule out the possibility that Rhonda's death was the result of suicide. They theorized that perhaps Judy Zellner, who was friends with Rhonda, had found the gun when she found Rhonda in the church and disposed of it so that no one would suspect suicide. They also considered the possibility that Rhonda's parents could have done the same thing. According to Dorothy and Jim, they had driven past the church on their way to lunch in the nearby borough of Quakertown just before Judy Zellner had arrived there. They were surprised to see their daughter's car in the parking lot as she was only supposed to work until noon. Dorothy suggested they stop in at the church to ask Rhonda to join them for lunch, but Jim said no since he assumed Rhonda was just getting a few extra hours of work. Authorities thought they perhaps had stopped in at the church and disposed of the gun for the same reason they thought Judy may have. However, video surveillance showed the couple entering and exiting the restaurant where they had lunch, showing no signs of distress. Furthermore, scenario given how much Dorothy and Jim loved their daughter. Further forensic examination would later show that Rhonda had not committed suicide. She had been murdered. Based on gunpowder stippling and the wounds Rhonda had sustained, it was determined that Rhonda had been shot from 3 to 4 feet away and that she had held up her hand in defense before the second shot was fired. Several potential suspects, like the man Rhonda had been dating a few months earlier and a man she had met in a support group and was planning to go on a date with, were investigated and eliminated in the early days of the investigation. Investigators began considering the possibility that the murder had something to do with the church rather than Rhonda. Very few people who had known Rhonda would be at the church that day. The church's pastor, Greg Shreves, had to be away for a conference for 3 days, and an important church meeting was coming up. The church had recently hired a new secretary, but she had not started yet. At the last minute, Pastor Shreves decided to ask Rhonda to fill in at the church for those 3 days and assemble some of the packets and files needed for the meeting. He knew it would help her out financially and believed it would bolster her self-esteem. A strange visitor had attended a recent Sunday service. During communion, he attempted to steal the cup the wine was distributed in. When parishioners came up to him to greet him after the service, he told each of them that he was from different states. He also remarked how easy it would be to rob the church. While nothing had been stolen from the church, authorities still followed up on this man. Despite their best efforts, they could not identify him. Having no luck with the lead about the outsider, investigators pressed Pastor Shreves to try to identify anyone within his congregation he believed they should look into. The pastor could not believe that any member of his church could commit such a crime. Eventually, he did provide them with the name of a church member who had been causing problems at the church, Mary Jane Fonda. Mary Jane Fonda had been born in Philadelphia, but her family loved taking road trips up to the more rural areas of Bucks County. When Mary Jane was 12, her parents purchased a small cabin on a large plot of land in Springfield Township, and the family regularly spent their weekends there. While Mary Jane preferred Springfield Township to the busier and more stressful Philadelphia, she would not move out of the city and to her parents' property for more than 30 years. In 1987, she moved in with her parents, who were by then retired and living in Bucks County full-time, to help take care of them as their health began to fail. Mary Jane's mother passed of them as their health began to fail. Mary Jane's mother passed away in September of 1992, and the following year, Mary Jane would find herself in the middle of a case that still remains unsolved: the disappearance of her father Ed Fonder III. Ed struggled with the death of his wife. He took out the pain he was feeling on Mary Jane, who was still working as his caretaker, and the two started arguing regularly. Mary Jane says that around this time, her father began leaving the house again to walk around his property, sometimes walking up the back steps without his cane, something he had previously lost the ability to do because of his 2 hip replacement surgeries. According to Mary Jane, he would sometimes walk too far away from the house for her liking, and she would have to call him back, but her father's walks were otherwise uneventful. According to Mary Jane, she awoke on the morning of August 26, 1993, around 7 a.m., and got up to set the table for breakfast. She decided to lie down and rest for a bit longer. At some point, she heard the front door to the house open and assumed it was her father going out to pick up the newspaper. She fell back asleep. She did not wake up again until 11 a.m. Her father was not in the house. Mary Jane called the police and alerted her neighbors, who helped search for Ed. An extensive search of the 12-acre property failed to locate him. Dogs tracked his scent to the end of his driveway, but it ended abruptly there. Ed was in poor health, and all of his medications were left at his house. His doctors estimated that he could only survive for about 10 days without his heart medication. Nearly 8 months later, Ed's wallet, with none of its contents missing, turned up in a mailbox in the nearby city of Allentown, but Ed himself remained missing. Given the rising tensions in their relationship and the fact that she had been in the home when Ed went missing from it, Mary Jane was considered a person of interest in the case. Police were suspicious of Mary Jane's claim that her father must have wandered off, in part because of the improbability of that, given his poor physical condition and Mary Jane's own attempts to support the idea. She claimed her father had recently wandered off, and it had taken her an hour and a half to find him. When asked why she hadn't called the police on that occasion, she said it was because she found him. However, she claimed to have called the police as soon as she noticed he was missing on August 26th. The lead investigator on the case noticed a stack of items that appeared to have been ones that would be kept in the trunk of a car. She then asked to see the trunk of Mary Jane's car and found that it was completely empty, beating her to fear that Ed's body had been transported in it. She also saw a bucket of pink-tinged water inside the house but did not order testing on it, which she later regretted. Despite suspicions from the authorities and rumors running wild through the community, Mary Jane was never charged in connection with her father's disappearance, and he remained missing. Mary Jane was generally considered to be nice enough but a bit eccentric. She would eventually be described by one of her attorneys as the aunt nobody wants to sit next to at Thanksgiving. She was prone to rambling and oversharing and did not seem to know when to stop talking. While she could be somewhat overwhelming to interact with, most people who knew her viewed her as harmless. Pastor Shreves had mentioned her to Belize because her behavior towards him had become concerning. Mary Jane had a fondness for painting, so he had asked her to use her creative skills to decorate the bulletin boards at the church. She ultimately did a poor job with them, but Pastor Shreves would give her other small tasks around the church now and then because she seemed to enjoy having special assignments at the church. Pastor Shreves would speak to Mary Jane when he saw her at the church but generally tried to avoid her, as once she started speaking, she generally did not stop. One day in the fall of 2006, Mary Jane came into his office and began an hour-long talk about her life story. Pastor Shreves assumed she just needed to feel like someone would listen to her and felt it was his pastoral duty to be that person at that moment. However, then, seemingly out of nowhere, Mary Jane said to Pastor Shreves, "You can't deny what's going on between us." The pastor was shocked and told her no, that nothing like that was happening. Mary Jane started back up with her story, but the shaken pastor asked her to stop. She got up and left the office, and he notified his bishop of what had happened. Mary Jane had started leaving long, rambling messages on his answering machine up to 15 times a week. The pastor eventually had to block her number in the winter of 2007. She then began calling from her cell phone. The pastor played some of these messages for the church council, who did not want to get involved in the matter and seemed to view Mary Jane's obsession as innocuous. In the summer of 2007, Mary Jane then began entering the pastor's home when he was not there to put food in his refrigerator and freezer. In response, he told Mary Jane to stop and began locking his door. She would then simply leave the food outside on the front porch. To drive home the point that he did not want her to do this, he refused to take the food inside and let it rot in the bag on the porch. This resulted in angry messages from Mary Jane from her cell phone about how ungrateful he was about someone trying to take care of him. After one particularly late-night call from Mary Jane, Pastor Shreves snapped, telling her again to stop calling him and that he could no longer be her pastor. He says her tone then changed dramatically from her usual tone to something that sounded evil as she berated him, saying that none of this behavior necessarily tied Mary Jane to Rhonda's murder, but several details that came up about Mary Jane during the investigation were of interest to police. A search of state records showed that Mary Jane had purchased a .38 caliber Rossi revolver in December of 1994. A ballistics expert working for the state had examined the bullet found in the church and the bullet that had lodged in Rhonda Smith's brain and found that they were .38 or 3.57 caliber and that they could have been fired from several different makes of revolvers, including Rossi. Mary Jane had purchased the weapon the same day she had an unemployment hearing. She had applied for unemployment after being fired from a Denny's restaurant for threatening to kill one of her co-workers several times. The co-worker had to appear at the hearing. Mary Jane's request for unemployment was denied. She did not attempt to bring the weapon she bought earlier that day into the courtroom. And the co-worker was not harmed. Phone records also showed 3 phone calls made from Mary Jane's house to the church on January 21st, 2 days before the murder. They were made at 11:07, 11:10, and 11:25, all times when Rhonda was working at the church. The first call had lasted just 6 seconds, but the second was over 4 minutes long and the third was 2.5 minutes long. This meant that Mary Jane was one of the few people who knew that Rhonda was working at the church for a few days. Authorities first spoke to Mary Jane when they attended a choir practice in order to speak with Rhonda's fellow choir members. She volunteered an explanation for the phone calls without prompting. She said she had called about getting a new church directory and had been surprised when Rhonda picked up the phone. Rhonda tried unsuccessfully to find one for her and took a message. Mary Jane also told them about her whereabouts on the day of the murder. She said she left home at 5 minutes until 11 and then went to the Holiday Hair Salon for an appointment before doing some shopping at the Joe and Fabric store in the same shopping center. Mary Jane's mention of leaving home at 5 minutes to 11 caught the attention of investigators because that was almost the exact time of Rhonda's murder. Her internet activity at the church had ended abruptly at 10:54. Mary Jane told police that her brother had been home at the time and could confirm when she left the house. Despite the fact that he kept meticulous written accounts of his days, her brother could not in fact tell police the exact time his sister had left the house that day. Authorities visited the hair salon and found that Mary Jane had signed in there at 11:22 on the day of the murder. They drove the various routes from the church to the hair salon and found that Mary Jane had enough time to shoot Rhonda at 10:54 and arrive at Holiday Hair in time to sign in at 11:22. Mary Jane had a habit of wearing wigs. At her hair appointment on January 23rd, she had her stylist remove her wig and wash her real hair. The stylist informed police that Mary Jane had left the wig behind. They believed that if Mary Jane had just fired a gun prior to driving to the salon, there may have been gunpowder residue present on the wig. They obtained a search warrant and collected the wig. Testing of the wig showed the presence of only 2 out of the 3 chemicals needed to definitively show the presence of gunpowder residue on it, making the results inconclusive. Police had also asked Mary Jane about her revolver. She told them that she had only fired it once while she was on her property shortly after her father went missing. She said she didn't like the loud noise it made. This did not line up with the actual time frame of repurchasing the revolver. Mary Jane claimed she had gotten rid of the gun in December of 1994. Mary Jane said she had the gun under the seat of her car when she went to her unemployment hearing and was afraid police would search her car and think she was planning on hurting her former coworker. She therefore threw the gun out of her car. She initially said she threw it out along the road or in the woods, but when the investigator asked her if she was concerned that a child may find it out in the open like that, she changed her story, saying that she had thrown it from her car into the deep end of nearby Lake Nakamixon. Mary Jane came into the state police barracks to speak with investigators in a more formal setting on February 25th. During this interview, Mary Jane provided details that supported investigators' growing theory that Mary Jane had been jealous of Rhonda Smith for reasons both real and imagined. One of the sources of her jealousy was based in reality. Rhonda had received financial assistance from several members of the church. She had been struggling financially at the end of 2007, and Pastor Shreves had contacted a network of some of the more financially stable members of the congregation who sometimes donated money to other members of the church when needed. With their donations, Rhonda was able to stay current on her rent and her bills. 3 days before she was killed, Rhonda had spoken at the Sunday service. In her emotional speech, she thanked her community for the anonymous financial assistance as well as for all of their prayers for her. Mary Jane spoke to several people about the revelation that Rhonda had received money from members of the church. She discussed it with enough people that she displayed a variety of attitudes towards the donation: surprise, curiosity, resentment, anger. Mary Jane told investigators that she was only hurt about Rhonda receiving financial assistance because no one had asked her to contribute. The other apparent sources of Mary Jane's jealousy were based on assumptions rather than facts. During this interview, she confirmed that she had a romantic interest in Pastor Shreves. She told investigators that she had very warm and sexual feelings about him. She also said she thought the pastor could have been in love with Rhonda. She thought his reputation was in danger because, according to her, lots of other people in the church also believed the two were romantically involved. Pastor Shreves was not, in fact, in love with Rhonda, and he was not having any sort of affair with her. Despite Mary Jane's perception that he gave preferential treatment to Rhonda, he did not even really know her all that well. He estimated that he had counseled Rhonda half a dozen times, and he was aware of her mental health problems and the financial strain they put on her. These were his only motivations for offering her 3 half-days of work while he was away at his conference and for asking members of the church if they could donate money for her. Mary Jane also told investigators she felt as though there was a clique at church that included Rhonda but excluded her. Mary Jane and Rhonda were both members of the choir, but Mary Jane had told several people she would not be going to choir practice anymore shortly before Rhonda's murder. After the murder, she was at rehearsals after never actually missing any. Mary Jane told investigators that a week before Rhonda was killed, she saw that several cars were left in the church parking lot well after choir practice was over. She also knew that Rhonda's birthday was the following day. She assumed that some of the women in the choir had thrown Rhonda a birthday party and had not included her in the festivities. The whole world's going around this lady, and I don't know it, Mary Jane told investigators. No such party had taken place. While investigators were learning that Mary Jane may have had reasons for wanting Rhonda dead, however misguided they were, they did not have enough physical evidence to conclusively say that Mary Jane was Rhonda's killer. They searched Lake Nakamixon twice to see if they could find the gun Mary Jane claimed to have thrown in it over a decade earlier but could not locate it. They were able to use the February 25th interview and the possible motives it revealed to successfully apply for a search warrant for Mary Jane's car. They hoped that if Mary Jane had been the person who shot Rhonda, there would still be trace amounts of gunpowder residue in the car. On March 26th, police arrived to serve Mary Jane with a search warrant and to tow away her vehicle. This again brought out her more aggressive persona, and she ranted to state troopers until her brother came outside telling her to shut up and they were calling a lawyer. It would take several weeks for the testing on the swabs taken from various locations within Mary Jane's car to be completed. When the results came in, they showed the presence of gunpowder residue on the turn signal handle, the driver's seat, and the driver's side door of Mary Jane's car. The strongest way of connecting Mary Jane to Rhonda's murder would be to locate her revolver and test it to see if it was the weapon used to kill Rhonda. 2 searches of the leg did not locate the gun, which could have confirmed Mary Jane's story about throwing it into the lake from the bridge in late 1994. But given how deep the lake was in certain areas, finding the gun was not necessarily guaranteed, even if it was there. The weapon ultimately would be found at Lake Nakamixon, but under circumstances that pointed to Mary Jane's guilt rather than her innocence. On March 29th, Doug Silsbury, a 40-year-old contractor from Quakertown, Pennsylvania, was spending the day fishing at Nakamixon State Park with his 8-year-old son, Garrett. It was the first day of trout season, and the father and son were fishing at the lake to avoid crowds at nearby creeks. A late rain was falling, so they fished from the rocky ground underneath the Haycock Run Bridge for cover. Garrett eventually grew tired of fishing and began walking along the shore. He noticed a heron wading in the water and told his father he was going to walk down the lakeshore to get a better look at it. Doug would later say he would never forget the moment when Garrett came back to him that day, holding a gun in his hand, and the fear he immediately felt for his son's safety. Doug owned firearms and therefore had stressed the importance of gun safety to his children. Garrett knew not to pick up guns, but when he first saw this gun, it looked blue because of the shallow, foamy water it was underneath. He assumed it was a toy gun and it would be safe to pick up. It wasn't until he picked it up and felt the weight of it that he realized that it was made of metal and not plastic like he thought, and that it was black instead of blue. He loosened his grip on the barrel and held the gun away from himself before taking it back to his father. After taking the gun from Garrett, Doug was horrified to see that there were 2 live hollow point shells along with 3 spent casings inside the gun. He threw the shells and the casings into the lake as Garrett walked him back to where he found the gun because wet ammunition could be unstable and therefore dangerous. Doug initially assumed that the gun had been dropped by a hunter as the lake was surrounded by state game land, but when he brought the gun home, his wife instinctively was immediately interested in the report of a Rossi 38, the same type of gun owned by Mary Jane Fonder, being found in Lake Nakamixon near the Haycock Run Bridge, where Mary Jane had claimed to have thrown the weapon years earlier. He had Doug read in the serial number from the revolver. The serial number was a match to the serial number of the gun purchased by Mary Jane Fonder in 1994. Investigators went to Doug's home to collect the revolver. They then took him back to the lake so he could show them where it had been found. As they searched the area, they found the spent casings and live rounds Doug had thrown into the water. They also found a mostly full box of 38 special, high-velocity hollow point rounds, the kind of ammunition used by Mary Jane's gun, further out in the lake. The most damning evidence against Mary Jane came when her gun and the spent casings from it were tested by a state ballistics expert and compared to the bullets used in the murder. Analysis revealed that Mary Jane Fonder's gun was the weapon used to kill Rhonda Smith. Mary Jane Fonder was arrested on April 1, 2008 and charged with Rhonda's murder. She was taken into custody as she left a meeting of the seniors group at the church where Rhonda had been killed. During the meeting, she had sat next to Dorothy Smith, Rhonda's mother. While they had identified a motive and located physical evidence strong enough to charge Mary Jane with the murder, authorities would locate even more evidence after the arrest was made, which would later help them provide an account of Mary Jane's actions after the murder. While the location where the gun was found would seem to support Mary Jane's story about her disposing of it in 1994, the condition of the gun when it was found contradicted it. The gun had barely any rust on it and no moss or other plant growth on it. Experts would later estimate that the gun had been underwater for less than 2 months, not the more than 13 years Mary Jane had reported. Police would soon discover evidence from an unexpected source that would show that the gun most likely went into the water just a day before it was found. Ed Fonder IV was supportive of his sister and did not seem to like the police investigating her very much, but that did not stop him from going in to see them on April 9th when he found 2 small pieces of metal, which appeared to be bullet fragments, in his car. He had noticed the 2 small pieces of metal when they caught the light from the sun. Ed kept detailed notebooks of his daily activities, and many of these books had been taken into evidence. These notebooks revealed that Mary Jane had borrowed his car twice after her own vehicle was taken by authorities. She had driven his car to church on April 1st, the day she was arrested, and on March 28th, 2 days after she was served with a search warrant on her car. Investigators believe that once they took her car, Mary Jane realized that she was being seriously considered as a suspect and that police would return with a warrant to search her house, which meant she needed to get rid of her gun. Her brother Ed recorded the mileage on his car before and after Mary Jane borrowed it on March 28th. According to his records, Mary Jane had put more than enough miles on his car to have driven it to the bridge over the lake and back. Police believe Mary Jane did not stop and get out of the vehicle to throw the gun and box of ammunition, as she presumably would have thrown them at the deepest point of the lake if she could choose where they would go into the water. They believe she instead drove back and forth over the bridge until there were no other cars around to witness her throwing the items from her car. She may have believed that if she stopped, she potentially would be seen by any cars that came along after she pulled over. She misjudged her timing when throwing the items, so Mary Jane maintained her innocence even after her arrest. In spite of the Mary Jane maintained her innocence even after her arrest, in spite of the physical evidence against her. She had no explanation to offer neighbors and church members who visited her in jail as to how her gun could have been used to kill Rhonda without her knowledge. She stuck to her story about throwing the gun in the lake in 1994 and theorized that someone must have found the gun back then and returned it to the lake after using it to kill Rhonda. Mary Jane's trial began in late October of 2008. Her attorneys tried arguing Mary Jane's theory that someone had found her gun in 1994, that Doug Silsbury had tampered with the gun to make it look like he had found it in pristine condition, and that Mary Jane's brother Ed was the actual killer, among other far-fetched theories. The jury did not accept these ideas and were apparently more swayed by the evidence presented about Mary Jane's irrational jealousy of Rhonda over scenarios she herself had imagined and the findings of forensic analysis of her gun and the gunpowder found in her car. On October 30th, 2008, they found Mary Jane guilty of first-degree murder in possession of an instrument of crime. On December 5th, she received the requisite sentence for the first-degree murder conviction, life in prison without the possibility of parole. Mary Jane still did not admit to killing Rhonda. At her sentencing hearing, she described herself as the second member of her church to be murdered, and she was now being murdered by the system. Mary Jane seemed to enjoy her time at Muncie State Correctional Institution, finding a captive audience to listen to her and a sense of community with her fellow inmates. Her new therapist put her on a new course of medication and she lost 50 pounds in her first year of incarceration. She appeared to thrive under the structure prison provided her. "I feel like this is my destiny, like God wanted me to be here," she said in January of 2010. Mary Jane never fully took responsibility for the murder. She did eventually acknowledge that she must have been the person who killed Rhonda but never fully confessed. In 2010, she told the Bucks County Courier-Times she had recently seen a picture of Rhonda in a newspaper and realized what had happened. In the days before Rhonda was killed, she had been experiencing periods of time she could not remember. She remembered going to the church that day but then experienced another blackout and did not remember shooting Rhonda. Based on the evidence against her, she acknowledged that she must have been the person who killed Rhonda. Even though she now acknowledged this one reality, she still held on to one of the fabricated circumstances that led to her killing Rhonda. She still maintained that she, Rhonda, and Pastor Shreves were involved in a love triangle. While she claimed she was never jealous of Rhonda, she also claimed that the pastor was interested in a romantic relationship with her and would become flirtatious with her. She believed he would always look for her when he came into a room. She took this to be a sign of his romantic interest in her. Rhonda's family did not find comfort in Mary Jane's partial acknowledgement that she had taken their daughter from them. "It doesn't make us any happier. We gained nothing. We lost a daughter. Nothing changes my feelings right now. We're going to go through this the rest of our lives. No matter what happens, that's not going to bring Rhonda through this door," Jim Smith, Rhonda's father, said in response to Mary Jane's statements. He and his wife continued visiting their daughter's grave daily. In 2018, the family home where Mary Jane and her brother had been living at the time of the murder and the 12 acres of property surrounding it was sold to their neighbor, John Brunner. John had helped in the initial search for the elder Ed Fonder when he went missing in 1993 and had always believed Mary Jane was lying about her father's disappearance. He was therefore very cooperative when authorities asked to search the property as part of a renewed investigation into the disappearance after they learned the land was sold. Mary Jane and her brother Ed had not been willing to allow such a search. On May 22, 2018, ground-penetrating radar was brought in to aid the search of the property. Nothing was found. Mary Jane Fonder died as a result of cardiac arrest in the prison infirmary less than 2 weeks after the search on June 4, 2018. She was 5 years old. Bucks County District Attorney Matt Weintraub said in a statement that the search for Edward Fonder III would continue despite the death of Mary Jane, who he described as the only suspect in his presumed demise. Rhonda's father, Jim, passed away in 2012 at the age of 77. He is buried alongside his daughter in a cemetery in Hellertown, Pennsylvania. On November 28, 1980, in Denver, Colorado, Kristen K. Swanson completed her shift as a waitress at the Ramadan Inn. The 22-year-old was last seen departing from the work parking lot. She had borrowed a friend's car and was heading home to shower and change for a party later that night. She did not arrive at the party, which worried her friends and fiancé, who were unable to find her that evening. The next morning, a bus driver discovered her body in the borrowed vehicle. She was stabbed once in the chest and had been assaulted. Her autopsy determined that her cause of death was a stab wound to the heart. The subsequent investigation quickly led to several dead ends. In her case, like so many others at the time, it went cold. DNA evidence was collected and preserved to await technology that didn't exist yet. For years, those who remembered Kristen continued to advocate on her behalf. In 2009, the Denver Police Department reopened the investigation after a friend of Kristen had urged investigators to re-examine the evidence. It didn't take long for investigators to have a suspect once the samples were uploaded to the national databases. They had a hit from an ex-felon with a lengthy criminal record. Roderick Bernard Elias, now 53, was arrested in March 2010. In 1980, he had been out on parole and was living with his brother in the Denver area. Images of him in 1980 matched the description of a man that had been hanging around outside the hotel bar that Kristen had worked at. It is believed that he followed her and may have forced her off the road or somehow convinced her to pull over, then attacked her. He had been arrested in 1973 for aggravated assault, released, then was back in prison in 1978 for theft and burglary. Then he was in and out of prison for the better part of the 80s-90s for burglary, possession of burglary tools, theft, criminal damage to property, and attempted robbery. Despite him matching the description of a person of interest and his criminal history, Elias would never been a suspect in the slaying of Kristen Swanson. At this time, it is unclear why he targeted Kristen, and Denver police are not looking into any other cold cases in the area to see if there are other victims. Kristen's mother and sister were ecstatic about the arrest and grateful to have justice after so many years. On January 2, 1959 in Great Falls, Montana, Patricia Patty Kalitsky went out on a date with her boyfriend, Lloyd Dwayne Bogle. The two had gone to a drive-in movie, and after the movie, there was a little time before Patty needed to go home. Patty was a junior in high school, and Lloyd was an airman stationed at the Malmstrom Air Force Base. Though the two hadn't been dating for long, they were very serious and had even started talking about marriage. The two park next to the Sun River near Wadsworth Park, a common lover's lane. That evening, as the clock ticked on, Patty's parents grew increasingly nervous. It wasn't like her not to come home, and it was initially thought that the young couple might have gone off to elope. It wasn't uncommon for two people to get swept up in love. When night turned to day, their concerns turned to terror when the body of Bogle was discovered near his vehicle. His had been discovered by 3 young boys. He had his hands tied behind his back and had been shot once in the back of the head. At first, there was no sign of Patty. A search party formed, but it wasn't until the following day when Patty was recovered, located 7 miles from where Bogle was found and down a steep embankment. She was fully clothed and had also been shot in the back of the head. Robbery didn't seem to be a motive for the slayings, as Bogle's money and camera were found in the vehicle. Officers said in the statement at the time, "We're grabbing at every straw we can find. We have a mad killer on the loose." Without a motive or suspect, the case went cold. Eventually, it became Great Falls' oldest cold case. There were several attempts to close the case. In 1989, a tree in the area where Bogle had been murdered was cut down because it contained a bullet. Though it was determined to not be related to the case, the final hope in solving the case came down to DNA evidence recovered from Patty's body, though it had been collected at a time long before law enforcement would ever have known of such a thing. The DNA evidence was sent off to Bode in 2019. The sample yielded a genetic profile, and from there it was uploaded to several voluntary genealogy databases. From there, genealogists were able to piece a family tree, starting from distant cousins and finally narrowing it down to a suspect. Kenneth Gold had died in 2007, but a DNA sample was offered to law enforcement from his daughter. They determined that Gold was perpetrator of the murders. Gold had never been a suspect, and he had no criminal history. His daughter was shocked by the revelation. We will never know why he murdered the young couple, but he would have been about 29 at the time of the slayings. A month after the murders, Gold had sold his property and moved out of Montana. He had lived a block from Patty's home and had worked corralling horses even closer. Perhaps he was jealous or had been stalking Patty. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Was January 27, 1996 when 17-year-old Gladys Arellano went missing from her home in Boyles Heights, Los Angeles, California. Gladys' family reported her missing the following day and a search of the area was undertaken. 3 days later, on January 30th, a body was reported. It was the missing teen, partially clad at the bottom of a ravine. Located 34 miles from downtown LA, she was found in a remote area of Topanga Canyon Road. She had been assaulted and strangled to death. A DNA sample was collected from Gladys' body, which generated a profile that detectives were able to input into the California state databases. Officers were hopeful that they would find a match quickly, but the case went cold for nearly 25 years. Finally, detectives got a hit they were waiting for: a positive match. In November 2019, Jose Luis Garcia was arrested for domestic assault. As per California laws, Garcia was required to submit a DNA sample to the state. Officers gathered a warrant to obtain another sample to directly compare to the sample from the crime scene. It was then that officers learned that after Garcia had been released in November, he immediately moved to Dallas, Texas. Garcia was picked up by Texas federal law enforcement. He was questioned about the 1996 slaying at his home, but claimed he had no knowledge of Gladys. His DNA was taken while in Texas, and it was determined to be a direct match. He was unarrested and extradited back to California. In 1996, Garcia had been a year older than Gladys, now 43. The then 18-year-old had lived near Gladys. At the time, there is no additional information to motive of the slain. Gladys' older sister and niece spoke at a press conference and thanked detectives. The detectives in this case were part of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Homicide Bureau Unsolved Case Unit. Comprised of 12 retired homicide detectives, they work on cold cases on a part-time basis, and the LA County alone has over 15,000 unsolved cold cases. Jose Luis Garcia has pleaded not guilty and is awaiting a trial date. He is currently being held on a $1 million bail. Peter Winston's story brings to mind the Queen's Gambit. While fictional, it explored the internal battles of brilliance, mental health, and substance abuse. This missing person case is peculiar because no official missing person file was ever created, leading to an investigation being launched. Peter Winston simply vanished, and his family chose not to comment on his disappearance. Born in New York City in 1958, Peter's case remains shrouded in mystery. His father, Leonard Winston, was described as a thin and slight man who taught chemistry at Columbia. His mother, Florence, was also an intellectual with a teaching degree from Columbia. She also dabbled in theater, occasionally taking parts in small productions when she wasn't teaching. He also had a sister, Wind Winston, though she was 10 years older than him and they didn't really grow up together. They were close. People remark that his childhood may have been unique, noting that he still slept in a crib in his parents' bedroom at 6. Leonard Winston passed suddenly when Peter was only 9 after his father's passing. His mother seemed to cling to him harder. Peter stood out as special from an early age. He was reported to have started reading before he'd even turned 2 years old and could do simple math by 3. He began attending a gifted children's school at age 5 where he would argue the existence of God with his classmates. Those who remembered him from school, classmates and teachers alike, described Peter the same. He was the smartest person they had ever met. But he struggled in school, and by 12 he would tell he started experimenting with LSD despite often having bad trips. It is unclear when Peter turned to chess, but it was a major part of his life from an early age. At 14, he was defeating opponents 10 years his senior and often competed in tournaments and winning. When he started college, his mother had had him hospitalized. At first he was diagnosed with schizophrenia, but his diagnosis was later changed to manic depression. He was put on medication, but he didn't like how it affected his mind and it negatively impacted his chess performance. His once promising chess career was crumbling as he began to lose more matches than he won. By 1977, he stopped winning games altogether, and he would frequently go off his medication and spiral down conspiratorial rabbit holes. He would neglect personal hygiene, and rumors often surrounded him that he was mixed up with drugs. However, those closest to him believed it was him quitting lithium cold turkey that the source of his erratic behavior. On the last day he was seen alive, he was reported as acting erratically and impulsively gambled the money he had on horse races. He also called a chess rival and asked him for a ride home. When he was refused, he called his sister. His sister picked him up and took him to her place to stay the night. Following morning, his sister insisted that he see a doctor, and without warning, he jumped up and ran out of her apartment screaming. He called up an old friend and went to their house. They had lunch, and while they were eating, Peter said he was going to Texas to see Walter Korn, the author of the chess Bible, Modern Chess Openings. He repeatedly said that Korn was God, and his comments concerned his friend's parents, and those parents decided what best Peter's mother was called. When Peter learned his mother knew where he was, he left. This was the last time he was seen alive. The days following his disappearance, the blizzard of 1978 hit New York. Peter didn't have a coat with him, and it is feared he died in the bad weather. Because he was never reported missing, there was never a missing person filed to compare him to. New York has over 30,000 unidentified bodies within the state. The answer may lie there. Hopefully, with enough publicity, someone will open up an investigation, and those who remember Peter and want answers can get some. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Joseph J. DeMare, born in 1910, grew up in Boston alongside his younger brothers, Dominic and Joseph. The strong bond they shared as children persisted into their adult years. In 1928, the three siblings launched a business selling fresh produce. Initially starting with a push cart, they eventually opened a store in Boston. Their business expanded, leading them to relocate to a larger space in Quincy Market in 1930. By 1939, their business expanded nationally. The DeMare brothers formed partnerships with tomato growers in different states like Florida, Texas, and California to meet the needs of supermarket chains. They were also the first in New England to import tomatoes directly from Cuba, ensuring a year-round supply for their customers. As their business thrived, the brothers decided to invest in farming. They started planting tomatoes in open packing operations in Florida and later in California. They expanded to other locations like South Carolina. In 1937, Joseph married Josephine, who was just 2 years younger than him. In the early 1940s, Joseph, Josephine, and their 3 children, Joseph Jr., James, and Richard, moved from Boston to North Miami, where Joseph and his brothers had built their livelihood by selling fresh produce. Joseph DeMare lived in Miami Beach before moving to Keystone Island in North Miami. In 1953, Joseph's only daughter Linda was born. Unfortunately, his beloved wife, Josephine, passed away from breast cancer soon after in 1956. 3 years later, in 1959, Joseph DeMare married Frances, a woman 20 years younger than him. In the late 1950s, winter farming meant lighting kerosene lamps and placing them between rows of tomato plants to ward off the frost. Richard remembered his father waking them and then leading them to the fields to ensure their crops didn't freeze. Joseph and his 3 sons would drive into farms and work on the tomato plants before they were sent off to processing. In March 1961, 21-year-old Richard traveled to Ohio to meet with his brothers and business partners to discuss the possibility of his Frances and Joseph getting a divorce and to update his 52-year-old father's will. His stepmother Frances was not living with them at the time. Joseph DeMare ran various aspects of the business from Miami and frequently traveled across the United States and Latin America. In 1961, he and his new wife Frances lived in the Keystone Point home along with Joseph's daughter, while his sons lived on the family's farm in Bradenton. But what was about to take place was something none of them could have ever expected. It was a cold winter night in Bradenton on March 24, 1961, and at 3 a.m. Richard and his 2 brothers were fast asleep on their father's farm. But at the same time, the police received a frantic call from Frances DeMare, who told them a horrifying tale. She said that she and Joseph had gone out for dinner from their Keystone Point home. Frances had taken the wheel of their Cadillac Fleetwood and Joseph sat next to her as they left for dinner. They stopped at an intersection near the south exit of Keystone Point, just west of the broad causeway. Suddenly, two men jumped into their car, causing chaos. One of the men forcefully held a gun to the back of Frances's head, making her drive to an empty lot in Sans Souci Estates. Joseph turned to look and was violently struck in the face with the pistol. Frances screamed and also got hit. Frances was knocked unconscious when she was hit with the gun. When she woke up, she found Joseph dead in the seat beside her and the murderers had fled. In a moment of panic, she raced through the brambles and bushes to a nearby Phillips 66 service station. It was from there that she called the police. Patrolman Ben Scola of the North Miami Police Department arrived at the scene as the first officer. He observed Frances at the gas station, noting that she didn't appear severely injured. There are scratches on her face and some specks of blood can be seen on her dress. The scratches seem self-inflicted, as if she ran her hands down her face. Frances informed him that she was knocked out or rendered unconscious and unable to witness the shooting. During the investigation, shell casings were discovered in the back seat of the Cadillac. Upon closer examination of photographs, it became apparent that there were at least 2 unspent rounds on the back seat as well. According to police records, Norman Logan, an employee of the gas station, stated that Frances never mentioned her husband being shot until the arrival of the police. 2 nearby fishermen claimed they didn't hear anything during the incident. Frances informed the police that the assailants took jewelry worth $5,000 from her and $400 in cash from her husband. However, despite the robbery, a gold ring and diamond cufflinks were still found on her husband's body. A day after the murder and robbery, according to the Miami Herald, it was reported that Frances said the gunman forcefully took her jewelry. Despite being ordered not to turn around, she disobeyed, and one of the bandits struck her with his pistol, causing her to lose consciousness. However, to the police earlier, she said that her husband had turned around. The article went on to say that upon regaining consciousness several minutes later, Frances discovered that the attackers had fled and her husband was slumped against the car door with blood flowing from his head. Overwhelmed with panic, she swiftly made her way through the brambles, bushes, and sharp rocks to a nearby Phillips 66 service station where she called the police for assistance. During a subsequent interview with the Miami Herald conducted after the murder, Frances revealed that the assailant referred to her husband as Frank instead of Joe for some unknown reason. She speculated that they may have mistaken Joe for someone else. This information was also not given to the police when they had spoken to her about the murder. Other news reports from the time stated that Frances recounted how the gunman violently struck her with the pistol when she became hysterical as they attempted to take her jewelry. This caused her to lose consciousness, and upon waking up, she discovered that her husband had been shot. The hysterical part here was again not mentioned to the police in the interview they had conducted with Frances. In another article published by the Herald, it was mentioned that Frances reached the gas station and informed Norman Logan, the owner's son, that the 2 men had entered the car, one in the back and one in the front. But when the police arrived at the gas station on the night of the murder, Norman had made it clear to them that Frances had not mentioned the murder until their arrival. There were many discrepancies in the way that Frances was explaining the shootout in the murder scene. Was this because she was under pressure from someone? While all this was happening, Joseph's brothers weren't in the picture at all. Were they hiding something? The passing of Joseph meant that the Demare business would only be divided between the 2 remaining brothers. A motive the police looked at closely at the time. Frances wasn't done yet, though. She proceeded to provide an exclusive interview to the Herald again in the same week, where she recounted the events again. This time she explained that as they approached the Causeway Bayshore intersection, 2 men suddenly entered the back seat of the car. A car was trailing behind, but there was no other traffic on the causeway. Frances was at the wheel, and one of the men held a pistol to the back of her head, telling her to follow their instructions precisely. They directed her to continue straight ahead towards Sans Souci Estates. After driving for approximately 1 block, they ordered her to make a right-hand turn off Bayshore Drive. Curiosity prompted her husband, Joe to ask the men what they wanted. One of the assailants responded, stating their intention to obtain his money. They insisted that both Francis and Joe keep their heads facing forward, but Joe repeatedly turned back, attempting to resist them. On one occasion, he turned and received a forceful blow to the face. He then turned to Francis, and she saw that he was bleeding. Shortly after, he turned back again, and they struck him once more. In response, Francis began screaming. The attackers then hit her twice on the head. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying on the gravel outside the car. The assailant had taken all her jewelry valued at approximately $5,000. Joe had around $400 in cash at the time, which she later discovered was also taken. Francis firmly believed that the men were not amateurs. Their composed and methodical demeanor left her convinced of their experience. Although she did not get a clear look at them, their manner of speaking did not align with that of hoodlums. Francis could not shake the thought a terrible mistake had been made, since the men referred to her husband as Frank instead of Joe for some inexplicable reason. She said that she believed that they had mistaken Joe for someone else, or perhaps their primary motive was simply robbery. She did not believe that they had any intention of causing harm. Now, in this interview, Francis logically covered all the points that did not match the statements she gave to the police in interviews she gave to newspapers. But why was she defending her statements? If she had a concussion from the blow she received on her head, it was obvious that she would not remember all the events precisely. But what was more interesting was that she was defending the assailants too, by saying that they might have mistaken Joseph for someone, and their prime motive was only robbery and not murder. This led the police to theorize that the killer was maybe someone very close to Joseph and Francis. Since technology was not very evolved in those days, the police could not gather any DNA samples or even fingerprints that could help them identify the killers. There were no other clues because nobody saw the killers, and they fled before Francis gained consciousness. So the case gradually went cold. But Richard, Joseph's son, remembered that there was some tensions between Francis and Joseph before Joseph got murdered. In fact, Richard had a meeting with the other family members to discuss his father's will, and also the divorce with Francis, and Francis was not living with Joseph at the time of the murder. She had left for Ohio. She had come back when she heard that Joseph had made changes to his will. His will now read that Francis would only receive part of the estate if she lived with Joseph throughout their marriage. On the day of Joseph's funeral, Richard remembered that Francis did not even shed a tear. She was as straight-faced as they come. She was more interested in doing her hair for the funeral than the funeral itself. And despite her saying that she was hit with the butt of the pistol on her forehead, there were no signs of a wound on her forehead at all. After the funeral, Francis ordered all of Joseph's children to move out within 24 hours, and Francis herself received $250,000 out of Joseph's will. In a few weeks after Joseph's funeral, Francis remarried another man. Surprisingly, this was the attorney who was going to represent Francis during her divorce proceedings. Almost 2 decades later, in 1980s, Richard started looking into the case again with the help of an attorney and volunteer, Paul Novak. Novak was experienced with crimes happening in and around Miami. After much consideration, Novak advised Richard to send the case to a forensic scientist. Novak knew that there had been a lot of organized crime occurring in Miami in the 1960s, and there were many crimes linked to one another. So Novak and Richard thought that this might be a mafia hit, as Joseph was a successful businessman. In 1991, almost 30 years after Joseph's death, Richard Demarest saw another perspective on the case. He reached out to John Thornton, a forensic science professor at the University of California, Berkeley, for a second opinion. After reviewing the case, Thornton wrote a letter to the Miami-Dade police expressing his doubts about Francis's statements. He found it unlikely that the situation she described matched the gunshot wounds, which seemed to have been fired from 2 different angles. Additionally, Thornton pointed out that the amount of blood discovered at the crime scene did not align with the amount of time Francis claimed the incident took, but the police could not consider it because there was no evidence. Another police officer at that time revealed that Francis could have been suspected during the initial investigation, but a high-ranking official had ordered the police to not conduct an investigation on Francis as she was widowed in grief and also a victim, and hence, the police did not further investigate the Frances Engel, nor did they question her again. Then, for decades later in the 2000s, some officers came to Richard with a list of suspects. The police department was looking into the older cases, and Joseph's murder was one of these. These suspects were already on the list that Richard had made through his own investigations, but Frances was not on the list. In 2006, Frances Demarest died. She was 82. She had married 4 times, including her marriage to Joseph Demarest. Around 2019, almost 6 decades after Joseph Demarest's murder and 2 decades after Frances's death, the homicide squad at the cold case squad of the Miami-Dade Police Department, along with Paul Novak, started turning the pages of the Joseph Demarest cold case file again. In the old police reports, they found many clues regarding the investigation. First, after his father's murder, Richard had given some shell casings to the police. These shell casings came out of a .25 caliber SATA, an Italian auto pistol, a gun that Joseph owned, but was with Frances all the time. Richard himself had fired some bullets with the gun into their house's swimming pool and had recovered the shell casings. But why did Richard give these casings to the police? Because these casings were similar to the shell casings found in the back seat of Joseph's car when he was murdered. There had been 2 empty rounds still lying there when the body was found. According to the police investigation, Joseph sustained 4 gunshot wounds. 2 bullets were fired from the front, directly into his mouth. The other 2 rounds were shot from the left side, hitting the area in front of and behind his left ear. These shots were fired from an extremely close distance, leaving traces of gunpowder around the wounds. This meant that Joseph had been killed by someone who was very close to him in terms of proximity. It also meant that the assailants weren't sitting in the back seat, as the wounds were on his mouth and around his left ear, making it clear that whoever shot him first from Joseph's left side, and then also through his mouth to confirm that Joseph had died. In addition to the gunshot wounds, Joseph had 9 bruises or cuts on his head. He also had bruises on his left arm and right index finger, which meant that Joseph did struggle before he was shot, or that he was dragged after he was shot. Blood was found inside the car on both the front and the back seats, as well as on the car's exterior. The blood flowed down the window and seeped out from the bottom of the door. During a re-examination in late 2019, it was reaffirmed that no blood was discovered on the driver's seat, steering wheel, or driver's door. There was also no blood splatter found beyond the center of the front seat. This meant that whoever was sitting in the driver's seat, that is Frances, was not wounded at all. On the car's exterior, streaks of blood were observed moving backward. The amount of blood indicated the seriousness of the wounds and the time it took for the bleeding to occur after the gunshot. This meant that the vehicle was moving when Joseph was shot, and it kept moving when he was bleeding. This too was contrary to what Frances had said. She had said that she went unconscious while being in the driver's seat, so the car could not have kept moving after that. No blood was discovered in Joseph's lungs. However, slight redness was observed on his jaw. Medical experts suggested that these findings could suggest that someone had their arm around Joseph's neck when he was shot, blocking his airway. Alternatively, it could mean that the fatal shot caused an immediate stoppage of breathing. Joseph's gold ring and diamond cufflinks were still on him when he was discovered in the car, contradicting Frances' claim that it was a robbery. 2 men who were fishing nearby did not hear any gunshots or any signs of a struggle or even a bullet being fired. Frances had no cuts on her feet, and her shoes were found near the car in a manner that suggested that they were deliberately placed, not scattered. When a female deputy replicated the path Frances claimed to have taken from the car to the gas station while barefoot, her feet were cut and bruised in multiple places. The initial person Frances spoke to at the gas station was Norman Logan, who reported that she never mentioned her husband being shot, but the biggest blows were yet to come. When the detectives along with Novak ran ballistic tests, they found that the trajectory of the bullets in the crime scene could only be fulfilled if the bullet was fired from the driver's end. It did not match the trajectory of the bullets mentioned by Frances in her original statements. Moreover, the shell casings that Richard gave to the police were confirmed to be the same as the shells of the bullets used to kill Joseph, meaning that Joseph was also killed by a .25 caliber SATA. The same gun had been missing from the Demarest household on the day Joseph went out with Frances for the last time. But the most revealing thing about the case reports was that a trail of blood was found from Joseph's garage, leading to the spot where Joseph's Cadillac was parked. This clearly indicated that, in fact, Joseph had been shot in his garage when he was with Frances at home before they ever left for dinner. Now, the detectives of the homicide squad, along with Novak, knew that Frances could only get Joseph's estate only if she was with him throughout their marriage, and that's what happened. Frances was with Joseph until Joseph's death, and hence, she got the $250,000. The police concluded that the divorce angle in Joseph's will was reason enough for Frances to kill Joseph and get the money from him. This, along with all the obvious clues, was reason enough for the police to conclude that there was just one person who would do all this, and that was Frances DeMar. On May 10, 2023, almost 3 years after the Joseph DeMar cold case was reopened, the Miami-Dade Homicide and Cold Case Squad held a press conference. There were concerns that she would be out of the will if she wasn't living in the marital home. We know that she wasn't in Miami prior to the homicide, and that when she found that out, she did travel back. In that, they announced that they had reason enough to believe that Frances DeMar killed Joseph DeMar. The motive for her killing was the impending divorce and Joseph changing the will. The way she did it was by shooting Joseph in their house's garage, then driving the car to another spot 3 or 4 miles ahead, then walking barefoot to the gas station and calling the police, while leaving Joseph's body in the car itself. The police also believed that the .25 caliber Satigun was thrown by Frances Ballone under bridge, and hence the murder weapon was never found. After this announcement, Richard, who is 82 now, said that he was relieved, but he was not happy at all. He knew his stepmother was the killer. Richard also revealed that in 1961, he had told the police to investigate Frances and she was the killer, and the police had refused to do so. Frances passing away in 2006 meant there was no way for her to answer for her crime. She had lived a full life without ever being held accountable for her actions. Novak said that this case was just a prime example of how politics can overshadow justice. The high-ranking official who ordered the police to leave Frances alone still remains unknown. The Damari company since has grown a lot, spreading internationally. On their websites, they mentioned that the Damari companies continue to uphold the values of hard work, integrity, and excellence established by the brothers. They believe that their determination and perseverance live on through future generations of the DeMar family and their dedicated employees. Richard was also influenced by these values and continued to seek justice for his father. And despite the fact that his stepmother will never see justice, he can have some peace in knowing that she did it. Why do you think Frances was not looked at more closely during the initial investigations? Do you think there was a larger conspiracy that was covered up? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. 85-year-old Robert Hunback and his wife, 77-year-old Goldie, cherished their longtime residence at 311 West 10th Street in Waterloo, Iowa. During the summer, the serene couple enjoyed sitting on their glider swing in the backyard, chatting with neighborhood children as they played. Sadly, in 1981, their time at the house was nearing its end. Scheduled for demolition in 1984 due to a State Department of Transportation project to expand U.S. Highway 218, the couple chose to use this opportunity to relocate closer to their children in Independence, situated east of Waterloo. They had received an advance in the buyout of their current home and were going to use that money to move out to Independence. Robert and Goldie's family last spoke to them on Saturday, January 10, 1981. The following Monday, 12th, a concerned family friend called police when neither Robert nor Goldie answered their door. When police entered the house, they found the couple's bodies, Robert in the dining room and Goldie in the upstairs hallway. They had both been shot. They were also both bound, gagged, and blindfolded. Goldie had a clothespin pinned on her nose. Robert had sustained injuries from some sort of blunt object and had injuries which appeared to have been caused by an electric cattle prod that was found in the master bedroom. The home had been ransacked. Police believed robbery had been the motive for the crime. Despite authorities conducting dozens of interviews and offering a $5,000 reward, the case went cold. The case would not be solved for more than 31 years, and not by police efforts, but as the result of a spontaneous confession. On May 8, 2012, 66-year-old Jack Wendell Purcell walked into the Waterloo police station and confessed to the murders. Authorities did not just take his word for it, however, and Purcell was questioned extensively for 2 days. Police went through their files to compare the details of the crime with those provided by Purcell. Some of the details of the crime, like the number of bullet wounds and their location as well as the color of the cattle prod used to torture Robert, could not have been known by anyone outside of law enforcement besides the killer. Investigators went through newspaper archives to ensure they were correct about what information had and had not been made available to the public. Purcell was charged with the murders and remained in custody while investigators continued to work to validate his claims. This involved traveling to California, where Purcell had been living. They tried to search his apartment, but he had sold everything he owned. The proceeds from those sales had been deposited into a bank account Purcell had turned over to authorities to pay restitution to the Huntaback family. While in California, they also interviewed Bruce Davis, a former member of the Manson family who was serving life in prison for murder. Purcell had told police that he had confessed to the murders to Davis, who was active in ministry at the prison where he and Purcell were incarcerated 20 years earlier. Davis had denied any knowledge of the murders when investigators talked to him over the phone, but when they came to see him in person, he confirmed that Purcell had confessed to the murders to him 20 years earlier. Purcell had been the murders to him 20 years earlier. Purcell had been in prison with Davis while serving time for multiple counts of oral copulation with a minor. A warrant for his arrest for those charges was out when he killed Robert and Goldie. He had been on the run from authorities in California, trying to avoid facing the charges. He had dated a relative of the Huntbacks recently and took a bus to Waterloo in order to rob the couple. He killed them after they recognized his voice. He took between $56,000 during the robbery. He then flew from Waterloo to Chicago and remained transient until he was arrested while hitchhiking in Wyoming and returned to California to face his pending charges. He began serving a 21-year sentence in September of 1981. He was considered a person of interest in Robert and Goldie's murders, and authorities had tried to interview him twice while he was incarcerated about the case, but he had asked for a lawyer both times. Purcell was paroled in 1992 and fully discharged from his sentence in 1995. He worked as a truck driver for many years before retiring and had been living in Southgate, California prior to turning himself in to the police in Iowa. Purcell had turned himself in because he had become a born-again Christian and believed it was the right thing to do. Shortly before he turned himself in, Purcell had called his brother, who was living in the Midwest and hadn't spoken with him in years, and confessed to the murders. The brother has spoken to the press but asked not to be named. The brother was shocked at the confession but agreed to help Purcell turn himself in. Purcell flew from California to Des Moines, where his brother picked him up at the airport and drove him to Waterloo. Unfortunately, Purcell did not know where the police station was, and his brother had never even been to Waterloo. It took some time for them to locate someone who could give them directions on how to get there, but they ultimately arrived at the station and Purcell confessed to the murders. Purcell pleaded guilty to 2 charges of murder in the first degree, and his sentencing hearing was on June 7, 2012. He carried a Bible into court with him and told the judge that he was a Christian who threw himself on the mercy of the court and of the family of his victims. He believed that by taking responsibility for the murders, it would prevent him from going to hell. "I was forgiven of the sins of murder because I repented and was remorseful," he told the court. Purcell's confession did not earn him forgiveness from Robert and Goldie's loved ones. 2 of the Hunbacka's 3 children had passed away prior to their parents' case being solved. Approximately a dozen of the couple's relatives were in the court for the sentencing, and one of Robert and Goldie's grandsons and one of their granddaughters addressed the court. The grandson did not share Purcell's belief that he was guaranteed to not be condemned in the afterlife because he confessed in this life. "Someday you will face another judge. He will hear you and there will be a sentencing. What that sentence will be, nobody knows. But if I had any input or any say in that, may your eternal life burn in hell," he said to Purcell during the sentencing. The couple's granddaughter told the court she hoped Purcell would rot in prison and that she wished Iowa had the death penalty. Purcell was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, the mandatory sentence for first-degree murder under Iowa state law. He is serving his sentence at the Iowa State Penitentiary. Gwendolyn Elaine Fogel was born and raised in Orangeburg, South Carolina. In 1972, at the age of 20, she moved to Walterboro, South Carolina, and began working as a laboratory assistant at the regional hospital. She later left that position to become a medical assistant to one of the town's most prominent doctors. By 1978, she had begun taking classes at a local college to complete her degree, as well as art classes to further her goal of becoming an artist. Elaine had an endearing air of shyness about her, but she made friends easily. Both her relatives and her co-workers said she was always willing to go out of her way to help others. She was a hard worker, and the doctor she worked for would later say that he did not know of any finer person than Elaine. 26-year-old Elaine spent the evening of May 27, 1978, babysitting the children of two of her friends. The parents arrived home at 11:15. Elaine told them that she would be stopping at a nearby convenience store on her way back home. This meant that she would probably arrive at her home on South Lemack Street around 11:30. Elaine's roommate Nancy and friend Billy had spent Saturday at an Amway Products fair. It had been held approximately 150 miles away, so they did not arrive back at the home on South Lemack Street until 1:45 in the morning on Sunday. They were surprised to see that the light in the living room was still on. Elaine was spending Sunday with her family back in Orangeburg celebrating her mother's birthday. She had talked a lot about the trip because she was so excited to see her family and to celebrate with them. Nancy and Billy were therefore surprised that Elaine was up so late when she had to start a long drive in the morning. Sensing something was wrong, Billy decided to walk Nancy inside rather than just drop her off. She gave him her keys, and he walked ahead of her to the house. When he opened the front door, he was met with a horrifying sight: Elaine, half naked, covered in blood, and lying on the living room floor. Nancy and Billy ran back to the car and drove to the police station. The station was only a mile away, so driving there was faster than stopping to try to find a phone in the middle of the night. When officers arrived back at the house, they could not find Elaine's pulse. Neither could the paramedics, who arrived right after the police. Elaine's autopsy would reveal that she had been raped, beaten with several blunt objects, and strangled. She had sustained severe head wounds, and defensive wounds showed that she had fought back against her attacker. The doctor who performed the autopsy would ultimately conclude that Elaine had died of asphyxiation after being strangled with a fire poker that was found wrapped around her neck. Her killer must have been exceptionally strong, as he had bent the metal poker in half around Elaine's neck. It took two people to unbend the poker enough to remove it from her body at the autopsy. Elaine's parents were devastated by their daughter's death, and some of the circumstances of it only added insult to their injury. They were notified of Elaine's death, and Elaine's father was horrified to hear that Elaine had been found with her fire poker wrapped around her neck, because he had given the poker to her to keep by her door to use to protect herself. Police found footprints under all the windows along the back of Nancy and Elaine's home, indicating that the killer had tried to gain entry into the house at all of them before finally getting inside by breaking the glass of the dining room window and entering through it. The home had been found in disarray. Nancy's room appeared to have been gone through, and the living room showed signs of the fight Elaine had put up against her killer. Police theorized that the killer was already inside of the house when Elaine returned home. They believed that he potentially had broken into the home initially to commit burglary, and only decided to commit the sexually motivated murder when Elaine unexpectedly arrived home. The only item determined to be missing was Elaine's key ring. Since she had keys to the doctor's office where she worked on it, authorities became concerned that the killer had taken it to try to gain access to the office so that he could steal drugs. The doctor had all of the locks at his office changed immediately. Police watched the office for weeks in case someone came to try to break in with Elaine's keys, but no one ever did. The Walterboro Police Department had support from SLED, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. Potential suspects were identified, but no arrests were made, and the case went cold. Elaine's father died 2 years after she did, and her mother passed away in 1999. Despite the passage of time, Elaine's sister and extended family did not give up on her case. In 2015, leading up to the 37th anniversary of Elaine's death, her family wrote to the Walterboro Police Department asking for the case to be reopened. The department honored the request, and it was assigned to Detective Gene Johnson. As he began his investigation, he contacted retired Lieutenant Rita Schuler, who had retired from SLED in 2001. She had been the supervisor of the SLED Forensics Photography Lab in 1978 and had processed the photographs of Elaine's crime scene. She became close with Elaine's family when she was doing research on the case for her 2009 book Small Town Slayings in South Carolina. The two investigators hoped that advances in technology could help them finally identify Elaine's killer. The case file indicated that biological evidence had been recovered from Elaine's underwear, which had been found on the couch in her living room, leading them to hope that they had DNA evidence. Scientists were able to develop a DNA profile from the evidence, but it was a mixed sample containing DNA from Elaine and from an unknown male. Mixed samples are harder to match in databases, and investigators were unable to find a match in the combined DNA index system. Detective Johnson began collecting dozens of DNA samples from previous suspects identified in the case file and other men connected to the case. None were a match. It was not until Lieutenant Schuler remembered that they had another avenue of investigation that could help them identify Elaine's killer that progress was made in the investigation. The case file indicated that 2 unknown fingerprints and an unknown palm print had been found at the crime scene. However, the fingerprint lift cards for those prints were not with a case file. This would have been a major problem had Lieutenant Schuler not been working on the case. She had processed photographs of the fingerprints back in 1978 and remembered where she had filed the negatives of those photos. She called a current fingerprint examiner with SLED and told him where to look for the negatives. He was able to locate a photograph of the partial palm print, and the quality of the photograph was good enough that he was able to run the print through the automated fingerprint identification system. The system quickly returned to match. The print belonged to now 59-year-old James Willie Butterfield. His fingerprints were also matched to the 2 prints found on Elaine's window. Butterfield had an extensive criminal record going back decades. He had been arrested at least 10 times under his legal name and other aliases for crimes ranging from burglary to assault to unlawful removal of a body. He was charged with first-degree criminal sexual conduct in 2010, but the charge was dropped. However, his DNA was never entered into Cody's. His DNA was collected after his prints tied him to Elaine's murder, and it was found to be a match to the DNA from the crime scene. On December 1, 2015, Butterfield was arrested and charged with murder, first-degree criminal sexual conduct, and first-degree burglary. However, he has never stood trial for these crimes. At the time of his arrest, he was confined to a secure mental facility. He had been placed there following earlier criminal charges. At a hearing in July of 2017, a judge ruled that Butterfield was not mentally competent to stand trial for the charges he faced in connection to Elaine's case. He was to remain at the secure facility, where he will most likely spend the rest of his life. Elaine's loved ones were understandably upset that Butterfield would not be punished for killing her, but are glad to have answers after more than 37 years. Sharon Schallmeyer was a clever and confident teenager whose adventurous nature inspired her to strike out on her own at a very young age. At just 15 years old, she moved out on her own, living at the Oxford Manor Apartments in downtown Salt Lake City, Utah, and supporting herself by working as a waitress at the nearby Lamb's Grill. Sharon's mother, Sally, did not want her daughter to leave home so young. However, she understood that fighting her over the decision would just alienate Sharon from her, so she accepted the decision in order to maintain their relationship. Near the end of 1977, 16-year-old Sharon was unhappy living at Oxford Manor. Someone had broken into her apartment and robbed it a few weeks earlier, and she felt some of the other residents were too rowdy. On December 3rd, she and her mother spent the day looking for a new apartment. Ultimately, Sharon decided to make it through the next few months at her current apartment until her lease was up, so that she would get her deposit back and be able to use it to move into a new apartment. Sally received a phone call from the restaurant where Sharon worked. Sharon had not reported for her shift, which was not normal behavior for the responsible employee. Sally then went over to Sharon's apartment to check on her. Sharon did not answer the door. Sally then went downstairs to see the building manager and told him she needed to get into her daughter's apartment. He brought his set of keys up to Sharon's unit and let Sally inside. He waited in the living room while Sally searched the rest of the apartment. In the bathroom, Sally discovered her daughter's lifeless body in the bathtub. Sharon was nude with a halter top used as a gag in her mouth and a scarf wrapped around her head as a blindfold. There were approximately 6 inches of water in the tub, as well as some pieces of rope, and a butcher knife was outside of the tub on the bath mat. Sharon had been suffocated, strangled, and raped. There were no signs of forced entry into Sharon's apartment. Police conducted a thorough investigation. The case went cold, but it would ultimately be solved decades later, thanks to evidence preserved by the original investigators. In 2013, evidence from the case was submitted to a private lab where it underwent bag DNA testing. This type of testing allows her DNA to be extracted from non-ideal testing surfaces, such as porous ones. A full male DNA profile was extracted from the halter top that had been used to gag Sharon. The DNA was not run through the combined DNA index system until December of 2016. There was a match: 59-year-old Patrick Michael McCabe of Bell, Florida. McCabe was already known to police in Salt Lake City. He had been the building manager who let Sharon's mother into the apartment back in 1977 and had called 911 reporting the discovery of the body. Police now knew that when he let Sally into the apartment that day, he knew she would find her daughter's body and the state she would see her in. Imagine the gall that he walked up to that door and walked in with me, knowing what he had done, Sally would later say at McCabe's sentencing. McCabe had left Utah 2 months after Sharon was killed. His DNA wasn't Cody's because he had committed a sexual offense against a minor in 1999. He was convicted and served time in prison. He was extradited to Utah in early March of 2017 and charged with aggravated sexual assault, aggravated burglary, and murder in the first degree. Under current Utah law, the murder charge would be aggravated murder, but McCabe had to be charged using the legal language in place in 1977. By this time, he had already confessed to Sharon's rape and murder to authorities in Florida. According to McCabe, on the night of the murder, he had come home with sexual fantasies, but his girlfriend was asleep. He therefore used the keys he had as part of his job as the building manager to enter Sharon's apartment. When later asked in court what his motivation for entering the apartment that night was, he admitted that he had gone there with the intention of raping Sharon. He took a knife from the kitchen and entered Sharon's bedroom where she was sleeping. He woke her up and used the knife to subdue her. He tied her up and raped her before taking her to the bathroom where he strangled her and held her head underwater in the tub. On April 24, 2017, as part of a plea deal, McCabe pleaded guilty to 2 first-degree felonies, aggravated burglary and murder in the second degree. The sexual assault charge was dropped and the murder charge was reduced. This deal meant that McCabe would not face the death penalty. Sharon's family was relieved that they would not have to go through a trial, and they were not opposed to the death penalty being taken away as a potential sentence, as their main concern was ensuring McCabe could no longer hurt other people, a goal that could be accomplished by sending him to prison. Sharon's younger sister, Bridget Love, did express in court at McCabe's sentencing in June that she was not happy with the fact that McCabe was not being held accountable for her sister's rape. On June 7, 2017, McCabe was sentenced to 5 years to life for each of the crimes he had pleaded guilty to. The 2 sentences would be served consecutively. McCabe's arrest provided Sharon's family with some degree of peace that had eluded them for almost 4 decades. In December, when we got the call that they found him, I realized we had been living under a cloud for 39 years, Sharon's sister, Bridget, said at the sentencing. It's like the sun is actually starting to shine for us. Ulster County is a dynamic community with a deep historical and cultural heritage. Our case unfolded right here. However, the story starts with Thomas Coleman, born on March 22, 1967, in Queens, New York City. After graduating from West Babylon High School, he attended Stony Brook University and earned both his undergraduate and doctoral degrees from Damon College in Amherst, New York. Having resided in the neighborhood for over 20 years, Coleman worked as a physical therapist at Always There and served as the Director of Utilization Management for Optum Health's Physical Therapy Department. Michelle Coleman Weber was Tom's first wife. They remained close after the divorce. They both share children named Jillian and Bradley. After his divorce with Michelle, Tom married Linda. Linda already had a child, Brooke, from before she married Tom. However, Linda and Tom were also blessed with a son they named Ryan. At 44 years old, Thomas Coleman was a man who cherished the simple pleasures of life. Parties and wild nights out held no allure for him. Instead, he found solace in the warmth of his family's embrace. For Tom, quality triumphed over quantity. He found a true friend in the dentist, Dr. Gilberto Nunez. Their journey began during a tumultuous period in Gilberto's life as he navigated the treacherous waters of a difficult divorce. Seeking solace, he found himself drawn to the Coleman family, finding refuge in their unwavering support and genuine companionship. Thomas Coleman and his wife Linda forged a life filled with love and laughter, and it seemed like everything was going well for them. But fate can be cruel, and tragedy struck when Thomas Coleman's untimely death shocked those who knew him best. The parking lot of Planet Fitness, a popular gym in Kingston, Ulster County, where locals gathered to sweat away their stress, became the backdrop for a perplexing event on November 29, 2011. It was his wife Linda Coleman who first grew concerned when her attempts to reach Tom went unanswered. Like clockwork, he would embark on his daily fitness routine at the Planet Fitness gym before heading to work. Worried, Linda ventured to the familiar location only to find Tom's car parked in the lot. But as she approached, a horrifying truth began to unravel before her eyes. Linda found her husband dead in his car. At first glance, it appeared that Tom had succumbed to the merciless grip of a heart attack, given his weight and the common health issues that plagued men his age. It seemed a logical conclusion, but as the investigation unfolded, unsettling details emerged, casting doubt on this initial hypothesis. Tom lay motionless in the driver's seat as if in a peaceful sleep. His car was parked quite away from the gym's entrance despite the parking lot being empty. This peculiar positioning of his vehicle stirred suspicion among the investigators. Something strange was happening, and they had to figure out the mystery behind Tom Coleman's sudden death. As the authorities delved deeper into the case, another figure entered the scene, compounding the intrigue. Tom's friend, Dr. Gilberto Nunez, arrived at the scene to offer his condolences. Detective Michael Thomas, one of the first to arrive at the scene, couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The positioning of the body and the unusual parking spot baffled him. What secrets did his lifeless form hold? As experts combed through the car for clues, their efforts yielded no signs of foul play, no struggle, no evidence of distress. Yet the distance of the car from the gym building raised eyebrows. Who would park their car so far away when they intended to work out in the morning? The detectives knew they were dealing with a confusing case. The mystery deepened when the autopsy results revealed an unexpected twist. Thomas Coleman had died with midazolam, a sedative primarily used by medical professionals, coursing through his veins. Meanwhile, the police reviewed the recordings from the cameras near the parking lot, and at one point it was parked near Coleman's car in a mostly empty lot. The detectives in charge knew it was the same SUV that Tom's friend, Nunez, drove to the location. 3 days after Coleman's death, the detective asked Nunez to come in to the police station for questioning. Detective Thomas wanted to know more about Nunez's life and his connection to the victim. Nunez started talking a lot and confided in the detective. After a few minutes, Nunez admitted to having an affair with Tom's wife Linda. Nunez and Linda had been engaged in an affair for a year before the tragedy. The tangled web of deceit grew more intricate as Dr. Nunez confessed to assuming a false identity, posing as a woman named Samantha and sending explicit photos of the affair to Thomas. It was a desperate attempt to break the marriage and claim Linda for himself. This occurred some months before Tom's death. Nunez learned that Thomas was planning to employ a detective to look into Samantha's letter, so he offered his office's IT guy $500 to pretend to be a CIA computer expert and meet with the Colemans. Nunez then told them that he knew someone who could determine the source of the text. The IT specialist was supposed to display a fake CIA badge, but when his plan failed, Dr. Nunez resorted to confessing everything. He admitted to Tom that he was the one who had sent the compromising photos and begged for forgiveness. Astonishingly, the two men remained friends, continuing to exchange a flurry of text messages in the days leading up to Tom's death. After learning of the affair, the detectives felt the need to investigate Núñez. What they discovered was alarming. Gilberto Núñez, hailing from the Dominican Republic, was not only a respected volunteer firefighter, but also a highly regarded dentist with a thriving practice. Those who had the privilege of working alongside him spoke highly of his professionalism and calm demeanor. Mary Ellen McManus, who had spent over a decade as Núñez's dental hygienist, attested to his gentle nature, emphasizing that she had never witnessed him lose his temper or succumb to anger. But beneath this serene facade lay a story waiting to be uncovered, a tale that would challenge the perceptions of those who thought they knew him. As the investigation continued, the lines blurred between loyalty, love, and obsession. With the presence of the white SUV in the footage and the drug found in Tom's system, suspicion turned to Dr. Núñez. After Núñez confessed to his affair with Linda, the investigators got a search warrant to search Núñez's office. They found midazolam in Núñez's possession. This was the same drug found in Tom's system during the autopsy. Dr. Núñez was arrested on suspicion of second-degree murder, a little under 3.5 years after Tom Coleman's passing. By May 2016, the stage was set in the courthouse of Kingston as Mary Ellen Albanese, the prosecutor, took center stage. She cautioned the jury that the evidence she presented would be purely circumstantial. No eyewitnesses, no fingerprints, no DNA. But she assured them that she had a wealth of character, motive, and method to lay before them. Albanese's case began to weave a web of evidence, starting with the discovery of the midazolam in Thomas Coleman's system. Yet even this theory had its weakness. The amount of the drug was insufficient for a lethal dose, rarely inducing light sedation. For it to be deadly, it would have required the presence of something else. Thomas Coleman's death further complicated matters. He struggled with various medical issues including obesity, an enlarged heart, and sleep apnea. Núñez, in a recorded interview, had voluntarily provided information about Coleman's condition, emphasizing its seriousness. Little did he know that this seemingly innocent disclosure would become a pivotal element in the case against him. Albanese argued that Núñez had exploited Coleman's sleep apnea, counting on it to worsen the effects of the midazolam. It was a brilliant solution to address the challenge of the low drug concentration. However, for Núñez to be convicted, the jury would have to believe that he possessed the cunning to devise such a plan, the ruthlessness to execute it, and the recklessness to risk its failure. After all, there was no guarantee that Coleman wouldn't wake up questioning what was in his coffee. Albanese continued to present the bad acts committed by Núñez before the murder, aiming to establish a pattern of behavior. Núñez had sent emails to Linda impersonating his own mother. He did this before Tom's death to convince Linda not to leave him. While undoubtedly strange, the act came across as more peculiar than malicious in the courtroom. And even the failed meeting between the Colemans and the alleged CIA expert arranged by Núñez seemed more inept than sinister. As the trial unfolded, all eyes were on Linda Coleman when she took the stand. The courtroom buzzed with anticipation as she began her testimony. The haunting recording of Linda's 911 call resonated through the courtroom, dispelling any lingering doubts about her potential involvement in Thomas's death. The evidence of her affair with Núñez primarily consisted of love notes, posing a challenge for Linda as she assumed her new role. Now testifying against him, undeterred, she plunged into her testimony with gusto. At one point, she said that Núñez's habit of giving gifts was actually a dark character flaw. She revealed that he had showered her with jewelry, clothes, and financial support, even offering financial aid to Thomas for his divorce payments and education. Yet Linda saw these gestures as indications of sinister motives. With startling venom, she proclaimed, "Gil was all about money. He was the one always pushing money on people, always insisted on paying for everything. Every time I saw him, he would give me money." Albanese, the prosecutor, delved into another episode involving Núñez's manipulation. She questioned Linda about the earlier instance in which Núñez had orchestrated a fake CIA scenario. Some texts were sent to Linda insinuating that Thomas was being unfaithful. Disconcerted, Linda saw answers, and Núñez offered to investigate. Outside the Holiday Inn, he presented her with a letter allegedly from a CIA agent. Linda dismissed it as sounding like a 2-year-old wrote it, but Albany sought to exploit the incident to illustrate Nunez's manipulative character. Under further questioning, Linda admitted that she eventually came to see the letter as a genuine CIA document. As Linda's testimony continued, some jurors couldn't contain their amusement, with hands covering their face to stifle laughter. The surreal nature of the situation where a poorly crafted letter held weight in a murder case was not lost on them. The proceedings took on an air of absurdity, a dramatic twist in an already complex and captivating trial. Albany seized upon the complexities of the love triangle, recognizing the wealth and material it provided. The incessant communication among the 3 individuals involved created a vast trove of evidence from which selective narratives could be woven. Albany's line of questioning was aimed to portray Linda as a married woman who was initially swept off her feet, but was gradually regaining her senses. This portrayal had some basis in reality. Linda was undeniably torn between her feelings. In an 11-month anniversary card to Nunez, she wrote about the depth of their journey together, their secret heights, yet she also conveyed signals of wanting to end the affair. Nunez responded with both patience and torrents of affectionate declarations. However, there were occasional messages that held a more ominous undertone, hinting at a refusal to let her go. Amidst this emotional turmoil, Linda and Thomas embarked on a weekend trip with their children to the Mohegan Sun Casino in Connecticut. This excursion took place on November 12, 2011, a little more than 2 weeks before Thomas was found dead. It proved to be a turning point as Linda realized she still loved her husband and acknowledged the selfishness of her actions with Nunez. The trip became a pivotal moment in the narrative of marital repair, amplified by a series of tender emails exchanged between the Colemans 2 weeks later, the day before Thomas's death. These messages seemed to support the idea of Linda wanting to break things off with Nunez, but fearing his reaction. The emotional intensity of the situation was palpable as Linda expressed her intentions while Nunez pleaded and begged for her not to leave him. As the trial reached its critical juncture, a startling revelation emerged challenging the prosecution's narrative. Evan Linton, Nunez's defense attorney, skillfully exposed a stark contrast between what Linda conveyed to her husband, Thomas, and what she communicated to Nunez. While the prosecution presented messages implying Nunez's agitation and a sense of impending doom for their affair, Lipton presented a different side of the story. Throughout their trip to Mohegan Sun, Linda was sending Nunez affectionate messages expressing her love and longing. Nunez, however, wasn't encouraging her to leave Thomas. He urged her not to make any decisions until after the holidays, respecting her wishes. This portrayal began to cast doubt on the prosecution's depiction of Nunez as a dangerously obsessed lover, instead painting him in a more level-headed light. The exchange of messages between Nunez and Linda continued as even the Colemans reportedly worked on reconciling their marriage. On one occasion, Nunez texted Linda, expressing the lingering sensation of her kisses. Linda responded playfully, seemingly surprised by her own words as she read them out loud in court. It was a moment of self-reflection, a realization that her version of reality might need to be reassessed. Even in the hours up to Linda's discovery of Thomas's death, she and Nunez were discussing personal matters such as her period, a topic not typically broached after a breakup. The jurors appeared stunned, grappling with the conflicting narratives presented to them. Their gazes often turned to Nunez, a source of bewildering surprises, hoping to uncover the truth behind his somber and enigmatic expression. In a courtroom filled with predominantly white faces, Nunez shared his belief that race played a role in the attempt to pin Thomas's death on him, claiming that he was subjected to racial slurs during his arrest. However, the police vehemently denied these allegations. In the climactic stage of the trial, the prosecution presented a significant piece of evidence. Video footage supposedly proving that Nunez's car, a white Nissan Pathfinder, was indeed outside the gym on the morning of Thomas Coleman's death, a fact that Nunez had vehemently denied. Brand Fredericks, a forensic video analysis specializing in the headlight spread pattern analysis, took the stand to provide his expert insights. The surveillance footage showcased the route from Nunez's apartment to Planet Fitness, capturing a white Nissan Pathfinder with a distinct fog light pattern. The video revealed the vehicle passing various businesses along Albany Avenue, its fog lights unevenly dispersed, one light striking the ground closer than the other, a fault in the mounting. Shortly after, a motion-activated camera at Kohl's next to Planet Fitness recorded an unidentified vehicle entering the gym's parking lot. Although the car's make and model couldn't be determined, one of its lights shared the same defect as Nunez's Pathfinder. Eventually, Thomas Coleman's car parked next to it. The footage, however, did not show any doors opening or closing during the time side by side. When the car with the off-kilter fog lights departed 28 minutes later, it was revealed to be a pale SUV. Soon after, another white Nissan Pathfinder with a defective fog light appeared on Albany Avenue. While the defense challenged the reliability of Frederick's analysis methods, the similarities between the appearance and disappearance of the peculiar vehicle in the parking lot and the timing of the white Pathfinder's movements on Albany Avenue seemed too coincidental to ignore. It was challenging to deny the likelihood that both vehicles were the same and that the car in question belonged to Nunez. The focus of the trial shifted as the prosecution introduced emails found on Coleman's phone from a hookup site called benaughty.com. One email sent a few hours before Coleman arrived at Planet Fitness raised speculation about the circumstances surrounding his death. Initially reluctant to allow the mention of these emails due to concerns about impugning the victim's character, Judge Donald Williams eventually permitted their inclusion as the defense argued that the prosecution's thoroughness should have included investigating this lead. While the presence of a car identical to Nunez's on Albany Avenue remained unexplained, the suggestion of a rendezvous offered a reason to discount it as a mere coincidence. Additionally, a questionable decision by the police further fueled speculation. They had sent Coleman's stained underwear for forensic analysis, but abruptly requested its return before tests for touch DNA or saliva could be conducted. The lack of explanation raised concerns about potential areas the police preferred not to explore. With the introduction of the benaughty.com emails, the prosecution proposed a new theory. Nunez had staged the body to make it appear as though Tom had intercourse in the car. The implication was that Nunez hoped the police, upon discovering a deceased overweight man with his pants unzipped, would assume a fatal arrhythmia resulting from intercourse and refrain from further investigation. As Albanese weaved her intricate web of questions, she proposed a baroquerie. She suggested that Nunez, after giving Coleman a spiked coffee and waiting for him to pass out, meticulously staged the body to mimic a hookup, removed any trace of his own DNA from the vehicle while deliberately leaving DNA of Thomas, Linda, and their son, and waited for Thomas's sleep apnea to render the otherwise harmless dose of midazolam lethal, all within a tight time frame of 28 minutes. The audacious nature of this theory left the courtroom in shock. 2 further charges were produced by the detailed inspection of Nunez's life and were tried. One included an insurance settlement for burning down a building he owned. Less than 5% of the claim, according to the accusations of the prosecution, was fake. No evidence of arson was shown, and the insurance provider did not dispute the broad claim. Falsely completing a gun permit application was the other accusation. Nunez angrily disputed both accusations. The defense on both sides were incredibly complex. On both counts, he was judged to be guilty. The judge revoked his bail and remanded him to the Ulster County Jail to await his sentencing. The day of reckoning arrived in February 2017. The courtroom buzzed with anticipation as Gilberto Nunez was escorted in, his hands cuffed and his feet shackled. This was the day of his sentencing, the culmination of a tumultuous trial, and had captivated the public's attention. Nunez stood convicted on 12 counts, and Mary Ellen Albanese, the prosecutor, wasted no time in seeking the maximum sentence for each offense. However, Judge Donald Williams appeared skeptical of her intentions. In a rebuke that echoed through the courtroom, he questioned when she had ever pursued consecutive sentences for nonviolent crimes or maximum penalties for minor fraud cases. It seemed as though the judge was not willing to grant her request for a murder sentence through alternative means. After a brief recess, Judge Williams returned to the bench. His demeanor visibly changed. He spoke to Nunez, condemning him as a manipulative liar, devoid of shame, a man beyond redemption. Ultimately, Judge Williams handed down a sentence of 2 1/3 to 7 years in prison. It was not the harshest punishment he could have imposed, suggesting that his earlier moral outrage may have been more for show than anything else. Nevertheless, there was little leniency in his decision. According to Hudson Valley 1, Nunez was released on parole on September 10, 2018 after serving only 19 months in the Altoona Correctional Facility in New York and having no disciplinary issues. Nunez would be required to remain on parole until October 2, 2023. Lipton mentioned that he is still in touch with Nunez, whose ability to practice dentistry was suspended by a New York State review body. Nunez got remarried to Jamili, a property agent in the Kingston region. As we contemplate the bizarre case of Thomas Coleman and the enigmatic figure of Gilberto Nunez, lingering questions remain, challenging our understanding of the truth. What truly transpired on that fateful day in the parking lot of Planet Fitness? Did Nunez orchestrate a sinister plan to end Coleman's life? Or were there hidden factors at play that eluded our grasp? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Daniel Thomas Crotto was born on November 12, 1958, to Carl and Bernice, affectionately known as Bunny Crotto. His parents selected his first and middle names to honor actor Danny Thomas and his well-known lifelong commitment to St. Jude, the patron saint of lost causes. Danny was the couple's fifth son, and they later had 2 daughters. Carl worked 2, and occasionally 3, jobs to support the family, typically putting in 12-hour days. Bunny cared for the children and the modest family home in the factory town of Springfield, Massachusetts. Danny was an imaginative and mischievous child who reminded his mother of Huckleberry Finn. His strong sense of humor gave him a talent for making his older brothers laugh hysterically. He spared no one from his endless practical jokes, including his younger sisters, but while he would tease them, he also loved them. He would play with them and sometimes made his friends join in for the girls' backyard tea parties. Danny was friendly and outgoing, willing to talk to just about anyone. Danny's antics were not always harmless. He once gave away his father's pocket watch in exchange for some baseball cards, and once, at the age of 11, he drove a car with manual transmission around the neighborhood. While normally such antics would inspire anger at his father when Carl returned home from work and learned about his son's unauthorized afternoon drive, at first, all he could bring himself to say to Danny was, "How the heck did you learn to drive that car?" Like all of his brothers, Danny was an altar server at St. Catherine of Siena Parish. His parents were lifelong Catholics who were very dedicated to their faith. The entire Crotto family had been active members of St. Catherine's since attending its dedication in 1964. Danny was also a member of the Boy Scouts, mainly so he could participate in outdoor activities like camping and his favorite pastime, fishing. He loved sports and played football, street hockey, or kickball almost daily with the other boys from the neighborhood. He took wrestling and boxing lessons with his classmates and excelled at both. Danny would be happy when heavy snow fell in the winter, as it would give him the opportunity to earn some spending money by shoveling sidewalks and driveways in the neighborhood. However, he would not accept money for shoveling snow from one person, the elderly widow who lived across the street from his family. Starting when he was 8 or 9, he would run small errands, rake leaves, and perform other small tasks for her, refusing any sort of payment from her besides milk and cookies. In 1972, at the age of 13, Danny was struggling with the transition from childhood into adolescence, a difficult process which was made even more difficult for Danny due to several circumstances. Danny's wit and intelligence did not reveal themselves in his schoolwork at Our Lady of the Sacred Heart School, and his tendency to talk and to daydream kept him from excelling at academics. He was held back in the 3rd grade, making him a year older than his classmates from then on. Danny had a naturally strong build, and his love of sports and the outdoors helped him grow even stronger. Danny was physically intimidating to even his older brother's friends. Since he was a year older than his classmates, his naturally larger build only increased the gap in size and strength between him and the other students in his grade. According to one of his friends, Danny was as strong as an ox, but he did not seem to understand just how strong he was, and he would often inadvertently mildly hurt his friends while they were playing. The fact that Danny was so physically intimidating made him a target for bullies. He was not one to start fights, but often he had to finish them as other children would start altercations with him in hopes of becoming the person who could finally defeat Danny. He would often be faced with multiple attackers at once, but he still never lost a fight. Danny was generally even-tempered, but when his temper did flare, it was wild and fierce. He would not stand for anyone to insult him or his family. Danny was still an altar server and a Boy Scout, but not all of his activities were as wholesome. Through 3 of his older brothers, he became the youngest member of the Circle, a gang of local troublemakers who took their name from the circular reading area behind the 16 acres library where they hung out. To get around, Danny mainly rode his bike like a typical kid, but he also liked to hitchhike. He would only accept rides from people he knew, like teachers from his school, but this activity allowed him to regularly stay out late, exploring a wider area than his bike would allow. Danny was thrilled for the end of the school week on Friday, April 14th, 1972. The following day was the first day of fishing season, and Danny could not stop talking about it all week. Heavy rains throughout the week were creating ideal conditions, and Danny could not wait to spend his Saturday fishing. Danny did not take the bus home from school that afternoon, instead walking 1.5 miles before he hitched a ride from a 5th grade teacher from his school. She dropped him off at the end of his street. Danny's father saw him at 3:15 as he was on his way out to go to work. Carl told his son to go back to the house and help his mother with a rug he had found for their sunroom. Danny said, "Sure, Dad," and took off for the house. Danny helped his mother with the rug and then went back outside to play kickball with the other kids from the neighborhood. Bunny called him inside to change out of his school uniform, and he returned outside just after 4 p.m. His mother assumed he would be going to his scout meeting that evening, but Danny said something about going to a party before he went back outside. Danny ran into one of his friends and accompanied him on his paper route. There were sightings of Danny throughout the neighborhood after this, but his exact whereabouts and activities after 4:30 p.m. are not fully known. Carl returned home from work at 8:30 to find his wife worried for Danny, who had not come home from the scout meeting she assumed he was attending that evening. She called around to Danny's friends, but none of them had seen him since the afternoon. None of Danny's fishing gear was missing, but Carl still went out to search local fishing spots in case Danny had decided not to wait for the morning and for fishing season to officially open. Bunny continued making calls. One of those calls was to Danny's scoutmaster, who told her there had not been a scout meeting that evening, and another was to the family's close friend and former priest, Father Richard Levine, who had not seen Danny either. Carl returned home from his fruitless search at 11, and 15 minutes later, Bunny called the Springfield police to report Danny missing. They refused to take the report until Danny had been missing for 12 hours despite Bunny's pleas for help since Danny was just a child. Father Levine called to see if Danny had been found at midnight and suggested that Carl and Bunny try filing a report in Chicopee, the neighboring town where he lived. A police report was finally taken at 2:11 a.m. Carl and Bunny stayed up all night silently praying for their son's safety. Carl went out at 7:30 that morning to search the fishing spots again in case his son had stayed out in hopes of getting an early start. The entire neighborhood soon mobilized to try to find Danny, with the adults calling around and the children searching for him on their bikes. Danny's brother Joseph and several of his friends decided to ride their bikes the 6 miles to one of Danny's favorite fishing spots at the Chicopee River under the Robinson Bridge. However, after making the hour-long bike ride, they found the area flooded with emergency vehicles. The police made them turn back before they could reach the river and check for Danny. The police were at the scene because at 8 o'clock that morning, a local handyman had arrived at the river to fish. When he looked out into the water, he saw a body floating in it. He ran back to his car, noticing a pool of what appeared to be blood on the ground that he had not seen when he arrived. He drove to a nearby junkyard and used their phone to call the police. After police removed the body from the water, they examined the contents of the pockets of its blood-stained clothes. Among the items they found was a piece of yellow exam paper with Daniel Croto, grade 7, Our Lady of Sacred Heart School, written neatly at the top of it. Extensive blood evidence was found at the scene, which helped investigators piece together what had happened to Danny. Because of the recent heavy rains, investigators knew that all of the blood had been spilled during Danny's murder. A large 6-inch by 12-inch pool of blood under the bridge was surrounded by markings indicating there had been a struggle. It appeared Danny had been first attacked there and that he at least briefly tried to fight back. Drag marks showed that Danny had been pulled feet first, more than 80 feet to the edge of the river. Another pool of blood was found where the drag marks ended, and a 15-foot arc of blood splatter indicated that Danny, who was most likely completely incapacitated and potentially near death, received a severe beating at this location. Blood was found on the dirt and on nearby vegetation, as well as on several items scattered along the ground, like a piece of rope and a plastic straw. Most of the blood found at the scene was type O, consistent with Danny's blood type. However, type B blood was found on the rope and the straw found at the scene. Given how severely Danny had been beaten, this led investigators to conclude that the killer had cut his own hands in the process of beating Danny, leaving behind his own blood. 2 police officers went to the Croto family home to notify Danny's parents of his death. Carl was just returning from another search for his son when they arrived. They told Carl that Danny had been in some trouble, which Carl at first took to mean that his son had been taken into custody, and they had to clarify that Danny had been murdered. Bunny knew that something was terribly wrong as soon as her husband and the police came inside and fell, sobbing, into Carl's arms. Carl went with the officers to the Chicopee police station but asked them if they could stop at St. Mary's Parish, less than half a mile from the bridge under which Danny had been found. The family's former priest, Father Richard Levine, was currently assigned there. When Carl told Father Levine that Danny had been found dead, the priest offered to accompany him to the police station. When they arrived, Carl was informed that he would need to identify Danny's body. Father Levine told the police that he would identify the body instead, something Carl took as a kind gesture at the time. Father Levine identified the body at a local funeral home, and the autopsy was performed. The autopsy concluded that Danny came to his death as a result of multiple blunt injuries of the head with fractures of the skull and laceration of the brain. A massive skull fracture, which could have potentially been fatal on its own, was located just behind Danny's right ear, and his jaw was broken. He had been beaten so severely that his various fractures more closely resembled those caused by high-impact events like car and plane crashes. His face was covered in abrasions, with the more severe cuts on the right side and back of his head. Danny had also been strangled. The nature and extent of the injuries would lead investigators to conclude that the killer had been in a blind rage during the murder. Based on the location of the most serious of Danny's injuries, they also concluded that the killer was most likely left-handed. The autopsy also found that Danny's blood alcohol level had been 0.18 at the time of his death. This was almost double the legal limit at the time and more than double under today's laws. Several wads of chewing gum were found in Danny's stomach. Red fibers were found on his underwear and all over his socks as though he had been walking on red carpet before he died. The exact time of Danny's death could not be determined. Danny's funeral was held on April 18th. His funeral mass and his interment at Hillcrest Park Cemetery were both presided over by Father Levine. He had a closed casket service. Father Levine had told Carl and Bunny on the day that Danny's body was located that they should keep the casket closed because they did not want to see Danny as he was found. Father Levine had not spent much time at Danny's wig the day before the funeral and left it after he instructed Bunny's sister, Betty, who had just flown in from California, to Bunny's sister Betty, who had just flown in from California, to convince Bunny to keep the casket closed because Danny's face was completely disfigured from his injuries. Danny was friendly and talkative, which meant he could make friends with a wide variety of people. This included adult men. Police investigated several men he was known to associate with, as well as a scoutmaster and assistant scoutmaster. However, within a few days of the murder, they learned that there was one man with whom Danny spent an unusual amount of time and that the same man was a strong potential suspect, Father Richard Levine. Father Levine had arrived at St. Catherine of Siena, the Croto family parish, in 1967. He was a new priest, having been ordained in May of 1966. He had barely lasted a few months at each of his first 2 parish assignments due to his disruptive behavior and poor attitude. At first, he was very popular at St. Catherine's. He was considered to be a dynamic priest who took the time to get to know his parishioners and become involved in their daily lives. He dedicated a lot of attention to the children of the parish, especially the boys, many of whom viewed him as some sort of playboy older brother rather than a member of the clergy. However, Father Levine's reputation soon began to deteriorate. He very much enjoyed rebelling against the more conservative aspects of the church and had very progressive political beliefs, which ultimately created tension between him and his more traditional congregation. Furthermore, Father Levine's extreme temper created problems at the parish. He would scream at parishioners who arrived late to Mass and once threw a book at the parents of a crying baby. Father Levine lasted longer at St. Catherine of Siena than he did at his first 2 parish assignments, but he was transferred to the larger parish of St. Mary's in June of 1968, a year after he arrived at St. Catherine of Siena. The Crotto family remained close with Father Levine even after he was transferred. While at St. Catherine of Siena, he had taken a great interest in helping the family. He ate dinner regularly with them and showed great interest in the Crotto boys, both of which were considered great honors at the time. If Carl were to be laid off from one of his multiple jobs, Father Levine would bring the family food from the rectory to help make ends meet and offer to help babysit the children. He would take the Crotto boys, along with other boys from the parish, on trips to Vermont or to property owned by his parents where he was building an A-frame house. It was not uncommon for the boys to spend the night with Father Levine even when they were not out of town, sleeping either at the rectory or at the home of Father Levine's parents in Chicopee. By the middle of 1971, however, Danny was the only one of the brothers invited along on trips and for sleepovers. Bunny and Carl appreciated the attention and experiences Father Levine gave their sons, believing the boys would benefit from the priest's influence. Police became concerned over Father Levine and his possible involvement in Danny's murder just a day after Danny's body was found. Chicopee Police Lieutenant Edmund Radvansky was at the crime scene when he came across Father Levine walking along the river. The priest asked 2 questions, which the lieutenant found suspicious. The first was concerning the tire impressions investigators had made of tire marks found under the bridge the day before. In such a popular hangout with so many cars and footprints, how can the prints you have be of any help? Father Levin asked, according to the lieutenant's report on the interaction. The other, even more concerning question was, if a stone was used and thrown in the river, would the blood still be on it? Father Levine had seen Danny's body when he identified it, but police had not yet discussed the fact that they believed Danny had been beaten with a rock with anyone outside of law enforcement and would not reveal that information to even the Crottos for several weeks. As such, Lieutenant Berdwanski was concerned about the specificity of the question as well as the priest's reasons for asking it. A possible motive for Father Levine to kill Danny was discovered the day after his funeral. State Police Lieutenant James Fitzgibbon, the lead investigator on the case, came to the Crotto family home to speak with the family. He asked Bunny and Carl why they did not have Danny's casket open at the funeral. They told him that Bunny's sister Betty had warned them that they needed to keep it closed because Father Levine had described to her how disfigured Danny's face had been. Lieutenant Fitzgibbon was confused by this and told them that, in fact, the severe injuries Danny had sustained were on the side and back of his head where they could have easily been concealed. Despite the vicious beating Danny had been subjected to, there had been minimal visible damage to his face. Lieutenant Fitzgibbon then spoke to Danny's older brothers one by one and was shocked to learn that several of them had been sexually abused by Levine. When he told Carl and Bunny about this, they were stunned and could not believe that a priest, much less their trusted family friend, could be capable of doing such a thing. As more details about Levine came out in the following weeks, they began to accept the idea that if Levine were capable of abusing their older boys, he was capable of doing the same thing to Danny and perhaps of murder. Someone had called the Crotto house the day before Danny's funeral. Danny's oldest brother, Carl Jr., had answered the phone. The caller would not identify himself and said, "We're very sorry what happened to Danny. He saw something behind the circle he shouldn't have seen. It was an accident." Carl Jr. recognized the voice but could not immediately place it. A few days later, he realized it had been Levine on the phone. Investigators also quickly learned that Levine had lied to them his relationship with Danny. The day Danny's body was found, Levine had told them that he only ever spent time with Danny in group settings when other children or Danny's brothers were present. The very next day, however, a witness came forward disproving that claim. A woman named Mary Beck called police after she saw Danny's picture in the paper along with the article reporting his death. She told them that Danny had knocked on the door of her home in Chicopee on the evening of April 7th, 1 week before he was killed. When she answered, he was shivering as it was very cold and windy that night, and he asked her if he could use her phone to call a Father Levine. She said that he was very polite, and he told her he was lost. This was a strange statement, as Danny was in a neighborhood he was familiar with. His grandfather had lived on that street, and he was less than 1 mile away from the home of Levine's parents, where he had been on multiple occasions. Miss Bobuck let him in to use her telephone, which Danny used to call the rectory at St. Mary's, where Levine was assigned at the time, and then Levine's parents' house. She heard him ask to speak to Father Levine, but not the rest of the brief call. Miss Bobuck offered to give Danny a ride as she was on her way out to go to work. He thanked her but declined the ride and said he would wait outside because the priest would be there soon. Just a few minutes later, a Mustang, one of the 2 cars Levine was known to drive, arrived, and Danny got into it before it drove off again. Levine spoke to police again the following day and acknowledged that this incident had occurred. He said that earlier in the day of 7th, Danny had called to ask if they could get together to talk about an upcoming trip to Vermont. Levine said no, so he was surprised when Danny called him from Miss Bobuck's house that evening. Levine said he picked up Danny and then drove to his parents' home, where he called Bunny to tell her that Danny would be spending the night. He went to bed while Danny watched television in the basement. He drove Danny home after breakfast the following morning and did not see him again until he identified his body. This account contradicted his own previous claim that he never spent time alone with Danny, as well as Mary Bobuck's statement and statements from Danny's parents, who told police that Danny regularly spent time alone with Levine. Furthermore, Levine claimed he picked up Danny at 7:30, contradicting Ms. Bobuck's statement that he had picked Danny up at 10:30. Ms. Bobuck was positive of the time as when Levine picked up Danny. She was leaving for work, where she arrived by 11 p.m. According to Bunny Crotto, she did not receive the phone call from Levine asking if Danny could spend the night with him until 11:30. When Danny returned home on the morning of April 8th after his overnight stay with Levine, he was not feeling well, and he threw up several times later in the day. There were several failings in the investigation that would eventually lead to speculation that Levine was not investigated thoroughly because of the status the church held at this time in Springfield. A search of the rectory at St. Mary's, where Levine lived, and in Levine's parents' nearby home, where he often stayed and took Danny, could have found important evidence, perhaps a red carpet with fibers that could be compared to the fibers found on Danny's socks and underwear. Investigators did go to the rectory in hopes of examining the clothes Levine had worn over the weekend of Danny's murder. However, the priest who answered the door refused to let them into the building. They never obtained a search warrant for either property. While Levine's strange statements and outright lies to police could potentially be used to successfully petition the court for search warrants today in 1972 with the church held in such high esteem, it would have been much more difficult. Concerns that the church had interfered into the investigation into Levine stem in part from the fact that the district attorney at the time, Matthew J. Ryan Jr., was good friends with Christopher J. Weldon, the Bishop of Springfield. In a 2003 interview, Ryan, who had by then retired, said that while he believed Levine killed Danny, there was not enough evidence to move the case against him forward. What you think and what you can prove in court are 2 different things, he said. Whatever the motivation was, his office did not aggressively pursue search warrants that could have located the physical evidence that could have been used in court to prove Levine's involvement. While the police looked into other potential suspects, they were able to rule them out based on alibis and other evidence. The one person the investigation kept coming back to and the one suspect that could not be eliminated was Richard Levine. While they could not prove his guilt to a legal standard, many of the investigators on the case were convinced that Levine had murdered Danny, an opinion that they shared with Danny's parents. As devout lifelong Catholics who attended church almost every day, Danny's parents struggled with the idea that a priest, much less when they knew and trusted, could be capable of committing any sort of crime, much less crimes as serious as sexual assault and murder. Carl and Bunny did eventually become convinced, based on their conversations with various investigators and their own re-examination of past events without the reverence they had given Levine, that Levine had abused and then killed Danny. They also ultimately came to the conclusion that Levine had gone to so much trouble to make sure that Danny's casket had been closed at his funeral, not for their benefit, but for his own. Once they learned that Danny's serious injuries were in locations where they could have been easily concealed from them by the funeral home, They realized that Levine must have wanted the casket closed so that he would not have to see Danny's body again and be publicly reminded of what he had done to him. The couple struggled with the fact that they never got to see Danny one last time to say goodbye to him. The Diocese of Springfield would later claim to have never received any complaints against Levine until 1986. However, shortly after Danny's murder, Lieutenant Fitzgibbon met with officials from the diocese to go over the sexual abuse allegations against Levine his investigation had uncovered, and diocesan records indicate that the diocese was aware Levine was a suspect in Danny's murder. Lawyers for the diocese arranged for Levine to undergo a polygraph on May 4, 1972. He was asked 5 questions, asking in various ways if he killed Danny, disposed of his body, or had any knowledge of the murder. Levine answered no to each question. In his findings, the examiner reported, due to these erratic and inconsistent responses on this subject's polygraph records, the examiner is unable to render a definite opinion as to the subject's truthfulness. The church then sent Levine to Chicago, where he underwent 2 more polygraph exams 5 days after the first. He was asked the exact same 5 questions and gave the same 5 no's in response to them. This time, he passed. The diocese would use these exams as proof of Levine's innocence in Danny's murder and to justify allowing him to return to active service in the church without restriction. While suspicions about Levine lingered, Danny's case went cold. Levine continued working as a parish priest. 5 years after Danny was killed, he would receive a parish assignment that would ultimately result in the horrifying scope of his crimes against children being made public. Once he was exposed as a predator, more and more of his victims came forward, with many of them revealing not just their own abuse but also information that tied Levine to the murder of Danny Crotto. In 1972, Danny Crotto's family was grappling with his murder and the betrayal of their close friend and former priest, Father Richard Levine. Following the murder, some of Danny's brothers revealed that Levine had sexually abused them, making him the prime suspect in Danny's case. Although Levine had lied to the police about his relationship with Danny and exhibited suspicious behavior after the murder, authorities lacked physical evidence linking him to the crime. Despite this, the church reinstated him to active service at St. Mary's Parish. Levine spent 4 more years at St. Mary's in Springfield before being transferred to a parish in North Adams. In August 1977, the church reassigned Levine to Shelburne Falls, Massachusetts, near the Vermont border, to serve at St. Joseph's Parish, where he would have a significantly longer tenure than at the many other parishes he had been assigned to earlier in his career. However, his time at St. Joseph's would result in the first of a series of events which would ultimately expose an unimaginable amount of abuse and assault committed by Levine throughout his entire adult life and lead to important witness statements regarding Danny Crotto's murder. In October of 1991, Levine was arrested on 2 charges of rape of a child under 16 and 1 charge of indecent assault and battery against a child under 14. The arrest was made after 3 boys from St. Joseph's provided statements about incidents of sexual assault by Levine that occurred between 1988. Levine was surrounded by church officials when he pleaded not guilty to the charges in court. Levine was the first priest, ultimately of many, in Western Massachusetts to be accused of child sexual assault. At the time, many people in the community refused to believe that a priest could be capable of something so terrible. Levine had a large contingent of his congregation from St. Joseph's, who vocally supported him when he was first publicly accused. Those loyal to him described him as a loving and adored priest and believed the accusations were fabricated. At least one member of the congregation suggested that the allegations against Levine were a part of a conspiracy to destroy the beloved priest. Support for Levine continued as the legal proceedings moved forward, and as more accusations of sexual abuse were made against him. On Valentine's Day of 1992, Levine was indicted by a grand jury on a dozen counts for crimes against 5 victims committed between 1982 accused of sexual abuse against children. More and more victims came forward, reporting that they had also been abused by him. By the time Levine went to trial for any of the charges he was indicted on in February of 1992, 19 of victims had come forward, reporting incidents that occurred as recently as 10 months earlier and as early as the late 1950s. Levine was first scheduled to go to trial for 1 count of indecent assault and battery on a person over the age of 14 and 1 count of indecent assault and battery on a child under the age of 14 in late June of 1992. However, On the day the trial was supposed to begin, Levine shocked everyone in the courtroom by changing his plea from not guilty to guilty. This still left Levine's defense team with the task of trying to appeal for leniency in his sentencing, which ultimately was not a difficult task, despite the nature of Levine's crimes. Richard Levine is a good man. There is no evil in this man's heart. What he has done on these two occasions does not take away from the good works he has done and from the fundamental goodness and worth of this man, his lawyer told the court. He requested that his client be sentenced to probation and psychiatric treatment. Prosecutors asked for an 18-month sentence with 12 months suspended, meaning Levine would only serve 6 months in jail. Judge Vieri Volterra, prior to sentencing, went on a bizarre rant in defense of the man who had pleaded guilty to molesting 2 children, voicing how upsetting he found it that Levine's excellent career and outstanding ministry had been destroyed by his crimes, which he described as being at the low end of the spectrum. He further criticized the press for covering the mounting allegations against Levine. Judge Volterra sentenced Levine to 2 concurrent probation terms and ordered him to spend 7 to 10 months in the St. Luke's Institute, a church-affiliated treatment center in Silver Spring, Maryland. He did bar Levine from ever serving as a parish priest or living or working with children under the age of 16 as a condition of his probation. He would later say that he did not send Levine to jail because he did not view any of the charges against him as serious. Levine left the St. Luke's Institute on January 27, 1993, and returned to Massachusetts. The diocese did not allow him to return to a parish, but he remained a priest and retained his medical plan in the diocesan pension of more than $1,000 per month. Victims continued to come forward, and he was facing charges in 9 different courts throughout Massachusetts. Ultimately, approximately 50 individuals would come forward reporting that they had been abused, raped, or molested by Levine. Altar servers from every single parish he had been assigned to as a priest were among his accusers. 2 of his cousins also came forward reporting abuse, as did 2 nephews of Matthew Ryan, the district attorney at the time of Danny's murder, whose friendship with the Bishop of Springfield was rumored to be part of the reason why Levine was not aggressively investigated for Danny's murder. Later investigations would estimate that Levine's actual number of victims was around 250. At least one of his victims committed suicide and several others developed substance abuse problems. In 1994, the Diocese of Springfield paid 17 of Levine's victims $1,400,000 as part of a settlement and paid an additional $7,700,000 to 46 victims in 2004. Levine never served any time in prison. Levine was laicized by the Vatican on November 20, 2003. Thomas Dupre, then the Bishop of Springfield, did not act on his orders from the Vatican for 2 months. He finally announced that Levine was being defrocked on January 20, 2004. A few months later, the church finally ceased its financial support of Levine, and he received no further payments after May of 2004. In September of 2004, Dupree became the first Catholic bishop to be indicted for sexual abuse. The charges against him could not be pursued further because the statute of limitations had run out. Levine's ongoing legal proceedings brought Danny's murder back into the news nearly 20 years after it occurred. A 1991 article in the Springfield Republican disclosed that Levine had been the only suspect in Danny's case and featured Danny's father, Carl, critiquing DA Ryan for not pursuing Levine for his son's murder. The diocese denied there was any cover-up to the same papers that were reporting on the church's decades-old knowledge of Levine's status as a suspect and the sexual abuse allegations made against him in 1972. Diocesan officials fought against the notion that Bishop Weldon, who had died in 1982, would have ignored the sexual abuse allegations or asked his friend, DA Ryan, to stop pursuing Levine for Danny's murder. Weldon was posthumously accused of raping an altar boy in the 1960s along with 2 other priests. The victim came forward as an adult, and an independent judge would eventually describe his allegation as unequivocally credible. While Carl and Bunny Croto did not publicly discuss Levine's abuse of any of their sons, they did discuss their belief that Levine had murdered Danny with members of the media who covered Levine throughout the years after his court case. This made them the target of harsh criticism and scorn from some of their fellow Catholics. They received angry, hateful phone calls and letters accusing them of being anti-Catholic for daring to accuse a priest of a crime and criticize the church. While Bunny and Carl had struggled with their faith in the years after Danny's murder, they did ultimately remain devout Catholics and active members of St. Catherine of Siena Church. The couple refused to allow the man they believed killed their son or the church officials they believed protected him come between them and God. Give up my faith for Levine, for the good old boy network that protects people like him? No, Carl said in 2002. They can't take God away from us. That's the one thing they can't have, Bunny said 3 years later. While they were confident they knew who killed their son, Bunny and Carl did not ever get to see him brought to justice for the murder. They knew that getting a jury to convict Levine based on circumstantial evidence alone would be a challenge, even after he had faced so many sexual abuse allegations and the deference once afforded to him by his position as a priest was gone. If he was acquitted, we could live with that. But why not take a shot? I think we owe that much to Danny, Carl said in 2003. That same year, Kevin Cullen from the Boston Globe approached Levine while he was outside painting his house. When asked if he had any response to mounting witness statements implicating him in Danny's case, he only provided one. "My silence has been my salvation," he said with a smirk. Carl Kroto had a heart attack in November of 2010. The Korean War veteran passed away days later on Veterans Day at Mercy Medical Center, surrounded by family. He was 79. Bunny passed away in 2016, the day before the 6th anniversary of her husband's death at the age of 80. Two of Danny's brothers also passed away while his case was still legally unsolved. Michael Kroto passed away in 2009 at the age of 51 and Gregory Kroto passed away in 2015 at the age of 60. Danny, Carl, Bunny, Michael, and Gregory are all buried at Hillcrest Park Cemetery. As the years went on and the horrifying scale of the clergy abuse crisis started to become publicly apparent, the absolute trust in the priesthood was destroyed in many Catholics, and the church lost the deference it had received from law enforcement in previous decades. In 1991, when Levine was first arrested on sexual abuse charges, the scandal had not yet fully been exposed. While this meant he still had plenty of loyal supporters in his congregation, he was not considered untouchable by law enforcement anymore. Danny's case was reopened in 1991 in response to the renewed interest in it that followed Levine's arrest. By the time Levine was finally defrocked, the clergy abuse crisis, especially in Massachusetts, was public knowledge. The notion that a priest could commit a serious the courts were more willing to rule against the church when it sought to keep its records from the public. Documents relating to Danny's case were unsealed by a judge in 2004, and a further 115 pages of documents were unsealed in 2008 as part of civil legal proceedings between the Diocese of Springfield and its insurance carriers. In 1993, a sample of Levine's blood was collected to be compared to the blood from the crime scene after he was compelled to provide the sample by a search warrant. Levine fought the order in court for 2 years, so the blood was not tested until 1995. Unfortunately, the samples from the crime scene had severely degraded during their decades in storage. The samples were tested in 1996, 2002, 2003, and 2021, but even as technology became more advanced, the samples were too degraded to provide conclusive results. The blood sample from Levine was important in that it revealed that he had type B blood, the same type as the blood found at the crime scene, along with Danny's type O blood. In the United States, type B is one of the less common major blood types, but that still means that approximately 10% of the Caucasian population has blood type B. While Levine's blood type did not prove his guilt, it did not eliminate him as the contributor of the blood at the crime scene either. Levine was also left-handed, as authorities believed Danny's killer was, based on the location of his fatal injuries. In the years following Levine's sexual abuse arrest, several important witnesses with information relating to Danny's case came forward. Some of these witnesses provided information after seeing Levine in the newspapers and only then realizing they had important information about an unsolved murder. And some of them were victims of Levine's, who provided important information when they came forward to report their own abuse. Some of the most important information in the case provided by these witnesses was compiled into a statement of facts written by Detective Michael T. McNally, a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police Unresolved Cases Unit, in 2021. These witnesses are identified in the statement by number rather than by name, and those same numbers will be used here. Witness number 1 was friends with Danny and was also an altar server at St. Catherine's with him. He reported that Levine would regularly give the altar boys wine from the chalice after Mass and then give them gum, which he ordered them to chew afterwards. According to Witness 1, Danny was frequently alone with Levine. On multiple occasions, Levine would drive up in his car while Danny and Witness number 1 were outside playing street hockey. When he saw Levine, Danny would begin to cry and then tell his friend that he had to leave before getting into Levine's car. The witness knew that Levine was not taking Danny home as they drove off in the opposite direction of the Croto family home. Witness number 2 had provided a written statement in 1993 after seeing Levine's picture in the newspaper. The witness had seen a man in his 30s, wearing a priest's collar, drive out from under the Governor Robinson Bridge between 12:30 and 1 a.m., one weekend back in April of 1972. The car the man was driving was consistent with one of the 2 cars Levine was known to drive at the time. The driver looked directly at the witness before speeding away. The witness could not remember the exact day of the sighting, but they did remember hearing about Danny's murder within a week of it. When they saw Levine's picture in the paper, they recognized him as the driver they had seen 21 years earlier. Witnesses 345 had come forward reporting that they had been sexually abused by Levine, with their accounts of the abuse providing important information relevant to Danny's case. Witness 3 had been molested while on an overnight camping trip with Levine, which the Croto brothers had also attended. Danny had been the youngest boy there and was teased and called names by the older boys. Growing frustrated with the teasing, he repeatedly told Levine, "I'll tell." At that point, Levine's behavior changed dramatically, which the witness believed was a direct result of Danny threatening to tell something. Levine told the older boys to stop teasing Danny and began paying more attention to him. Later on, the witness had knocked Danny over, which resulted in Levine smacking him so hard across the face that he fell to the floor. Witness 4 told authorities that he was regularly given alcohol when he was alone with Levine. He reported once overhearing Levine have a conversation with a parishioner at St. Mary's about him being accused of killing a boy. Levine denied being involved and expressed confusion at why the police were suspicious of him. The witness had not previously heard about the murder and did not know Danny's name. Weeks later, when he was angry with Levine about the ongoing abuse, he asked him why he had to kill the kid, referencing the conversation he had overheard. According to the statement from the witness, that's when Father Levine said it was simply an accident and he told me to leave it alone. That's when he started to say that things could happen to me too. I took that as he could kill me just well. He was very forceful about it. Father Levine had threatened me before one time when I told him I wanted to get out of the situation, meaning the sexual abuse, and I told him I would go to the police. He told me more or less that if I did that, I would live to regret it. I never told anyone about the abuse at the time. I wanted to, but I was afraid. Witness 5 also reported Levine making him drink alcohol. Levine would sometimes trick him into drinking, giving him a glass and telling him it was water, but when the witness drank the liquid, it was a martini. Levine also had a terrible temper and a way of making him feel guilty. They also reported that Levine had driven them past the location where Danny was killed, while police cars were still surrounding the area, and told them that's where Danny Croto was murdered. The reports from witnesses who were children at the time of the murder all supported the theory that Danny was being abused by Levine and explained some details about his body when it was found, why he was so intoxicated, and the gum found in his stomach. Since Levine used alcohol to gain control over his victims, he may have been the person responsible for Danny being so intoxicated at the time of his death, and he may have given him the gum to cover up the smell of alcohol on his breath. He may also have made Danny drink the weekend before his death, since he returned home feeling sick and throwing up the following day. The evidence of Danny potentially being abused by Levine is relevant to his murder because if Danny were being sexually abused by Levine and threatened to expose the abuse, as Witness 3's account may imply, Levine would have a strong motive for wanting to kill the boy. The other witness report places Levine near the crime scene around the time of the murder, although it is not exact. The statement from witness number 6 did not move the case forward at the time it was given, but it would eventually lead to an important development in the case years later. Witness number 6 had been interviewed by authorities on April 5, 2004. Levine had recently told the witness that he had received a typed and signed letter in the mail. It described the emotions the writer thought Levine was experiencing as a result of killing Danny. Levine told the witness he believed the letter was from Danny's real killer because of the sense of guilt it described. Authorities believed this letter was written by Levine to throw suspicion off of him and on to the anonymous letter writer. Levine and his possible involvement in Danny's death was receiving a lot of attention at the time because of Levine's recent defrocking. A search warrant was issued for Levine's home, and investigators were able to locate the letter and take it into evidence. They also examined Levine's computer to see if they could find evidence of him using it to write the letter, but they found none. While Levine could not be tied to the letter at the time, authorities would use a different methodology to tie Levine to the letter 17 years later. In 2021, Richard Levine's health was failing, and he was hospitalized after injuring his hip and shoulder in a fall. This led investigators to begin one final push to try to ascertain if their only suspect in Danny's murder was in fact the person responsible for his death. While they had plenty of witness testimony and circumstantial evidence, they lacked what their predecessors had been searching for: corroborating physical evidence. They again tried testing the DNA from the crime scene, but it was again inconclusive. They then turned their attention back to the letter seized in 2004. If they could connect Levine to the letter, they could argue in court that his trying to divert blame onto an invented letter writer was a sign of his own guilt. The phone call made to the Croto house shortly after the murder, blaming Danny's death on something he saw behind the circle, could show the same thing, but there would be potential problems with relying on it exclusively at trial. Danny's brother Carl could testify about the phone call and his belief that Levine was the caller, but there was no way of scientifically proving it was Levine on the phone, and a defense lawyer could call the impartiality of Carl's testimony into question. With the letter, however, there was the potential for more unbiased and scientific analysis that could be more convincing to a jury. In March of 2021, the letter was sent, along with numerous known writing samples from Levine, to an expert in forensic linguistics. The expert would perform an authorship analysis by comparing linguistic patterns in the known and suspected writing samples to determine if Levine could or could not be excluded as the author of the letter. Authorities received the results of the analysis on May 21st. In the opinion of the expert, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, language patterns in the question document are consistent with language patterns in the known Levine documents, to the point that Richard R. Levine cannot be excluded as a possible candidate of authorship. While they were waiting for the results of the forensic linguistic analysis of the letter, investigators also wanted to re-interview Levine. Detective Michael McNally met with Levine 5 times in mid-April, early May, interviewing him for a total of 11 hours at the medical center where Levine was a patient. The interviews were all audio recorded. "I'm awfully glad that my parents will never hear this," Danny's brother, Joseph, said after he heard some of the recordings. During these interviews, Levine did not explicitly confess to killing Danny. However, his story changed dramatically from the accounts he had provided in 1972. Back then, he claimed to have last seen Danny alive a week before his body was found and to have not seen him again until he identified his body at the funeral home. Levine told Detective McNally several different versions of the events of the day Danny died, but 2 important things remain consistent throughout them. He now said he was with Danny near the river under the bridge the day he was killed, and he claimed to have seen Danny's body floating in the water. Levine's overall story was that he had been at the river with Danny, then left him there, then came back a short time later when he saw Danny's body floating face down in the river. His reasons for him being at the spot under the bridge changed throughout the retelling of the events. Levine did eventually acknowledge physically assaulting Danny. Levine claimed to have never hit Danny, but to have just given him a good shove while they were under the bridge. He did not say why he shoved Danny beyond saying he thought he was just trying to get him to stop doing something. However, contradicting that claim, he did detail how he threw a rock into the river after hitting Danny with it. Between the analysis of the letter and Levine's new statements placing himself at the crime scene, Hampton District Attorney Anthony DeGaluni believed there was now enough evidence to successfully prosecute Levine and secure his conviction for the murder of Danny Croto. On May 21, 2021, the day his office received the results of the forensic linguistic analysis of the letter, DA Galuni authorized investigators to begin the process of obtaining an arrest warrant for Levine. Detective McNally received the phone call from his supervisor authorizing him to prepare to arrest Levine at 5:39 p.m., according to his phone records. However, at 5:40 p.m., less than 2 hours after DA Galuni's initial authorization was issued, Levine died at Bay State Franklin Medical Center at the age of 80. According to his death certificate, he died of acute hypoxic respiratory failure brought on by COVID-19 related pneumonia he had developed 4 days before his death. At a press conference on May 24, 2021, more than 49 years after Danny was killed, DA Galuni announced that Danny's case was formally being closed as Richard Levine was finally being identified as Danny's killer. While he would not be able to prosecute Richard Levine, he was confident that his office had finally collected enough evidence to prove Levine's guilt in court. Had Levine's death not prevented a trial, we're disappointed that he is not being brought to justice, but we believe there is a higher power and he will face that higher power now, Danny's brother Joseph said at the press conference. On June 28th, a graveside memorial service was held for Danny, celebrating his life now that there was finally resolution to his case. Approximately 100 people were in attendance. When Danny was first laid to rest, Richard Levine had presided over his interment. In 2021, the service was led by retired priest James Cahill, who has long been a critic of the church's handling of the child sexual abuse crisis in general and of its support of Levine specifically. Danny's brother, Carl, held a portrait of Danny while his brother Joseph played the song Danny Boy for the assembled crowd. While the resolution of Danny's case did not result in Levine paying for his crimes, Joseph Croto told those in attendance at the memorial that it did accomplish something else. This will finally allow Danny, my parents, 2 deceased brothers to finally rest in peace, he said. In the summer of 1973, 19-year-olds Janice Pietripola and Lynn Seathaler enjoyed a vacation of sun, surf, and relaxation in Virginia Beach. They rented a small beach cottage close to the water, marking their first vacation planned on their own after saving up for a year. Janice was known for being quiet and shy, while Lynn was more outgoing. They had been best friends throughout high school and had graduated the previous year. Following graduation, Janice entered the workforce as an editorial assistant, and Lynn became a secretary. On June 29th, the women were enjoying their last day of the holiday. They had spent the day souvenir shopping, tanning on the beach, and drinking wine. Sometime between 11:30 p.m. and 1 a.m., the hotel manager saw the women walk by his office window. They were alone and nothing seemed amiss. Virginia Beach was considered one of the safest cities in the United States. It had a low crime rate, but the remainder of the decade wouldn't be kind to the area. Over 10 unsolved murders would plague the region, which turned its once nostalgic charm into something more sinister. The following morning, a motel employee was becoming annoyed that the occupants of Cabin 4 hadn't checked out yet. He was trying to organize his day and he needed to get the room cleaned before the next guests arrived, or was the body of Lynn Seathaler. The foot he had seen next to the bed belonged to Jan Pietripoli. The employee immediately knew the women had passed. He could still vividly recall the stillness and silence that lay over the room like a thick blanket. He called the police, who quickly arrived on scene. It was discovered that Janice had been strangled, raped, and shot 3 times. Lynn was shot twice, although she had also been strangled and her neck cut with a broken wine bottle. The excessive overkill of the 2 women painted a violent scene. The investigation concluded that the killer had entered by removing a window screen, and either entered earlier in the evening and lied in wait, or entered while they were sleeping. The killer had also dumped the contents of the women's purse. However, it didn't appear that anything of value was taken, so robbery didn't seem to be the attacker's motive. Police executed a massive undertaking to find a suspect. The once sleepy surf town was turned upside down and included helicopter searches, the scouring of rooftops, and even climbing down manholes. The girls had no enemies, there were no witnesses, and despite the Virginia Police Department's best efforts, the case went cold. At the time, police had no idea if it had been a target attack, random, or simply a crime of opportunity. Although this was the first major homicide case in the area, it wouldn't be the last. In the years following Janice and Lynn's murders, 10 more women either disappeared from the area or were murdered between 1974 and 1980. The women were all young, attractive, and the manner of their death seemed consistent. They all included sexual assaults, strangulation, and extreme violence. Some women were murdered in their homes, others found in their cars, or dumped on the pristine beaches. Although the cases have yet to be formally linked, a Virginia Beach Police Department spokesperson confirmed that the cases were similar and a serial killer connection had been looked into. They stated that they were in the process of connecting the dots. DNA evidence is likely what the police will use to connect those dots. In 2018, it was announced that there was a strong lead in the 1973 murders of Janice and Lynn, and in 2019 they made an arrest 43 years after their murders. 82-year-old Ernest Broadnax was arrested in New York. Broadnax has a lengthy criminal history. In the 1980s, he had 2 convictions for sexual assault. He had 11 convictions in total, including assault, burglary, weapons offenses, and trespassing. Many of these cases were connected to sexual assaults, but he made deals with prosecutors to plead guilty to lesser charges if the assault charges were dropped. His MO was entering a woman's home through a window and assaulting a woman at gunpoint. In 2012, New York passed legislation requiring anyone with a felony be required to submit DNA to the state. It was this law that led to the capture of Broadnax, as he hadn't been a suspect, but a random hit with the national database linked him to the Slanes. Broadnax is also being investigated for connections to several other murders in the area following Janice and Lynn's murder. Beverly Christensen, murdered in 1974, Maria Estelle Remick, murdered in 1976, Barbara Jean Monaco, missing since 1978, Brenda Bancroft, murdered in 1979, Alice Eskew, murdered in 1979, Joan Zwingman and Christine Pilzak, murdered in 1983. In 1973, it seems as though Broadnax had been released following a 10-year sentence for murder and several robberies in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Broadnax was jailed from 1985 to 1989, a period when the murders stopped. Following that, Broadnax relocated to New York City, where his criminal behavior followed him, but the crimes in Virginia Beach waned. It is unlikely that Broadnax will face justice. He has been diagnosed with dementia and has been declared unfit to stand trial. Prosecutors are reviewing all available options to achieve justice, but it likely won't be seen in the form of a criminal trial. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. It was May 26, 1989 when Joan Rogers had decided to take her 2 daughters on a little vacation. Joan was 36, Michelle, 17, and Christy, 14, left their dairy farm in Wilshire, Ohio in favor of the sun and warmth of Florida. This was the first time Joan had made such a long drive, leaving her familiar home state in the rearview mirror. The women took their time stopping at several tourist destinations, such as Jacksonville Zoo, the Kennedy Space Center, and of course, Disney World. They had meant to begin the drive back home on June 1st, but Jonah got lost and decided to tack on an extra day to the vacation, instead trying to make the drive at night. They stopped at a motel in Tampa, Florida, checking in at 12:30 p.m. They settled into the hotel room and they were seen at the hotel restaurant at 7:30 p.m. After dinner, the women loaded into the family vehicle and left the hotel property. This was the last time the women were seen. When the women failed to return home that weekend, Hal Rogers, Joan's husband, and the girl's author reported the missing. The subsequent investigation revealed the reason for the impromptu trip. It had become known in the community that Michelle had been the victim of abuse in the hands of her uncle. The charges had recently been dropped due to Michelle's reluctance to testify, and the trip was meant to get away from the gossip. On June 8th, the hotel staff had alerted management that the Rogers family room had been untouched since the day they had checked in, and their beds hadn't been slept in. Management called police and fingerprints in the room were taken. It was then that police made the grisly connection between the Rogers disappearance and Hal Rogers' missing person report. Only 4 days prior, They had retrieved the bodies of 3 young women from the St. Petersburg pier. The warm Florida waters had accelerated decomposition, so it had been hard to identify the women. All 3 were naked from the waist down and had been raped. They had their hands tied behind their backs, and they had ropes tied around their necks with cinder blocks weighing them down. The autopsies revealed they had water in their lungs, meaning they were alive when they'd been pushed into the water one by one. Michelle had been able to get one of her hands from the bindings, but wasn't able to detach herself from the bindings around her neck. Joan's car was found by the Courtney Campbell Causeway untouched and gave little clues as to what happened to the 3. The biggest clue police had was a brochure that had handwritten directions on it in writing that was unfamiliar to Hal, as well as a set of fingerprints that didn't match any of the women. In Joan's handwriting, it also had a description of a blue and white boat. It was concluded that the 3 had died the same night they checked into the Tampa hotel. The Tampa Police Department were flooded with tips, and it took years to run down every lead. One prominent lead was a sexual assault victim that had come forward with her story. 2 weeks prior to the Rogers murders, a 24-year-old woman said that a man had offered to give her a sunset tour of the Tampa coastline. The man attacked, assaulted her, and then refused to bring her to shore. She told police she was certain he had intended to kill her on the water when she informed him that her friend was waiting for her on the docks and had instructed to report the boat if she hadn't returned. The woman never went to police after she returned to shore. She only came forward when she heard of the murders. She gave a description of her attacker and stated the man had introduced himself as Dave Prosser. She said that the man also had said he was in the aluminum siding contracting business. Police took the handwriting sample and the description of the boat and posted it on billboards in the area in July of 1992, hoping someone might recognize the handwriting, and it actually didn't take long for a woman to call with a work order their neighbor had written saying the 2 matched. This led investigators to Oba Chandler, a 45-year-old man who was a local to the Tampa area. Once identified as a suspect, it didn't take long for investigators to assemble a damning case. Chandler's fingerprints had been on the brochure, as well as a full palm print on the hood of the Rogers car. Chandler had ties to Ohio and had likely used that to leverage trust with Joan. Police were able to determine that shortly after the police sketch from the rape victim began circulating, Chandler abruptly moved from Tampa. He also sold his blue and white boat, and when police interviewed the buyer of the boat, he stated that he remembered seeing a stack of cinder blocks at Chandler's home. At the time of the Rogers murders, he had also worked as an aluminum building contractor. Chandler had also told his daughter he couldn't go back to Florida because he was wanted for murdering 3 women, and his son-in-law also stated that Chandler boasted about raping and killing women. On September 24, 1992, Chandler was arrested. He was charged with rape and the murder of the 3 Rogers women, as well as the rape of the surviving victim. Despite the advice of his attorneys, Chandler opted to defend himself in trial. Chandler hadn't been a stranger to the inside of a courtroom. He had previously been convicted of theft, loitering, prowling, burglary, kidnapping, and armed robbery. We saw almost this exact same crime progression with the Golden State Killer. In his testimony, he said that he'd met the Rogers women and had offered them directions, but didn't see them after. His defense was that he was stuck on the water all night with a gas leak. He claimed that he had fixed it with duct tape and in the early morning hours was able to get back to shore unassisted. A boat mechanic expert who testified on behalf of the prosecution argued that Chandler wouldn't have been able to fix such a leak with duct tape as the gasoline would dissolve the adhesive in the tape. They had also cited that the engine showed no signs of wear, damage, or repair. The evidence was damning, but ultimately, Chandler was found guilty and sentenced to death on November 4, 1994, and he was executed on November 15, 2011. Profiles were certain that Chandler had other murder victims, and it would take someone with great confidence to abduct and murder 3 women, confidence that could only come with practice. In 2014, they got that confirmed when DNA evidence connected him to the 1990 murder of Evelise Barrios Berjoisi. With a 4th murder, this now confirmed that Oba Chandler was a serial killer. Cold case investigators are now looking into other murders that occurred in the area Chandler resided in. One of Chandler's daughters said that her father was a monster and got what he deserved. In his 17 years on death row, he never had a single visitor. He was described as the loneliest man on death row. October 30th, 1998 would be a day that changed Josiah Sutton's life forever. He and 3 friends were walking down the street in Houston, Texas. The 16-year-old was an accomplished football player and had dreams of going professional. The group were approached by police officers who asked 2 of the teens to come with them. The boys were brought to the police station parking lot, unaware that a woman parked on the other side of the parking lot was identifying them based on the hats that they were wearing and the color of their skin. Her certainty was powerful, and there was little doubt in her mind that these were the boys who had attacked her. 3 days previous, the woman had been attacked by 2 men. Her initial description of the men were 2 young African-American men that were both about 5 foot 11 inches tall, slim, and 130 pounds. Josiah was over 6 feet tall and weighed 200 pounds. He and his friend, Gregory Adams, were both arrested and charged with aggravated sexual assault. They both willingly submitted DNA samples as they had nothing to hide. They maintained their innocence, and they both had alibis. The DNA of the 2 boys was compared to DNA collected from the crime scene, and Adams was eliminated based on his DNA not matching. This should have been a red flag for investigators, as the victim had been so positive Adams had been one of her attackers. His elimination should have also called into question her identification of Josiah. Josiah was certain his DNA would also eliminate him, but unfortunately for him, the lab was using an older form of DNA testing, which is no longer used, and his DNA came back as a positive match. While being held, Josiah turned 17, and from there, he was certified to stand trial as an adult. On April 23, 1999, Josiah's attorney was able to get the remaining samples sent to an independent lab. His family paid for the lab work to be done, but Josiah's attorney never finished the paperwork. The results for the independent lab were never able to be used in his trial. The lab the prosecutors used had concluded that Josiah's DNA was an exact match to the sample collected from the victim. During the trial, the crime lab employee stated that there was a 1694,000 chance it could belong to someone else. Josiah was convicted and sentenced to 25 years in prison. In the years following his incarceration, Josiah dedicated his time to learning everything he could about DNA. In his first appeal, he fought to have an independent lab test the samples again. Throughout his investigation and incarceration, he always maintained his innocence. In 2002, he got new legal representation, and in that same year, the lab that had done his original DNA testing was being investigated. 2 reporters had received anonymous complaints that there were problems with the results that the lab was prosecutors' needs. In Josiah's case, it was determined the DNA collected from the crime in Josiah's case, it was determined the DNA collected from the crime scene was completely different than his. On March 11, 2003, a judge ordered the immediate release of Josiah. In 2004, he was granted a pardon of innocence. Even with being exonerated, his legal team needed to fight to have the conviction removed, as well as receiving compensation for the 4 years he was incarcerated and the costs of defending himself. The lab was forced to close down. Further reviews led to the release of 2 other men, both convicted on faulty DNA evidence: George Rodriguez and Ronald Taylor. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. It was 2007 in Heilbronn, Germany, when 22-year-old policewoman Michaelette Kaiswader was murdered. She had been in her patrol car with her partner on their lunch break when a vehicle drove by and opened fire. Michaelette was killed instantly and her partner was injured. The subsequent investigation unearthed more than a murder investigation. For decades, Germany, Austria, and France had been searching for a female serial killer with links in a variety of different cold cases, ranging from murder, break-and-enters, car thefts, and petty crimes. The only common link between the crimes was DNA. Investigators could make no sense of it. She seemed to be an expert in eluding authorities. She had managed to never be caught on surveillance or seen by witnesses. Given the vast geographical area, a lack of pattern to both her crimes and accomplices, police were always a step behind. Other accomplices convicted in connection in her crimes also denied her existence, making her that much more infamous. a seeming criminal mastermind with loyal accomplices. Initially, she was dubbed the woman without a face, but when her DNA linked her to Michelle Kisswader, she was renamed the Phantom of Eilbrunn. The Phantom became a hot topic for the media. German police were also a lot of time and money trying to track the notorious murderer. There was a €400,000 reward for any information. The murder in Eilbrunn was so significant because it had brought so much media attention to the Phantom in 2009. While investigating a cold case involving a burned corpse, a discovery was made. Evidence taken from the male victim, a fingerprint, contained female DNA. When run from the database, it connected to the Phantom. Investigators ran the sample again, this time with a different type of medium, which was a different brand of cotton swab, and the samples contained no female DNA, just that of the victim. Investigators then called into question all evidence that contained DNA from the Phantom. A closer look at the samples revealed that they all used the same brand of cotton swab. They went to the manufacturer of the swabs and discovered the Phantom was actually a woman who worked at the factory. The discovery became the biggest embarrassment in German criminal investigation history. The manufacturer put out a statement saying that their company's cotton swabs, while they were sterile, it was not certified to be used for DNA analysis because their sterilization process couldn't remove trace DNA. This wasn't the only country to suffer such an embarrassment. After the German blunder, Austria also discovered they had been chasing an innocent factory worker that produced materials they were using in their criminal investigation. It did bring some positives, though. There are now standards in place to ensure a certification process for raw materials used in criminal investigation. It also highlighted to police how easily a crime scene can be contaminated, noting that the smallest trace evidence can change the entire course of an investigation. It was November 6, 2001 in Las Vegas, Nevada, when a woman was getting her 2 young children ready for dinner. Her husband was at work, and when she heard movement in the other room, she had assumed it was her husband coming home. She called out, but who emerged was not her husband, but a young man she didn't know. The man demanded all of her cash, but the woman only had $23. He then decided to threaten the woman to get in her car, drive them to the nearest ATM, and withdraw as much as she could from her account. She did as instructed, and while at the ATM machine, the woman's husband spotted her and ran at the pair. The robber then fled and the police were called. In her statement, the woman described her attacker as African American, and she knew by his voice that he was likely a teenager who had been wearing a blue hoodie and a ski mask. Police began canvassing the area, and while outside the victim's home, they saw 2 teen boys riding their bikes. Police followed them and saw them go inside a home nearby. Police began looking around the exterior of the house in the garbage cans and the bushes and found a blue hoodie and a ski mask in the back seat of a vehicle in their driveway. Police then arrested 2 young men, 18-year-old Dwayne Jackson and his 15-year-old cousin, Howard Dupree Grissom. Both denied involvement in the robbery, but both submitted their DNA to being compared to the ski mask. Jackson was later charged with robbery and kidnapping when the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department concluded that their DNA was a match. Jackson maintained his innocence, and despite neither the victim or the husband could identify Jackson as her attacker, the courts proceeded with no other evidence gathering. Grissom, however, was released with no charges laid, while Jackson was presented with life in prison for the kidnapping charge alone. Jackson, scared and faced with spending decades in prison for a crime he didn't commit, accepted a plea deal offer. Prosecutors agreed to drop the kidnapping charge if he pleaded guilty to the robbery charge. Accepting this plea would waive his right to a trial. Jackson was sentenced to 4 years in prison for robbery and served 3 years before being released. Meanwhile, Jackson's cousin, Howard Dupree Grissom, was arrested in 2008 for robbery and conspiracy to commit a violent crime in Nevada. As was required for violent charges, Grissom was required to submit his DNA, and although the LVMPD should have submitted that sample to the national database, CODIS, it doesn't appear that this was done in this case. He was convicted and pleaded guilty on the robbery charges and was sentenced to 2 to 5 years in prison. He served 2 years before being released in 2010, and following his parole, he relocated to California. Less than 3 months after his parole, he was implicated in another crime. A woman in Moreno Valley was abducted, sexually assaulted, and based on her statement, police went to neighboring apartment and arrested Grissom. He was then charged with attempted manslaughter and faced 41 years if convicted. This time, no plea bargain was offered and Grissom went to trial. He was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. Once he was put into the California prison system, he was once again required to submit DNA, and this time it was submitted to Cody's. It was at this point when Grissom's DNA came back in connection to a case in 2001, one where Grissom's cousin, Dwayne Jackson, had served time for a crime Grissom had actually committed, according to the DNA. California opened up an investigation, and it was discovered that when the two men had given DNA samples, those samples had been swapped. Because Jackson accepted a plea deal, the DNA was never tested again, and because Nevada didn't submit their DNA to Cody's at the time, the mistake was never caught. The error was caught in 2010, and it took another year before Jackson's lawyers were notified of the error. In July of 2011, Dwayne Jackson was exonerated and his court records were sealed. The LVMPD agreed to a $1,500,000 settlement to compensate Jackson. After the settlement, the LVMPD also changed its standards for DNA submission, and all profiles are now submitted to Cody's. The city also initiated 2 independent DNA testing firms to conduct a review of convictions that had been prosecuted based on DNA. Anna Kemp announces her pregnancy with joy, sharing that she is expecting a baby boy who will be a brother to her first child, a little girl named Gracie. She expresses her long-held desire for more than one child, hoping Gracie won't grow up alone. In March 2004, Anna, her husband John Sharp, and baby Gracie moved to their new home at 116 Prince Street, Mornington. Little did they know, this house would soon become the focal point of one of Australia's most shocking crimes. Anna took Gracie to the childcare center and returned to collect her daughter at around midday. That morning, she had also called her mother in New Zealand, and the pair had a catch-up. That evening at 8:24 p.m., another one of her friends received a call from Anna, and they too had a normal and pleasant conversation. At around 2 p.m., Anna made a phone call to her health insurance company. She wanted to have the new baby added to the family's health cover. Her friend Samantha Jeffrey had made plans to see Anna later in the week, and they were due to meet on Friday morning. Anna had marked the appointment on her calendar. On the Thursday morning, Samantha received a phone call. It was Anna's husband, John. This was highly unusual. John never called Samantha. He told Samantha that Anna had left. Dawn Hendry, Anna's best friend, also received a call from John, and she too found it strange that John was calling her, as this was completely out of character. John told Dawn that Anna had not only left with another man, but that she had also left Gracie behind. Alarm bells started to ring for Dawn. There was no way a mother as devoted as Anna would have upped and left without taking Gracie with her. On Wednesday, a TV antenna technician arrived on Prince Street to do an adjustment that Anna had booked him for. John was reluctant to let him into the house for the appointment, but the technician thought he saw somebody else, an older man inside the property, standing around 10 feet behind John. But he said he didn't have any contact with that person. The inquiries that would follow could find no trace of this older man in the Sharp home. Back in her native New Zealand, Anna's family were becoming increasingly concerned that they hadn't heard from her. They had tried calling her, but she wasn't answering, and she wasn't returning messages. Her mother, Lily, spoke with the parish priest, Father Tony Harrison. She explained to him that she had spoken to Anna on the Monday and had been trying to contact her since then, but hadn't been able to get through. While Father Harrison was visiting Lily, her phone rang. It was her son-in-law, John. He then proceeded to tell her that Anna had left him for another man. Lily could not believe it. The shocking news did not stop there, though. John told Lily that the mystery man Anna had left the marriage for was also the father of her unborn baby. After receiving permission from Lily, Father Harrison contacts Constable John Woodhouse. Initially, Constable Woodhouse was not immediately concerned. He assumed that as Anna was a Catholic, maybe she was ashamed of leaving her marriage for another man, and that she could have been worried about what her mother's reaction would have been. As the days passed and with still no sign of or word from Anna, her family becomes increasingly more worried about her. Constable Woodhouse was able to trace Anna's local health center. He was told by a nurse who had remembered Anna that she had been upset with her husband's reaction to her becoming pregnant. Those who knew and loved her could not believe that Anna, a devout Catholic, would have an affair and run away with another man. Her close friends and family all agreed that it was not something she would ever do. They were also skeptical that she had allegedly not taken Gracie with her straight away. John told Anna's family and friends that Anna had returned to collect Gracie on Sunday, March 28th, and had left the family home via a taxi. Following this, Constable Woodhouse obtained the phone numbers of every single taxi company that was operating in the Mornington area. None of the taxi companies had any record of picking up a passenger from Prince Street, where the Sharp family had lived. Constable Woodhouse had made various attempts to contact John Sharp without success. Following this, he put together a case file on Anna and had it sent over to Australia. Detective Sergeant Shane Brundle of the Victoria Police Missing Persons Unit receives the case. It was concerning to officers that a responsible woman who was a committed wife and mother, and who was expecting a second baby, would just disappear and take her child. This just wasn't in Anna's nature. The police headed down to the Mornington area. Their first task was to talk to John Sharp. They needed to know if he had any information that could help trace Gracie and Anna. They had seemingly vanished without a trace. After they had taken a detailed statement from John, the police continued to watch him closely. A few days later, he was observed walking into bushes next to a public toilet in Mornington. They watched as he picked up a blue plastic carrier bag. From it, he removed what appeared to be a credit card before returning the bag to its hiding spot. After checking the bag, police make a disturbing discovery. In it is Anna's Visa card and mobile phone. Later, the police would also find her driving license. This cemented the worst fears of everyone. Anna had most likely been met with foul play, and John Sharp was now a firm suspect. John Sharp makes a televised appeal for his wife and daughter. Detective Constable Mark Kennedy of the Missing Persons Unit was the officer who had taken John's statement when he had first been interviewed regarding the disappearance of his wife. At one stage during his statement being taken, according to Detective Constable Kennedy, John said, "I really don't care where Anna is. I just want to know where Gracie is." The way John was behaving on television was very different to the John he had met. When his first statements had been taken, he appeared very matter-of-fact and far less emotional. They knew that John Sharp had Anna's mobile phone as well as her Visa card. Her Visa card had been used to send flowers to her mother back in New Zealand. Lily did not believe that it was actually Anna who had sent the flowers. Alongside this, her mobile phone had been used since she had gone missing, and odd emails had been sent to different members of her family. In April, Gerald, Anna's brother, had received an email allegedly from his sister saying that she needed time and space. The police continued their inquiries. They returned to talk with friends and family of Anna's and interviewed John repeatedly. Whilst he is a suspect, what they cannot determine is a motive. John Sharp was interviewed again by police in Mornington, but his story hadn't changed. He was adamant that his wife had left on the March 23rd and that she had done so voluntarily. Officers were not convinced. His lack of emotion made them doubt his version of events even more. The decision was made to keep John Sharp under police surveillance. He was observed dumping potential evidence into a bin. John Sharp is arrested. During his first interview, he adamantly denied any knowledge of where Anna and Gracie were, sticking solidly to his story. But officers noted that it appeared he had wanted to tell them something but couldn't. According to John, Anna had left him for another man and had taken their daughter with her. He said that the marriage had been unhappy for some time, and Anna had eventually told him she wanted to separate as she was having a relationship with somebody else whom she had become pregnant by. This would all change in his second interview, having spoken to his family. In the afternoon, he finally confessed. When the truth was revealed about what had happened in the house on Prince Street, it was more disturbing than anyone could have imagined. But who was John Sharp? What had led to this? And where were Anna and Gracie? John Sharp was born on February 28, 1967. He grew up in Mornington, Victoria, Australia, and was part of a big family. He had 4 older sisters and 1 younger brother. His parents worked as shopkeepers in Mornington. There was no history of criminal or antisocial behavior. He would later explain to a forensic clinical psychologist, Dr. Ian Joplin, that his childhood and early adult life were marked by social problems. He was unhappy at school and didn't have many friends. He completed year 12 of his schooling, but he failed his exams. And after this, he headed into the world of work. Whilst working at the Commonwealth Bank of Australia, he met New Zealand-born Anna Kemp after a whirlwind romance. 27-year-old John and 31-year-old Anna would marry in October of 1994 and live together in Mornington. After leaving the world of finance, John became self-employed as a conveyancer. He was quiet, reserved, and it took a lot for him to open up with people. But the pair were content. And for Anna, as a devout Catholic, marriage and family was extremely important to her. She described John to her friends as good husband material. August 2002. John and Anna welcomed their first child into the world, a baby girl whom they would name Gracie Louise. Despite their joy, Gracie's health problems quickly became apparent. Gracie was born with a congenital abnormality called hip dysplasia. Babies born with hip dysplasia may require a corrective harness. And this is exactly what happened with baby Gracie. And she would wear one for the March 1st months of her life. Being in the harness was not easy for Gracie, and she would often become distressed and have trouble sleeping. This appeared to put a strain on Anna and John's marriage. Unfortunately, even after the corrective harness was no longer required, little Gracie still struggled with both sleeping and eating. And this was something that her mother sought the assistance of professionals for. Despite Gracie's health problems, Anna nursed her daughter through it, highlighting how devoted and dedicated she was. In spite of their struggles, according to Dawn Hendry, Anna's best friend, it appeared that they were very happy and that they enjoyed their lives together. Anna's friend Samantha Jeffries said, "Gracie was everything to her. She was 100% there for Gracie." According to the New Zealand Herald, Gracie was a quiet toddler who loved lollies, painting, playing with toys, and visits to the park. In November 2002, Anna attended the Hillview Maternity Unit of Peninsula Health. She explained that she was feeling incredibly anxious and felt unable to cope. Following this, she had 3 inpatient admissions for respite with her daughter. This was to try and stabilize eating patterns and develop a regular sleeping routine. In 2003, John Sharp visited a local shop called Sport Philip Marine and purchased a spear gun and an additional spear. The purchase was made in cash, meaning that the transaction could not be traced. The date of the purchase is not known, but what is clear is that he had it in his possession prior to February 6, 2004, roughly 6.5 weeks before Anna and Gracie's disappearance. Despite practicing firing it in the garden to become more familiar with it, he had never previously shown an interest in spearfishing at all. Later that year, he and Anna bought a house in Mornington, 116 Prince Street. Many couples would be thrilled at the prospect of a new addition to the family. John Sharp was not. According to Dawn, Anna had told her that her husband had shouted at her after he had learned of her pregnancy. She also said that when she would visit Hannah and John, she had noticed the change in John's demeanor, and he would appear hostile towards his wife. Dawn found this especially odd as he had always appeared gentle. Seeing him shout at his wife in front of Gracie was particularly unusual. John had apparently decided that one child was enough of a burden. He did not want another one. In March 2004, John went to his doctor complaining about disrupted sleep patterns. He was prescribed 2 different types of sleeping tablets, although these had little effect. The doctor discussed with him that this may have been caused by an underlying depressive illness. On the March 21, 2004, John and Anna attended a picnic to celebrate the birthday of a nephew. Those that were there noted that they appeared fine, and there was no apparent tension between the pair. Following an argument between John and Anna, they headed to bed between 9 and 10 p.m. John couldn't recall the cause of the fight. Whilst Anna was able to quickly fall asleep, John wasn't. He instead stayed awake, mulling over their fight, brooding about the problems in their relationship that were becoming increasingly more apparent. He then left the bed and headed for the garage. After going back into the house, he went upstairs with his spear gun in his hand. He then proceeded to place the spear gun a few centimeters from Anna's temple. He pulled the trigger and fired a spear into her head. Despite being shot at close range, Anna was still alive and breathing. He proceeded to fire a second spear again into the head of his pregnant wife, killing her. He would later tell investigators that when he had purchased the spear gun, he was having thoughts of murdering his wife, and this was why he had bought it. He covered Anna's body in towels before going downstairs and falling asleep on the sofa bed. Gracie was asleep in her cot in another room while her mother was brutally murdered. The following day, he attempted and failed to remove the spears from Anna's head. He was only able to remove the shafts. The spearheads were left embedded in Anna's head. John then took Gracie to kindergarten and picked her up later. It was that day that the antenna technician came to the house for the appointment that Anna had scheduled. She was still lying dead in her bed at the time, and John lied to him to prevent him from coming inside. John then removed the body of his wife from the bedroom and took her out into the back garden. It was here that he dug a shallow grave and buried his pregnant wife. The horrifying series of events would not stop there. On Friday, he took Gracie to her childcare and explained that she wouldn't be returning, saying his wife had left him and gone off with another man. He also phoned his mother-in-law and told her that Anna had been having an affair with a man and that the marriage was effectively over. He said that whilst she would return in a few days to collect Gracie, he had no idea at all where she was. For days had now passed since John Sharp had fired a spear gun into the head of his pregnant wife. Gracie was put to bed in her cot at around 9 o'clock at night. Her father then proceeded to drink several glasses of whiskey and coke to, in his words, numb his senses. He then headed out to the garage for his spear gun. After entering his daughter's bedroom, he fired the spear gun at her. The spear penetrated the toddler's head, but she didn't die instantly. She instead screamed in agony and clung on to life. He went downstairs to retrieve 2 more spears that he had used in the murder of his wife. He proceeded to fire further shots at Gracie. He pulled one of the spears out of her head before firing it again. John Sharp shot his 20-month-old daughter 4 times with the spear gun before her tiny body succumbed to her injuries. "I haven't harmed my wife or my daughter. I haven't harmed either of them." It was later revealed that he had gone back to support Philip Mayreen and taken Gracie with him as he bought another spear, the one he would later use to brutally murder his daughter. This quiet man who appeared to be a loving husband and doting father was now the murderer. The next morning, he returned to his daughter's bedroom. He covered his eyes with a towel so he could not see what he had done to Gracie. He removed the spears from her head before wrapping her tiny body in tarpaulin and bin bags, binding it with duct tape. He then took her to the Mornington Refuse Transfer Station and disposed of her body along with the spears and spear gun. He also discarded some of Gracie's clothes and toys. On the day he had disposed of Gracie's body, he phoned Lily, Anna's mother, and told her that Gracie and Anna were together in a bigger and better place. He also used Anna's phone to make a call, as well as making several withdrawals from her bank account at a cash point in Chelsea. Up until May 15, 2004, he would make several more phone calls from Anna's phone to maintain the lie that she was still alive. Over the week that followed, he systematically disposed of more items associated with Gracie and continued to maintain his lie that Anna had left and taken Gracie with her. John Sharp used Anna's name to create a false email and used this to contact her brother Gerald in New Zealand. It set out the scenario that he had invented to explain why she had failed to contact her family or return their messages. The aim of the email was to create the impression that she had walked away from her marriage to John for another man, and that she and Gracie were happy and safe. Also that day, John Sharp visited a hardware store in Frankston. He bought an electric chainsaw, 2 tarpaulins, and a roll of duct tape. He then exhumed the body of his wife the next day and dismembered her into 3 pieces. He used the tarpaulin to wrap up her remains and disposed of them, and the chainsaw in various waste collection bins at the Mornington transfer station. Over the weeks that followed, he disposed of the mattress that was covered in Anna's blood. He also continued to send fake emails to various family members, as well as write letters to Anna's friends. It was during this time that he arranged for flowers to be sent to Anna's mother, pretending that they were from her. When police began to investigate, John told officers that Anna had moved to the suburb of Chelsea in Melbourne and had taken Gracie with her. His behavior during the appeals attracted significant attention. Some noted his apparent lack of tears and his odd demeanor. His story also appeared to be inconsistent. He talked about having spoken to his wife the week prior and pleaded with anyone with knowledge of hers and Gracie's whereabouts to come forward. But then he also maintained that she had left him for another man. One thing that also stuck out to investigators were his referrals to his wife and daughter in the past tense. On June 1st, John Sharp went back to his doctor. His doctor found Sharp to be agitated and that his concentration and memory were both poor. The doctor subsequently diagnosed him with depression, but only after he had told the doctor the lie that Anna had left him. Even the most hardened and seasoned detectives were in shock as John Sharp confessed to his crimes. The matter-of-fact, cold and chilling way he discussed what he had done was disturbing to all investigating. Following his confession, the devastating news was relayed to Anna's family back in her native New Zealand. The nature of the murders, coupled with the callous way that their bodies had been disposed of, left them broken. He said to the officers that he had killed his wife because their marriage was unhappy, and told them that Anna was controlling and moody. When talking about Gracie, he said he was thinking of taking care of Gracie by myself. And just amongst all this madness, that's when I lost the plot. Norelle Fraser worked for Victoria Police for almost 30 years. Half of that time was spent as a detective in the missing persons unit and rape and homicide squads. She cannot believe the level of callousness and coldness being exhibited by John Sharp. A team of investigators were behind a two-way mirror, and we watched the interview. And it was the first time we had ever heard him talk about what he had done. To listen to a man talk with no emotion whatsoever about how he had just speared his wife and little girl and cut his wife up with a chainsaw and thrown her out in the household bin, it went to another level. When asked why he had murdered his 20-month-old daughter, Gracie, John Sharp replied, "The child belongs with the mother." During their searches, sniffer dogs were used in the back garden. Officers also found in various bins around Mornington notes in John's handwriting detailing backup stories, and his cover story pertaining to his wife's disappearance. In the house, they found the receipt showing the purchase of the duct tape, chainsaw, and tarpaulins. Throughout their inquiries, blood belonging to both Anna and Gracie were also found inside the house. Police volunteered for the search today, saying they wanted to help bring closure for Anna Kemp's family in New Zealand. A huge search was soon underway to try and find the bodies of Anna and Gracie. In late June, the police began to search the transfer station for Anna and Gracie's remains and the landfill site where the waste from the transfer station would ultimately end up. The task before them was huge, but they were determined they would not stop until the bodies of Gracie and her pregnant mother were found. Officers offered to come in on days off to help with the search. There was no shortage of investigators who were willing to volunteer to help. As officers continued to hunt for them, the horrifying story's front-page news. Police chaplain the Reverend James Pilmer was on hand to help officers who were working against the elements in tough conditions. His presence was welcome amongst the team, who were facing such an appalling set of circumstances that had led them to the landfill. After 3 weeks of searching through tons and tons of waste, a discovery is finally made. A blue tarpaulin is found. Inside are some of the remains of Anna Kemp. By mid-July, all of Anna's remains were finally found. Police search teams then found Gracie's body. Detective Sergeant Shane Brendel and Detective Constable Mark Kennedy carried her tiny body out of the landfill, being sure to treat her with the respect and dignity she both deserved and had been cruelly denied by her own father. They didn't leave her and stayed with her until the undertaker arrived. Whilst the investigating teams were devastated, there was a sense of relief that they had been able to find Anna and Gracie for the sake of their family, ensuring they could be properly buried, and those who knew and loved them would have a chance to say their goodbyes. A liaison officer had been appointed in New Zealand to keep Anna's family up to date and support them as they came to terms with what had happened. Constable John Woodhouse was there to accompany the Kemp family as they made their way to Mornington for a funeral service for Anna, Gracie, and Anna's unborn baby. This allowed Anna's friends and loved ones in Victoria to grieve their loss and pay their respects. People from Gracie's kindergarten also came to remember a beautiful little girl, whose all too short life had been so cruelly cut short. Constable Woodhouse called it a spiritual and healing service. After this, Anna and Gracie were flown back to New Zealand for their burial. St. Joseph's Cathedral was filled with 200 family members and friends. Father Tony Harrison conducted the funeral service. He spoke of his admiration for the Victoria Police, who had worked so tirelessly to bring them home. He said that it was a relief that Anna, Gracie, and Anna's unborn baby could be buried with dignity. Constable Woodhouse, who had initially raised the alarm with the Australian police and conducted his own investigations in a different country, was one of the pallbearers for Anna. Anna's brother Gerald spoke on behalf of their brother Joe and mother Lily, and gave his heartfelt thank yous to the friends and loved ones both in New Zealand and Australia for their constant support and love. Anna and Gracie were buried in Green Park Cemetery under Anna's maiden name of Kemp, along with Francis, the unborn son she had been expecting. While awaiting trial, Sharp was being held in the special units of Bar 1 prison. Whilst there, he required close observation and treatment due to suicidal tendencies. Dr. Ian Joplin examined him on 2 separate occasions. He considered him to be an inadequate, isolated, and withdrawn individual. He believed that Sharp lacked the psychological resources to cope with the stress that life can bring, and that he appeared to be very dependent on his parents. According to some members of the family, one motive for John Sharp murdering Anna was that she had discovered he had been abusing their daughter, but this claim has not been substantiated. In a report by the Sunday Herald-Sun in 2005, the claim came when family letters alleged that John Sharp had a history of abusing children. It was alleged that he had committed crimes of a sexual nature against young members of a circle of family and friends 20 years before he had murdered his wife. One relative remarked, "We reckon she caught him. We think that's why he killed her." In a letter sent to various members of John Sharp's family, an alleged victim said, "I became his prey for 2 years, and he always kept that power. His smell still haunts me." It was reported that the alleged victim had approached some of his family 5 years before to tell them that she had been abused by him. And when Anna and Gracie disappeared, she told the police what she had told his family. The report stated that his mother and her husband were not told about this until after he had confessed to murdering Anna and Gracie. Constable Woodhouse said he did not believe the claims could have played a part in John Sharp's confession. "I worked on this for nearly 2 years, and that has never been mentioned as a possibility. It was the weight of evidence which forced a confession, not anything else." It is important to reiterate that this claim of abuse against Gracie, being a motive for John murdering Anna, has not been substantiated. Before long, it was time for John Sharp to enter his plea. The 38-year-old stood in the Supreme Court of Victoria and entered a plea of guilty to the murders of Anna and Gracie. He could not be charged for the death of the baby that Anna had been carrying. Sharp wiped tears from his eyes as he looked down at the floor. He was breathing heavily and appeared to be unsteady on his feet as Judge Bernard Bongiorno read his sentencing remarks. "In fact, as you later told police, from the moment you killed your wife, you began to have thoughts that you would have to kill Gracie to maintain your facade of innocence with respect to Anna's murder. Indeed, at some time between your wife's death and the time you actually killed your daughter, you took her with you to Sportfort Marine, where you purchased another spear for the spear gun. There could have been only one reason for that purchase, which was carried out in circumstances of unspeakable callousness." He also highlighted how John had made claims about Anna that she could not defend herself against during the second of his police interviews. "You said that your marriage was unhappy and that your wife was controlling and moody. You claimed she came between you and your family and siblings and prevented you from seeing them as often as you would have liked. Whether such claims have any truth or not now matters not at all. Anna cannot deny them. They provide neither justification nor excuse for anything that you have done." The judge told the court that the murder of Anna was singular in its barbarity. When talking about the murder of 20-month-old Gracie, the judge said, "Gracie was a defenseless child for whom you had a legal and, more importantly, a moral responsibility. And whatever your motive for killing Anna might have been, in Gracie's case it was simply so that your first crime would not be discovered." The judge called his actions egregiously wicked and said that John Sharp had been well aware of what he was doing when he committed these crimes. Watching via a video link from New Zealand, Anna's mother broke down during the sentencing. The judge referred to observations made by Dr. Lester Walton, a psychiatrist, who stated that John Sharp was a socially inept, dependent, passive, and a retiring individual who was unable or reluctant to confront problems. Dr. Walton offered the opinion that these killings were irrational, although he could find no evidence that you were suffering from any frank psychiatric illness. I presume that by irrational, he meant that you considered the killing of your wife and later your child were the only options you could see to relieve a state of desperation you considered yourself to be in. Dr. Walton recounts your speaking of feeling threatened by your daughter, a situation which is, of course, objectively absurd. The horrified courtroom sat and listened as the disturbing chain of events that had transpired were finally laid bare. John Sharp was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms with a non-parole period of 33 years for his crimes. As they left the court, John Sharp's mother cried before reading a prepared statement. John's crimes were horrific. He has given himself a life sentence for what he has done, and he will live with this for the rest of his life. The New Zealand Herald reported some of Sharp's family and friends refused to believe his story, and feigning support for him, questioned him to try and pick inconsistencies. The report also stated, the Herald's son said there was a bitter split in Sharp's family after his confession, with some relatives disgusted that he was still visited in jail by his mother and 2 sisters. Supportive family members initially urged him to explore the possibility of pleading insanity, but others said Sharp was always a dark and troubled character who was manipulative and sly. One of Sharp's nieces also issued a statement, which was, in her words, on behalf of the non-supportive family members of John Sharp. She thanked the Australian and New Zealand police forces for their tireless work in bringing John Sharp to justice. She said, "We would like to say that John's crimes have stolen 3 beautiful and precious lives. We also send our heartfelt condolences to Anna's family in New Zealand, whose pain and suffering is tremendous. The skill, commitment, and dedication of officers in both Australia and New Zealand allowed for justice to be served and for John Sharp to be punished for his horrendous actions. Anna Kemp and her unborn son were killed by the man that she had dedicated her life to. Baby Gracie died in agony at the hands of the man who was supposed to protect her. Despite the horrendous way their lives were taken, those who knew and loved Anna and Gracie are determined that they will be remembered for the happiness that they brought to so many people, gaining comfort in the knowledge that Anna, Gracie, and Francis are resting peacefully together." On July 27, 1981, in Birmingham, UK, Nova Welsh, a 24-year-old mother of 2, stopped answering her phone. Recently separated from her husband, Osmond Bell, Nova's disappearance was out of character. On the day she vanished, she had dropped her children off with her ex-husband and went out dancing with her new boyfriend, Wayne Newby, and a group of friends. A neighbor reported seeing her return that evening, visibly upset. In the days following her disappearance, neighbors mentioned hearing crying and fighting coming from Nova's apartment. This unfortunately was a regular occurrence as her ex-husband had been known to be violent and abusive to Nova throughout their relationship. Nova's parents and siblings had just immigrated to Miami, Florida, and her mother Lorna became increasingly distressed that she couldn't get a hold of her daughter. They had hoped that Nova would bring her children and join them in the U.S. Nova and her family were very close. The family had immigrated to the UK from Jamaica in 1957 at 16. Nova got into a relationship with Osmond Bell and moved out to live with him when she became pregnant with her first child. She had recently escaped the relationship, kicking her abusive spouse out of their home, and she was rebuilding her life without him. They had only been separated for a few weeks when she disappeared. Bell was interviewed before the discovery of her body. He hadn't reported her missing, claiming to officers that he just assumed she had run away with her new boyfriend or visited her family in the U.S. Without evidence, police were forced to release Bell. On August 18, 1981, there was a discovery made in the building Nova lived in. Residents began reporting a terrible smell coming from somewhere in the building. Officers were dispatched, and in a utility closet, they discovered Nova's body covered in a blanket and newspapers. Bell was arrested and held for 4 days. While they did their initial investigation, her autopsy showed that her cause of death had been a broken neck. Police received a letter from a witness claiming that they had seen Welsh fighting with a man who clearly wasn't Osmond in her kitchen. Police asked if Bell knew anything about the author of the letter, to which he denied. Without any further evidence to connect Bell to the slain, they were forced to release him. After that, the case went cold in 2016. Cold case detectives were going through old cases, now that DNA evidence had advanced significantly since the 80s. The investigators were particularly hopeful in Nova Welch's case. Her file contained a piece of gum that was used to secure the cupboard door closed that she had been found in, as well as potential DNA on the letter that had been mailed to police. They found that the DNA on the letter and the DNA on the chewing gum matched. Following that, they got a court order to secure DNA from Osmond Bell, and from there they compared the DNA. He was then arrested and had a trial. A year later, the courts determined that the murder had not been premeditated and had been a result of Bell flying into a fit of rage when he discovered that Nova had been out with a new man. It was determined that he had written the letter and mailed it to police to divert attention off of him. He was convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 12 years in prison. The now 60-year-old had been living as a free man for 34 years. Nova's mother Lorna said in her victim impact statement at the trial that Nova was gentle, loving, and full of life, and that the unfortunate and tragic loss of her life prevented her from seeing her children grow up as young adults. It was a late evening on December 14, 1995, when 17-year-old Tracy Blasinovic told her boyfriend that she would go get something to eat. The two were living out of a North Temple motel in Salt Lake City, Utah. She told him she was going to the Circle K gas station, a short walk from the motel. By around midnight, her boyfriend Chris began to worry, as it was unlike Tracy to not come home. He went out to look for her, knocking on neighbors' doors and going down to the Circle K. However, he failed to report her missing the following morning, 45 miles from Salt Lake City. At the Provo River, a man was hunting with his son when they came across a body. The woman was naked and had been brutally murdered. Several granite rocks around her body were covered in blood. The police started their investigation at the crime scene. There, they took several rocks around her body as evidence. As her cause of death was blunt force trauma, they felt it was likely that one of the stones had been the murder weapon. They also found a pair of socks neatly folded on a rock near the body, since a woman had no identification. They decided to appeal to the media and publish photos of her tattoos. She had 2 distinct tattoos, which police were hopeful someone would recognize. Meanwhile, Chris was still not able to locate Tracy. He had started combing through the news. It wasn't like Tracy to not return. He was fearful that something terrible had happened. His heart sank when a news segment began discussing a murdered Jane Doe and had displayed familiar tattoos. He contacted police to tell them that he knew who the Jane Doe was. Chris gave the police the only contact number he had for Tracy's family. Police called and made contact with Tracy's stepfather, who was devastated. They were only a few minutes into the conversation before a realization was made. The body they discovered was likely his younger stepdaughter, Crystal, not his daughter, Tracy. Crystal had a history of using her older half-sister's identity. Her stepfather told police that Crystal had dropped out of high school and was working as a prostitute. She had started getting mixed up in drugs at 15, and though her parents tried to get her help, she didn't want to make any changes to her lifestyle. Chris was brought in as a suspect. They felt that Chris had purposely lied about Crystal's identity, and they also felt it was suspicious that he hadn't reported her missing, and he also hadn't been honest about where she'd been that night. Crystal hadn't gone out for food that night. She went to work, and the police were back to square one, having no idea where to start their search. Chris was released as there was no evidence to link him to the murder. Police also determined that he had no motive. He had lied to protect Crystal as she was underage, and he didn't tell officers she was a prostitute because he'd wanted the police to not treat her like she didn't deserve justice because of what she did for a living. Chris was also financially dependent on Crystal, and he didn't have a vehicle, so he alone couldn't have driven her the 45 miles away from Salt Lake City, where she'd been found. Police turned their attention to another suspect, a local cab driver that had an unhealthy obsession with Crystal. However, this lead met a dead end when he was able to be eliminated forensically. As far as leads went, that was all they had. There was foreign male DNA found on a rock that was likely used to bludgeon Crystal, but there was only a partial profile. Officers did compare it to her boyfriend and the cab driver, but neither matched. In 2013, the case was reopened by Detective Todd Bonner. Bonner had been one of the first officers on the scene, and it was a case that would continue to haunt him throughout his career. He had heard of a new DNA collection device that did a better job of pulling DNA from porous objects like rocks. It was called the MVAC, and it essentially worked as a mini vacuum. The MVAC system deploys a unique combination of sterile solution spray and a vacuum that dramatically increases DNA uptake, which is a direct quote from the president of the company that manufactures them. It was a new advancement in technology, and Bonner was excited that it could possibly be used to help solve the case. Bonner had requisitioned one of the devices to be brought in to see what it could get from the rocks collected from the crime scene. Forensic scientists were very pleased when they discovered they had a full DNA profile located on the same rock. They had found the partial DNA profile before they ran the DNA through Cody's and got a hit. 46-year-old Joseph Michael Simpson had previously been convicted of murder and had been on parole at the time of Crystal's murder. Simpson had since relocated to Florida after Crystal's murder. Police were able to locate him living with his mother, and officers were flown out to follow him until they witnessed him discarding something with DNA on it. Simpson was a smoker, and it didn't take officers long to retrieve a cigarette butt he left behind. Investigators compared his DNA to the cigarette butt and DNA on the rock, and it was confirmed to match. He had never been considered a suspect before the DNA link. He was arrested in 2013, and it was Bonner who was able to handcuff Simpson. After 18 years, Detective Bonner was able to call Crystal's mother and tell her that he had arrested her daughter's killer in 2016. He was sentenced to life in prison for aggravated murder, and he was denied any opportunity for parole. It was October 9, 1988 in Battle Creek, Michigan, when Gail Barris disappeared. The 30-year-old single mother of 3 was last seen leaving a coffee shop with a dark-haired man around 3 or 4 a.m. Gail was a bartender and worked at 2 bars to make ends meet. She was known to often frequent this coffee shop after the bars closed on her way home. She was reported missing the following day when she failed to return home, but police didn't have much to go on. There was an account from a witness that she was seen arguing with 2 men near the coffee shop, but police weren't able to get an identification. 16 days later, Gail's body was discovered by hunters. She had been dumped on the side of the road in a neighboring county. She had been sexually assaulted and stabbed. Oddly, it seems that this case went cold for several decades before being opened again. 2 men were persons of interest, a man suspected of kidnapping and assaulting a different woman only a month prior to Gail's murder, Roger Plato, and his friend Richard Compton. That woman had survived, and based on her description, the police went to question Roger. When police arrived to bring him in, Plato fled and was shot and killed by officers. Plato died 2 weeks after Gail had disappeared and before her body was even discovered. In 2018, Gail's son, James, called the Battle Creek PD to get a status update on his mother's murder. Detective Scott Marshall then reopened the file and began the investigation from scratch. He had Richard Compton's body exhumed. He had died in 2019, and detectives were able to get a DNA sample, but it didn't match the DNA that was recovered from Gail. Detectives then went to find Roger Plato's remains, but discovered that he, his mother, and his sister had all been cremated. They had records showing that blood was taken from Plato, but the sample wasn't with the rest of the evidence collected. In 2020, an officer with the county sheriff's department was doing an audit of evidence held and taken from Plato as evidence. It seems there had been a miscommunication as to where the sample was supposed to go, but it had never been tested, as it should have been in connection to Gail's cold case. The sample then was shipped to a lab for testing and was a positive match in an unfortunate case of mismanaged paperwork. This case was finally closed after 33 years. No charges will be laid since Plato is deceased, but the case was able to be closed. Her son James thanked Detective Marshall for his dedication to his mother's case. He said, "It will be our way to close this chapter and gather with family and friends at her grave. It won't change the past, but it will take a weight off our shoulders to get this answered." 20-year-old Matthew Pike lived on North Sherwood Street, just above a pub in Nottingham city centre. After moving from Suffolk and dropping out of his physics course, he planned to re-enroll at Nottingham Trent University and was eager to complete his studies. His mother described him as modest, witty, and easygoing, with a great passion for technology. Matthew spent much of his time on his computer, building websites and engaging in online forums. On the internet, he went by the name Shade, while his girlfriend Joanna was known as JoJo. Matthew and Joanna spent a lot of time playing a Nintendo game called Advance Wars, a chess-like, turn-based strategy game centered around defeating opposing armies on different maps, with various mini-tasks in between. Matthew and Joanna often used the now inactive website, Advance Wars Bunker. Another user that frequented the site as well was someone under the name Eagle the Lightning, and this user talked to Matthew and Joanna a lot. After Advance Wars Bunker closed down, Matthew, Joanna, and a user by the name of Eggy created and began managing a site called War Central. War Central was focused on the Nintendo Wars series of games, Advance Wars, Battalion Wars, Game Boy Wars, and Famicom Wars. It gave the community that loved the games a place to come together, trading strategies and advice. They quickly developed a small but very loyal following. Eagle the Lightning followed Matthew and Joanna over to War Central, spending up to 8 hours a day on the forum. Before long, it became clear that this user had other motives for spending so much time on there. They had developed a fixation with Joanna that was escalating by the day. The user told people they thought her ginger hair made her more intelligent, and along with her love of gaming and technology, they believed Joanna was their perfect match. Over the coming weeks, months, the contact between this user and Matthew and Joanna became a constant and very exhausting thing. This user was soon discovered to be a German man, 21-year-old David Huis. Little was known about David to the other users, and he kept a lot of his life hidden and separate from his online world. What we do know is that he was the eldest of 2 children, and after his parents' divorce, he went to live with his grandparents. The relationship with his mother and father grew more and more strained, and they eventually stopped speaking almost altogether. He was described as very insular and introverted, with few friends, but he was an exceptional student, excelling in all his classes. He was desperate to attend university but was unable to afford it, and decided to join the military instead. Just 2 weeks after joining, he was discharged due to what the military described as not being mentally suitable. He started an apprenticeship at a textiles company, and when he wasn't doing that, he was guaranteed to be on War Central. He added Joanna on Facebook, totaling his number of friends to 15. The other 14 were all from different parts of the world, presumably being other people he had met online. He would spend a lot of time going through Joanna's profile and messaging her via any outlet he could, sometimes 100 times a day. He soon announced his love for her, and despite Matthew being very much in the picture, he only became more blatant with his feelings. He sent her a Facebook message that read, "I love you, Jojo, more than anything else in my life. I shouldn't, but I can't help it. And to be honest, it's a great feeling. You're my first thought when I wake up and the last one when I go to sleep." Joanna repeatedly ignored his messages and tried not to worry about it too much, thinking the obsession would soon wear off. After all, David was 100 miles away in a different country, and Joanna and Matthew were always very careful and private about their personal lives. Joanna said she never worried about anyone finding out where they lived, as it was not information they revealed or ever put out there on any platform. But in June of 2008, Matthew and Joanna went on a short holiday. To their shock, they arrived back at their flat to find David Heist down the outside the front door waiting for them. Conveniently, he said he had no money with him and nowhere to stay. When they asked him how he found out where they'd lived, he claimed Joanna had once posted it on her Facebook page, something which Joanna couldn't ever remember or imagine doing. Understandably unnerved by this, Joanna started ringing around some local hostels to try and book him somewhere to stay. But when they had no luck, David insisted he just stay with them. He slept on the floor in their room in a sleeping bag. Joanna recalled not sleeping that night, as every time she looked over, he was wide awake and staring at her. David stayed with them for 3 days before Joanna convinced him to head off and meet some more of his online friends while he was in the UK. After 3 weeks of traveling around, he finally returned to Germany. Matthew, who had now reached his limits, contacted him and said, "I hate you for ever laying eyes on the girl I've dedicated my life to. I hate you for your desperation." Matthew then took to the War Central forum and put out a post called "The 19 Reasons Why I Hate David Heiss." David was humiliated and infuriated, and despite his attempts to change people's minds, other users began distancing themselves from him too. Just weeks later, David took his uncle's car to drive to the couple's home again. While he was traveling down the motorway, he collided with a truck. This was no deterrent, however, and as soon as he was deemed fit to leave the hospital, he headed over to the flats just as he had planned. Enough was enough, and the couple sent him away. They knew they had to cut him off completely and blocked him from accessing the War Central forum. Many other users cut off contact with him as well. Joanna emailed the troubling David, urging him to seek help and go and talk to a therapist. David replied, "Joe, one day I will break my promise and come back to Nottingham and offer you a knife or something and tell you to kill me because I don't want to live without you." For the next 2 months, the shaken pair heard nothing from David Heiss. But in early September, Matthew received an email from him. It read, "There's something I would like to give to you. I'm not going to say what it is though. You will love it." On September 18th, 2008, David's obsession would take its darkest turn yet. He packed some warm clothes, some gardening gloves, and a knife before boarding a plane from Germany to England via Amsterdam, his third trip in 3 months. When he arrived, he stayed in the station for a while looking for a tram to get. When he realized they were no longer running, he proceeded to walk through the town at 1 a.m. When he reached North Sherwood Street, he got onto the roof of the couple's flat and slept behind an air conditioning unit all night. That same evening, Joanna and Matthew celebrated their 3-year anniversary. At 6:55 a.m., David watched Joanna leave for work before forcing his way into the flat. He launched a savage and prolonged attack on Matthew, stabbing him a total of 86 times. It was clear from the location of the blood that he had chased Matthew around the flat for a while, with Matthew stumbling into walls and doors as he had tried to escape. After this, he threw some clothes and belongings around the flats, presumably attempting to make it look like a burglary, before he fled the area, leaving Matthew for dead. In Matthew's final moments, he crawled over to his computer and wrote DAV, the first 3 letters of David's name, in his own blood on the side of the monitor. A truly heartbreaking thought, but Matthew's immense determination to identify David and tell people what had happened showcased his strength until the very end. He succumbed to his numerous injuries shortly thereafter. Before catching his 1:20 p.m. flight, David walked up and down the street dumping things in different bins. When analyzing the CCTV, it was clear that David was struggling to walk, partly due to a cut on his leg that had happened during the fight, and partly because the shoes he was determined to be wearing in the clip weren't his. His own shoes were covered in blood, and without a spare pair, he had taken Matthew's, which were a few sizes too small. He also disposed of the knife, which was never found before getting on a flight home just 16 hours after landing in the United Kingdom. It appeared that David had wanted to make the murder look like Matthew had taken his own life. In an attempt to give himself an alibi, he asked his sister to log onto some sites under his Eagle the Lightning username. In his suitcase were 2 suicide notes, one for him and one that was made to look like Matthew had written it. But for whatever reason, he didn't leave any notes at the scene. Police theorized that due to how bloody and violent the scene was, there was simply no way that anyone would believe Matthew could have done that to himself. There was no other possible suspect, and police began corresponding with the authorities in Lindbergh to track down David Heiss. Joanna had given them a huge amount of information, including the car crash he was in while driving to their home. As the authorities had been involved in this, his address was soon located. He was arrested 4 days later and stayed in custody awaiting extradition to the United Kingdom. In a final callous act of desperation, he wrote a letter to Joanna from prison, telling her he hoped they could be together when everything was over. David quickly admitted to killing Matthew, claiming self-defense, but police had numerous amounts of evidence that pointed to it being very much a premeditated killing. A search of his house showed the suitcase that he was seen traveling with, and inside it was the pair of bloody gardening gloves he had worn that day. During David's trial, he stuck to his story. Matthew was the aggressor and David had stabbed him to defend himself. He said that he had traveled to England to confront Matthew and Joanna after they had started abusing him online. He said that he wanted to scare Matthew in the hopes that it would stop what he referred to as constant hostilities. He charged at me. I was trying to push his arms away so they wouldn't make contact with me. He lost the knife when it fell to the floor near the table. He tried to crawl towards it, but I tried to prevent it by sitting on him. After a few seconds, I got hold of it. He started kicking me in the back and he was looking at me angrily. I was lucky that I was still alive. I don't know if it was adrenaline, but I managed to get my arm away, and then I stabbed him. The prosecution said this was totally convoluted, and the placement of blood at the scene, as well as the fact that apart from the small cut, David had no injuries, told a very clear and different story. Mr. Justice Keith told David, "The fact your motive for the murder was so bizarre doesn't make your killing of Matthew any less serious. The tragedy is that you are unable to cope with rejection. In May 2009, David Heiss was found guilty of the murder of Matthew Pike and was given a life sentence with a minimum term of 18 years that he must serve before he can be considered for parole. None of David Heiss's family were present for the trial. Matthew's family issued a statement. "We will never truly come to terms with what happened to Matthew that morning. While we have wanted justice throughout the course of this trial, all we really want is Matthew back with us. There will always be a massive part of our family missing, and not a day goes by without us thinking about Matthew and what might have been. It's not fair that we should all have to live like this for the rest of our lives because of one man's actions. He has taken a wonderful, caring, loving young man from all of us. We hope this verdict will give us some kind of closure so that we can try and move on with our lives. But that is easier said than done." Joanna and Eggy continued running War Central for a while, where they made a tribute page for Matthew, which was always flooded with people, sharing their memories and love for him. They went on to create Wars Wiki, the encyclopedia for all Nintendo Wars games. It was made as a dedication and a tribute to Matthew Pike. On August 24, 1998, Sandra Better was working a closing shift alone at Lucia's consignment store in Delray Beach, Florida. Just weeks away from retirement, the 68-year-old enjoyed her job at the store, despite not needing to work. As a wife and mother of 3 grown daughters, she preferred being at the store, surrounded by people, to being at home. The store, located in a strip mall renowned for its excellent thrift stores, was filled with vintage furniture, decor, and collectibles. Her husband, Zeke Better, fondly remembered her enthusiasm for the store and her enjoyment of getting dressed up for work. The two had just celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary. The couple had met in Brooklyn, New York in 1948 and had been happily married ever since. The two had plans to go back to New York to renew their vows, and the trip was to take place after her last shift at the store. On that August day, 2 teenagers had walked by the consignment store and noticed it was still open 30 minutes after it normally closed. They popped in to check to see if the store was still open and, to their shock, found Sandra, beaten and covered in blood, lying on the store's floor. 911 was called and EMTs determined that Sandra had died of her wounds. She had been stabbed several times and her throat had a large gash. There was a massive amount of blood all throughout the store. Sandra had several defensive injuries on her hands and arms, indicating she had fought her attacker hard. The cash register had been emptied, leading the police to believe that that may have been the motive. However, the killer didn't take Sandra's Rolex watch or the large diamond engagement ring she wore. Police had a witness statement made by a customer who'd been in the store about half hour before the teens had made the horrific discovery. She described being in the store with Sandra and a Caucasian man who was tall, skinny, and haggling the price of a couch with Sandra. Another witness said she briefly popped into the store right before closing time and saw a man at the cash register talking to the store clerk. The descriptions matched the other witness's account. She didn't stay in the store long, nor did she remember seeing anyone else in the store. Police set up a sketch and released it to the media. The best evidence found in the shop was that it appeared the killer had cut himself in the process of murdering Sandra. Although it was mostly Sandra's blood tracked throughout the store, there was another person's blood on the cash register, door, and a set of decorative balls near Sandra. There were also fingerprints which, along with the blood, were put in the national databases. There were no media hits, and without any further leads, the case went cold. Police had interviewed 37 suspects. One man who had gone to the hospital that day with a laceration on his hand, another who had been reported to police for abruptly leaving town and relocating to the Midwest, and a man who was far too interested in the investigation. None matched the killer's DNA or prints. Zeke Better, devastated by the loss of his wife, set up a scholarship fund for criminal justice students in his wife's name. He also spent every remaining year of his life volunteering for the Delray Beach Police Department until his death in 2015. In 2018, the Delray Beach Police Department got an unexpected call. After 20 years, they had received a fingerprint match on the Sandra Better murder case. The prints belonged to Todd Barkett, a 51-year-old man living in Brandon, Florida, who had applied for a job as a nursing assistant which had required him to submit fingerprints for a criminal record check. Back in 1998, Barquette had been living in a mobile home near Lantana, 10 miles from Delray Beach. He also matched the suspect's description. He was 6'2" with light hair, and even 20 years later, he was still very slim. Barquette was never a suspect before his prints came up. He had a minimal criminal history, mostly traffic citations. He had married, and he'd been working at a retirement home for many years. When his picture was shown to one of the witnesses, she immediately picked him out of a group, identifying him as a man she saw in the store right before Sandra's murder. He was arrested in March 2018, and police were able to get a DNA sample and match it to the blood found on the cash register and the door. Police also noted a significant scar running from the right side of his mouth down under the right side of his chin. Barquette said he had been attacked by a dog, but police compared the scar to his driver license, noting he had the scar after his 2002 license renewal photo. When the case went to trial, Barquette pleaded not guilty. His lawyers argued he had gone to the store that day with a cut on his hand and touched a few of the items. He said no one was at the cash register and decided to steal the money on impulse. He denied ever murdering Sandra. But jurors didn't buy the story. After only a 90-minute deliberation, they came back with a guilty verdict. Todd Barquette was found guilty on August 23, 2019 for the murder of Sandra Better and sentenced to life in prison. On November 17, 1997, Jane Morton Antonez left her parents' home at 7:30 p.m. Recently divorced, the 30-year-old woman had moved back in with her parents in Atascadero, California, while she sorted out the next chapter of her life. That evening, she was supposed to go to her best friend's house, but never arrived. The following morning, Jane's family discovered that Jane was neither at home nor with her friend. After calling around and not locating her, her older brother offered to drive around and see if he could find her car. The car was parked on a side road off of Highway 101 and was only a mile from the house. As he got closer to the vehicle, he immediately knew something wasn't right, and he made the grisly discovery of his sister's lifeless body. Jane was in the back seat of the vehicle, her throat slit, and she'd been sexually assaulted. There was little evidence as to what had happened. Jane didn't pick up hitchhikers, and there weren't any obvious mechanical issues with the vehicle. No clues as to how someone had gotten to her. Her case quickly went cold, but it wasn't the only tragedy to hit Atascadero. 2 months following Jane's murder, Patricia Dwyer, a 28-year-old woman, was found murdered in her home. She had been stabbed in the chest and had also been sexually assaulted. In both cases, the women had had their hands similarly tied behind their backs. As we know from the Golden State Killer attacks, knot tying can be very distinctive. Although close in age and having few mutual acquaintances, the women didn't know each other, nor did they have any overlapping interests the night Patricia was murdered. She had told a friend that afternoon that she had plans to go to the grocery store and needed to get some cleaning done. The same friend had popped over for her visit the following day and discovered Patricia's body. The investigation immediately connected the two women slain, but much like the first murder, there was little to go on. There were no signs of forced entry into Patricia's home, but police also acknowledged that Patricia kept a key under the doormat to her front door. Police had been very public with their opinion that they were looking for one perpetrator. They handed out hundreds of flyers with the cases on them, hopeful that someone remembered something of value to the case, but they used the campaign to remind women to lock their cars, lock their homes, and to not let strangers into their homes or vehicles. By the fall of 1978, both cases were cold. None of the suspects panned out, and years later, one by one, they were cleared by DNA. In 2005, the San Luis Obispo County Sheriff's Office reopened the case and uploaded samples of the DNA collected from the crime scenes to the national databases. There were no immediate hits, but the DNA would continually be sampled randomly in the automatic system. On June 21, 2017, the case was given new light when the sheriff's detective, Clint Cole, reopened the case again. His investigation led to opening up the search to include familial matches in the national databases, and after 40 years, they had a clear lead. The close familial match happened to be an incarcerated inmate, and it only took investigators a brief conversation to get a lead suspect. Arthur Rudy Martinez had lived in Atascadero in 1977 and then moved in the winter of 1978. He had been a suspect in the initial investigation, but there was no evidence to tie him to the crimes at the time. In 1977, Martinez had been on parole for attempted murder and rape charges. He'd also been working as a welder in the area, but after the murder of Patricia Dwyer, he relocated to Spokane, Washington. While in Washington, he committed multiple robberies and sexual assaults, and he was charged and sentenced to life in prison. In 1994, he escaped prison and lived in Fresno, California area for 20 years. In 2014, he turned himself in to authorities because he had cancer and needed to receive medical treatments. His decision to turn himself in came too late, and 2 months after returning to prison, he died from cancer. Detectives were able to track down Martinez's girlfriend, and she had a box of his personal effects. The box contained his razor, and from that investigators were able to pull enough DNA to test it against the semen DNA collected from 1977. The samples matched, officially linking Martinez to the assaults of Jane Morton Antonez and Patricia Dwyer. Unfortunately, there will be no additional charges laid or a criminal trial, however. Another cold case can be closed. February 16, 1974 in Fort Worth, Texas was a day full of excitement. That Saturday, Carla Walker spent the afternoon getting ready for a Valentine's Day dance at her high school. Carla was 17, a cheerleader, and a very popular Spitfire who had her whole life ahead of her. Carla was to attend the dance with her boyfriend, Rodney. He was a year older than her and a quarterback of the football team. Friends described the couple as the perfect high school sweetheart. Friends said that Carla's family adored Rodney. Though they were young, the couple had already started making plans for their future, and Carla's family already considered Rodney a part of their family, welcoming him with open arms. The dance was full of fun, full of laughter, and although the event was chaperoned, teens have a way of eluding authority. Rodney said that the couple partook in sipping from a flask and smoked a small amount of pot. Carla and Rodney left the dance a little early with a group of friends. The group went to a local eatery and grabbed some snacks and hung out for a bit. Carla and Rodney bid their friends good night and drove off. The teens didn't head straight home. Instead, the couple went to a popular hangout, the local bowling alley. They went in briefly to use the washrooms, then returned to the car. The parking lot was close to empty, and they had parked in an even more secluded area. They were sitting in the back seat of the car, chatting, laughing, and the two began kissing. Carla was leaned against the passenger door. They were absorbed in their activities and didn't notice a man approach the vehicle. The stranger opened the passenger door, and because Carla had been leaning her full body weight on the door, she quickly tumbled out of the car. Rodney had attempted to grab her. When the man repeatedly started hitting Rodney in the head with something hard, the stranger put the object against his head. And only then did Rodney realize the item was a pistol. Rodney heard Carla say, "I'll go with you. Just don't shoot him." Rodney heard the gun go off once, and he thought he'd been shot. The man then pointed the gun in his face and pulled the trigger a couple of times, but the gun made an empty click. The gun wasn't loaded. The assailant then hit Rodney again with the weapon, and this time Rodney was knocked unconscious. Rodney didn't see the man lead his girlfriend away. The last thing he remembered was Carlos screaming, "Go get my dad." Rodney didn't know how much time had passed before he regained consciousness. He jumped back into the car and drove on autopilot to Carla's house. He tumbled through their front door covered in blood. Carla's father then drove to the bowling alley, which now was closed and was joined by police. Police and volunteers undertook an extensive search. They searched by foot, by horseback, and by helicopter. Rodney's description of the man was clean-cut, Caucasian, slender. He had clean-cut, Caucasian, slender. He had short wavy hair, a thick Texas drawl, average height, and was wearing a shiny green sleeveless vest and a white cowboy hat. At the abduction site, police found a magazine for a .22 caliber Ruger pistol. While Rodney was the initial suspect, police didn't have much to go on. After 3 days of searching, police discovered Carla's body. She was partially clad in a ditch near Lake Benbrook. Police determined there had been evidence to suggest Carla had been held captive, tortured, sexually assaulted, and injected with morphine. The autopsy estimated her time of death of Monday, meaning she had been held captive for roughly 24 to 36 hours. Her cause of death was strangulation. Police received 200 tips from the public, and several suspects were investigated. One such man was a previously convicted car thief who lived less than a mile from the bowling alley. Glenn Samuel McCurley was a truck driver who was off work the night of the abduction and had no alibi because his wife was away that weekend. He was initially picked up because he had recently purchased new bullets for his .22 caliber Ruger pistol, a gun that had matched the magazine that was found at the abduction site. He had said his gun had been stolen while he had been fishing. The date he gave for the theft of the weapon was around the same time as Carla's abduction, and he told police he hadn't reported it stolen because he had a criminal record. He was eventually released because there was no evidence to directly link him to the crime, and police focused on other suspects. Over the years, several people came forward attaching themselves to the case. However, all were able to be eliminated. Police did have key evidence but needed to wait until technology could catch up. DNA was found on Carla's clothing and preserved in the 1990s. The DNA was input into the national databases, but nothing came up in April 2019. Police received a letter from a person claiming to be the man who had abducted and murdered Carla. Police put that letter out on social media and asked for the man to come forward in September 2019. Police joined forces with Ortham Incorporated, a private lab in Texas. Ortham was able to pull a full genetic profile of the suspect. Using familial genealogy, the lab was able to reverse engineer a family tree. They were able to narrow it down to 3 brothers, all with the last name McCurley. Cold case investigators recognized the last name as it matched one of the initial suspects. In July of 2019, police collected a sample of McCurley's DNA from discarded trash. Following a positive match, they were able to obtain an arrest warrant. After his arrest, he submitted 2 additional DNA samples, which both tested positive. This solidified investigators' belief they had found the right man. 46 investigators' belief they had found the right man 46 years after Carla's murder. Her killer would face a grand jury, now 77. Glenn Samuel McCurley faces a capital murder charge and is being held on a $100,000 bond after the arrest. Carla's family said it brought them relief to have answers and justice for Carla. Finally, hopefully, it also brought a relief to Rodney, now in his 60s, who has lived his entire adult life hood under a cloud of suspicion. Although he was never a named suspect, there was always a cloud of doubt in the court of public opinion that followed him. At this time, there are no further court dates. McCurley has not obtained legal counsel, though there will likely be updated court dates in the new year. On October 16, 1985, Danielle Sarah Jones was born to Tony and Linda in Essex, England. She grew up with her parents and 2 younger brothers. Her mother recalled that as a toddler, Danielle was very happy and delightful, though not particularly confident. As she grew older, Danielle remained a homely child with a great sense of humor, but she was still quite shy. Despite her lack of self-confidence, she maintained a large group of friends. One of her biggest passions were animals, and she adored her 2 young rabbits. One member of the family that Danielle had grown close to was her uncle. Tony's sister was married to a man called Stuart Campbell from Grays, Essex. The father of 2 worked as a builder, and when Danielle and her brothers were small, their uncle would spend time with them and play with them, treating his nephews and niece exactly the same. Linda said that he was a bit of a charmer, but also full of himself. When talking about the relationship between him and her husband Tony, she said that although they got along, there was something about Stuart Campbell that Tony didn't like. When Stuart married Tony's sister, Danielle had served as a bridesmaid, and Stuart Campbell was now part of the family. Campbell's presence had caused tensions. Linda and Tony had become frustrated with his constant intrusion. As Danielle grew older, he had taken a particular interest in her. He would meet Danielle off the bus as she got in from school. He would stand outside his van, making sure that everybody knew he was there. Danielle was embarrassed by this and didn't like the extra attention it brought to her. He would come to the house 4 or 5 times a week, to the point that Linda and Tony were becoming fed up with it. On one occasion, Tony recalled Stuart sitting on the sofa next to Danielle. He was repeatedly asking his niece, "Why are you embarrassed, Danielle? Why are you going so red?" When Tony intervened and asked what the problem was, Campbell brushed it off and said that there was no problem at all. Danielle had apparently tried to disengage with his behavior, but Campbell resisted. This was an incredibly difficult situation for Linda and Tony. If they confronted Campbell about his behavior and were wrong, it could cause immeasurable damage in the family. Also, all they had were seemingly isolated incidents that Campbell could explain away as innocent misunderstandings. On the morning she had gone missing, Danielle's brother was watching from the window. He saw her turn left as she went out of the gate, which was her normal route to school. Seconds later, he watched as she turned around and began walking the other way. She was also seen by two schoolboys who assumed that she could have been heading to a nearby shop, but she could have also caught the bus to school heading in that direction too. When the call came from Danielle's school, Linda was horrified. She knew their daughter was not a rule breaker and would never have bunked off. Her father said that even in the unlikely event that she had skipped school, she would certainly be home as soon as the sun started to go down. Danielle was afraid of the dark and would never have stayed out late. Her friends and family continued to text and call her. Danielle never answered. This was completely out of character for Danielle. She would often leave her mother notes telling her where she was going, if it was next door or to a friend's house, and she would always call when she got there. As family and friends went out and trolled the estate for her, Linda didn't leave the house or lock the door in case Danielle contacted them or came home. Tony went round to his sister's house. He couldn't get a response, but upon looking through the window, Tony saw camera equipment set up in the living room, which he found bizarre. It also seemed strange that everyone was out looking for Danielle, except Stuart Campbell. Linda said Tony was agitated when he arrived home, frustrated with his brother-in-law that he wasn't searching for her. It wasn't just her family who were incredibly concerned. Detective Superintendent Peter Coltman of Essex Police explained that Danielle's school friends were deeply worried and were actively seeking the help of police to also try and find her. Linda stayed awake most of the night, hoping that her daughter would walk back through the front door. As night fell, Danielle still hadn't come home. The police arrived at the house with sniffer dogs and went through the estate. They established the route that she had taken. They ascertained that she had walked and then retraced her steps. Her mother said that she was in shock and continuing to cling to the hope that her daughter was still alive and going to come home. In the 3 days that followed, searches were made of the family home, but nothing of relevance was found. The search soon expanded, and every house in the village of East Tilbury was visited by the police. The residents were spoken to and asked to check their sheds and outbuildings to ensure that she wasn't hiding. The response from the public was huge. Linda said the support from the community was absolutely outstanding. For weeks today since Danielle went missing, Tasking Today for Teens 23 will be a footpath that runs from Fox Lane to a railway bridge at Linford in Essex. The drivers will be continuing today at the lake nearest to the East Tilbury village. There's tire tracks, footmarks on one area of that lake where they'll be paying particular attention. As the hours ticked by and with still nothing from Danielle, hope began to fade, and the police were becoming increasingly convinced that something awful had happened to her. They referred the case up to the major investigation team. DC Ed Mayo was assigned to be the family liaison officer, whose job it is to support the family through the case and provide them with updates as and when the police get them. Family liaison officers provide that vital link between the family and the investigating team. As the investigation escalated, it was vital for Ed to build a rapport with the family and understand their dynamics. This would help determine what kind of girl Danielle was and how the family unit worked. Her parents raised their concerns with the police about her relationship with Stuart. Now that she had gone missing, they were concerned about what that relationship actually was. Danielle had now been missing for 3 days, and suspicion was on one person, Stuart Campbell. Initial inquiries by Grays Police are then confirmed by the major investigation team, centered around a blue van. But witnesses seen the driver of a blue van talking to Danielle. There was also a sighting of a girl matching Danielle's description having an altercation with a man in a blue van. Danielle's uncle Stuart Campbell owned a blue van. Once this information came to light, it confirmed the worst fears of officers. She had most likely been abducted. A press conference was quickly set up, and the media interest in the story continued to grow. When someone goes missing, the press is vital in circulating names, photographs, and descriptions hopefully generating new leads for the police. As the interest in Stuart Campbell continued to mount, the police dug into his background. What they found was horrifying. He had forcibly detained a 14-year-old girl in his house and taken indecent photographs of her. He entered a plea of guilty for this offense. Having served a year on remand, he was freed at the end of the trial. Whilst Linda and Tony knew that he had had a run-in with the law, when they asked questions they were told it was nothing and all a big mistake. Linda would later say that she and Tony had been led to believe that he had been acquitted. Further investigations by the police found 30 victims over a 20-year period. His modus operandi was always the same. He would pose as a glamour photographer and hand out business cards with his details on them. He would lure unsuspecting victims back to his house and proceed to take indecent pictures of them under the guise that they were going to be glamour shots. Following his arrest for detaining the 14-year-old, he was able to manipulate the family into thinking that he was the innocent victim in a big misunderstanding. Police were now so concerned about Campbell, they either needed to eliminate him or find evidence that implicated him. He was placed under surveillance, but his behavior only exaggerated their concerns. He didn't seem to be a concerned uncle whose niece was missing. He spent time driving to car parks taking photographs of silver cars which matched the description of his own Nissan Primera. It appeared he was trying to build an alibi for himself. Following the surveillance that lasted for several hours, the police had to make a decision. It was important for the investigating team to weigh up all the possibilities. It was vital that they didn't risk Danielle's life if she was still alive and being held captive by Campbell, but also that they didn't risk the possibility of him leading them to her. 5 days after she was last seen, at around midnight, Stuart Campbell was placed under arrest. As Danielle had moved into her teenage years, her relationship with her father could occasionally be strained, with Linda saying it appeared to be nothing more than what can happen with teenage girls and their fathers. Campbell spoke of this during his interview, saying that prior to Danielle going missing, the family was at their breaking point. Campbell's alibi was that he had been at a DIY shop in Raleigh. He hadn't purchased anything, which the investigating team found strange. He said that he was returning home but was delayed, and that he had telephoned his wife to inform her of this. He said that after getting home, he went to his neighbor's house to do some decking. Following these interviews and despite his refusal to cooperate, the police did not have enough to hold him in custody any longer. He was released on bail pending further inquiries. Detective Superintendent Peter Coltman said that the prospect of releasing Campbell worried him as he believed he was a highly dangerous offender. The police needed evidence. Everything was checked and then checked again. During a search of Danielle's room, a pencil case was found. Inside it were 2 notes, the first of which read, "Hi Princess, hope you have a lovely holiday. Text me when you get back. Love, Stuart. Kiss." The second one read, "Hi Princess. In case you missed my last note, I just thought I'd pop in another to let you know that I do miss your smile. Kiss, kiss." In the weeks before Danielle had gone missing, she had gone on holiday with her family. While they were away, Campbell had gone into Danielle's bedroom and left her the notes. She didn't talk about this with her mother, but she did confide in a friend. Her friend was incredibly concerned, wondering how he had got into the house and why he had crossed that line with his niece. Campbell had previously done some work on the house and fitted a new back door. While the police were never able to find the keys, they believed that he did have a key to that house. Simultaneous searches were also carried out on Stuart Campbell's family home, a semi-detached house on Meadow Road. The police found a plethora of photography equipment, alongside indecent images that he had taken of young girls. They also found he had indecent images of children which he had downloaded off the internet. When the search moved up into the loft, a bag was found hidden. The bag contained many disturbing items, including lingerie and handcuffs. Police believe that when Campbell got a young girl to his house, he would use the contents of this bag and take indecent photographs of his victims. Also in the bag, police found a pair of white stockings. While perhaps innocuous at first glance, when seen in the context of the rest of the items that had been found, these were a vital piece of evidence. On the stockings was a small amount of blood. The stockings were sent away to be tested. When the results of the testing carried out on the white stockings came back, It contained a mixture of Campbell's and Danielle's DNA. As part of their search, his vehicle was removed, a blue van. Detective Chief Superintendent Steve Reynolds told the BBC that Campbell had developed a relationship with Danielle that was certainly inappropriate and probably unlawful. The police could not reveal that they suspected Stuart Campbell of murdering his niece. They could only reveal an offender's name once they had been charged. The response from the public was enormous. People turned out in droves to help conduct searches of the Thames near to Danielle's home. It was described as having an eerie silence and a steely determination to find Danielle, and people would search for her for as long as it took. Danielle's family continued to hold onto the hope that she could still be alive. But as the police extended their search to deep water and abandoned buildings, their hope began to fade. Stuart Campbell was keen to show officers a text message that he had received. It was from his niece's phone. It read, "Hi Stu, what you up to? I'm in so much trouble." Police also discovered that on the day she had disappeared, a text had been sent from her phone to Campbell. It read, "Hi Stu, thanks for being so nice. You're the best uncle ever. Tell Mom I'm so sorry. Love you loads. Dan, kiss kiss kiss." It appeared that Danielle was still alive. While this had renewed her parents' hope, they were incredibly upset that she still hadn't made direct contact with them or come home. This hope was short-lived, however. When piecing the bits of the puzzle together, from the evidence found in his home to his history with young girls, this text message was an incredibly sinister development. In light of this, the major investigation team drafted in several experts, including a telephone expert. This cemented the police's belief that Campbell had lied about being in the DIY store in Raleigh. Cell site analysis was conducted regarding the phone call he had allegedly made to his wife. It concluded the call had not been made in Raleigh, but rather in the East Tilbury, Corringham area. Police also brought in a forensic linguist to analyze the language used in the two text messages compared to the ones they knew had been sent by Danielle before she went missing. One thing that immediately stood out was the spelling of the word "what." The text message to Campbell showed it as WOT. Danielle never spelled it like this. She spelled it correctly when texting. Analysis showed that both his phone and Danielle's phone had been within the range of the same single phone mast when that text message was sent to him. Investigations also revealed that his phone and Danielle's phone were together near his home for around 30 hours after she vanished. In a bid to generate new leads and any new information, her devastated family appealed to the press. "I'm so desperate to get her back. Please protect yourself." Excited, really. The case would soon be picked up by the BBC show Crime Watch. And 4 weeks after she had gone missing, an episode about Danielle would air. Her parents were interviewed as part of this episode. Her father said he did not believe that she would have run away. Linda begged for anyone with information to talk to the police. She said she understood that it was scary to come forward, but that it was necessary for them to find their daughter. Stuart Campbell had to answer his bail. Detective Chief Superintendent Steve Reynolds of the major investigation team said that based on the indecent images of the girls that had been found in his home, he was arrested and charged with these offenses, and he was taken to Harlow Police Station to be questioned by detectives. In the background, police continued to build their case against Campbell for Danielle's murder. Campbell's brother Alex visited him shortly after his arrest. He said, "The police asked me, could you go and talk to him? Then come back and just tell us your gut feeling? Tell us what you think." I went to see him, and within 10 minutes I knew he was lying. And there's never been any shadow of doubt in my mind since that moment. As the police continued to update Danielle's family, they were devastated that the man they thought they knew, they really didn't know at all. Linda would later say that one of Campbell's tactics was to drive wedges between fathers and daughters, just like in his previous interview when he insinuated that the family home was not a happy one. His manipulation was further brought to light when it emerged that he would speak to Danielle and tell her he wouldn't put up with her family if he was her. He would then go and talk to her parents, saying that he had spoke with Danielle and things would get easier, thus playing Linda and Tony off against their daughter, all while maintaining a facade of trying to be helpful. Campbell also kept a diary the police would later refer to as the Danielle Diary. Any contact he had with her, whether it was a call or a text message, he would record. It was obvious that he was becoming not only more obsessed with her, but increasingly dangerous. There was one instance that also highlighted his incredibly manipulative ways. He had taken Danielle shopping and then out to the cinema. She mentioned to her friend that during this trip, Campbell had held her hand. Her friend's father was concerned by this. He would later say in a documentary, "I don't think at that stage it was for me to take the matter up with Lynn and Tony because I didn't want to upset Lynn and Tony's relationship with Tony's family. Could have been construed as me interfering, and I didn't think at that point in time that was the right thing to do." Campbell played on the fact that Danielle was growing up and used that to flatter her and draw her into his lies. The CPS decided that although Danielle's body hadn't been found, the police had enough evidence to charge Stuart Campbell with kidnap and murder. Following this, he would be on remand for the next 11 months. Despite Campbell being charged with her murder, police had more than 800 sightings from throughout the UK and Europe purporting to be Danielle. This provided a massive logistical problem for Essex police. Every sighting had to be investigated and eliminated. If there was even the slightest chance that she was alive and that particular sighting had not been investigated, it would be easy for the defense to raise that during the trial and raise a shadow of doubt that Danielle was still alive, meaning the case of murder could not be proven. Before the trial, and with one of their sons being called as a witness, Linda and Tony took both their boys to the court to familiarize them with the surroundings and help them prepare for the proceedings that were to follow. Linda said that Danielle's brothers were both devastated and hugely affected by her disappearance. She said that one was very matter-of-fact, and the other was deeply angry. It wasn't just the impending trial that caused the Jones family unimaginable stress. Tony was self-employed and had had to return to work at his dry cleaning business. However, Linda had given up her part-time cleaning job. Linda explained in a documentary that Stuart's link to Tony's side of the family had caused tension between them, saying, "I know it's not his fault, but it's caused me some resentment." She explained that Tony was understanding and knew that she was simply venting her anger about the situation. She spoke about how even simple tasks like washing and ironing clothes was now incredibly difficult for her, as she had no clothes of Danielle's to do. In a documentary that followed the family in the year after Danielle's disappearance, Tony explained that there had been a falling out with his parents and sister too. It's gone too far now to get back together. In the months leading up to the trial, the search effort was increased to try and find her body. Not only was this about finding vital evidence that could help complete the puzzle, this was about giving her family the peace of mind they desperately needed and deserved. They needed to be able to lay her to rest and have their questions answered. 12 days before the trial, a body was found in Hampshire. The police quickly cordoned off the area and conducted inquiries to try and ascertain who it was. As the family, press, and public waited for news, the results came in. Millie Dowler was a schoolgirl who had been murdered by serial killer Levi Belfield. He would not face justice for her murder for another 10 years. Hers was a case that would spark national outrage and inquiry into phone hacking and would bring one of the United Kingdom's biggest newspapers to its knees. Tragically for the Jones family, they were now back at square one. It was time for the family to hold a pre-trial press conference. Facing the media was a mammoth task for the family. It was now time for the trial of Stuart Campbell, the man who had married into their family, the man they had trusted, the man who had put on a front of being a loving uncle, stood accused of the kidnap and murder of Danielle Jones. It was scheduled to last for 8 weeks at Chelmsford Crown Court. A journalist described Campbell as having an air of confidence about him, seemingly unfazed by the magnitude of the charges leveled against him. As they still had not found a body, the case of the prosecution was circumstantial, and they would need to convince a jury that Danielle had been murdered. The prosecution's case was that unbeknownst to Tony and Linda, Stuart Campbell had been grooming Danielle, launching a campaign of manipulation, obsessing over her, and driving a wedge between her and her parents. This was the first time her parents had seen him since Danielle's disappearance. Despite the rage and pain they felt, Linda and Tony sat in the courtroom and came face to face with the man who had ripped their family apart. The prosecution's case was reliant on several pieces of evidence. On the morning she was last seen, she had been seen talking to a man in a blue van similar to the one owned by Campbell. She had gone missing without being in contact with her parents. The blood-stained stockings that contained DNA, matching both Campbell and Danielle. His diary revealing his obsession with teenage girls, and containing testimonies that he had manipulated young girls into posing for topless photographs. Another key piece of evidence were the text messages that Campbell claimed Danielle had sent to him. These did not match the patterns usually seen in messages sent by Danielle. Her messages were sent in lowercase as opposed to these messages sent in all caps. Forensic authorship analysis indicated that Campbell was the author, and that this had been done in an attempt to prove that Danielle was still alive. Records from the mobile switching center revealed Campbell's false alibi. His claim that he had been in Raleigh 30 minutes away at a DIY store could not be backed up by the mobile phone records. Analysis showed that both his phone and Danielle's phone had been within the range of the same single phone mast when the messages were sent. Investigations also revealed that his phone and Danielle's phone were together near his home for around 30 hours after she had vanished. Whilst Campbell was quiet throughout the trial, he was often passing notes to his legal team if he was not happy with one of the witnesses, showcasing his need to be in control of what was being asked to each witness. After an 11-week trial, the jury had reached their verdict. Stuart Campbell was found guilty by a majority of the abduction and murder of Danielle Jones. He was sentenced to life in prison for her murder. This was to run concurrently with his 10-year sentence for abduction. Later, the High Court would rule that he must serve at least 20 years before he can be considered for parole. The police were due to speak with him on Christmas Eve, but Campbell refused. Following his conviction in 2004, Campbell was granted leave to appeal. His lawyers argued that the trial judge, Mr. Justice McKinnon, should have excluded highly prejudicial evidence to the effect that Campbell had a fixation for young girls in taking photographs of them and had downloaded material about teenage girls from the internet. They also urged Lord Justice Kennedy, Mr. Justice Simon, and Mr. Justice Bean to rule that as one of the jurors lived next door but one to a police officer involved in the case, and that a senior investigating officer lived in the same village, they should have been discharged from the jury. In 2005, this appeal was dismissed by the Court of Appeal. The verdict of the inquest into Danielle's death was returned. It was ruled as an unlawful killing. Police interviewed Campbell in custody, and he refused to cooperate or tell officers where Danielle was. Following the case of Danielle Jones, the use of text message evidence also had wide-reaching impact. The University of Leicester had a group of researchers to begin studying the various text messaging styles under the hypothesis that forensic research into authorship analysis might prove helpful in future criminal cases. It was announced that Essex and Kent police had started searching a garage block in Thurrock after receiving new information. It was later announced that following the search, no discovery had been made. In 2019, Linda backed the Campaign for Helen's Law, named after murder victim Helen McCourt, making killers ineligible for parole if they do not tell police where they've hidden the body of a victim. This followed the tireless campaign of Marie McCourt, Helen's mother. Helen was a 22-year-old insurance clerk who was murdered in 1988. Her murderer Ian Sims has never revealed her body's location. The petition calling for Helen's Law had more than 600,000 signatures and high-level government support. In November 2020, Helen's Law received royal assent. Under the law, killers could still be released if no longer deemed a risk to the public, even if they refused to disclose information. But the parole board will legally be required to consider whether they have cooperated with inquiries as part of their assessment. Justice Secretary and Law Chancellor, the Right Honorable Robert Buckland QCMP, said, "Denying families a chance to lay their loved ones to rest is a cruelty beyond words, compounding their grief further. Helen's Law makes it absolutely clear that murderers and evil sexual offenders who refuse to disclose information about their victims should expect to face longer behind bars. Thanks to the tireless effort of Marie McCourtin and the campaigners, more families should get the answers and closure they deserve." In 2021, Campbell's brother Alex Sharkey published a book entitled My Brother the Killer, detailing his life with his brother and the events after Danielle's disappearance. On 20th anniversary of Danielle's disappearance, Essex police held an event to remember her. On the cold day of February 9, 1959, in the lively city of Montreal, Canada, a girl named Sharon Kim Pryor was born. Her parents, Yvonne and George Pryor, were overwhelmed with joy at the arrival of their first child. Yvonne, who was born in England, had moved with her parents to settle in Point St. Charles, known locally as the Point, a neighborhood in the borough of Lessus, West, in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. There, she met George, a devoted soldier in the Canadian Armed Forces. Despite his commitment to his work, love blossomed, leading to their marriage. Elated by their union, Yvonne and George looked forward to the arrival of their first baby. Their excitement peaked on Sharon's birthday when they welcomed a beautiful daughter into their lives. Sharon's innocent face and bright smile filled her parents with joy, but fate had more surprises for the Pryor family. Just a day before Sharon's second birthday, on February 8, 1961, Yvonne gave birth to twin sisters, Doreen and Maureen. To little Sharon, they were the perfect birthday gift she could have ever dreamed of. However, life is full of twists and turns. And in 1962, George received transfer orders that would uproot the family from Point St. Charles to Manitoba. In their new surroundings, the Pryor family welcomed their youngest addition, George Jr. But alas, even the strongest bonds sometimes fray. And in 1965, Yvonne and George decided to part ways. Yvonne, now a resilient single mother, returned to her beloved Point St. Charles. Yvonne's decision to return to the Point was not arbitrary. It was a deliberate choice rooted in love and practicality. The neighborhood, with its affordable living and tight-knit community, promised a safe haven for her children to thrive in. From an early age, Sharon exuded a gentle, caring nature that extended to the world around her. Animals found solace in her presence as she often took in strays, tenderly nursing them back to health. Her twin sisters Doreen and Maureen often reminisced about Sharon's dreams of becoming a veterinarian. Sharon, initially reserved, discovered a welcoming community that embraced her. The Boys and Girls Club provided a space where her interests thrived, particularly through her active involvement in floor hockey and artistic pursuits. In the midst of their teenage years, Sharon discovered solace in the presence of a young man named John. Their love story held a touch of destiny, as John had been Sharon's secret crush since the fourth grade days. As time passed, their friendship deepened and blossomed into a profound romance. Sharon also had a close-knit circle of friends, whether it was roaming the streets of Point St. Charles, discovering hidden nooks and crannies, or gathering at the local hangout spot to revel in carefree conversations. Their bond was unbreakable. Through it all, Sharon remained grounded and appreciative of her mother, Yvonne, who had selflessly devoted herself to the well-being of her children. Sharon recognized the sacrifices her mother had made and cherished the unwavering love and guidance she provided. On the eve of Easter, Saturday, March 29, 1975, 16-year-old Sharon Pryor's day unfolded with a sense of anticipation. As the clock struck 1 p.m., Sharon had begun her Easter weekend by completing her morning routine: breakfast, washing up, getting dressed, and tidying her bed. Meanwhile, her mother Yvonne headed out for some last-minute Easter dinner shopping. Jojo, Sharon's 11-year-old brother, and Stephen, the 4-year-old foster child, were still eager to search for Easter eggs. Sharon wanted to make the day extra special for them. With creativity in mind, Sharon decided to make and paint Easter eggs. She boiled 8 eggs and left them cool. At 3 p.m., Yvonne returned home and joined Sharon at the kitchen table, watching her paint the eggs. Sharon asked if the paint would dry in time for the next day. Yvonne suggested painting half the eggs in the cups and finishing the rest later. Around 3:45 p.m., Sharon realized it was time to pick up her Leo Boys jacket from the Boys and Girls Club. The Boys and Girls Club provided opportunity for children to play in a variety of sports from basketball to hockey without it costing the families anything. And when it started in 1952, the association consisted of 2 teams made of 30 or more children, and every child got a green Leos jacket that was earned through selling raffle tickets. Sharon had sold enough raffle tickets to get her very own jacket. Excited, she asked Yvonne if she could take Stephen with her. Yvonne agreed, and off they went. Unfortunately, when Sharon arrived at the club, they did not have her size. Disappointed, she received a receipt to claim it another day. She thought about getting a smaller size for Stephen since he needed a fitting spring coat. On her way back, she dropped off her friend's jacket. Back home by 4:15 p.m., Sharon continued painting the remaining Easter eggs. Then around 4:30 p.m., the Reverend paid a visit to their home. He greeted them and brought them a large box of chocolate turtles for everyone to enjoy. They gathered around the kitchen table, and while Sharon painted, she asked her mom if they had a book about the Easter Bunny to read to Stephen. The Reverend suggested that Sharon share the true story of Easter, and she gladly accepted the opportunity. Between 6 and 7 p.m., Sharon's close friend, who happened to live in the same block as her, arrived at her house. They had known each other since they were both 5 years old, forming a deep bond over the years. Despite their long-standing friendship, they didn't frequently spend time together with Sharon's group of friends, likely due to attending different high schools. As Sharon excitedly shared her plans to go to Marina's pizzeria, they indulged in lighthearted banter and playful teasing. Her friend couldn't help but laugh at the amusing sight of Sharon, constantly changing her tops and scrutinizing herself in the mirror, striving to achieve that perfect look. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Sharon decided to borrow one of her mother's tops, adding a touch of familiarity to her ensemble. Marina's Pizzeria, a local hangout located on the corner of Wellington and Ash Avenue, held a special place in Sharon's social circle. It served as a popular meeting spot for her friends where they could gather and engage in lively conversation about various topics, such as boys and the latest music trends. The restaurant was conveniently located just 5 short blocks away from Sharon's house. As Sharon prepared to leave, she bid farewell to her mother, who reminded her to be cautious. Worried about the rainy weather, Sharon contemplated whether to wear her brown suede jacket, fearing it might get damaged. Her mother assured her that it was merely drizzling outside and not enough to harm the jacket, alleviating her concerns. With the final goodbye to her mother, Sharon headed out the door, her mother's cautionary words lingering in her mind. Outside, her friend was already waiting on the sidewalk. She kindly offered to accompany Sharon on her walk to Marina's, but Sharon politely declined, appreciating the gesture nonetheless. Crossing the street, Sharon embarked on her journey, excited about the evening of fun and camaraderie that awaited her at the beloved pizzeria. Sharon's friends eagerly anticipated her arrival, but to their surprise, she never showed up. They assumed that she had accompanied John and the other boys they usually hung out with to a hockey game. However, when the game ended and the boys arrived at the restaurant, Sharon was nowhere to be found. In fact, none of them had seen her throughout the entire night. Meanwhile, back at Sharon's home, the situation mirrored the confusion and worry. Sharon had surpassed her curfew without any communication to her mother, leaving her concerned. Yvonne grew increasingly anxious as this behavior was completely out of character for her daughter. Determined to ensure Sharon's safety, Yvonne decided to stay awake and wait for her return. As the clock struck 1:30 a.m., Yvonne found herself positioned in the living room, anxiously peering out the window while the twins from the bedroom window joined in the watchful vigil. Sadly, there was no sign of Sharon. The following morning, Yvonne embarked on a mission to gather information, reaching out to Sharon's friends and even contacting John. However, none of them had any knowledge of Sharon's whereabouts or had seen her recently. The lack of information only deepened Yvonne's concern and heightened the mystery surrounding Sharon's disappearance. During one of the calls, Yvonne spoke with Sharon's friend, Mary, and she shared disturbing information with her. Mary told Yvonne that a woman named Cheryl Waugh had been attacked on Ash Avenue after 7 p.m. Yvonne couldn't help but worry upon hearing this news, as the direction in which the assailant fled could potentially intersect with Sharon's path. Cheryl, the victim of the attack, recounted the terrifying incident. The assailant had brandished a knife and forcibly grabbed her. Fortunately, before he could cause harm, another passerby intervened, scaring off the attacker. Cheryl provided a description of the assailant, mentioning his blue eyes, a mustache with squared corners, and a low, calm voice. She noted that he was wearing blue jeans, a dark blue ski jacket, and black shoes with pointed toes. Learning about this attack heightened Yvonne's anxiety, considering the possibility that Sharon might have encountered the same assailant. To gather more evidence, Cheryl was brought in to identify her attacker, but her certainty wavered, making it difficult to press charges against anyone. Yvonne grappled with the fear that her daughter may have fallen victim to a similar assault. The lack of concrete information and the uncertainty surrounding Sharon's whereabouts only intensified her worry and further emphasized the urgency of finding her. In a desperate attempt to find Sharon, a massive search operation was initiated, mobilizing hundreds of residents who combed the streets, hoping to locate the missing 16-year-old girl. Despite the collective efforts, the search yielded no results. Yvonne, consumed by worry and desperation, took to the television appealing to the community for any information that could lead to Sharon's safe return. Unfortunately, this plea also failed to provide any substantial leads or progress in the investigation. As the days passed, a disheartening sense of uncertainty settled upon everyone involved. Some individuals began to speculate that Sharon may have chosen to run away, but her family adamantly rejected this notion. They couldn't fathom the idea that she would willingly abandon the life she loved, a life encompassing her family, friends, and boyfriend. Furthermore, there were no apparent indications or clues suggesting that Sharon had planned to leave her life behind. Notably, she had left behind her bus pass and money at her family's house before embarking on her visit to the pizzeria. Amidst the mounting despair, Yvonne and her family clung to the hope that Sharon would be found safe and sound. The lack of progress in the search and the absence of concrete information only intensified their anguish, leaving them yearning for answers and closure. On April 1st, 1975, at around 6 a.m., Yvonne Pryor noticed Ronnie knocking on her friend's door across the street early in the morning. Sensing something was amiss, she approached him, took the newspaper he was holding, and quickly returned home. Yvonne couldn't resist the urge to unravel the truth within the pages. As she opened the newspaper, her worst fears were confirmed. She recognized the picture of her daughter. She uttered with certainty, "I knew it was her. I knew her shoes." The photograph displayed a body lying in the snow, discovered in Longwell Field, a city approximately 25 minutes away from their neighborhood. Devastated by the news, Yvonne immediately contacted the police to seek confirmation. Although she was too distraught to personally identify the body, instead she entrusted her brother with the painful task. Ultimately, it was confirmed that the body found was indeed Sharon. The entire community in the Point, including her friends, came across the story in the newspaper, and like Yvonne, they were convinced of the tragic truth. Sharon's life had been brutally taken. Sharon's body was discovered by Jacques Beltran, a beekeeper. Jacques had received word that the gate to his apiary had been left open, which was highly unusual. Recalling that he had locked it the night before, he proceeded to investigate. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a partially nude body lying in the snow, approximately 75 feet from the road. Immediately recognizing the gravity of the situation, Jacques promptly contacted the police, marking the beginning of a harrowing investigation. Sharon's murder was a horrifying and brutal act of violence. She had been subjected to assault and severe beatings. When her body was found, she was only wearing her suede jacket, a blue sweater, socks, and shoes. Her jeans were discovered a short distance away, while her underwear was found hanging from a nearby tree branch. Disturbingly, partially chewed tape was entangled in her hair, and tightly clenched branches were grasped in her hand, indicating that she had been alive when her assailant left her in the snow. Examining the scene, investigators uncovered several pieces of crucial evidence. Around 15 feet from the body, tire tracks were found indicating the presence of a vehicle. Additionally, a blood trail was observed leading from the parked car to where Sharon's body lay. The absence of drag marks and the lack of mud on Sharon's shoes and socks suggested that she had likely been carried out of the car, leading authorities to suspect the involvement of more than one person due to the apparent ease with which the task was executed. In close proximity to the body, a man's shirt with a size 17 collar and 34-inch sleeves was discovered, believed to have been used as a binding for Sharon's wrist. The size of the shirt led investigators to speculate that the suspect was approximately 6 feet tall. Not far from the crime scene, an imprint of a right shoe, size 8.5, was found next to a gate post. The depth of the imprint indicated that the person responsible may have had a heavier build and must have been at least 6 foot tall. Further evidence included a ring with the word love inscribed on it, a page from an English magazine featuring a young girl, a gun, a car seat cushion, and a receipt for a jacket bearing the name Sharon Pryor. The subsequent autopsy revealed that Sharon had been held captive for days before her death. The estimated time of her demise was approximately 20 hours prior to the discovery of her body. The coroner's examination exposed a crushed chest, possibly from the killer kneeling on it, resulting in internal hemorrhaging. Sharon had sustained injuries consistent with the use of a pointed object, such as a ring with multiple bruises on her face, fractures on both sides of her jaw, a broken nose, and a hole in her cheek, possibly caused by a loose tooth during the assault. On April 4, 1975, a somber gathering took place at St. Matthew's Presbyterian Church, as approximately 200 mourners gathered to bid farewell to Sharon Pryor and pay their final respects. The atmosphere inside the chapel was heavy with grief and sorrow as friends, family, and members of the community came together to mourn the tragic loss of a young life. The mourners, deeply wounded by the cruel fate that had befallen Sharon, joined in solidarity to offer their support and condolences to her grieving family. The chapel was filled with a mixture of tears, heartache, and profound sadness as they grappled with the pain of losing someone so young and full of promise. During the service, memories of Sharon were shared, capturing her vibrant spirit, cherished moments, and the impact she had made on those around her. The eulogies and tributes served as a poignant reminder of the void left behind her untimely departure. As Sharon was laid to rest, the weight of the tragedy and the senseless act of violence that took her life hung heavily in the air. After the missing person report was filed, the investigation into Sharon's abduction and murder was commenced by Detective Sergeants Jacques Duet-Rieux and Renaud Lacombe from the Longville Police Department. The detectives developed a theory that the killer had driven the vehicle onto the field and disposed of Sharon's body there. They believed that the killer had returned to the vehicle to retrieve Sharon's jeans and underwear, which were found in different locations the same day as when her body was discovered. The heavier jeans had fallen to the ground, while the underwear ended up on a tree branch. This led the investigators to speculate that the killer was familiar with the local area. The field where Sharon's body was discovered belonged to a beekeeper and was usually padlocked. However, the padlock had been left unhooked, allowing the killer to drive their truck onto the frozen ground. Although the vehicle got stuck in the mud at one point, the frozen mud left behind tire tracks that the police hoped to use to identify the killer's vehicle. The remote location of the crime scene was believed to have been chosen because the field would not be used by the beekeeper until late spring. It appeared that the killer had expected Sharon's body to remain undetected in the frozen field for an extended period. Based on the evidence, the police suspected the involvement of more than one person in Sharon's abduction and murder. They found a trail of blood leading from the tire tracks to where Sharon's body had been dumped. Since there was no mud on Sharon's shoes, it was deduced that she had been carried the entire distance of 15 feet, possibly by two individuals. One theory considered by the detectives was that Sharon had accepted a ride from someone, possibly a passing trucker, on her way to the restaurant and had been attacked and left in the field. Another theory proposed that Sharon had been abducted and held captive for 3 days before being killed and her body being disposed of. Greg McCreary, a profiler who had worked with the FBI, dedicated his efforts to developing theories surrounding the Sharon Pryor case. Through his analysis, McCreary formed several conclusions about the attacker. He believed the perpetrator to be a younger individual, possibly in his 20s, who was likely residing in the local area with his parents. McCreary also posited that this wouldn't have been the attacker's first offense. He likely had prior experience. Additionally, McCreary suggested that the same assailant who attempted to harm Cheryl could very well be the person responsible for Sharon's murder. He explained that when killers enter their hunting mindset, they become more inclined to take risk, such as committing a second abduction. McCreary considered the probability of two separate individuals intending to abduct women simultaneously in the same small low-crime area to be statistically unlikely. Therefore, it seemed more plausible that the attacker was the same in both cases. The profile further emphasized that the attacker's familiarity with the area, particularly the disposal site, since these locations are considered high risk. The assailant would have needed to know the exit points and choose a place that was familiar and provided comfort. McCreary also identified signs of sadistic behavior in the attacker, such as holding the victim captive for days aligned with the sadist pattern. Understanding this pattern could potentially assist in narrowing down the list of suspects. McCreary explained that sadists typically seek compliant victims within their social circle. They initially appear nice and charming, particularly to vulnerable young women. Over time, they become increasingly demanding, exerting control and eventually resorting to degrading and violent behavior. Once compliant victims are no longer available, they may turn to escorts or individuals known for being strange or violent. When even that avenue is exhausted, they resort to hunting strangers. Based on his analysis, McCreary advised the police to investigate individuals with a history of minor domestic arrest or solicitation, as they could potentially fit the profile of Sharon's killer. He also noted that the assailant on the street, who used a knife to try to abduct Cheryl, lacked strong interpersonal skills. This indicated that the attacker knew he couldn't manipulate her with sophisticated deception and resorted to violence instead. The wounds found on Sharon's face further suggested that her killer lacked the skills necessary to maintain control, leading him to rely on violence. McCreary concluded that since the abduction seemed to be carried out by a stranger, the perpetrator would likely be classified as a serial offender. Serial murders of this nature rarely cease their activities on their own, making it crucial to pursue an aggressive investigation to bring the killer to justice. The Longville Police Department, grappling with the investigation into Sharon Pryor's brutal murder, harbored concerns that her tragic death might be connected to the killings of other girls. One such murder was of Norma O'Brien, a 12-year-old girl who had been found lifeless in a field near Chattagoy the previous summer. Norma had suffered assault and mutilation, and like Sharon, she had died as a result of asphyxiation. Approximately a year later, the disappearance of 14-year-old Debbie Fisher intensified the police's worries. Debbie had set off on her bicycle from her uncle's residence, intending to reach her family's home just 10 minutes away. However, she never arrived, prompting an immediate investigation by the authorities. Her disappearance occurred in close proximity to where Norma O'Brien had vanished the year before. Tragically, Debbie Fisher's lifeless body was discovered in an abandoned car in the woods. She had been brutally beaten with a rock. While Sharon Pryor's case remained unresolved, a breakthrough occurred in the investigation into Debbie Fisher's murder. The police were able to apprehend a suspect, a minor who was only a few years older than Fisher herself. Due to a publication ban, the public was restricted from knowing the killer's identity, and he was referred to as simply MX. The perpetrator served his time in prison, but was eventually released. The unsettling connection between these tragic cases highlighted the deep concern within the community and law enforcement about a potential serial killer operating in the area. Despite interviewing 38 individuals in connection with the case, including suspects like Frank Daly, also known as Jerry Moore, the manager of the pizzeria, and several individuals associated with him, as well as beekeeper Jacques Beltran, his co-owner Roger Augrey, and Raymond Ahmed, the owner of the adjacent property. The police were unable to gather sufficient evidence to bring charges against anyone. Even Sharon's close friends and boyfriend were interviewed, but no breakthrough emerged from these inquiries. As time passed, leads dried up and information ceased to come in. Despite the confidence in the evidence collected, the case eventually went cold, leaving Sharon's murder unresolved. In the year 2000, Yvonne wrote a letter to the police requesting a review of evidence in Sharon Pryor's case. Yvonne hoped that the advancements in technology could shed new light on the investigation. However, her request was denied a week later, as the police had discarded the majority of the evidence in 1995. This news left Yvonne feeling hurt and distraught, but she persisted in asking the police to locate Sharon's clothing, which fortunately had been preserved. The clothing was analyzed, and finally, the police obtained a DNA sample that did not match Sharon's. In July 2004, the police received a tip regarding a garage space where Sharon might have been held captive. The garage was situated behind an apartment building, and the hope was to find some of Sharon's DNA for further investigation. 3 samples were collected, but unfortunately, none of them matched Sharon's or the profile of her murderer. An update in 2012 involved an anonymous donor, increasing the reward to $10,000 and establishing a dedicated phone line for tips. This development sparked speculation among the public, suggesting that new information had surfaced. Another avenue explored was the hypnosis session conducted on the woman who saved Cheryl Waugh, hoping to extract additional details from that fateful day. Following the session, the police presented her with several photos and one man stood out to her. The man in question was William Patrick Fife, a convicted Canadian serial killer responsible for the deaths of 5 women in Montreal, although he claimed to have killed as many as 9. Fife's first known killing occurred in 1979, which didn't align with Sharon's case in 1975. There was no evidence connecting Fife to Sharon Pryor, and it remained unclear if the police had compared DNA or thoroughly investigated this lead. Over the years, amateur investigators have attempted to link Sharon's murder with others and have brought forth alleged confessions. One such confession was mentioned in the book, The Hard Road, by Peter Edwards, which briefly references Sharon's murder and implicates a member of the Montreal Satan's Choice motorcycle club named Mike French. However, these claims and suspects have remained speculative, and no definitive evidence has emerged to support them. Despite the speculation and the various leads explored throughout the years, Sharon Pryor's case remained unresolved, leaving her family and community seeking answers and closure. Between July-August 2019, DNA samples from the suspect at the crime scene, including samples from Sharon Pryor's clothing, were sent to Parabon Nanolabs, a company based in Ruston, Virginia that develops nanopharmaceuticals and provides DNA phenotyping services for law enforcement organizations. The purpose was to get a prediction result from the DNA sample, and the prediction result matched a man with fair skin or very fair skin, green or hazel eyes, brown hair, and a selection to other freckles. Then in June 8, 2022, a significant breakthrough was achieved when Montreal Laboratory analyzed the suspect's Y chromosome DNA in comparison with the Pisces database. The analysis results made it possible to target the priority name Romain or Romaine. Franklin Romain, who had addresses in Montreal and Longueuil in the 1970s, emerged as a potential suspect. The tire tracks found at the crime scene were compatible with the vehicle registered under Romaine's name in Montreal. Franklin Maywood Romaine had an extensive criminal record in the United States and had encounters with the Montreal police. DNA samples were obtained from Romaine's 2 living brothers who willingly provided them to West Virginia police. Both brothers testified that they believed their brother had committed the murder. Family photos depicted Romaine as a tall man with reddish-brown hair and a mustache. Unfortunately, Romaine passed away in Canada in 1982 and was buried in West Virginia. The police have strong reasons to believe that Romaine is the suspect in Sharon Pryor's case. He was living in Montreal at the time of the crime, was familiar with the abduction scene, and matched the witness description. Additionally, DNA analysis indicated a connection between the DNA found at the crime scene and the Romaine family. Romaine also matched the description of a man who had attempted to kidnap Cheryl Waugh at knife point in close proximity to where Sharon Pryor disappeared. Documents filed in court revealed that one of Romaine's brothers confessed that Romaine had attempted to abuse his wife. The analysis of DNA from the Romaine family indicated a strong likelihood of a familial connection to the crime scene DNA. To further investigate the potential link, Romaine's body was exhumed with the consent of the court, despite opposition from his sisters and 2 brothers due to religious beliefs. On May 8, 2023, the DNA from Romaine's remains was being tested at Montreal Laboratory, and the results are expected to be available by approximately May 22, 2023. The new suspect, Franklin Romaine, was not among the more than 100 individuals previously investigated by police in connection with Sharon Pryor's murder. The identity of Romaine as a suspect came as a surprise to the Pryor family's lawyer, Mark Bellemare. Although he had not discussed the matter with the family, Bellemare emphasized the importance of additional information in cases of missing or murdered individuals and expressed hope that this new development would bring some comfort to the Pryor family. The ongoing testing and investigation surrounding Franklin Romaine and the potential DNA match have raised hopes of finally obtaining answers and justice in the unresolved case of Sharon Pryor's murder. The friends and family of Sharon Pryor have been deeply affected by her tragic murder and have shared their thoughts and memories about her. Yvonne Pryor, Sharon's mother, still living in the neighborhood of Point St. Charles, sent a powerful message through a friend, urging all mothers to watch over and love their daughters. Yvonne Pryor, Sharon's mother, shared her feelings with the media, and expressed her enduring hope that the person responsible would one day be found. She spoke of Sharon's loving nature, saying, "Everybody loved her. She was just wonderful to be around." Sharon's sister Doreen Pryor reflected on the loss and wondered what her sister's life could have been like. She questioned who Sharon would have become, speculating if she would have pursued a career as a veterinarian, which she had shown an affinity for. Doreen's twin sister, Maureen Pryor, expressed her determination to confront Sharon's killer and unravel the truth. She expressed her strong desire to know the identity of the perpetrator, as well as the details surrounding the incident, emphasizing her need for answers regarding who, what, when, and where. The Pryor family, friends, and the community as a whole had been waiting for answers for about a half a century, hoping for justice and closure in Sharon Pryor's case. While the recent breakthrough brings a glimmer of hope, it is a reminder of the enduring pain and the importance of finding the truth for the sake of Sharon's memory and those who loved her. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Priscilla Lewis encountered numerous challenges growing up in a tough neighborhood in Port Costa, California. Despite these obstacles, she remained determined and ambitious. At just 21 years old, she was diligently saving to purchase her own home. Her cheerful and affable nature served her well in her role as a waitress at Four Corners Pizza and Pasta in Crockett, California. On September 24, 1996, Priscilla was working the night shift at the pizza restaurant. Shortly before closing, Priscilla took her last break. She went to a bar across the street to use the bathroom. While she was there, she ran into her cousin, Troy Kinslow, who was having a drink at the bar. Priscilla then smoked a cigarette outside of the restaurant before going back inside to complete her shift. The cook at the restaurant knew Priscilla was going on a break, but became concerned when she did not return from it and closing time was drawing near. He decided to check the bathroom to see if he could find her. In the bathroom, at approximately 10:30 p.m., he found Priscilla's body. Priscilla had been brutally attacked. She had been beaten, strangled, and drowned in the toilet. Her neck had been broken. While Priscilla had been a very friendly person, her best friend was also positive that she would have fought back against her killer. The restaurant where Priscilla worked was located in the rundown Bologna Square Mall, a former family-owned department store that, in 1996, was home to 4 other businesses in addition to the restaurant. All of the businesses shared a public bathroom in the building's dimly lit basement. The bathroom could be accessed by anyone and 3 staircases led down to the basement. One of the staircases was directly behind Four Corners Pizza. The waitresses at the restaurant did not use the public bathroom because they thought the basement was creepy. They instead used the bathroom at the bar across the street, as Priscilla had done just prior to her murder. This led to speculation that someone had been lying in wait at the top of the staircase and dragged Priscilla downstairs. As she was returning to the police, executed several search warrants, conducted numerous interviews, and submitted pieces of evidence for forensic analysis. However, these efforts did not result in the identification of Priscilla's killer. Investigators did not give up on the case as years passed, however, in part due to the ongoing efforts of Priscilla's family. Priscilla had grown up with Troy Kinslow, the cousin she had seen shortly before she was killed. He had a difficult time dealing with Priscilla's murder and regularly contacted the police in the years following her death, making sure they were still focused on the case. When asked in 2019 what he wanted to say to Priscilla's killer, he replied, "We're going to get you. It might not be today, but these detectives are going to get you, and you're going to have to pay the price." 2 years later, Troy would be proven correct. On December 9, 2021, the Contra Costa Sheriff's Office announced that 51-year-old Danny Lamont Hamilton had been charged with Priscilla's murder the day before, the events that ultimately led to the crime lab for examination. This resulted in DNA evidence being found and a profile being developed. The profile was a match to Hamilton. Hamilton's DNA profile was available to police because at the time of his identification, Hamilton was incarcerated at a state prison near San Diego, serving 295 years for unrelated sexual assault charges. He was initially taken into custody on those charges in 1999, 3 years after Priscilla's murder. Hamilton is being charged with 1 count of murder with 4 special enhancements in Priscilla's case. Priscilla's brother David was understandably disturbed to learn of Hamilton and the nature of his other crimes. He does believe that finally having answers in Priscilla's case will help his family heal, even though the arrest has opened up old emotional wounds that have never fully healed since his sister was murdered. He also hopes that DNA evidence will help solve other cases and provide answers to other families. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. In 1999, Minnie Soriano was a 13-year-old 7th grader at Middle School 135 in the Bronx, where she excelled as a straight-A student. Known for her bubbly and sweet personality, Minnie was both helpful and mature, frequently taking care of her younger sister, Nadia, and handling errands and chores for her mother and stepfather. Enterprising beyond her years, she sold candy to the other residents in her apartment building. A passionate lover of poetry, Minnie regularly wrote in her journals, filling them with her poems, school assignments, personal entries, and letters. On February 24, 1999, Minnie walked out of school with her friend Kimberly after dismissal. They parted ways because Kimberly had to go straight home and Minnie wanted to stop at the library before going to meet her younger sister after she finished school for the day. According to Kimberly, Minnie made a comment about being upset over something, but she did not ask her to elaborate on what was bothering her. Minnie was seen getting onto a city bus, wearing her backpack and a red jacket. At approximately 2:20 p.m., Minnie's routine was to take her bus back to her apartment building and then wait for her sister Nadia's bus to arrive so that she could walk the 7-year-old into the building. That day, she was not there waiting for Nadia. When Nadia gave up on waiting for her sister, she was able to find her way inside to their apartment. When she arrived home alone, her mother was immediately concerned. Minnie was a dedicated older sister who would never have left Nadia waiting outside alone. Minnie's mother and stepfather searched for her themselves before calling police to report her missing. The search for Minnie went on for several days until its tragic conclusion on February 28, 1999. That Sunday morning, a homeless man was going through the contents of dumpsters behind a video store 2 miles away from Minnie's apartment building. He found a particularly heavy black bag and opened it to see what was inside, only to discover Minnie's body. Minnie's body was in the fetal position, bound with green tape and wrapped inside the black garbage bag. The medical examiner did not find evidence of sexual assault, but the district attorney's office would later describe Minnie as being sexually abused, an assertion supported by the semen stains found on the front of the sweatshirt she was wearing. Minnie was found fully clothed, but her jacket and backpack were missing. The medical examiner determined Minnie had died of strangulation as the result of her neck being compressed, possibly while she was held in a chokehold. Minnie may have arrived at her apartment building as usual. A witness came forward reporting seeing her get off at the bus stop near her building on the afternoon she disappeared. Police canvassed the building, hoping to find further witnesses. They also feared that Minnie's killer may be another resident of the building, particularly in light of the fact that she sold candy door to door in the building, raising concerns that someone she met doing this may have developed an obsession with her. The DNA from the semen found on Minnie's sweatshirt was run through a national criminal database in 2000, but no match was found. It would be this DNA that would finally lead to an arrest in Minnie's case more than 22 years after her murder. On November 29, 2021, 49-year-old Joseph Martinez of New Rochelle, New York was arrested for Minnie's murder. The following day, he was arraigned on 2 counts of second murder, felony and intentional, in Bronx Supreme Court and remanded to custody. Martinez had been identified using familial DNA. Familial DNA is perhaps most well known for its use in identifying Lonnie David Franklin Jr. as the serial killer known as the Grim Sleeper in Los Angeles in 2010. The technique is used in cases where a direct match to an unknown DNA sample is not found in criminal databases. It looks for partial DNA matches in these databases instead, trying to identify any relatives of the contributor of the unknown DNA, potentially allowing authorities to greatly narrow down their pool of possible suspects. Binny's case was the first cold case in which the technique led to the arrest of a suspect in New York City. The state of New York had authorized this technique to be used to attempt to identify suspects in criminal cases in 2017. Since then, the state had only approved the use of the technique in just 35 cases. Only 10 of these cases resulted in a match being located. Investigators are required to go through an extensive application process with the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services and the State Police Crime Lab in order to obtain authorization to submit samples for familial DNA testing. Investigators on Minnie's case first sought this authorization in 2018 after the case was re-examined by the Bronx Homicide Squad that February. Between the extensive authorization process and the detailed forensic work required by scientists at the crime lab, it will be 2 years before investigators had a lead to follow. In June of 2020, familial DNA testing identified a now deceased convicted offender in the criminal database as a partial match to the investigators then began looking into his family. Based on the amount of DNA shared by this offender and the man who left his DNA on Minnie's sweatshirt, they believed the man they were looking for was the son of the offender found in the database. Investigators learned that the offender found in the database had 5 sons and began researching to see if any of them could be the killer they were looking for. 2 of his sons were eliminated because of their age at the time of the murder. The lives of the other 3 were closely scrutinized to ascertain if any information, like their location at the time of the murder or any physical impediments, could exclude them as a possible suspect. While re-examining their case files in light of the new information provided by the familial DNA testing, investigators learned that one of the 3 potential suspects had lived in the same building as Minnie and had been interviewed in the early days of the investigation as a part of the canvassing of the building. This individual was Joseph Martinez, who was 27 years old at the time of the murder. Police were able to surreptitiously collect a discarded DNA sample from Martinez. Testing of that sample showed that Martinez's DNA was a match to the DNA from the semen found on Minnie's sweatshirt. Martinez voluntarily met with police to be interviewed about the case. During this interview, he denied ever having physical contact with Minnie. Martinez pleaded not guilty to the charges against him in court and maintained his innocence to the press through his lawyer. He has no criminal record and is the father of 2 daughters. Martinez is a street astronomer who would set up a telescope on the street and give astronomy lessons to passersby, particularly children. He had an active social media presence and was known as Jupiter Joe. According to his website, he had been scheduled to be at a playground in the Bronx with his telescope 3 days after his arrest. In an unsettling coincidence, Minnie had an interest in astronomy. She told some of her friends she wanted to be an astronaut, and one of her journals contains a long list of astronomy websites she liked to visit. When asked about the arrest in his daughter's case, Minnie's father, Luis Soriano Duran, who now lives in Texas, was happy there was finally progress in the case, but sad that it took so long. Everywhere we go, we see a little kid. I remember her. When somebody smiles like she did, it makes me remember her. She always was in our heart and in our mind. I hope that justice will do its work. This time, do it on time and right, he told NBC New York. When asked about the man charged with his daughter's murder, Mr. Soriano Duran replied, "I wish him to go to hell." Martinez is due back in court on March 7, 2022. Mary Romczyk was born in Czechoslovakia in August of 1908 and came to the United States with her family when she was 8 years old. The family settled in Owasso, Michigan, and Mary attended St. Paul's School until she reached the 8th grade when she dropped out so she could help put her siblings through school. Mary got married in 1951 to a man named Leonard Pryor, and the couple settled in Flint, Michigan. Mary had learned to make candy as a child and added on to her house at Chippewa and Louisa Streets in Flint so that she could open up the Sweet Marie's candy shop. Due to rising violence in Flint, Mary and Leonard eventually decided to sell the candy store and retire. They moved to the small village of Lennon, Michigan, which they believed would be a safer location. Leonard passed away in 1992. Mary remained at their home in Lennon with her beloved dog, Pupsy, who frequently accompanied Mary on her walks. According to her family, Mary was a sweet woman with a wacky sense of humor who was always kind and generous. By 1997, 88-year-old Mary was a creature of habit. She was a devout Catholic who attended Mass 6 days a week and walked to the same diner for lunch and dinner almost every day. Her brother-in-law, James, would give her a ride to church each day. On February 27, 1997, however, Mary was not at her home when he arrived to pick her up. The door to the house was open and her dog Pupsy was still inside, but there was no sign of Mary. James went to the church to see if Mary had just found a ride with someone else, but she was not there. He checked the diner she frequented as well, but could not find her. He reported her missing around noon. Canine teams with the Michigan State Police were luckily in the area at the time for a training exercise and were sent to Mary's house to help with the search for her. Approximately 2 hours after Mary Pryor was reported missing, a state trooper and a canine officer located her body wrapped in a blanket in a swampy wooded area 150 yards away from her house. Mary's autopsy would reveal that she had been suffocated and beaten about the head. She appeared to have been raped, a conclusion later confirmed by DNA evidence. Police spent years conducting interviews and following up on leads, but were unable to make an arrest. Mary was not forgotten by her small community, and billboards were put up and door hangers were distributed to houses over the following decades. Shortly after the murder, the community was able to collect $20,000 to offer as a reward for information that led to the conviction of Mary's killer, but the money was eventually returned to the donors after years passed with no one coming forward to claim it. Just months before the 25th anniversary of Mary's murder, on November 11, 2021, Genesee County Sheriff Chris Swanson announced that an arrest had been made in the case. 41-year-old Michael Burr of London, Michigan had been charged on single counts of felony murder, first-degree criminal sexual conduct, and kidnapping in connection to Mary's murder. Burr was just 17 years old and a junior in high school at the time Mary was killed. He had long been considered a potential suspect by investigators because his home was so close to Mary's. Sheriff Swanson had been assigned to Mary's case in 2002 when he was a captain with the sheriff's office, and he interviewed Burr as part of his investigation in 2004. A DNA sample was collected from Burr in 1997 and kept in storage, and biological samples from Mary's autopsy were preserved. Other items connected to the case have also been submitted for DNA testing in the years since the murder. While the sheriff's office has had access to Burr's DNA for decades, according to Sheriff Swanson, the DNA match was not made until the day before Burr was arrested. The biological material collected from the crime scene is a 1 in 1.9 octillion match for Burr. Sheriff Swanson has discussed scientific advances contributing to Burr's identification, but it is unclear what those advances are. Because of the ongoing legal proceedings against Burr, the sheriff's office and the prosecutor have only been able to speak publicly about the evidence against Burr in very broad terms, so further details about the DNA match are not available. There is other evidence prosecutors plan to use in court, including drag mark evidence, as well as a witness who provided a statement several years ago and is still available to testify in court. However, like the DNA techniques used in the case, this evidence will only be detailed to the public as the legal proceedings against Burr progress. I didn't think this was ever going to be solved. I just felt that way, and I am so pleased and so happy that Aunt Mary is going to get the justice she deserves. Emily Dubé, Mary's niece, said following Burr's arrest. In December of 1976, 81-year-old George Clarence Seitz resided in the Jamaican neighborhood of Queens, New York. A World War I veteran, the conflict had left a profound mark on him. Had he lived in a time when the condition was better understood, he might have been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. Extremely reclusive and distrustful of banks, George preferred to carry all his money with him at all times. This meant that on the rare occasions he did leave his house, he would pull out a giant wad of cash, often worth $1,000, to pay for anything he purchased. Around 10 a.m. on December 10, 1976, George left home to walk to Haircutters, a barbershop 2.5 blocks away, to get his haircut. He never returned home. It would be nearly 45 years before authorities learned what happened to George. On November 3, 2021, 74-year-old Martin Mota was arrested and charged with George's murder. The events that led to authorities being able to determine that George had been murdered began more than 2 years earlier. On March 11, 2019, a woman in her 50s called the police to tell them about something she had witnessed back in 1976 when she was 11 years old. According to authorities, she had not come forward earlier because of intimidation and concerns about repercussions. The witness reported that as a child, she had seen her mother's boyfriend cut up a body inside of the barbershop he owned with his brother. The barbershop was Haircutters, where George Seitz got his haircut, and the boyfriend was Martin Mota. The witness further stated that she later saw Mota with black garbage bags, burying them in the backyard. The following day, investigators went to the home where the witness reported seeing the burial at 8772 115th Street in the Richmond Hill neighborhood of Queens. Forensic anthropologists began excavating the backyard and located a makeshift grave in the exact spot where the witness said it would be. The advanced state of decomposition, the remains were found in complicated extracting DNA from them, but the medical examiner was ultimately able to identify a complete DNA profile. By this time, genetic genealogy was becoming a popular tool for law enforcement. However, at the time, New York state law only allowed for genetic genealogy to be used to identify suspects, not victims. The FBI did not have such limitations, so they were brought into the investigation. In February of 2021, the NYPD partnered with Otham Laboratories, who created a comprehensive genealogical profile. The profile was given to the FBI, who generated leads for the NYPD and the Queens District Attorney's Office to follow up on. Potential relatives of the victim were identified in California and Ohio, and investigators traveled to speak with them. The next major break in the case came when they went to Ohio. The individuals they went to speak with were not surprised when a detective from the NYPD came to speak with them and instantly assumed they were there to discuss a relative of theirs they had been searching for over the past 45 years. They explained the story of George Seitz and his disappearance. They also revealed George's habit of always having a lot of cash on him. DNA samples collected from these relatives confirmed that the remains found in Richmond Hill belonged to George Seitz. The family was grateful to finally have answers about what happened to George. With the information provided by George's family, prosecutors were able to present robbery as the motive for the murder when they presented the case to the grand jury that ultimately indicted Martin Mota on a charge of second-degree murder. During the course of their investigation, the NYPD and the Queens District Attorney's Office uncovered what they described as crucial evidence, which they alleged ties Mota to the murder. Their investigation included multiple witness interviews and record searches covering multiple agencies in 5 different states. Mota appeared in court to discuss the possibility of bail. He was remanded to custody and is currently being held at the Anna M. Cross Correctional Facility. His next court appearance is scheduled for December 3rd. Raymond Jones was an outgoing and popular man. He always had a smile on his face and he loved to tease and play jokes. When he met a woman named Betty in the 1950s, they had many common interests like dancing and fishing. The two began spending all their time together, engaged in all the activities they both loved. The couple married and had 3 children together. Their one son, Jeffrey, shared Ray's birthday of September 7th. Betty and Ray also loved racing stock cars, but this shared interest would ultimately tear them apart rather than keep them together. Betty was in a serious wreck, and while she survived, she was left paralyzed from the waist down. The stress of her serious injury put a strain on the marriage, and Betty and Ray ultimately divorced. The couple's children stayed with their mother at their home in Montana, while Ray moved to Salmon, Idaho. He got remarried to a woman named Donna, and the couple adopted a little boy. Ray became very close with his neighbors, the Pearson family, and the Joneses and the Pearsons spent a lot of time together. Raymond would practice shooting with his friend, Ralph Pearson, and would play tricks on Ralph's young children. Ralph Pearson would be the last known person to see Ray alive. Ray spent his 39th birthday, September 7th, 1968, out bow hunting with a hunting party that included Ralph as well as 2 other hunters. They set up camp in the Hayden Creek area of Lemhi County, Idaho. Later that afternoon, Ray signaled to Ralph that he was going to move up higher on the mountain they were hunting on. When it began getting dark, Ralph returned to camp, assuming Ray would do the same. Ray never arrived back at the camp. Ralph and the other 2 hunters spent the following day looking for Ray. When they were unsuccessful, they contacted the sheriff, and a larger search involving more than 70 people, as well as search dogs, began on September 9th. In addition to the ground search, helicopters were brought in to look for Ray from the air. The search effort had to be called off after just a few days because of snow. It was briefly reopened a few days later when footprints were found on a ridge near the area where Ray had gone missing, but no sign of him was found. 2 days after his father went missing, Jeffrey Jones received a birthday card from him in the mail. I believed for a long time that he would be found. I kept hoping, and it was probably 15 years before I finally gave up. Rumors and stories kept circulating that somebody had seen him or that he took off. I heard all this stuff and just kept expecting or hoping that he would walk through the door one day. Jeffrey would later say. Ralph Pearson never used the bow he had been hunting with on the day Ray vanished again. It remained on the top shelf of his closet until he passed away in 2010, and possession of it went to his daughter Kendra. The last thing Ralph's daughter Karen said to him before he died was, "Dad, go find Ray." Ray would not be found until 53 years and 10 days after he disappeared. Around 4 p.m. on September 17, 2021, a bow hunter was taking a shortcut between 2 hunting areas when he came across human remains. He called the Lemhi County Sheriff's Office to notify them of his discovery. Because it was so late in the day, they were not able to come out to the site until the following morning. When they examined the remains, authorities found part of a wallet. Inside of it was the identification card of Raymond Jones. The bow hunter who found the remains has not been publicly identified, but he has spoken to Ray's family. I'm very relieved to know what happened. I'm grateful to the guy that found him. I couldn't have asked for a better person to find my dad. After talking to him, he's just a super guy, Jeffrey Jones said after speaking with the hunter. Ray had told the other hunters he had wanted to look for mountain goats that day while they were back at camp. A large rock matching the type of rock that made up the cliffs above where the remains were found was found covering the lower half of the remains. The hunter who found Ray told Jeffrey that he believed Ray may have seen mountain goats at the top of the cliffs and then tried to climb up the cliff to see them better. Part of the cliff may have broken off as he did so and landed on top of him after he fell. The past week and a half have been surreal, but I'm very lucky to know what happened to my dad after all these years. Jeffrey said after his father's remains were found, "I could have gone my whole life without knowing, but now I know, and it brings some peace." Jeffrey planned to bring his father's remains. Mervyn Sinclair was a Cree man from George Gordon First Nation in Saskatchewan. He had a happy-go-lucky spirit and loved to sing and play the guitar. He did not enjoy school and left after grade 6. He had an adventurous spirit and did not scare easily. In 1958, the 23-year-old was a private in Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry. Over the long Easter weekend, he visited family in Saskatchewan. However, when he arrived, he looked as though he had been roughed up, according to his family, and he drank heavily that weekend. Mervyn told his family that just prior to his Easter leave, a commanding officer had made a sexual advance towards him, which he had refused to go along with. The 2 men got into a fight which the commanding officer lost. Mervyn's father was a survivor of one of Canada's infamous residential schools, and he had taught Mervyn to box when he was young so that he would always be able to defend himself. That was not an uncommon thing happening to Native people. I can believe that because I've watched it. Mervyn's sister, Darlene, would later say, "My father was a boxer, and he taught the boys how to look after themselves physically because we were Native people living off the reserve." Mervyn was concerned about what would happen to him as an Indigenous man on the base or in military prison if he were sent there because of the fight. He was also concerned that he might not even make it to prison as the officer had threatened him, saying, "You'll regret this once you get back." Mervyn's family believed he was still planning to return to Canadian Forces Base Wainwright in Alberta. He was last seen hitchhiking in Alberta. On May 15th, he was declared absent without leave. Mervyn's family learned that he was missing when military police arrived at Ralph's home looking for him. They initially arrested Ralph, believing him to be Mervyn because of their strong physical resemblance. When the possessions Mervyn had left behind at the base were returned to his family, His clothes were all covered in blood, increasing the family's fears that something had happened to Mervyn on base that the military wasn't telling them about. Ralph Sinclair never gave up looking for his brother, even as decades went on without any leads as to what had happened to him. Ralph spoke to the media and posted handmade missing persons flyers throughout Western Canada. He died in the fall of 2020 without ever learning his beloved brother's fate. Just a few months later, however, a woman the Sinclairs had never met took a commercial DNA test and solved Mervyn's disappearance 63 years after he went missing. Jelaine Davidson was raised by her mother and stepfather in Calgary, Alberta. She knew very little about her biological father. Her mother had left him and the home they shared in Hope, British Columbia, around the time Jelaine turned 1. Jelaine's mother wanted him to marry her, but he refused without ever providing an answer as to why. He was very secretive, which also contributed to the end of the relationship. Jelaine's mother told her that her father was a man named William Baca. He was Cherokee and from Oklahoma. His parents were named Victor and Nora. She did not have any further information about his background. In 1980, when Jelaine was a teenager, she was contacted by a mutual friend of her family and her biological father to inform her that William had been killed in a car accident. After Jelaine learned that her father had passed away, she also learned that he had tried to be a part of her life. Her grandmother confessed that he had written letters to her over the years, but she had thrown the letters away because Jelaine had been adopted by her stepfather, who had since divorced Jelaine's mother. She realized that she had made a mistake by doing this and apologized to Jelaine. It took Jelaine another decade to finally become ready to try to research her father and his family. Her mother was white, so she knew nothing about her Indigenous heritage but hoped to learn about it. She called the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in Terrace, British Columbia, where her father had died, to inquire about the car accident that had killed him in hopes that she could find further clues about his family. The officer she talked to happened to know a William Baca, but he was alive and working as a security officer at a local mall and younger than Jelaine. This William Baca, who went by Sam, was Jelaine's half-brother. Like Jelaine, he was also raised with a stepfather, but unlike her, he did know their father. The long-lost half-siblings got in touch, and Sam's wife helped Jelaine coordinate their reunion on Halloween as a surprise for Sam. Sam was able to show Jelaine pictures of their father and tell her things about him, like how much he loved music. The siblings visited their father's grave together, which gave Jelaine a sense of peace. Jelaine and Sam remained close despite not living near each other, speaking on the phone regularly and visiting each other when they could. Years later, when commercial DNA kits to test for an individual's heritage and identify their relatives who had also taken a Jelaine was intrigued by the idea of this new potential lead in her search for information about her background. Fearing the effort would result in no answers, however, she was hesitant to take such a test for many years. Then, in February of 2021, Jelaine happened to see that Ancestry DNA was having a sale and finally decided to take the test. When she got her results, they identified a man whose DNA was a close match to hers and was most likely her cousin. When she looked at his family tree, she saw two familiar names, Victor and Nora, the names of her paternal grandparents. However, their last name was not Baca, as she expected, but Sinclair. Jelaine messaged the man and received a response from his wife who managed his profile. When she wrote back, she told Jelaine that she believed she was the daughter of Mervyn Sinclair, who had been missing since 1958. She included Mervyn's missing person flyer with the message. Jelaine was shocked when she saw the picture on the flyer. Despite the fact that the photo was taken almost 20 years before any of the photos of her father she had seen had been taken, she could tell that it was him. Jelaine messaged back with the photos of her father she had gotten from Sam and Mervyn's one surviving sibling, his sister Darlene, was shocked to see the resemblance he still bore to the rest of his family later in his life. Another DNA match to confirm William Baca's identification as Mervyn Sinclair was subsequently made through the RCMP. The Sinclair family was disappointed to hear that Mervyn had died in a car accident, but they were relieved he had not been murdered, as they had feared for decades. Others in his family continued to suffer as a result of government policies concerning Indigenous people in the years after he went missing, so they could why he might have started a new life rather than face unjust repercussions from the military. They were thrilled to learn that Mervyn had 2 children who they were able to meet and welcome into their family. I feel like I will have a great deal of peace to have this sorted out for my dad. I just hope that, some way, somehow, he knows that we found him, we know his story, and that we love him, Jelaine told CBC News. Ranella Bernadine Large, who later became Ranella Dossett Leith, was born on October 25, 1948, in Knoxville, Tennessee. Her father, Dewey Ernest Large, was a nuclear scientist, and her mother, Annie Large, was a school teacher. Raised in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, Ranella attended Oak Ridge High School, graduating in 1966. Oak Ridge was a secure and insular community built to support the workers at the nuclear power plant where her father was employed. As with any close-knit community, the residents of Oak Ridge were well acquainted with each other and had limited interactions with outsiders. Crime was minimal, and children could play outside without adult supervision or fear. The community was also very conservative and dominantly white. Although prohibition, a set of laws that criminalized the production and consumption of alcohol in the U.S., ended in 1933, alcohol consumption was strictly forbidden in the county where Ranella grew up. As a young girl, Ranella was very bright. She excelled academically, always at the top of her class and even taking extra classes when possible. Her safe and solid upbringing made her confident in her abilities and helped her excel in school. After high school, Ranella attended East Tennessee State University, Knoxville, where she trained to become a nurse. While in college, she met an ambitious and intelligent business student who wanted to attend law school after college and become a lawyer. Edward Dossett, also known as Ed by his friends and family, was a soft-spoken man with a friendly but handsome face. When he met the beautiful, dark-haired Ranella, it was love at first sight. Before long, he had asked for Ranella's hand in marriage, and she said yes. In 1970, Ranella and Ed got married and moved to Knoxville, just outside Ranella's hometown. Ed's family had a dilapidated but large farm in Knoxville with the help of an architect and rebuilt the farm so he and Ranella could settle down and start their own family. After Ranella graduated from college, she started working as a nurse in a hospital in Knoxville. By 1972, Ed had completed law school and began a career as a proud country lawyer. In 1982, the Attorney General for Knox County retired and Ed decided to run for the office. Ed brought his usual determination and enthusiasm into the campaign, and his efforts were rewarded when he got elected into the Attorney General's office. By 1978, Ranella gave birth to the first child, Maggie Dossett. And on July 18, 1983, their second child was born, a boy named Eddie. In 1985, Ranella gave birth to the couple's third child, a beautiful baby girl named Kate. When Ed served as the Attorney General, he had a secretary named Kay. Kay and her husband Steve were good friends of the Dossetts, and both couples often hung out together. But with the arrival of their child, increased pressure from Ed's job and Kay's first pregnancy, which made her resign from her secretary job. The four of them began to spend less time with each other, or at least two of them did. The other two, Ed and his former secretary Kay, continued seeing each other because they were having a secret affair. As an elected public servant in a conservative county, having an affair was perhaps one of the worst things Ed could do to ruin his career. But Kay, unhappy in her marriage with Steve, was in love with Ed. And as for Ed, one of the few things keeping him married to his wife was that leaving her would hurt his political ambitions. He was not exactly experiencing marital bliss. Almost everyone who knew Ranella and Ed knew that Ranella was not the easiest person to be with. She was bossy and controlling with a mean attitude that made everyone around her keep a distance from her. They knew not to mess with her. Ranella and Ed, who were once so in love with each other, started to have marital problems because of Ranella's controlling attitude. To make matters worse, Ed soon began to suffer from chronic stomach pain. Once at a local authority meeting, someone noticed Ed grimacing in pain and asked him if he was okay. Ed's reply was strange. He said that he had the meanest wife in the world who was trying to kill him. By October 1991, Ed's stomach pain had gotten so bad that he was admitted to the hospital. Shockingly, after a series of tests, the doctors informed him that there was a cancerous tumor in his small intestine and liver which had spread to other organs in his abdomen as well. Ranella took this news in stride, but for some reason she felt the need to hide Ed's illness from the rest of the world. Ed's diagnosis meant that he was dying already, and if word got out, he would have to resign from his job, losing his income. Perhaps Rangila felt that by hiding the illness, Ed could continue working and beat the cancer somehow. But Ed only got worse. In March 1992, Ed's cousin Elizabeth traveled 500 miles from Illinois to come and see him. Ed, desperate to have his family around him, had written to her. When Elizabeth arrived at the Dossett home, she was shocked at the welcome, or lack of it, that she got from Ranella. Ranella bluntly refused to let her see Ed and didn't even allow her to enter the house. Upset, Elizabeth realized that there was nothing she could do, so she went back home. Later, she would receive a letter from Ranella, telling her that Ed was in such bad shape that he could not receive visitors. Gradually, Ed gained some energy that allowed him to return to work. Although in constant pain, he approached his illness with his usual determination. But despite his best efforts, Ed's condition worsened and he had to leave work again, this time for good. For the rest of his life, Ed remained bedridden, constantly pumped full of morphine to ease his suffering. On July 9, 1992, police raced to the Dossett residence after receiving a chilling call from a local market director. According to the director, Ranella Leith was claiming to have found her husband, Ed, lying on the floor outside unconscious. When they arrived at the scene, they met a hysteric Ramilla hovering around Ed, who was unconscious. She claimed she had found him there after he insisted on going down to see the cattle. She did not mention his terminal sickness. Rather, she told the operator she believed their cattle had trampled on him. From all indications, the only thing investigators could make of the scene was that it appeared to be an accident. But when police interviewed Ranella later, her story wasn't quite straight. According to her, Ed had suddenly insisted he go down to see the cattle. When he did not return inside on time, she went back to check on him and found him lying on the ground. She believed something must have set the cattle off because they were scrambling out of their pen. Even though she did not find a pulse when she checked for one, she immediately began CPR on him. Ranella then claimed that she tried to call 911 on her cell phone, but didn't get any response. So she ran back into the house to call the local hospital, but realized she couldn't remember the number. Police found this strange because Ranella had worked at the same hospital for years as the director of nursing. But since she had not been working for quite some time, they believed it might be possible that she had forgotten the number. She then called the director of a local market and asked him to call an ambulance. An ambulance did arrive soon after, so Ranella's story seemed accurate. When the ambulance reached the hospital, 44-year-old Ed Dossett was pronounced dead on arrival. The police launched an investigation into his death because they suspected foul play, but they ultimately agreed with Ranella's story and ruled the cause of his death as an agricultural accident. Although police had closed the case, not everyone was convinced that Ranella was telling the truth. People who had seen Ed in the weeks leading up to his death claimed that he was acting very strangely and could barely stay conscious for more than a few minutes at a time. He also found it difficult to walk straight, as if he was constantly intoxicated. It also seemed implausible that Ed's cattle would stampede him without any reason. Then again, autopsy reports showed that Ed had bruises, internal injuries, and hoof prints on his body, suggesting cattle had indeed trampled him. There was also the fact that Ed's life insurance policy had a double indemnity clause. So if he died by accident, his beneficiaries would receive twice the amount than any other cause of death. Since his death was ruled an agricultural accident, Ranella would receive that double amount. On top of all this, Ranella's reputation as a no-nonsense, bossy woman made people suspicious of her. She had told police that when she discovered her husband was dead, she was so enraged with the cattle that she grabbed a gun and shot one of them. But when law enforcement examined the cattle, they found none with bullet wounds. And interestingly, they also did not take note of the morphine in Ed's bloodstream, which would have been quite substantial since he was taking heavy doses of it to help with the pain. Despite these inconsistencies in Ranella's story, local law enforcement did not pursue the issue any further. They also considered the possibility that he might have orchestrated the entire thing just so his wife and kids could have more money when he died, since he knew he didn't have much time left anyway. Ed's funeral was another strike against Ranella, as she decided to bury him on the farm rather than where his family said Ed had wanted to be buried. During the funeral, Raynella appeared too serene for someone who had just lost her husband and the father of her children. Some even said she was cheerful, moving from guest to guest as though it were a regular party and not a funeral. After Ed's demise, Raynella decided to become a full-time homemaker to spend more time with her kids, but she began to get bored or restless. So she began spending time with her children at a nearby pool owned by a man named Dave Leith. Dave was also Ed's friend and was generally well-liked in the community. He was married and had a daughter, Cindy, whom he absolutely adored. Apart from being married to people they didn't like and having children, Raynella and Dave had very little in common. While Raynella had a solid upbringing and was well-educated, Dave was a high school dropout with no other qualifications. After dropping out of school at 19, Dave found a job as a barber and eventually opened his own barbershop. He was fond of cars and always spent his free time tinkering with one or watching stock car races. But despite what some might have called his shortcomings, Dave was always certain of one thing. He was very handsome. Dave was not ashamed to spend extra money in effort to look good. He had undergone several plastic surgeries, including a facelift and a tummy tuck. And to an extent his efforts did pay off, because he was considered an attractive man by many. Unfortunately, Dave had an accident that subtracted from his beauty, at least by his standards. One day while chopping wood, he got a splinter in his left eye. To mask this defect, he took to wearing sunglasses to cover his eyes and never looking directly at people when he wasn't wearing the shades. The more time Raynella spent at Dave's swimming pool, the closer they got. Before long, they had begun having an affair. When Dave's wife found out, she immediately filed for divorce. But Dave didn't care. He was head over heels in love with Raynella. Little did he know that his love affair would be the biggest mistake he would ever make. In January 1993, 6 months after Ed died, Raynella married her boyfriend Dave in a tight-knit community like Knoxville. Marrying your husband's friend so soon after his death was scandalous, but the gossip soon died down as Dave and Raynella often walked around town, hand in hand, laughing and beaming at each other. They appeared to be genuinely in love with each other, and they were for a while. But just like her previous marriage, Raynella soon began to express her bossy nature with Dave, and this affected Dave quite negatively. For example, Cindy, Dave's only child, once found Dave sitting in his pickup truck sobbing. When she asked him what the matter was, he said he and Raynella had a fight, but it was nothing to worry about. In 1994, Ed and Raynella's last child, Eddie, died tragically in an accident. 11-year-old Eddie and his sister, 15-year-old Maggie, were driving around in their mother's car. Maggie had a provisional license, which meant that she could only drive when someone else with a proper license was in the car with her. On that fateful day, Maggie was driving unsupervised with Eddie in the passenger seat when Maggie lost control of the car and hit an oncoming vehicle. Eddie wasn't wearing a seatbelt then, and on impact he was ejected out through the passenger side and died. When police questioned Raynella, she claimed that she had been in the vehicle, although several witnesses asserted she wasn't. But the police took her word for it and did not press charges against her. Maybe if the police had done their jobs, some of the tragedies that occurred in the lives of everyone around Raynella would not have happened, because Raynella was not new to violence. Shortly after Raynella's son, Eddie died. Kay, Eddie's former secretary, sought a divorce from her husband Steve. During the divorce proceedings, Steve discovered that his second child with Kay was not his child. It was Ed Dossett's child. When Raynella got wind of this, she invited Steve to her house to talk about their partners and the whole situation. During their conversation, Raynella confessed that she knew about the affair, but had decided not to say anything about it. After their little chat, Steve went back home. The following day, Raynella invited Steve over again, claiming she had found papers that proved both of Kay's children belonged to Ed, not Steve. Naturally, Steve was curious, so when Raynella asked him to come over to see the documents, he did not hesitate. Upon getting to the Dossett farm, Raynella led Steve to a barn where she claimed she had found the documents. When they entered the barn, she pointed him to a bucket sitting in the corner. Raynella began firing at him with a revolver. She was now holding, but she missed the first few shots. Steve managed to escape the farm and immediately reported to the police. But Ranella, anticipating this, had called the police first. In a panicked voice, she narrated how Steve had come to her house with a gun, threatening to kill her. She knew this would make the police restrict Steve from seeing his children, which had been her plan all along. She wanted to take custody of the boy that Kate and Ed had together, but her story did not make sense. So she was charged with attempted murder and granted bail for $10,000. Her attorney tried unsuccessfully to get the charges dropped. But in January 1996, a grand jury indicted her. 2 weeks before she was set to face trial for attempted murder, Ranella went for a plea bargain, pleading guilty to assault. In exchange, the attempted murder charge was dropped and wiped from her record, and she got 6 years of probation and 100 days of community service. Meanwhile, Ranella continued to exercise more and more control over Dave. Dave changed his will and made Ranella the sole beneficiary of his estate after his death. Not even his beloved daughter Cindy or her son Dave's grandson would get a dime after he had passed away. He also ensured his mother's home would pass to Ranella after she died. In January of 2000, Dave began to suffer from some medical conditions, including hallucinations, high cholesterol, and even had a stroke once. Ranella immediately took charge of everything, forbidding everyone from seeing Dave. Not even his daughter Cindy was allowed to see him. However, Dave recovered from his illness and was discharged from the hospital, but he was forced to retire from his barbershop as he could not leave home for long periods. Alongside his many illnesses, they began to suffer from short-term memory loss and early-onset dementia. During one of his visits to a neurologist, he mentioned that he felt his wife was trying to kill him. He could faintly remember her pressing a pillow to his face. It sounded eerily similar to what Ed had said about his wife just a few months before he passed away, but his neurologist brushed it aside as one of his hallucinations. Meanwhile, Dave's mother was also diagnosed with ovarian cancer and had to be admitted to the hospital. On March 13, 2003, Ranella visited Dave's mother in the hospital. While there, she suddenly called Cindy asking if she had seen Dave. Ranella said she had left Dave's food on a bedside table, and she was worried he might have gone out without eating. Up until this point, Ranella had forbidden Cindy from seeing Dave, so the call seemed strange. But Cindy said she had not seen him. Ranella rushed home, worried that something might have happened to Dave. When she opened the bedroom door, she found Dave lying in bed, his food untouched. He had a bullet wound on the left side of his head, and there was no pulse. He was dead. When police arrived at the house, they immediately suspected foul play. Ranella had informed them that Dave tragically took his own life, but given his deep affection for his daughter and grandchild, he simply did not fit the profile for someone who would end their life so abruptly. Just a day before his body was discovered, Dave had offered to help a friend with some repairs. He seemed in good spirits even though he was in pain from his illness. As investigators interviewed Dave's family members, they found another reason to doubt Ranella's suicide story. Dave was afraid of guns. Even as a child, when his father took him hunting, he would refuse to use the gun to shoot any animal. He had never owned a gun as an adult, according to Ranella. Also, crime scene investigators discovered that 3 shots had been fired from the gun. The first one missed, the second one was the fatal shot, and the third also missed. The shots had been fired from Dave's left side, meaning he would have used his left hand. But not only was Dave right-handed, he was also completely blind in his left eye due to the splinter incident. So logically, he would not have used his left hand. Based on all this, the police determined that Dave did not take his own life. But if he was murdered, who did it? Without any further evidence, the case went cold. Much to Dave's family's displeasure, Ranella had Dave's body cremated. Cindy was devastated about her father's death. When she was invited to his will reading and she found out that he had not left anything to her and her son, she became livid. She accused the police of mishandling the case and pressed them to look deeper into it. She wrote to the DA's office severally, asking them to take another look at the case. The case went unsolved for almost 3 years, and she only grew more desperate to see justice served. By 2006, when it seemed like she would not get what she wanted, she hired private investigators and filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Ranella. Cindy wasn't asking for money. She only wanted Raynella to forfeit all the inheritance she got from Dave if Cindy won the case. The lawsuit made law enforcement look closer at not just Dave's death, but also Ed's. Upon further investigation, they discovered that the autopsy conducted on Ed Dossett's body was at the best not credible. Randall Bedigo, the medical examiner who had carried out the autopsy, had a long history of substance abuse, which meant that he was likely under the influence when he conducted Ed's autopsy. Otherwise, he might have noticed and mentioned that the morphine in his system, which according to the new medical report, was so extraordinarily high, it's unlikely that any human could function in an ambulatory manner or continue to live. In 2006, Raynella was charged with administering an overdose of morphine. It turned out that Ed had died from a morphine overdose, not being trampled by cattle. Investigators also discovered that before Dave's death, she had secretly gone to a funeral home to make an upfront payment for Dave's cremation. With this new information, the police were ready to make their next move. In November 2008, Raynella was charged with the first-degree murder of Dave Leith. Although she was arrested, police placed her bond at a ridiculously low $5,000. Yet there was no court date for her trial. In September 2007, Raynella entered a not guilty plea to the charge of Dave's murder, but she would not go on trial until March 2009. But the jury could not reach a unanimous verdict, resulting in a mistrial. It did not matter that of the 12 jurors, only one voted for not guilty, while the others believed she was guilty. She would go on trial again in 2010. This time, ballistic experts testified that the bullet that had killed Dave was fired from 12 to 14 inches away, which was too wide a distance for someone who allegedly committed suicide. Also, no fingerprints were found on the gun, suggesting that whoever fired the gun had the opportunity to wipe it. At the time of his death, Dave had up to 4 different medications in his system that would have made it impossible for him to sit up on his own, let alone hold a gun and fire it. The prosecution maintained that Raynella had killed Dave. She set it up to look like a suicide, then went to the hospital to visit his mother, where she was sure CCTV would provide her with a solid alibi. On January 25, 2010, the jury returned with a verdict after deliberating for 2 days. They found Raynella Leith guilty of first-degree murder of Dave Leith, and she was given a life sentence. The prosecution dropped all charges related to Ed's case afterward. In early 2011, a court ruled that Dave's last will was invalid because his illness implied that he was not of sound body and mind. Raynella had to give up half of everything she had inherited under the will. Raynella's lawyers tried to appeal the case, but they were unsuccessful. They tried again in 2013, but it was denied. By 2015, Raynella's new defense team argued that Dave's illnesses made him susceptible to depression and mood swings, which could have made him so depressed that he would take his own life. Also, they argued that the judge in the previous trial had been under the influence of drugs because of his addiction to narcotics. In January 2017, Raynella went on trial for the 3rd time. This time, the defense established the prosecution's case was circumstantial at best, and that there was every likelihood that Dave had taken his own life. Raynella was acquitted. We may never know why, but although Raynella Leith was dragged to the judicial system several times, she always came out on top, unscathed, and her victims were left to nurse their wounds privately. As long as she has lived in the quiet little community in Knoxville, nobody dares to question her or cross paths with her. Now, once again, Raynella Leith is free to resume her normal life as a mistress of a prosperous farm. Ed's family members will never know the true cause of his death. Cindy Leith may never get the justice she desperately needs for her father. As for the questions, we might never get answers. Fire Island, located just west of Anchorage, Alaska, near the head of Cook Inlet, became the focus of a grim discovery on July 24, 1989. Human remains were found on the island's northwest shore, but due to significant decomposition, the autopsy could only provide limited information about the individual. The remains were thought to belong to a Caucasian male between the ages of 35 and 50. An anthropologist was called in and concluded that the remains had been on the beach for at least a year before being discovered. However, an exact time frame of the John Doe's death could not be determined. Alaska state troopers found evidence on the remains that indicated that John Doe's death was of a criminal nature, although details about that evidence have not been released to the public. Alaska State Troopers exhausted all means of identifying the remains available to them at the time but could not make an identification. The remains were eventually buried at Anchorage Municipal Cemetery. In 2003, the Alaska State Troopers enlisted the assistance of the FBI, submitting hair and tissue samples taken from the remains during the autopsy in 1989 and kept by the State Medical Examiner's Office. The FBI laboratory was able to extract mitochondrial DNA from the samples. The profile was entered into a missing persons database, but no matches were found. In 2021, the case was formally reopened by the Alaska Bureau of Investigation Cold Case Investigation Unit. The State Medical Examiner's Office had kept bone samples from John Doe's remains. These samples were then sent to Othram Inc., a private forensics laboratory in Texas. Scientists there were able to extract DNA from the bone samples. They then used forensic-grade genome sequencing to develop a comprehensive DNA profile. This profile was used to conduct genealogical research. Several individuals, all linked to the same man by DNA, were identified. Some of these individuals also had ties to Alaska. Further investigation led authorities to believe that this man could be their John Doe. A DNA sample was then taken from a closed blood relative of this individual. The analysis of their DNA and its comparison to the DNA from the remains confirmed the match. On December 1, 2021, it was announced that the John Doe found on Fire Island in 1989 had been identified as Michael Allison Beavers. Michael was a heavy machine operator who lived in Chugiak, Alaska, and operated an excavation business there. He was last seen alive at the age of 40 in late November of 1979, when he left home to drive to Seattle to meet with a business associate. He never arrived. His wife reported him missing 2 months later. Little progress was ever made in the investigation into Michael's disappearance, and it was closed in 1982. Michael was declared legally dead 10 years later. The investigation into Michael's disappearance and murder is ongoing. Serial killer John Wayne Gacy made headlines following his arrest in December of 1978. The subsequent search of his home outside of Chicago located the remains of 29 out of his 33 known victims on the property, with the remains of the other 4 victims recovered from a nearby river. While Gacy's name became infamous, several of his victims' names remained unknown. 24 of Gacy's victims were identified by March of 1980. In June of 1981, the 9 victims who had still not been identified were laid to rest in donated caskets. A short service for all 9 victims was held outside of Abbey Chapel of the Oak Ridge Glen Oak Cemetery, and each victim also received his own graveside service when he was buried under a grave marker reading, "We remembered." Each victim was buried at a different cemetery. In May of 1986, one of these 9 victims was identified as 16-year-old Timothy Jack McCoy, leaving authorities with 8 individuals left to identify. In October of 2011, Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart announced a renewed effort to identify the remaining 8 victims. They were all exhumed so that samples could be taken for DNA testing, and Sheriff Dart made an appeal to the public asking for friends and relatives of young men or teenage boys who went missing any time between 1970 December 22, 1978 to contact his office. The appeal quickly yielded results. The boy, previously only identified as Gacy victim number 19, was identified as 19-year-old William George Bundy on November 29, 2011. Bill's mother had feared he had been one of Gacy's victims and tried to get his dental records to submit to the police as they had requested back in 1979. However, his dentist had retired, and by the time she was able to track him down, he had destroyed all of his records. Bill was identified after his brother and sister provided DNA samples. In July of 2017, victim number 24 was identified as 16-year-old Jimmy Hackinson. His mother had gone to Chicago from her home in Minnesota in 1979 to try to learn if her son was amongst Gacy's victims, but she did not have dental records to submit to the police to identify him. He was also identified thanks to DNA submitted by his brother and sister. This left 6 of Gacy's victims whose identities were unknown. That number dropped to 5 on October 25, 2021, when the man, previously only known as Gacy victim number 5, was publicly identified as Francis Wayne Alexander. In addition to his extended family, Wayne is survived by his mother, 2 half-sisters, and 2 half-brothers. DNA extracted from one of victim number 5's molars had undergone 8 months of specialized testing and processing to prepare a profile suitable to be used with genetic genealogy. The Cook County Sheriff's Office partnered with the DNA Doe Project for the genealogical research. Once the profile was prepared, researchers with the DNA Doe Project uploaded it to GeneMatch, a genealogical DNA database. The closest relative of victim number 5, located in GeneMatch, was eventually found to be his maternal second cousin. More distant cousins from both sides of his family were also identified. Because these relatives had such well-documented lineages, genealogists were able to identify Wayne as a potential candidate for authorities to investigate after only 8 hours of research. They submitted Wayne's name to the sheriff's office, and investigators there used more traditional means of investigation to follow up on the lead when they could not find any evidence of Wayne being alive after the time period when they believed victim number 5 was killed, which would have disproven the identification. They traveled to North Carolina to meet with his family. They collected DNA samples from Wayne's mother and brother, which confirmed that Wayne was Gacy victim number 5. Wayne was born in 1955. He grew up in North Carolina and lived in New York for a time. He got married while he was living there. Wayne and his wife moved to Chicago in February of 1975, but the couple soon divorced after 3 months of marriage. Wayne's family never filed a missing persons report because, based on certain decisions he had made, they believed he wanted to be left alone. While they loved him, they thought he no longer wanted anything to do with them when he stopped contacting them. Wayne supported himself by working at various bars and clubs in Chicago. Authorities do not know exactly how he and Gacy crossed paths, but Wayne lived and worked in an area where Gacy was known to look for victims. He lived near several other victims of Gacy, including William Bundy, who lived just blocks away from Wayne. Wayne would have been 21 or 22 when he was killed. The last official record of him was a traffic ticket issued to him on January 5, 1976. He was buried in Gacy's crawl space under an individual whose death authorities have placed on March 15, 1977, indicating that Wayne was killed sometime during the window of time between receiving the traffic ticket and the death of the other victim. Financial records show that Wayne earned very little income in 1976, potentially indicating that he was killed earlier on in that window. When investigators returned to the Alexander family to confirm that Wayne was in fact Gacy victim number 5 on October 22, 2021. There were 5 generations of the family in the room to hear the news. Wayne's mother was the first parent to still be alive to be notified that their son had been identified as one of Gacy's victims since the renewed effort began in 2011. The family greatly appreciated the kindness the people of Cook County had showed Wayne, giving him a proper funeral and burial, even though they had not known his identity when they did so. As upsetting as the circumstances of Wayne's death were, his family was grateful to know what happened to him and to have some measure of closure. At the press conference announcing Wayne's identification, Sheriff Dart read a statement written by Wayne's sister, Carolyn, on behalf of the family. It is hard, even 45 years later, to know the fate of our beloved Wayne. He was killed at the hands of a vile and evil man. Our hearts are heavy and our sympathies go out to the other victims' families. Our only comfort is knowing this killer no longer breathes the same air as we do. We can now lay to rest what happened and move forward by honoring Wayne. The statement read in part. On Sunday, October 5, 1980, 2 brothers were out driving near the Arroyo Grande Wash, south of State Route 146, in Henderson, Nevada. Around 9:20 p.m., in a then unincorporated area of the desert, the 2 brothers came across the nude body of a young woman along the side of the road. The young woman's autopsy would reveal that she had died of blunt force trauma to the back of her head. A roofing or framing hammer was the most likely instrument to cause her particular injuries. She also had severe injuries to her face and puncture wounds to her upper back. Her death was ruled a homicide by the Clark County Coroner's Office. Given how easily she was seen when she was found, authorities did not believe she had been left in the desert for long, or that her killer or killers had tried to prevent the discovery of her body. It was estimated that she had been killed within a day of being found. Her body had been washed and cleaned, and part of a shower curtain was found nearby. The young woman was 5 feet 2 inches tall and weighed around 100 pounds. Her age was estimated to be between 14 and 19 years old. She had shoulder-length, reddish hair. She had a small birthmark on her lower back and a homemade tattoo of the letter S on the inside of her right forearm. These details did not lead to the identification of the young woman. She was referred to by police as Jane Arroyo Grande Doe as they continued to investigate her murder. They took her fingerprints but found no matches, as well as X-rays they hoped could also help identify her. Despite their efforts, both her identity and the identity of her killer remained unknown for decades. John Williams was the homicide detective on call the weekend the young woman was found and began working on her case that evening, ultimately becoming the case's lead investigator. He continued working on the case in an official capacity until he retired in 2006 and unofficially after his retirement. He was one of several members of the police department who contributed money to give Jane Arroyo Grande Doe a proper burial and buy her a headstone. He and his wife visited her grave and brought her flowers every year. "I'll never not work on it. We're basically the only family she's got," Williams said in 2006 in a news article written in honor of his retirement. Jane Arroyo Grande Doe was exhumed 4 times in 2002, 2003, 2009, and 2016 to collect more evidence for further forensic testing. More than 30 missing women were considered as potential identities of Jane Arroyo Grande Doe over the years, but they were all eliminated. The case was formally reopened in 2015 in honor of the 35th anniversary of the case. John Williams went with Detective Joseph Ebert, the currently detective on the case, when he visited the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children about the case. NCMEC released a new artistic representation of Jane Arroyo Grande Doe, and artist Carl Koppelman released another rendering of her in 2018. With dental records, fingerprints, and conventional DNA searches failing to identify Jane Arroyo Grande Doe, police in Henderson turned to genetic genealogy. Luckily, one of her relatives in California had taken a commercial DNA test and showed up as a partial match to her DNA in a genealogical database. This relative put authorities in touch with the man ultimately determined to be Jane Arroyo Grande Doe's grandfather in Arkansas. He told investigators that their victim had sisters. 2 of these sisters provided DNA samples, which ultimately confirmed Jane Arroyo Grande Doe's identity. At a press conference on December 2, 2021, 41 years after Jane Arroyo Grande Doe's body was found, the City of Henderson Police Department's investigative division announced that she had finally been identified as 17-year-old Tammy Terrell of Artesia, New Mexico. Tammy was born on July 4, 1963. She was one of 4 sisters who were raised in a foster home. In September of 1980, she was staying at Assurance Home, a youth group home in Roswell, New Mexico, trying to get her life in order. On September 28th, she and another girl living at the facility were dropped off by a staff member at the New Mexico Fairgrounds where the Roswell State Fair was being held. When the staff member returned to pick up the girls, Tracy was not there. Tracy was seen later that evening at a Denny's in Roswell with 2 adults, a white man and a white woman. Police believe they may have been planning to leave New Mexico and travel to an unknown location in California. According to Tracy's youngest sister Carla, police were not interested in investigating Tracy's disappearance when she first vanished because she had run away before and would be turning 18 in less than a year. Tracy's family did not give up on looking for her, however, looking at the faces of homeless people and people in crowds wherever they went for the next 4 decades, hoping to one day see Tracy's face. Carla plans on visiting Nevada in January of 2022 to visit her sister's grave and meet with the investigators who remain so committed to Tracy's case. Despite recently being hospitalized, John Williams was present at the press conference announcing Tracy's identification. The investigation into Tracy's murder remains open. In 2021, 59-year-old François Barrev was living in Le Grand Mot on the southern coast of France. On September 27th, he informed his wife that he was heading to a vacation rental property they owned in Grabs du Roy to check in new tenants. After kissing her goodbye, he left home on his bicycle and never returned. His wife later discovered from his computer that no one had rented the property. She reported him missing, and he was not found until 2 days later. On September 29th, his body was discovered at the rental property, along with 2 notes. One note indicated that his death was a suicide and requested that he not be resuscitated if his attempt failed and he instead fell into a coma. The other note contained a confession of terrible crimes and the killing of innocent people. A DNA test from his body confirmed that Francois Barrev was the notorious serial killer, Legrelli, who had evaded identification for 35 years. Legrelli was suspected of committing 3, possibly 4 murders and 6 rapes between 1986 and 1994. His first known murder was the 1980 killing of 6-year-old Cécile Bloch. Cécile lived with her parents and older half-brother in the 19th district of Paris. An accomplished student and talented violinist, she had played with a youth orchestra for several years and was planning to transfer to a specialized school in 1987 to continue her studies while also attending a conservatory. Monday, May 5, 1986, began as an ordinary day for the family. Cécile's parents left for work at 8:10 a.m., and her half-brother, Luc, who was studying advanced biology, left 5 minutes later. Cécile was scheduled to leave for her morning classes at 8:40 a.m. She typically returned home for lunch at noon before heading back to school. Her mother, Suzanne, would call home to check on her. On May 5th, however, Cécile did not answer the phone as usual. Suzanne waited a few minutes before making a second call, which also went unanswered. She then called Cécile's school and learned that her daughter had never made it to class that morning. Both of Cécile's parents then rushed home to look for Cécile. When they arrived, Cécile was not there, but her school bag was not either, meaning that she left for class but did not arrive there for some reason. Cécile's parents enlisted the help of one of the building's caretakers to search for her. Around 3 p.m., the caretaker was searching a utility room on the 3rd level of the basement when he discovered Cécile's body underneath a piece of discarded carpet. Cécile had been raped, strangled, and stabbed once. Her body was also marked by scratches and bruises, indicating how fiercely Cécile had fought against her killer. Police quickly had a potential suspect for the horrific crime. Several witnesses, including Cécile's parents and her half-brother Luc, saw an unfamiliar man in the building, both on the elevator and in the parking lot, one level above where Cécile's body would later be found, between 7:50 and 9:20 that morning. Luc in particular got a good look at this man and had reason to remember him. That morning, he rode the elevator with the stranger as he headed out for the day. He remembered him not only because he did not recognize him from the building, but also because he was unusually friendly for someone he did not know. Luc assumed the man was just visiting someone else in the building and therefore thought it was unusual when the stranger told him that he hoped he had a very, very good day as Luc exited the elevator. Luc described the unknown man as being between 25-30 years old and just under 6 feet tall. He also reported that the stranger's face had very textured skin, either from pockmarks or acne scars. This detail would lead to the moniker the killer would be given while his identity remained unknown, La Grille, or the pockmarked man. A composite of the suspect was generated but did not lead to the identification of Cécile's killer. Her case was closed and reopened several times with numerous individuals re-examining the details of the case. But Cécile's family remained frustrated with the progress of the investigation. After completing his studies, Luc became a geneticist and pushed for authorities in France to use DNA technology in his half-sister's case, as authorities in the United Kingdom and Belgium had begun doing in some of their investigations. It would take years, but eventually, semen found on Cécile's body was submitted for DNA testing and a profile was developed. This profile would ultimately link the pockmarked man to 3 other rapes and 2 other murders. The first crime DNA tied him to was the rape of an 8-year-old girl called Sarah, which occurred the month before Cécile was killed. Sarah entered the elevator in her apartment building on the morning of April 7, 1986. A man was already inside of the elevator and pretended to press the button for the first floor for her. Instead, the elevator went down to the 4th level of the basement where the man pushed her out of the elevator. He pulled her over to a mattress and punched her twice as she struggled to get away. He stuffed a rag in her mouth, raped her, strangled her, and left her for dead. Luckily, she was only rendered unconscious and woke up approximately 15 minutes later after her attacker had fled. The same DNA was also found at a double murder which occurred shortly before the first anniversary of Cecile's murder. 20-year-old Umgard Muller was from Germany but was living in Paris, working as an hauteur and studying geography. Her employers were 38-year-old Gillis Belitaire and his wife. Gillis was an airline mechanic who worked nights while his wife worked during the day. On April 29, 1987, Umgard, who lived in a maid's apartment not far from the Polity family's apartment, arrived to take their daughter to school at 8:45 a.m. Mrs. Polity then left for work. Her husband had not yet returned home from his overnight shift at work. She would not see him again until 7 o'clock that evening, when she would discover his body when she returned home. Gilles' body was in a position called a Spanish tourniquet by the authorities. He was on his stomach with his arms behind his back. His arms, legs, and neck were all connected with various ties and pieces of fabric from within the apartment. The various pieces were tightened with a poker from the fireplace, and he would have suffocated slowly. Mrs. Poulatier then found Umgard's body in her daughter's room. Umgard was mostly nude and tied up to the bunk bed in the room. She had been strangled with the tie from a bathrobe and her throat had been cut. Both Gillis and Hermgord's bodies had been burned with cigarettes and showed superficial knife wounds, indicating that they had been tortured. The Polite's daughter was thankfully not at the apartment. The parents of one of her friends had taken her home with them when Irmgard failed to pick her up at school. DNA would be found inside Irmgard and on a cigarette but found inside the apartment. Both samples matched the DNA from Cecile and Sarah's crime scenes. 2 cameras were stolen from the apartment, and Polaroid paper found at the scene indicated the killer may have photographed his crime. It is possible that Umgard actually knew her killer. A man was seen at her residence the day before and the day of her murder and was seen having a heated discussion with her. According to witnesses, he had severe acne scars, raising the possibility that he was the pockmarked man. If this is the case, it means these 2 murders could have had a different motive than Cecile's murder and Sarah's rape. The next crime tied to the pockmarked man through his DNA occurred on October 27, 1987. A 14-year-old named Mary and returned to the apartment building where she lived with her mother from school for her lunch break. A man followed her into the elevator and told her he was a police officer and needed to see her identity documents. He showed her he had a gun and a holster under his jacket and demanded to see her arms to check them for track marks, claiming he was investigating drug trafficking. He continued making threats against her and asking her questions about her mother and her schedule. Now knowing she would not be at home, he forced Mary and inside her apartment and tied her up, threatening her with a letter opener while asking about valuables in the home. He gathered 2 cameras, a VCR, a CD player, and 14 CDs into a bag before coming back to Mary and then raping her. The man tried to wipe his semen off of Mary Ann's body, but some of it would be found on the bedding. In 1997, a DNA profile was developed from it and found to be a match to the pockmarked man. The final crime where the pockmarked man's DNA was identified occurred in 1994. Unlike his other crimes, it did not occur in Paris, instead beginning in Mitrimoy and concluding in Saclay. On June 29th, an 11-year-old called Ingrid took a shortcut as she rode her bicycle home after playing with her friends. As she rode down an isolated dirt road, a car pulled up in front of her and blocked her path. The driver exited the car and told Ingrid that he was a policeman, briefly flashing a tricolor card, a type of identification card issued to law enforcement officers to her. He told Ingrid that she was allowed to be riding her bike on that road and asked her for her identification documents. She did not have them with her, so he told her he would have to take her to the police station. The man handcuffed Ingrid and put her in his car, refusing to let her stop at home to tell her family where she was going. Instead of taking her to the police station, the man drove to Saclay, more than 60 kilometers away. He took Ingrid into an abandoned farmhouse, where he raped her. Ingrid spoke to him the entire time, a fact to which she would later attribute her survival. Her attacker again wiped away his semen from her body. He did not have a chance to dispose of the tissue, however, because he left Ingrid at the farmhouse, telling her he was going to get food but would be right back. Ingrid was able to escape during his absence and came across a class from a local motorcycle school. The instructor took her to the gendarmerie in RC, and evidence from the farmhouse was quickly collected. In addition to the crimes with DNA evidence, the pockmarked man is also suspected in other crimes based on the circumstances surrounding them. In 2015, police software that analyzes the elements of various crimes led to the pockmarked man also being suspected in the murder of Corinne Leroy, who disappeared in Meaux while walking to school on June 9, 1994, 10 days before her 20th birthday. Her body was discovered near the edge of a forest by people out on a walk on July 12. While DNA evidence has not been found tying her death to the pockmarked man, her body was found, bound in the same distinctive manner as Gillis Polity. Corinne also disappeared just 20 days before Ingrid was kidnapped and, like in Ingrid's case, also disappeared from outside of Paris, where the pockmarked man's earlier known crimes were all committed. She also disappeared from a main road where a struggle would have been noticed, indicating that she most likely got into someone's car willingly, either because she knew them or perhaps because her killer had told her he was a police officer as well. The pockmarked man was believed to have committed 6 rapes between 1986 and 1994, as well as numerous other attempted attacks. For example, on November 26, 1987, for young women between the ages of 14 and 19 reported being approached in their apartment buildings by a man with a tricolor card claiming to be a police officer and demanding to see their identity documents. Luckily, in these 4 cases, the girls either got away on their own or their parent or some other trusted adult unexpectedly arrived to assist them. The incidents all occurred right after each other, with 2 of them occurring within the same building, as though the man spontaneously tried approaching victims of opportunity after each failed attempt to gain control over a girl. The incidents were either suspicious or upsetting enough for all of the girls to report them to the authorities. The 4 girls, as well as 5 adults who interacted with the man, identified him as the man pictured in a composite image of the man who raped Mary and just a month earlier, tying the pockmarked man to these incidents. Several of the adults who had interacted with this man speculated that he was only pretending to be a police officer as, despite the identification card he flashed, he did not seem to have the confidence or composure of an actual police officer. However, as years went on without the pockmarked man being identified, investigators became more and more convinced that his claims of being a member of law enforcement were not just part of a ruse. Certain details did point to the pockmarked man being either a police officer or a gendarme, a member of France's military police. Some circumstances seemed to make the latter possibility the more likely, such as his vocabulary, the types of knots he tied, and the tactics he used, as well as the proximity of gendarmerie facilities to some of his crimes. He also seemed to have some sense of forensics, making some attempts to prevent leaving behind DNA before the average member of the public would have understood its forensic value, and wiping down items at crime scenes that would have had his fingerprints. He was obviously not always successful in removing all of the forensic evidence, but the absence of such evidence at some crime scenes has prevented them from conclusively being tied to him. The possibility that the pockmarked man truly had been a gendarme led to an investigating magistrate opening a massive effort to search for the killer amongst their ranks. In 2021, 750 men, who had been gendarmes in the Paris region at the time of the crimes, were ordered to report for questioning and to provide a DNA sample. Farouf learned he had been ordered to report through his wife, who used his old cell phone number. On September 24, 2021, she told him that she had just received a phone call meant to inform her husband that he had to report in 5 days and instructing him to call back to receive a time for his appointment. She told him that the commander who called said that the summons was in relation to a reopened investigation relating to events that occurred between 1986 and 1992. She would later say that she noticed no change in his mood or behavior when he received this news. He left home 3 days later and was found dead of a suicide by overdose on the day he was due to report for questioning. Farouf served as a gendarme stationed in the cavalry of the Republican Guard between 1983 and 1988. He went on to become a member of the police force until a motorcycle accident forced him into early retirement in 2014. Between 1993 and 2000, he lived in Lanfrey, a 15-minute drive from the site of Ingrid's abduction and a 30-minute drive from where Corinne Leroy went missing. According to Veroff's wife, who had been married to him since 1985, they had a harmonious marriage and her husband never got angry. His identification as the pockmarked man also shocked his neighbors, who described him as a helpful, normal neighbor. He has been described as a typical police officer who acted professionally and had a good sense of humor. However, he did have mental health struggles in the later half of the 1990s, which required him to take time off and seek treatment. The second suicide note, which was addressed to Varuf's wife, has not been released to the public in full. It has been reported that he did not provide details about the crimes which he acknowledged committing. He blamed his crimes on impulses that stemmed from events in his childhood and claimed that his wife and children were the reason he gained control over them and stopped killing. He claimed to have committed suicide to protect his family, knowing that his crimes were about to become public. It has also been reported that Varuf claimed to have committed no crimes after 1997 in the letter. This is concerning because the last crime attributed to the pockmarked man occurred in 1994. Investigators are currently looking into more than 20 crimes, trying to ascertain if Varuf had any involvement in them. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.